A young guy jolts awake with his mind totally wiped clean, and the very first thing he sees is a girl with those long, fluffy bunny ears tower over him as he stares back, trapped in a forest that feels totally unfamiliar, while the girl and her friends eye him with sharp, suspicious stares. His confusion snaps into pure shock the moment he reaches out and touches her ears, because they're real. Why's he showing up here, and why does she have freaking bunny ears? The girl speaks steady and straight as she tells him, "I'm from the rabbit race," and then drops the bomb, "You've been reincarnated." This isn't his world, he's stuck in a place called Alstasha. A brand new life, fresh start, sure, but there was nothing, not even a thing. The truth of his situation slams into him like a freight train. No home, no food, no toilet, so how is he even supposed to survive when he's starting from total nothing? The bunny girl just sits there, watching his meltdown unfold, totally unbothered. Desperate, he pleads for her to take him along, but she stalls, warning him that if she drags a human back to her village, the whole place will blow up in rage. In this world, humans don't just dislike everyone else, they lash out with cruelty, and some even turn slavery into something they practice. Right then, a monster tore out of the trees, a hobgoblin. It's huge, scarred from head to toe, gripping a brutal-looking club, and the girl's frozen in pure terror, because she knows they can't beat this without the adults stepping in. She screams for him to run now, before he's too late. Tears pour down her cheeks as she screams her brother's name, voice cracking with pure heartbreak. But the man refuses to run. He shoves her towards safety and snaps, "I'll keep that monster busy." He orders her to go and reunite with her family, but the truth is, he has zero clue what he's doing, no plan, and absolutely no powers. But when he saw the pure terror on her face, he knew he couldn't just leave her behind. He screams at the beast, and its fury flares right back at him. The hobgoblin barrels forward and swings its club so hard it could shatter the ground right under his feet. He didn't even take a direct hit, then that shockwave slams him into the air, and the moment it connects, he's totally outmatched. He's desperate for skill, any move at all that could give him an edge in a fight, but right now, he's got absolutely nothing. With everything on the line, he hurls his last hope, one plastic water bottle, at whatever stands between him and escape. It ricochets off the goblin's head, with zero harm done. The monster's grin spreads wider and wider. This is it, he's done for, and death's coming fast. But right as the goblin strides in to finish him, its feet tangle on the bottle, and it slips. It wobbles, tips backward, and smacks its head on a rock, cracked clean open, and just like that, it's dead. Right as he's still trying to wrap his head around this unreal luck, a woman suddenly materializes and slaps him hard across the face. She screams at him, furious that he's reckless, because he nearly dies right after she calls him back. He snaps his head up, and there she is, an awe-inspiring beauty who introduces herself as Victinias, a goddess. And then boom, it all crashes back in at once, flooding his mind. The day before, in a cold, white, empty room, this goddess leaned in and told him, straight up, that he was getting reincarnated. A 36-year-old shut-in, gaming was his only breath. Then, just like that, she traded away his lost life and tossed him into the world she controlled. She leaned in and told him, straight-faced, that this dream was something he couldn't refuse. As she walked away for good, she'd press a blessing into his hands, her final gift. 3 special skill grant tickets. Then Hera herself ripped in, yanking Victinias up by the collar, and snapped that she'd messed up, because it wasn't 3 tickets at all, it was 8. Hera yanks Victinia off to the side, and demands to know what on earth she was thinking. She blurts out a heartfelt, non-stop apology to that man, like she'll never forgive herself unless he believes her. Turns out Victinias made a bet with Zeus, Hera's husband, and lost hard. He had to cough up 8 skill tickets for the next soul that got reincarnated. The moment he's tossed into the new world, even the gods lose their power to interfere. And this useless goddess, Victinias, tried to pocket 5 tickets for herself, like, what kind of petty god steals from the start? To fix everything, Hera hands him a skill slot machine and dares him to make it count. Apparently, that's how the gods pull it off. She hands him back the original 8 tickets, then tosses in one more as Zeus's apology, and to seal it, she makes Victinius surrender 1-2, giving them a whopping total of 10 chances. He yanks the lever, heart pounding, desperate to find out what his brand new life is about to unleash. Now that's the real spin. First up, appraisal at level 3, and yeah, not bad at all. Then the job escalated to masonry IV and dismantling II. Then he mined out the 3-point combo. Then he starts leather working, and the 3 goddesses lean in, whispering that he's turning out to be a downright splendid carpenter. Right when everything hits silence, a rare skill bursts onto the screen, an item box. And just like that, the luck keeps rolling. blacksmithing 2 and crafting 3 hit the books together. Then the healing magic kicked in, but it only hit at level 1. And while he's still logging, level 1 goddesses start looking worried, because every single one of his skills is stuck at low level. But then bam, another rare gift shows up, map. A 3D hologram snaps on around him, then it hits. His 10 rolls are done for. Sure, his crafting skills are solid, but when combat comes calling, he's got almost nothing. Right now, Victinia's is still screaming at him, furious that he almost wasted one of her super rare, divinely powered tickets. She tells him you got 10 because you died, then slams him with, next time act smarter, careless gets you killed. She leans in and tells him straight, here, it's kill or get killed. He stares at the dead goblin, the first life he's ever taken, and pure confusion hits him like a punch to the chest. Victonia snaps at him to check his status. He blurts out, status open. A glowing screen pops up, blasting Narumi Masaru's name and age, 27, and the craziest part, one single kill shoots his level up to 6, supercharging every stat like a power surge. Victinius is about to jet out, but Masaru stops her cold and reminds her about the bunny girl. The goddess scoffs and snaps that she isn't human at all, and then tells him to stop worrying about her and focus on himself. She tells him you're in a whole new world now, so live free, and the moment she says it, she vanishes. Right when he's finally alone, he snaps to attention. Someone yells his name from out of nowhere. It's Bunny Girl May, and she's hauled back warriors from her village, and they shower him with gratitude for keeping her safe. They stumble on the dead hobgoblin and shock hits. How did Masaru take it down by himself? Then Masaru lies through his teeth, claiming he only dodged while it toppled on its own. He's a complete stranger, human, no less, but somehow nobody bats an eye. He demanded to know what to do next, and to his shock, they offered him a place to live right in their village. They've made up their minds, they're welcoming him in. He threw himself into danger for one of their own, and that's all that matters to them. They press him for his name, and the little girl straightens up like she's in a royal audience and introduces herself, me. He's getting swept up by the sheer sincerity, hitting him right in the chest. He grins at her and says, my name is Masaru. As their hands lock in a shake, a powerful bond ignites between them. His next step is a total mystery, and a brand new life waits for him in a world he has no clue how to survive. For the first time, he's not alone. This is where his journey finally kicks off. May points ahead and her voice lights up with pure relief. We're here, she tells him. Oni-chan, we made it. A map suddenly blooms in his vision, tagging the place as Rabbit's Village, and it's nothing fancy. A ring of rough, crumpled tents packed in tight, all sealed off by a slapdash wooden wall. The breath he didn't even know he'd been holding finally bursts out, because somehow his life gets saved. May throws her arms wide, grinning like she just won, and declares, this is where all of us live. She grins and hustles him right past the gate, her excitement sparking in his chest. She tells them their numbers sit at around 100, and in this place, everyone pitches in to make it through together. With wide, honest eyes staring at him, she tells him he can count them as his family too, so the sincerity smacks him in the chest like a punch. But this place is barely standing, fences are just logs lashed down with rope, and the house is nothing but tents braced up on snapped shafts. He spots it in a blink, there's no mistaking the struggle, and he wastes no time, demanding to be taken straight to the village chief. Inside the biggest tent, a man with long rabbit ears steps out and welcomes them with a casual grin. So you're Narumi Masaru, he says. Masaru just stares. He's heard the rumors that the chief is human, but he never bought it, and now he can't believe it because the man looks way too young. He blurts out thanks for saving him, but the chief just waves him off like it's nothing. Don't stress, he tells you, and says it straight. Without him, Masaru would have been totally swallowed by confusion. Then his smile vanished and seriousness hit hard. He stepped forward and officially welcomed Masaru to the village, thanking him for risking his own life to save May. The chief makes a snap call, and just like that, he decides he's moving in with May. So that's it, he snaps the truth into place. May's dad got murdered by a monster, and her mom can finally use the help she's been begging for. Masaru shoots May a worried look, thinking she might hate it, but the second he does, she grins. If it's Oni-chan, she's totally on board. He gently pats her head, warmth surging through his chest as the sun sinks, and they both promise to talk more tomorrow. The chief waves him off, don't stress, just do what you can and move at your own pace. I'll do everything I can, because even before he fully settles into this world, his mind is already screaming, and one fierce flash of resolve lights up. There has to be something. He spends the whole day staring in silence, finally really seeing the village, its crude tools, its clumsy labor, and the non-stop fight for survival happening in every single moment. Surges of his old life crash into him, rows of the home center, stacked with answers for every problem he thought he'd left behind. He stops and grips his thoughts tight, every skill the goddess handed him, farming, woodworking, but right now it all feels useless, like it won't change a thing. He studies the villagers' tired faces, and as their silence weighs heavy, a plan starts to click into place. He watches them hack at logs, and in his head, it turns into power saws. He sees them scraping soil by hand, and his mind snaps to tractors. Then it hits asterisk click asterisk, and his eyes blow wide as the full weight of his power slams into him, and he yells so loud it startles everyone around him. There's something I can do. May and the chief spun toward him, totally stunned by the fury he just unleashed. He's never felt this kind of confidence before. Then he bursts out with a bold challenge. Can I really improve this whole village? They just freeze there, staring like their minds can't even process what they're seeing. The chief swears there's an improvement, his tone dripping with doubt, so Masaru pushes back hard and insists, yeah, I'll upgrade every system we've got. The chief squints hard, and you can tell this isn't some cheap bluff. But listen, he drops a brutal warning. If a fresh newcomer starts throwing around big promises, it could spark instant panic among people already teetering on the edge. Masaru finally admits he's never been able to read the room, like he's completely oblivious to what everyone's feeling. But the sting of every past failure keeps burning in his chest. He recalls freezing while others got hurt, and he will not let that regret swallow him again. He was always the one getting grilled at work for trying to run everything his own way. He doesn't know where his powers end, so he shouts and throws himself into it, because this is for them. That hope in his voice is impossible to miss. The chief sees through every lie, because what's there is raw, desperate sincerity. A grin tears across the chief's face. All right, he shouts, throwing his arms wide. So tell me, what are you doing first? Masaru's locked in, ready to kick things off right now, because he's dying to see what he can truly pull off for this village. Then he lined in and spilled his whole plan to them. But first he has to see exactly where his limits snap, so he steps into the forest alone, slipping away from every prying eye. He yanks open his status screen, and there it is, skills he swear he never earned, stamped into his body from a slot machine. So how much has everything changed while he wasn't looking? He slaps appraisal on a plain little knife, and the screen erupts with laser-sharp details, slightly rusty, a touch shaky, but the skill behind it is unreal. With these skills in hand, he realizes he might not need any prior knowledge or training at all. He tests yet another skill, cutting level 1, and the description is straight up wild. You can use it to slice through trees without a single tool. He rushes up to a gigantic tree and slaps his palm flat against the bark. All right, let's see if this works. A faint beam flares in the dark, but it's like the world holds its breath and nothing moves. He yanks his hand back, baffled, did it fail? And then he snaps, wait a second. With a thunderous crack, the tree's entire top half shears off in one clean swipe and slams into the ground. Then he glances at his stats, realizing the move burned through a huge chunk of his MP, dangerously close to running him dry. Next, he puts his building skills to the test, hauling up masonry and leveling it to 4. With MP alone, he carves stone like it's clay. No tools, no mercy. Right now he's locked in, trying to shape a plain little cube. A flawless, smooth stone cube suddenly pops into his hand like it was carved by fate, perfect to the last detail. Now it's time for the ultimate test. He whirls back to the giant log he just chopped down, then grins because he has to dry the wood fast. With his woodworking skill at level 4, the wood dries instantly, and just like that, the whole game changes. In his old world, getting lumber this good would have taken a whole construction crew months, maybe even years. But can this power really pull it off in the blink of an eye? He slams his hands onto the log, forcing himself to steady, and then, all right, here we go. Right when he steadies his power, Mei's voice slices in from the tree line. Oni-chan, dinner's ready. She spots him crumpled on the ground, totally unconscious, and panic hits hard, because he looks even worse than the last time he battled those goblins. Now he finally gets it. Magic's mana exhaustion will wreck you. He pushed harder than he ever should have, and the very first day nearly took him out for good. But it worked. He whips his head around, and that log is bone dry, perfectly ready to build, and even with shame still burning, a proud spark snaps to life in his chest. At Mei's tent again, her mom, Ruru, beams at them with a warm, comforting smile. Ruru blurts out the day's highlights with pure excitement, starting with that brutal goblin fight, then leaping straight into her brand new powers, finally introducing herself properly and even declaring a feast in his honor. She gazes at him with real warmth, softly telling him that even if they don't have much, he needs to treat this place like his own home, because with their warmth all around him, Masaru's chest loosens, and for the first time in his life, he finally feels like he belongs. He has no clue just how far he can go, but when he sees those hopeful faces, he swears to pour out every last thing he's got. A fresh blaze ignites in his eyes. This isn't just about surviving anymore, he's determined to forge a future. Straight up, he's convinced his village's improvement plan kicks off tomorrow. The building process is finally kicking off. After thinking it through, Masaru shuts out everything else and makes one goal crystal clear: reinforce that fence first. The DIY kicks off, Kai's life begins. May stared on, thrown off balance by how abruptly their huge new project kicked off. All the other rabbit folk were buzzing with excitement, leaning in to tell him they'd been counting the hours for this ever since they woke up. Dev points out goblins are a pushover, so the damage won't be that bad, but Masaru snaps back, demanding safety first. Then he goes, my first move, a stone wall. He's determined to forge a stone guard, an unbreakable barrier that starts at the base of the wooden fence and digs deep into the ground. He tells them he already took May to the nearby cliff and says they can grab as many stones as they want. Then a villager cuts in fast, pointing out the real issue. They don't have nearly enough hands to haul all of that. Masaru just grins and tells them that this problem won't exist anymore. He hauled the stones with him, then snapped his item box skill on boom. With a ground-dripping slam, a whole mountain of rock materialized out of thin air. The villagers are frozen in shock. One of them finally mutters that the item box is supposed to be a pretty common skill, but this feels totally different. Masaru catches it all from the corner, sweat pouring down his face, realizing his version is way rarer than he ever thought. Maybe he shouldn't have been so quick to show it off. He snaps the topic away from the tension and drives everyone to focus on one thing: building the wall. But the second they reach for stones, he roars, wait, because just stacking them up is useless. The wall will collapse in an instant, and only the right placement will hold. He lines the rocks up with surgical precision, click, click, like they were always meant to lock in, and then he grins. There we go. Sure, it doesn't look like much, but he says the real secret is what's hidden behind those rocks, because even a stacked wall can still crumble if you hit it with something small. The real trick isn't just piling them up, it's slipping in the smaller stones to snap every gap between the big ones shut. This locks the whole structure in place, way more stable and nearly impossible to topple. But what if the attacks keep getting bigger? Masaru hesitates for a beat, then goes, then we'll have to switch to pebbles. He breaks down yet another trick. He stacks bigger stones on the outside, then stuffs the inside tight with pebbles. This technique, called stone backfill, builds an ultra-solid wall while still letting rainwater seep through, so pressure never spikes and the whole thing can't collapse. It's simple, sure, but he swears he'll teach everyone the right way to build, and he's putting himself fully in their hands. The villagers stare in disbelief, blown away by the sheer brilliance he brings. One of the women leans in and asks, so how did you pull all this amazing stuff out of nowhere? He dodges the question and blurts out that he's more than happy to help, because they're the ones feeding him and backing him up with food. That sparks another wild thought. Since they've only ever cooked with open flames, could he actually build them a furnace? Suddenly, the whole vibe flips. Every woman in the village fixes him with a stare so intense it chills his blood. These aren't ordinary cooks. They're kitchen demons, and this isn't a maybe situation. It's a straight-up order. Masaru knows, without a doubt, he better not mess with them. He snaps upright and barks, it's no big deal, then promises he'll use stones and get that furnace running right away. The women erupted into smiles, bursting into laughter at his panicked reaction. They march him straight into the cooking area. He tells them, I'll handle most of the furnace work, but I need you guys to help me grab a few key materials first. Yeah, sure, what else is he supposed to have besides stone? Clay, grass, and sand. Everything underfoot felt like a battlefield waiting to happen. They just don't get it. How on earth can grass and sand matter? He steps in and breaks it down. When you mix them into the clay, it turns way tougher than using stone alone. Clay alone crumbles, but toss in sand and grass, and the fibers lock together like they mean it. Primitive, sure, but unbelievably effective for building. They immediately gets it and rallies everyone to go grab the materials. Then Masaru, shining with that praise, tells them to speak up and ask for anything else they need. They snap up the offer right away, because honestly, having tables, chairs, forks, and spoons for the whole village would be straight up amazing. Yeah, he says it's totally doable, sure. It'll take a couple days, but he's got this. They decide to build a roofed dining area so everyone can finally eat together, and the villagers just stare in awe like it's a dream come true. They're all blown away. Masaru knows the ins and outs of building like a pro. So what did he do back in his world? His eyes drifted off like the answer hurt, and he shrugged, saying it wasn't anything special at all, just regular, everyday work. He was just an everyday guy clocking in at a countryside home center. His simple answer lights a fire under the whole village. Now we're about to build a ton of stuff together. And that's when the real work kicks in. Everyone in the camp hits their stride, and a surge of teamwork explodes through the air. Everyone's locked in, working side by side, and their drive is blazing like wildfire. The dining hall frame rises from the ground, and the place starts taking shape right before their eyes. The kids all jumped in and stirred the clay mix together until it was perfectly smooth. For the first time, they all sit down and dig in with real utensils. No chaos, no hands-only survival. Masaru's finally giving them a tiny taste of the civilized life he's trying to build. Next up, furniture. Every single piece gets built with laser focus and care. The village isn't just changing its streets, it's reshaping the hearts of everyone, with new friendships sparking through hard work side by side and warm meals shared around the table. A real community is rising, built from dirt underfoot and wood at their backs. The chief keeps his eyes on everything, a knowing smirk curling across his face, and this is more than he ever dared to dream. Then it's over, finished in a flash. A huge, unbreakable wall of stone and wood now circles their home, and Masaru beams at what they just built. The villagers stare in disbelief like, we actually built this with our own hands. This brand new gathering spot is already pumping life into the whole village. Everyone's roaring with laughter, stuffing their faces with food, and absolutely glowing with joy. That furnace is an absolute monster. Its power hits like a truck and the roofed gathering area, way too insane to ignore. And you know what? It's all because of Maguro-san. The chief strides up to him like a thunderclap. Oh, Masaru, everything that's been happening, it's all because of you. Then he leans in and insists, I needed to hear those words straight from your own mouth. Thanks. Mei launches onto his back, yelling with joy that their plan absolutely nailed it. Masaru can't stop grinning, and a warm rush floods his chest. This is what it feels like when you finally find your real home. But far away, because in God's realm, it's cold in the soul. Two goddesses keep a sharp eye on Masaru's every step. The other goddess scoffs at her companion's naivete, then hands him 11 skills, so don't just tell me to not worry. Hera glares down at the world, ice in her eyes. She clocked the skills Zeus handed him from the very start. A normal person gets 1, maybe 2, and he's got more than enough to make him feel impossible. Dark frustration curls across her face. This world has been stuck for over 400 years, and she can't stand it, so what do we do about him? And trust me, I'm not here to clap for this person. Her smile turns sharp and cruel, and she says, we need Masaru to take the role. So that's her detonator, a detonator. What on earth is she about to do? Back in the village, Masaru's just soaking up the compliments for all his hard work, blissfully oblivious to what's coming. He waves it off like it's nothing, and then lets it slip. He's got way bigger plans waiting right around the corner. He's already plotting to reinforce these houses, maybe even squeeze in a real toilet. And when he's done, this chaos won't be a camp anymore. It's going to turn into a full-on city. With a sharp, serious look, he turns to the villagers. Sure, this is a fantasy world, but he's got one burning question he can't ignore. Do you see any slimes nearby? The villagers stare at the question, speechless. Yeah, those things exist, and they're nightmare monsters that can melt anything, but they're trapped beneath the cliff, so they can't climb up. Good Masaru smirks like he totally knew it would go down that way, because now there's just one problem on his plate: hygiene. He's trying to craft Sanwa soil, but straight-up cement is probably the worst possible pick. He spotted a TV crew build it from absolute scratch one time, using gravel and sand, and that sparked one more question in his head: is there an ocean nearby? The air turns to ice, cheerful chatter cuts off dead. Every villager drops what they're doing and gapes at him. The ocean, Oni-chan. That's the spot where everyone here bolted and fled for their lives. A heavy silence crashes over the table. Masaru's simple question just tore into a buried wound, and the faces around him light up with pure dread, like they're thinking, something horrifying happened here. Halsan's eyes turn pitch black as he jabs a finger at the map, right in the far south, about 10 days of travel from here. He leans in and tells them, there's an ocean out there, that's where we used to live. His voice shatters, his face twisting into a mask of raw agony as the memory crashes back. We were chased out, he gasps, by humans. The words slice the air, sharp as steel. Masaru and Mei can only freeze and stare. That casual meal is instantly forgotten, because a cold, sudden tension snaps into place. Masaru's thoughts slam like thunder, so it really happened just like that. He'd suspected it, he'd even been scared of it, but now that it's confirmed, guilt hits him so hard it leaves him reeling. He blurts out an apology for dragging up that painful topic. heart sinking as the vibe crashes, and even though they welcomed a stranger like a human into their home, he feels the weight of their kindness on his shoulders. So he decides the only way to repay them is to make their lives better, and for that, he needs supplies from near the ocean. But the second he sees that fear flash across their faces, he calmly reassures them, because he knows all they've got are ugly memories of that place, and he won't be dragging them into it. He slams his hands on the table, and the words hit like thunder, because he's got a resolve that won't budge, and he's going there alone. The very next morning, Masaru's set to bolt out, but May plants herself in front of him, fists tight, eyes blazing with fury and fear, and demands to know why he's so determined to come with her. Masaru looks totally baffled. Didn't he already tell her he'd go alone? He leans in and asks if she really expects him to abandon her mother by herself, and then he drives the point home. She can't even take down a goblin. May snaps back that he's still the same, saying he only beat those goblins because they tripped on their own. Then his jab lands clean, and Masaru jolts and flinches. The chief's voice slices right through their argument, telling May to shut it and actually listen to Masaru, then warning her she can't fight worth a damn, and she better not try her strength on anything that could end her. Then he whips around toward Masaru, clutching a bundle in his hands. He's got a favor to demand, and a gift he's dying to pass over. His eyes go wide armor. The chief orders him to put it on, then leans in and says, if you run into any humans in that village, make sure they know the rabbit people are living here in safety. After everything they survived, Masaru vows he'll never forget. Then he tells the chief, I'm taking Hayasen with us. We've got to dig into what really happened back there. With one last wave, he tells May to be a good girl and stay home. Then he whips around and storms off, fired up with purpose. May can only stare as tears spill down her face, watching him bolt out of sight while he screams, I'll be off. The road stretches forever across a wild world crawling with beasts, but then, through the trees, he finally spots it. The ocean, since he snagged the map skill, running doesn't feel terrible anymore, and he plotted this route in just a few days. It wasn't exactly a calm ride, because just the day before, he was ambushed by bandits. They started off friendly, classic traveler trap vibes, but the second their smiles hit the air, menace swallowed the room. Masaru got caught totally off guard, and got launched into the air by a brutal, power-packed kick. He slams into the ground, head spinning, as the bandits close in on him with blades bared. Even so, when you line them up against the goblins, these guys are basically pushovers. He swings that club he snagged, and the whole fight ends almost before it even starts. With a bandit finally crumpling to the ground, Masaru snaps back to an old-world phrase he once heard, almost like something from the Bible, bad people don't have rights. But when he looks down at the injured man, he just can't force himself to accept that logic. He slams his healing magic into action, and even though he's the kind of person who thinks he can't bring himself to kill, he chooses life over bloodshed. He lets them walk away, clutching the potions and herbs they offer as payment for their lives, and tells himself it's a perfect deal. Then he grabs the weapons he's been craving. Right now his map jolts with a sudden ping. There's a signal, and it's right there. He climbs over the hill, drops his gaze, and there it is beneath him, a seaside town, the one May used to call home. He slips into an adventurer disguise before he even steps inside, but the closer he gets, the colder dread starts crawling up his spine, because the entrance has been mauled by beasts, the watchtower sits empty, and something is horribly, brutally wrong. In the town square, goblins swarm around a roaring bonfire, dancing like they own the place, while clutching tools that look way too human to be a coincidence. Masaru freezes and ice floods his veins. This village isn't just empty, it's been overrun. His eyes blow wide with terror as the goblin horde closes in around him, and the burning village's flames whip grotesque shadows across the walls. He slaps on a grin like armor, hiding the fear churning in his gut, then tells them they'll probably never let him go, especially if he dares to step out and excuse himself for the interruption. Damn it, rage builds in his chest as the creatures surge forward, clubs lifted high for the kill. He braces himself and screams, "Come at me," like a desperate dare. They stick like glue, swarming their prey with numbers that crush everything, so he has no choice but to jump in, and just as panic hits, he steels himself with one thing, a weapon. With a savage cry, he whips his sword in a clean, blazing arc, slicing the first goblin straight out of the fight. He may not wield fancy magic or killer moves, but he's got the sword he snatched from the bandits, and his swordsmanship is the real weapon he leans on. A blast of memory slams into him the moment he parries yet another strike. This kendo training is the same stuff he used to do as a kid. No one handed him this skill in this world. He already had it. And wait, his childhood hobby turned into a real combat weapon. He snaps his pivot and slams his strike into a goblin's wrist, pure instinct. Still, it's been a while since he moved like this, but his body remembers every beat. That sword weight locks into his grip like it was made for him. He's got this, and he won't stop now. Right when that tiny spark of confidence lights up in his chest, the ground starts to quake. Something huge is coming. A hulking warboar barrels into view, its back packed with a goblin wearing scraps of armor, charging straight through the scene. That beast is massive, and it'll hit you like a wall. Its tusks hang there, dripping saliva like a warning. It barrels straight through the wooden fence, smashing it into splinters without even a hint of slowing down. Is that the village boss? What in the world can he possibly do against a monster this terrifying? A savage boar charges straight at him like a living storm, unstoppable, unstoppable, unstoppable. He's moving so fast that he barely scraps his way out, just in time as the beast's tusk skims past his armor. He digs in his stance with his sword raised. Then the goblin rider laughs like a lunatic, wheeling that boar around for yet another savage pass. He lunges out of the way again, and the beast's charge hits air instead, shattering his balance and throwing him off his feet. He's choking on breath, sweat burning his eyes, and the goblin riding that boar slips just beyond the edge of his sword. He knows there's no way he can take that charge straight on. At that speed, his arms would be torn clean out of their sockets, just a small crash where he'd end up splattered like the bug on a windshield. Traffic accident, that single word hits him like lightning, then his mind snaps into a desperate, insane plan. And yeah, he's got it. He doesn't call the charging boar a monster. He sees it like a speeding car coming straight at him. So what do you do when a car is flying out of control? You slam the brakes and stop it, right now. The goblin rider unleashes a triumphant shriek and charges straight in, closing the gap fast. Then bam, a massive log rips out of thin air from his item box, straight from the construction site leftovers, and he crashes it into the boar's path with full force. Beast stunned and snagged in the crooked barricade, he lunges in and drives his sword deep into its hide with everything he's got. As the monstrous boar crumples to the ground, the surviving goblins freeze, staring in pure, stunned disbelief. All that's left are the small fries. Then panic slams back in. If they bolt and shout for backup, he's gonna get swarmed and absolutely crushed. Right as he reaches to stop them from slipping away, the goblins get crushed under a stampede, trampled flat before he can even blink. Armored knights on horseback thunder into the clearing, and their leader slams the question down, "Who are you?" Then declares, "I'm the vice-captain of the Grotto's Kingdom army." The knights of the Grata's kingdom come storming in, shouting, "Who are you?" their armor blazing bright under the sun. Their leader, who introduces himself as General Cook, snaps into a quick apology, admitting his men sounded way too harsh, because they were sent out to exterminate the goblins. Staring across the field of bodies, Cook snaps to the truth too late, then whips his eyes to Masaru, and one question slams into the silence. "You did all this?" Masaru just introduces himself, admitting he'd been hunting for resources, his thoughts racing, and that's when it hits. This was the kingdom that swept in and took everything. The knights whispered to each other, stunned that one man could pull this off, while Cook's eyes lit up with a chance. Perfect timing, he thought, but how was he going to mention the rabbit's village without tipping his hand? One of his men blurts out word of a goblin rider, and his voice crackles with awe that a single lone fighter was able to bring it down. Questions start bombarding him, age, skills, home, all of it, until Masaru gets boxed in as the knights close the circle tighter and tighter. Cook shuts everyone up with a single gesture, then clocks Masaru's power and throws down an offer, "Join the knights." In an instant, Masaru's mind snaps back to a manga he once read, and he realizes the road to instant promotion is right there, waiting for him. But he politely slams the door on it, refusing with kindness. He tells the general, "I already know what I'm meant to do. My purpose has been steering me all this way." The general bursts out laughing, totally misreading him. Then he starts praising Masaru's iron will, going on a wild ramble about what he really wants: money, women, and the kind of fame you can't ignore. Cook snaps his focus to the task, barking orders at his men to hunt down the villagers hiding nearby. He never even entertains any other idea. Masaru bursts in with a wild request. He wants to clear the corpses right now, and he asks if the knights can help, but they're completely stunned. He breaks it down: decaying bodies drag in predators and unleash disease, so they've got to be rounded up, burned, and buried, and even with his hands shaking, the general's man reluctantly agrees to help. Masaru sweeps the land, hunting for a burial spot, while a knight grumbles, asking why any soldier would bother following orders like that. Masaru won't speak up, because his eyes just snap to something out in the distance. Color drains from his face, like a silent scream is trapped in his throat, tearing to get out. Far from there, the goddesses overseeing everything freeze in disbelief. "What in the world is happening?" one of them blurts out. They slam the rewind on their magic viewing screen, trying to decode what they're really seeing. The footage catches Masaru squaring off against the goblin rider, and sure, they act like goblins are weak so he should win, but the logic doesn't hold at all. One of them yanks up his file, looks totally normal, but his record screams high rankings in both kendo and boxing like, yeah, he's built to fight. Then the other goddess spots it too, one tiny detail everyone would have missed. I figured it out, she whispers, dragging her finger along the document's line. She tells them Masaru's world wasn't some simple twist. It was weird, twisted, and the summoning never worked the way they assumed. And as soon as the other goddess hears it, horror hits her hard, because it was all rigged from the very beginning. But why is she staying this calm? This is a dangerous situation, right? The first goddess's expression turns iron. This is the worst case, she snaps. You wanted him to be a detonator, but if he's left to his own devices. This world is doomed, utterly crushed and gone. Back in the village, everyone bursts out of hiding, and their leader, Garv, turns to the knights and pours out his thanks, because now they can finally live in peace. The general snaps him back into place, yelling that it wasn't him at all, Masaru's the one who saved them. Garv throws out his thanks, and Cook swoops in with a reward and a direct order, so Masaru clocks the easy way out and agrees to go along instead of refusing. But the chief's face crumples. He says the village lies in ruins, they've got nothing left to offer, and he drops to his knees begging the knights for help. Masaru cuts him off on the spot. He's not after money at all. He only wants water bottles and wooden boxes. Cook's totally lost. Didn't he just say he needed resources? Masaru shoots back in riddles. It's for a dirt wall, and even then, he can't bring himself to explain a single thing. One of the knights lines in to the chief and demands, just give him what he wants. The chief groans in reluctant agreement, then snaps that they'll need their jugs to haul water from the ocean, his face turning grim, like he's one breath away from spilling a horrifying secret. Masaru just grins, so you're not hauling water to the village, huh, chief? He points toward a nearby garden, and there it is, a well sitting right out in the open. The chief goes stone still, his face a wild mask of fury and panic. How did you know about the knight's gasp? Masaru smirks and says he spotted it in the alley. The truth hits the knight like a punch. This village wasn't waterless. They got played. In the very next breath, the villagers' smiles flip, gratitude curdles into murder, and they hurl their farming tools up like predators hunting prey. Mr. Whirl's yanked back as one of them grabs his collar, and he screams, furious, "Why did you tell the knights you'd risk the village getting arrested? You should be going after the chief, not me." The man snarls through clenched teeth, spitting out a curse like fire. Masaru doesn't even think. He slams the man's head into a post, and in one savage move, the guy crumples to the ground, knocked out cold. The general's gaze cuts across the whole scene, bound villagers, goblin corpses, and then locks onto Masaru, and with chilling calm in his voice, he asks, "You did this while we were talking." Garv explodes with fury, screaming that Masaru is behind this chaos, and Masaru only grins back, saying the goblins were stronger than he expected, yet Garv won't let it slide. He roars that Masaru must have spilled their secret, sparking the exact attack meant to end them for good. He ignores the bickering and snaps his cold stare back at the terrified villagers, then barks, "So, what are you going to do now?" His face hardens. When it came to hiding the well, covering up the farm, or striking his men, he'd normally have those people executed. A wicked grin blooms across his lips as he tosses out the offer, take it, or watch him turn them all into slaves. Panic detonates through the crowd. People drop to their knees, clawing at the air for mercy, their faces twisted in raw, terrifying fear. Masaru stares, and a wild plan sparks in his eyes. He surges forward, arm lifted high, and shouts, "Everyone wait." Then he cuts straight into the judgment, putting himself right in the line of fire. He flashes a smooth, disarming smile and offers them a way out. Just act like none of this ever happened. If the victim forgives us, he presses, then we can't be punished, can we, General? It's not a free offer. He just wants answers to a few questions and a tiny favor. The general's eyes tighten, suspicion sharpening across his face. Masaru's first question hits like a blade. 2 years ago, this village was rabbit people, so where did they go? The villagers stare on, drained of every last trace of color. Garv snaps, full-on losing it, screaming at the knights, demanding to know why they're letting this brutal interrogation happen. But one razor-sharp command from the knight chief shuts him down cold, Eldam. Masaru whips around to the chief, voice rock-steady. He's got people counting on him, and he needs these answers right now, but the chief snaps back, demanding to know why Masaru's digging up the past. Masaru's eyes don't even blink. He's talking about the rabbit people, isn't he? The knight chief and Garv both snap their gaze away, because yeah, they already know. Finally, the chief gives in. He admits Masaru's brutal strength is real, strong enough to beat even him. "Fine," he says, "then I'll talk to you." 5 years back, a king went on a rampage, swallowing every state around him, and this village was next. He and Garv clashed in the battle that decided it. But they won, he lays it out. When they took the land, the rabbit people's chief had to flee. Masaru's voice slices through the lie low, sharp, and fearless. It wasn't a country, it wasn't pirates, the humans did it. Then he drops the truth like a punch. All the rabbit people were dragged out and forced to go. The chief's face hardens, then he drops the truth. The ones who didn't run got snatched up and with grim finality in his voice were dragged into slavery. So there it is, the chilling truth this village is built on. And suddenly the rabbit people's memory crashes in again, mourning their stolen families like it just happened. Something inside Masaru snaps in a single, explosive moment. He lunges in and yanks Garb by his armor, face contorted with raw rage as he rips the seal on the rabbit people. Then Garb blurts out that it's impossible, that they can't be freed on the spot. Then Masaru slams the threat down. His voice turns into a deadly whisper and promises he'll crush all of you, steal your people, and turn them into slaves. His control finally shatters. He bellows until his voice tears, raging that you can't do that, turning innocent people into slaves just because you hide behind the law. Garv's drenched in sweat, eyes wide with terror, and he's blurting out that the law can't possibly let them do this. Masaru's eyes are blazing with raw, wild fury. "Don't mess with me," he roars. "Those murderous invaders have zero right to spit out words like justice." His words slice through the night, and for a moment, even the darkness can't find a sound. Masaru draws a shaky breath, forcing his nerves to settle, then snaps, "I'm sorry I raised my voice," and tells them, "Figure out what you're going to do," before giving them a little time. He spins his back on them and rips open a portal. The second he steps in, a fist slams his face and he rockets through the air. Victoria towers over him, seething, shouting, "What are you doing, you idiot?" She yanks him and practically drags him with her. "Hey, come on," he snaps, but she cuts him off. "I brought you here to save the world." She snaps, "I don't care, so why are you trying to fight them? You want to wreck a whole country and make me break down. Do you really hate me that much?" He blurts out his excuse, stammering that he doesn't hate her, then admits he dragged her here without her consent, and that choice wrecks everything, because it cost him his one shot with the love of his life. She tells him to just lie low for a bit since they won't even fight him, but he snaps his head no, "I can't really do that." He stares at her, deadly serious. "Do you have any idea what your potential even is?" And she just looks totally clueless. "Is it that bad?" she asks. He grins, "No way." "What the hell is happening to my body?" She snaps, so he grins and says, "All right, I'll explain it to you." He locks eyes with her, moonlight snapping across the raw fury in his stare, like you could take on an entire army and not blink. Victorina locks eyes with him, her face giving nothing away, and then she drops the bombshell. He could take on an entire army solo. Masaru's mind spins. What is she saying? She breaks it down. Back when he got reincarnated, they had to reshape his body for magic, and that upgrade shot his aptitude way past what's normal. But then everything went sideways, too far, way too fast. Her words crushed him. His magic recovery slipped into the spirit class. Spirit class, that phrase meant nothing to him. He'd never heard of it once in his life. Victorinias explains it with a voice trembling in awe and regret, because it means he's standing on the same level as a creature forged from pure magic. And it all finally clicks, his inhuman stamina, the way magic moves like it's part of his own body, because this wasn't some slow adaptation. He was built different from the start. He erupts into a cold sweat as the truth slams into him. He's lived through this before, but he's never once understood the terrifying source of his power. In the worst punch, she straight up tells him he's still stuck at a low level, while his magic recovery starts leveling up and every other stat is about to explode upward. It finally clicks, something has been off about him the whole time, and he can't ignore it anymore. Victorinias rushes in with an apology, confessing she's done a bunch of things without once thinking about his situation. A flash of guilt darts across her face, and it's like she's admitting, without words, that she's loaded his shoulders with her whole weight. But before Masaru can even fire off another question, a blinding burst of light tears through her, and she vanishes like she was never there. Next morning, Captain Cook and his crew tracked him down, and their arrival ripped him out of his spiraling, troubled thoughts. Cook flashes a relieved grin, telling everyone the villagers finally agreed to the release. Sure, they grumbled and fought it, but his joy lasts about 2 seconds. He already knows the other towns are going to push back way harder. A wild new plan sparks in Masaru's head, and he fires off a question to Cook. Does he have any records on the beast folk in other villages, how many there are, and what species they are? Cook nods and confirms it. Every bit of that info is already back in their city, so they'll rush there next and sit down with the ones running the place. Masaru clocks it. The captain looks way too relaxed, like he's just relieved he dodged a fight right. Cook says the talks went smooth, but his eyes won't let it go. Something's off, like he's hiding a secret. So he leans in and asks Masaru straight up if anything happened last night. Masaru flashes a chilling grin and says, dead casual, yeah, I was just thinking, if those talks fell apart, then I'd have to handle it with my fists. Color drains from Cook's face, and he snaps a reminder to Masaru that this meeting's entire purpose was to stop a brawl before it starts. They bolted toward Cook's home base, a city packed with knights. Hours pass and then bam, the giant walls of the coastal kingdom's base loom up ahead. Hauterium, the city of knights, looks just like you'd expect a military base to, stone strong, built to last, and made for action, not decoration. But as Masaru and the others rattle through the streets, his hopes curdle fast, because for a city of knights, it looks shockingly rundown. The stench slams into him first, like sanitation never even learned how to exist here. If this is the standard, then he wants nothing to do with this world, not even a second longer. Cook says they're rushing to the assembly hall, but Masaru has to flash his ID at the front gate, a guild card. Masaru snaps to stillness as a wave of dread slams into his chest. Don't tell me. They burst up to the Adventurers Guild. This rough wooden building instantly feels like a courthouse the moment they step inside. Cook's completely dumbfounded. Wait, no card. Everyone's supposed to register for one the moment they turn 12, so how on earth could he not have it? Inside, Masaru lets out a shaky breath of relief. Cook's simple mix-up saved him, and the receptionist tells him, calm as can be, to slap his hand on the magic tool to get his card. The device bursts with divine light, some god-born piece of tech, and the receptionist snaps at him that fraud is a crime taken deadly seriously. They'll log his personal details for the world to see. Sure, some stuff can be hidden, but his name, guild registration, and even any criminal records stay permanently exposed. Masaru snatches his brand new card, a razor-thin plate humming with raw power, while the knights swarm in close, desperate to finally decode the secrets of their mysterious companion. He taps the screen, unlocking his job as a level 16 adventurer. Then they finally spot the rest, a monster list of skills so long it spills right off the screen. They gaped at the knight's eerie stare, thinking it was going to feel like some cold status screen, but what they saw was nothing like that. What the hell is this even supposed to be? The sheer madness of it blasts through the guild like a shockwave. Tell me, how is this even possible with that many skills? Masaru panics, scrambling to hide the card and shoving the screen out of sight, then blurts that it was nothing, just a tiny mistake, a stupid glitch in the system. But the damage is already wrecked. Those knights are cracking. Everyone's got just 1 or 2 skills, maybe 3 if they're lucky, and he's stacking a whole wall of text with 5 titles, the worst part. They've never even seen a title before. He pleads with them to drop it and only look at the evidence that proves he's not a spy or a criminal, but how can they just ignore that? Cook and his men are rattled to the core because they have to deliver this report, and who in the world would believe them? If they speak up, they'll get branded as liars and pay for it, so they'd better lock their story in and do it fast. They finally bust into the Puterium Assembly Hall, a towering stone giant that does nothing to quiet Masaru's nerves. A man steps up and ushers them down the hall to the meeting room, then tells Masaru that the knights, leader, and the city's representative are already waiting, because the tension in the air feels like it could choke you. Behind them, stern-faced knights ring a massive table like they're ready to strike the moment trouble shows its face. And sitting at the head of it all is a man. His presence swallows the entire room. His eyes flash like steel. You're here, he murmurs, low and deadly, like power in every word. He steps forward and declares, I'm Lancelot, the man who rules this city. Masaru felt a cold shiver crawl down his spine. This man's aura was nothing like the other knights, and he knew this negotiation was going to turn into a brutal battle of wills. Lancelot slices right through the pleasantries. He already knows Masaru came here to bargain for the beast folk's freedom. With a razor-sharp stare, he clocks it instantly. Masaru's come empty-handed, with 0 money and nothing to trade. He leans in, eyes lighting up with pure curiosity, dying to see what kind of offer Masaru's cooking up, because Masaru knows deception is pointless, and this guy is way too sharp to fool. Masaru, what are you willing to offer? Lancelot purrs, a predatory grin cutting across his face, and he leans in like it's about to shake this whole city. This is the biggest deal they've seen since it was founded. Masaru slams his only card onto the table, banking everything on pure knowledge. Lancelot's men eye Masaru with doubt, but Masaru pushes forward anyway, because with what he knows, he can fix their food, open up jobs, cut the death toll, and boost everyone's quality of life. For a quick example, he kicks things off by setting his plan in motion with the horse carriages. He lays out a simple trick, leaf springs, that soaks up shock and vibration like magic, something not a single carriage in the whole city can manage right now. The knights stare stunned. How can a carriage ride without a single jolt? Lancelot pauses, and you catch it in his eyes, a sharp, curious spark igniting. He gets the offer instantly, and he can already see what it could become, because if this knowledge pays off, his city is about to level up in a huge way. But he refuses to trust anything he can't see or grab with his own hands. Lancelot fires back with a counteroffer, telling Masaru to stay in the city and join his knights until he can see real results with his own eyes. And right up until then, those beast folk stay trapped in their grip. Masaru has a brutal choice: stay and prove he's worth keeping, or keep fighting for them until the last breath, only to die with no meaning at all. He's not just asking for answers, he's clawing for Masaru's future. Masaru doesn't blink for a second. If that's the way it has to be, then so be it. The knights are left speechless as he agrees on the spot. Masaru grins and announces his first move: 2 upgrades, sanitation, and new horse carriages. Lancelot just smirks, totally entertained that Masaru's shocked by the brutal conditions, and then he straight up tells him he's staring at it all wrong. From Lancelot's POV, this deal is pure gold. He's snagging Masaru's knowledge and shutting down any chance of a beastfolk rebellion before it even sparks. Then boom, he drops a jaw-dropping confession. His own people hate the invasion too, and this war, they're claiming, is nothing but pillaging. Maybe this leader isn't the monster after all. But Lancelot clocks the real threat right away: the citizens who will fight tooth and nail to block the beastfolk release. And now he has to get ready, so he leans in and asks Masaru if he's got any ideas. A devilish spark hits Masaru's brain. Wait, this is a city of knights, right? Then let's settle this with a duel. Him versus everyone who dares to block the release, and whoever loses has to swallow the result without a single complaint. Lancelot's eyes flare with excitement. He's got it, a brilliant plan, and he swears this is going to be an unforgettable show for everyone. Even then, he's a pragmatist, but you just know the fools will keep running their mouths, and they'll still have to swallow defeat. To truly crush every last bit of opposition, the one who frees the beastfolk has to take down the strongest fighter in the whole city. Masaru's blood goes icy, and he blurts out, "I don't." Lancelot's grin slices the air like steel as he pulls his own sword from its sheath. Right now. Lancelot snaps his sword straight toward Masaru's face, voice low like a warning, then he grins and dares him. "So, you spar with me, let's battle." The commander's eyes are snapping with madness, a manic grin exploding across his face, because the second Masaru grips that sword, Lancelot feels it. Something inside him flips. This isn't a simple order, it's a desperate craving. Is he a battle junkie or what? He's sure that hurting the guy at the top will cause everything to go sideways, but he just can't stop himself. To everyone's shock, Masaru nods and agrees on the spot. No hesitation at all, he's in. Lancelot's grin spreads wider, practically buzzing with excitement. And the moment it's decided, the aide panics hard. Terrified Masaru just stepped into a fight he has zero chance to win. Lancelot can barely hold his excitement as he blurts out, "When do we start?" But Masaru stays ice cool and tells him to pick the date and time, then snaps right back to the main conversation like that so-called life-or-death duel was nothing. Right now, he steps up and announces, loud and clear, that he's gonna give everyone a lecture on hygiene. The whole room goes dead quiet, then the lecturer barrels down the stairs, completely stunned, while Masaru keeps talking, saying he'll teach them why hygiene matters, how to level up their sanitation, and which habits to steer clear of. He's determined to round up every available person, so badly he even plans to drag in his smartest subordinates just to make sure the info spreads. And yeah, that means Lancelot. Masaru insists the higher-ups must show up, or it'll set the worst example, and if anyone skips, they'll get hit with a makeup lecture later, leaving Lancelot frozen there, completely steamrolled by this totally bizarre turn of events. But the duel is locked in, violence hangs in the air like a threat, and it totally clashes with the dull lessons Masaru is about to shove on everyone. And just like that, the lecture kicks off. Masaru steps in front of the knights and lays it all bare. Their biggest enemy isn't the monsters out there, it's the way they fail to keep things clean. He drills them with the absolute basics: cook the meat before anyone eats, boil the water before anyone drinks, and keep the house and clothes spotless. And then he hits them with the grim truth. Feces and urine draw in pests that spread deadly diseases. But when he sees their faces, he realizes this is brand new to them. He's explaining lessons even a kid from his world would already know, and somehow, here it feels like pure revolution. One of the knights blurts out, stunned that Masaru can lay down a detailed lesson right here and now. Then he demands to know if these small basics really can change anything. Masaru's face hardens into something deadly serious as he lays it out. Clean sanitation could slam the brakes on plagues and slash death rates for everyone, from newborns to adults. He might not be a medical expert, but he's dead sure of this. Lancelot's eyes narrow as the pieces refuse to line up. Plagues, ruthless tactics, and that unnerving calm before a duel. And then he finally blurts the question everyone's been thinking. Masaru, who are you really? Masaru waves it off, claiming since Lancelot's on the benefiting side, it should be fine, yet the commander shuts him down hard, calling it a brutally unfair deal. The info Masaru just dropped is worth more than gold, and he swears he'll throw in his strength to repay that debt no matter what. A sly grin flashes across his face as he admits, way too casually, that leaning on others, earning that debt, just isn't his brand of professionalism. Masaru spots his opening and thinks, finally, someone I respect. Then he tells Lancelot that since he's heard him, it'd be plain bad manners to hold back, and he hits him with this. He needs a favor starting tomorrow. He wants to borrow the smithing workshop. And trust me, that's not even the half of it. He's got a whole mountain of upgrades itching to try, starting with the horse carriages. Lancelot nods instantly. He'll lock it in right now, but he shoots one warning. It's only a coastal base, and the capital already snapped up every decent blacksmith, so they've got none. They burst into the Putarium smithing workshop, and it's a full-blown disaster. Masaru just freezes, staring in pure horror at a literal mountain of unused materials piled up in total chaos. He whips around to Lancelot, panic snapping in his voice. He needs people, and right now, anyone will do. Then the manager inside him detonates. He wants a full inventory of everything by the end of the day, demanding to know exactly what they've got, how much, and the condition of every busted item. This isn't a workshop anymore, it's a garbage dump. Why isn't this place organized? Why's there dust everywhere? Lancelot froze, the sudden fury hitting him hard, and he only managed to blurt out, "We're a military unit, and we've been doing the bare minimum." But for Masaru, the guy who used to run a home center packed with tens of thousands of products, this kind of mess is just unforgivable. One mistake back at his old job could turn into hours of hunting for a single item. He jabs a trembling finger at Lancelot and roars, "Bring your men, take control of this place and get it in order." A lethal glimmer sparks in his eyes. He's about to teach them what real inventory management looks like. Under Masaru's strict glare, the knights dive into the monumental job of sorting the workshop, hauling crate after crate of materials, while he keeps a hawkeye on every move. He checks everything, hammers, and even are those hamsters. But nope, just weird chunks of ore, and the sheer chaos is straight up mind-boggling. The work drags on deep into the night, until there's barely any time left. At last, with a breath of relief, Masaru scans the workshop. Everything finally looks perfectly in order. While he inspects the freshly organized shelves, he leans in, nods, and straight up says it looks way better now. But Masaru suddenly hits a new wall. He can spot copper and tin, yet these piles of fantasy stuff like black steel and crimson ore leave him totally clueless, and he blurts out, "So how in the world is this city's money being handled, with all this junk piling up?" The man looks like a quartermaster, grimaces and tells us straight up. They're trapped in a long-term contract to buy these ores, signed before he even arrived in this city, and it won't expire for another full year. Masaru's eyes snap with bright ideas. He's seeing a gold mine here. "If I can tinker with it," he says, "I could forge some seriously good alloys from this stuff." But the men just stare at him, totally lost. Alloys. He kicks off another lecture, this time diving into basic metallurgy, showing how blending tin and copper forges bronze, an alloy tougher than copper itself, built for armor, tools, and a whole lot more. He starts rambling about making stainless steel using iron and chromium, and their eyes instantly glaze over. He's flying so fast that nobody can catch the point. What is he even trying to say? He breaks it down fast. An alloy is forged by mixing metals together, so they gain fresh, way more useful properties. With the workshop finally spotless, he slips away to sort the inventory papers, but everyone knows that's just cover, because the real prize is right there. He can finally start testing his smithing skills. He slams the skill button, and boom, a menu pops up in front of him, Level 2 Smithing. It lets him melt and process metals, fix broken tools, and even forge shapes straight from his imagination. So wait, can he build a whole sword just by thinking about it? Nah, this isn't a skill, it's a full-on cheat code. Then it hits him, those wild abilities had to come from the skill tickets, and now it's all about landing the move with perfect precision. He locks in, slaps 2 lumps of iron onto the table, then snaps his command. Boom, 2 flawless iron ingots materialize at once, identical to the gram. The realization hits him like lightning. Master this, and he can build anything he dreams of. For now, he's starting small. A few hours later, he's wiped out, yet he's managed to forge a simple knife. He studies his blade in the flicker of the light, sharp, deadly, but unfinished. He pulls back, grimaces, and knows it needs a handle right now. He could have just used his skill to conjure one, but when those old desires kick in, he refuses the easy path. he wants to craft it himself, hand to hand. That urge hits like lightning, and he can't ignore it. He snatches a chunk of wood and a tool, ready to try it just once. With eyes locked in, he starts grinding the old-fashioned way, like it's the only way to do it right. He drags the glowing metal to the anvil and hammers it into shape with the smooth, practiced rhythm of someone born to forge. Metal clanged against metal, echoing through the workshop like a warning drum. He recalls this from his school shop lessons. He snaps the room into shadow, then plunges the hot blade into a water bucket, and with a violent hiss of steam, the steel locks into place. He lifts the finished blade high, simple yet perfectly made, and flashes a proud grin, while behind him, Lancelot and that other knight just gape, mouths hanging open in disbelief. Lancelot can't even speak. He spent the whole afternoon in the back rummaging through the storage, and now he's staring like, how long has Masaru been here? Then he remembers it. Masaru just whipped up a weapon like it was nothing. Musaru finally spills the truth. This blade is one he's forging himself, and he's so confident he can craft an even deadlier one. Lancelot's battle hunger surges back. He practically demands a few real swings for the sword, because he can feel it isn't just metal shaped into a blade. He's staring at the promise of something legendary. Then his gaze slips to the table behind Masaru, packed with more creations, and he blurts out, "What are those?" Masaru flashes a wicked grin and tells Lancelot, "Come back tomorrow, I'll be spilling something big," then adds, "And I've got a secret I need to talk over with you." Lancelot nods, but his gut's uneasy. This kid is insanely strong, and the way he fights is downright terrifying, like a monster wrapped in skin. He can't read him. Is Masaru just a simple kid or a strategic genius in disguise? Either way, one thing's clear. Masaru's real power isn't locked in a sword swing. Later that night, Masaru slumps alone in the workshop, dead tired but grinning like he just won. Everywhere he turns, his fresh creations stare back, neatly made buckets stacked high, along with the other tools he just forged. He lets out a heavy sigh and admits, straight to himself, that he may have pushed it a little too far. A warm, gentle smile blooms on his face as he savors every chance to help the people around him. Deep down, he's got one burning obsession. He loves making things like, ridiculously loves it. He studies his work, then grins. Tomorrow he'll haul it into town and show everyone exactly how to use it. The sanitation lectures will keep waiting, but for now he refuses to stop. He wants to keep forging a little longer, because this metal smith's night isn't over yet. And then a girl's voice slices through the haze of sleep, jolting him awake. Masaru's eyes fly open to a blurry, jaw-dropping sight of beauty looming over him. He jerks upright, mind lagging behind, and blurts, "Who are you?" straight to the night. She blurts out, "I'm just a messenger," shoved into non-stop errands because every other night is packed with studying. Then she drops a bombshell. She sends him a message, and in just 10 days his duel with Lancelot is set for the training area. The words slammed into him like a punch. This was real, and attendance was mandatory. He'd almost managed to bury the fight he'd recklessly agreed to. The other knight can't process it. He's calling Masaru a total weirdo for getting battle-obsessed Lancelot to actually say yes to a duel, and he's shaking his head, insisting Lancelot's a straight-up maniac who made the call all by himself. They toss him a sarcastic good luck like, "Yeah, it really sucks being you," then slap on the brakes, because a whole medical team is on standby, ready to jump in if anything goes wrong. Masaru cracks a confident smile, but his voice trembles as he promises he'll do his best, just so he won't hurt Lancelot too badly, and the lie feels like a weight sitting in his mouth. Then a spark of a plan lights up in his eyes. He orders the knight to summon Lancelot to the town plaza, because he's about to pull off a little demonstration. Lancelot storms in, tapping his foot and demanding answers, right now, like he can't stand not knowing what's going on. He tracks Masaru down by the town well, and the place is packed with bizarre machine scraps. Then the moment hits perfectly. Masaru blurts it out right as Lancelot demands where he is. "I'm inside the well," he says, already installing a brand new contraption. With Lancelot standing right there, Masaru swings his gaze to the crowd and roars over the noise, daring everyone to gather, because he's about to unveil a brand new tool that's going to turn plain water drawing into something revolutionary. He swears it's ridiculously easy, then points at the crowd and demands a volunteer from the audience. A woman steps up and Masaru throws down the truth. Anyone can do it. Man, woman, or even a kid. He leads her step by step, telling her to pour in a splash of priming water to kickstart the vacuum. She yanks the handle once, then again, driving the whole thing into motion. A ferocious burst of icy, fresh water erupts from the spout, freezing the whole crowd in stunned silence. Then the cheers explode like fireworks. That pump he just announced, he's installing one in every major well in the city. He's not merely putting tools in place, he's winning people over, one heartbeat at a time. So what's the real move behind all this? But he's not finished yet. Next, he goes straight for upgrading the horse-drawn carriages. He stares down one of those crude local carts, and you can practically see how primitive the whole design is. The carriage is bolted straight onto the metal axles, with zero shock absorbers to soften the brutal bumps of the road. He snaps a quick diagram onto the page, laying out his plan to rip the passenger cabin free from the wheels and hang it on a frame, springs biting at the front and back to soak up the jolts. He tells Lancelot he hasn't tested the mechanism yet, but he's got the principles down. Today, they hammer out the foundation. Lancelot just freezes there, stunned out of his mind, as Masaru's hands dart over the parchment and the design suddenly comes alive. With the other knights backing them up, they jump in and start snapping the pieces of this wild new machine together. Prototype 1 is finally finished. Masaru pitches a test ride, but Lancelot hesitates like his feet are trapped, beads of sweat pouring down his forehead. They fired up the modified cart and rode it through the street, pulled hard by the horses. Lancelot's eyes snap wide. Nothing wobbles, nothing rattles, it's perfectly smooth, like he's gliding through air, and then it hits him at last. This is exactly the mechanism Masaru meant. Masaru breaks down suspension. Those springs gulp the impact and stop the jolts that would normally rattle the passengers. He's already scheming for next-gen machines that can haul up to 10 people at once. Knights crackle with excitement as they realize this tech will make brutal long expeditions and military campaigns way more survivable. Totally all eyes on Masaru, who has them hooked, firing promises of steady upgrades that still hit like something truly groundbreaking. Lancelot stares at Masaru, and you can practically feel the respect hitting him like a lightning bolt. And that's when Masaru strikes. He leans in and reminds Lancelot he's got even more inventions to spill, not just pivots, and drags up the deal they talked about earlier. He replays the commander's words from that meeting, hammering home how crucial the right balance of deals really is. The playful vibe dies instantly. Lancelot's smile turns to the cold stare of a battle commander, confident their side has enough to cover everything, and then he leans in and demands, "What does Masaru really want?" Masaru stared him in the eye and slammed down the deal. Stop every invasion of beast folk and humans, and hand over all the extra ore. The air snaps with tension as both men sweat hard, staring down the crushing weight of the proposal. Masaru says, "That's it." Lancelot stares back, stunned, "That's all." This isn't him begging for peace, he's demanding their resources. A slow, sinister smile crawls across Lancelot's face, then he nods, voice steady as he says, "Very well, it's decided." The deal is sealed, one sharp treaty where tech and peace pay off for both sides, yet Lancelot slams him with a chilling warning. Masaru can't stand up to an entire country. Once the negotiations finally wrapped up, Lancelot spun around and headed out. Masaru just leans in and gives him a quiet, heartfelt thank you. Lancelot's battle-hungry grin snaps back the moment he laughs. He tells Masaru to give him a real fight in 3 days, and the shock hits so hard it leaves Masaru frozen with pure dread. As Lancelot turns and walks off, Masaru finally exhales, his shoulders dropping with relief. It was just words, sure, but he trusts Lancelot to back them up, and for the first time he can feel it coming. Those invasions are about to end. The second the tension snaps, exhaustion crashes over him like a tidal wave, and before he can even catch his breath, the townspeople swarm in, firing questions about every other invention he's got. He's at his limit, he can't stand another second, and all he wants is to crumble into the ground. He finally stumbles back to his room and faceplants onto the bed, then keeps teaching tech to people who have zero frame of reference, and the whole thing drains him bone deep, exhausting his mind and body. He flashes back to his days at the home center, to the craftsmen who drilled him, taught him, and somehow kept him standing, because his very survival belongs to them. He stares out the window, and it hits him hard. He's not living under the same moon or the same sky anymore, and the distance feels crushing. He murmurs an ancient poem about yearning and goodbye, soft as a secret. A voice snaps from the darkness, and he jolts. Victamia's the goddess is speaking, perched in silence on the rooftop. She fires a sharp question, was that poem from his hometown? And somehow she nails it, the ache of never being able to stay together, and that burning, desperate hope that he'll get to see the one person again. He finally admits it. Yeah, he blurted it out on pure whim. She leans in softly, pressing him again and again, and asks who he was thinking about. And before he knows it, he's spilling his heart to her, telling her about his first love, the moment she hit him like lightning at first sight, how he froze, tripped over his words, and couldn't manage to confess. A few years later, she tied the knot with someone else, so he tells Victimia how he finally managed to congratulate her, yet even now, that memory still stings like it just happened. He ties it straight to the present, pointing out that creepy coincidence. There's a kid in the rabbit village with the same name as me. The goddess cuts in with nothing but a trembling, "I'm sorry." Masaru lets out a quiet, barely there smile, because it finally hits him what she meant the last time they said goodbye. He admits the regret and love he's been carrying all this time are exactly what drive him now, meeting the rabbit people, remembering May, and somehow turning those gut-wrenching memories into the reason he's still moving forward. And that's why he stared at her, overflowing with gratitude, and told her he just had to thank her. Victimius trembles with emotion, and a soft, gentle smile blooms across her lips. Under the full moon, they settle into a cozy silence and just breathe in the night. She presses him, asking what's wrong, and instantly feels the shift in his mood. He stares her down and blurts out what's on his mind. Yeah, even if she's technically a goddess, she's completely useless. Then he instantly panics, bows like crazy, thanks her for dragging him into this world, and begs for forgiveness. Did he really just insult the very being who brought him here to her face? But she just laughs, radiant smile and zero worry, like everything's perfectly fine. With a jolt of fresh energy, Masaru decides to hit the smithy and get back to work, while Victimia smiles and says she'll stay right here and soak up the night breeze. He ditches her on the rooftop and leaves her there, alone. He glances back for a split second, gripping a tiny tool in his hand. She watches him disappear, face calm as ever, and whispers to herself that the moon looks unreal tonight. Those next 5 days after the incident slammed into Masaru like a storm, pure chaos, non-stop panic, with zero time to breathe or rest. He poured every last drop of his energy into prepping, shoved the intel he'd gathered to the guild, then trapped every free second at the forge, hammer in hand, sparks flying, as he battered his way toward the fight that was coming. And just like that, the day of the duel with Lancelot finally crashed into place. The arena was packed to the rafters, every seat shaking with roaring anticipation. This duel wasn't just a fight, it was a citywide celebration waiting to explode. In the waiting area, Lancelot caught Masaru's eye with a crooked smirk, and you could tell he was impressed Masaru even showed up. Yet Masaru only shrugged, watching this whole mess explode into a full-on spectacle. He tried to fire a question at Lancelot, but the Knight Commander snapped the moment he opened his mouth, his voice taut with pure irritation, demanding, in a glare where Masaru's sword was, the one he'd handed over to be improved. Masaru snapped back, sorry, but then he blurts, "I broke the sword you gave me for reference." Lancelot's face twists in pure disbelief, then the rage hits. He tossed him a replacement too, black short sword, forged with his own hands, swearing it was stronger. Then Lancelot, burning with rage, snatched it straight out of his grip. Masaru just stood there, blade in hand, grip locked tight, face giving away nothing at all. Lancelot sneered that those tiny short swords would look cute right after he won, yet Masaru's grin didn't touch his eyes, and he swore he'd do his best not to hold back. The commander scoffed, and honestly, it had been ages since someone hit him with that level of bravado, because the last recruit who tried to play him underestimated him, and he made them choke on every word. He leaned in, eyes flashing, then asked Masaru, "So what's your experience with losing to other humans?" Masaru's reply came soft, but it dropped into the room like a death sentence. "None." Lancelot waved him off. What good was strategy, anyway? Sure, a goblin rider was easy for plenty of folks to handle solo, and he clearly didn't think Masaru's so-called genius was anything special. "Come at me with everything you've got," he demanded. Then Masaru nodded back and he said, "This right here is my thanks to you too." With those two guys stepping out of the tunnel, the Colosseum's deafening roar slammed into them like a wave. The crowd was absolutely massive, like a roaring wall of noise packed with expectation. Masaru whipped his eyes across the stands and locked onto a familiar face in the VIP section, the messenger girl, and she was sitting there like she owned the place. Who is she, really? She flashed him a bright, cheerful wave like they were just having a normal afternoon, not a moment that could change everything. In the heart of the arena, the referee planted himself between Lancelot and Masaru. Lancelot, a hulking giant with a massive great sword riding his shoulder, Masaru looking almost tiny with nothing but a plain short blade in hand. The announcer's voice thundered across the arena, calling the duel to begin between Coastal Knight Commander Lancelot and the adventurer Masaru. The rules crashed down on the roaring crowd. One match, no resets, ended only when a fighter throws in the towel or can't fight anymore, and keep it fair and honorable from start to finish. Lancelot stared down at Masaru, dripping condescension with every word, while the messenger girl in the stands watched, her thoughts spinning, because yeah, he really did have a winning strategy, didn't he? The referee chopped his arms downward. Now the match is officially on. In the box, the nobles leaned in and hissed to each other, convinced this would be over fast, because the second Lancelot cracked whatever trick Masaru was cooking up, they knew the end was coming. But the moment their blades crashed together and sparks exploded, Masaru was the one who staggered, because on first look, their strength didn't seem this evenly matched. A savage grin tore across Lancelot's face, so someone actually dared to match his raw power. He roared for Masaru to step up and prove what he was made of. He exploded with a brutal combo, driving Masaru backward, the smaller blade barely scraping through the tidal wave of attacks. Masaru got hit with a brutal wallop, and the sheer force smashed him backward, his arms aching like they'd been on fire. Lancelot's next swing whiffed crack. His blade slammed the stone floor and blasted a storm of rock shards into the air. Masaru's mind snapped in panic. That swing had real brutality behind it. Is he seriously trying to kill me? The Knight Commander towered over him and grunted. You're a strange one. Your stance already screams you've fought with a sword before. He snarled, then snapped. Your technique is horrible. He slammed the attack, admitting Masaru's senses were spot on, yet it still wasn't nearly enough. Masaru knew he was right. Every ounce of battle experience said so. And still, he was getting completely outclassed, his body refusing to do what his mind demanded. But he already knew this first clash was only a test. Now that his plan proved itself, it was time to rip the lid off and unleash his ultimate move. Every year he'd poured his whole life into that countryside home training center, soaking up lessons from countless craftsmen, until all that hard-won knowledge snapped into one single goal: to create. He screamed the skill's name, and with a snap of space, the item box tore open. Logs, planks, and metal parts blasted out in a brutal torrent, flooding the arena floor. The VIP box erupted in chaos. He was a skill user, and the report didn't mention a single thing about it. Lancelot stood there, ankle-deep in the mud, staring at it like he'd just seen a ghost. Masaru, what are you doing? Don't tell me you're about to use this trash to trip me up. Masaru's hands ignited with glowing light as he chained skill after skill. Woodworking, smithing, construction, and right before Lancelot's stunned eyes, the scattered stuff snapped into place, flying together at lightning speed like it couldn't be real. Massive wooden giants thrust up from the rubble, towering over everything like they'd been waiting to strike. Hold up, are those siege weapons? Masaru's voice sliced right through the commander's shock. He said his magic could only make simple stuff right now, but stack those simple pieces together, and you could forge battering rams that smash in multiple directions at once. The massive wooden arms lurched into motion, swinging through the air like giants waking up. Lancelot had to spring and skid out of the way as the rams crashed into the ground, smashing the stone to dust all around him. The messenger girl stared at his frown, dread creeping in. Was that really his game plan? Toss materials just to keep himself out of reach, and the moment it hit, disappointment crushed her. She thought he'd end it with some pathetic trick, then her eyes snapped wide. Lancelot. But since Masaru didn't stop at battering rams, he built a gigantic ballista, its iron-tipped bolt locked straight on the trapped Knight Commander. Right from there, Masaru barked, if you take even one step. The bolt ripped through the air, no time to dodge. Lancelot screamed defiance, yanked his massive greatsword up, and slammed it straight into the incoming projectile. The moment hit like a full-on apocalypse. The whole arena sucked in a breath, completely stunned. Lancelot dropped to one knee, his arm trembling like crazy, and that massive sword barely managed to stay in his grip. But Masaru was already in motion, racing toward him with his sword held high, ready to slam down the finishing blow. The crowd stared, breath snagged in their throats. Lancelot fought to steady himself, wrenching his feet into place just long enough to lift his weapon for a crushing counterattack. He clenched his teeth, mind racing as he stepped into that trap. His body was screaming in pain, but he still managed to guard with his arm. If he could just get back in close range, one arm would be all he needed to crush the win. His eyes bulged wide, and a savage terror instantly seized him. Masaru wasn't going for his body. Then a brutal crack tore through the arena as his short sword slammed into Lancelot's greatsword and snapped it clean in half. The VIPs stood there, their faces frozen in total shock, like they couldn't believe a single word. Lancelot stared down at the worthless hilt still locked in his grip, and his mind went totally blank. The match snapped to an end, and the referee's voice finally shattered the deafening silence. Masaru is the winner. The Knight Commander collapsed to the ground, utterly crushed, his pride shattered and his enemies closing in from every side. Lancelot's eyes squeezed shut in focus, and suddenly the whole battle flashes through his mind in one electrifying, crystal-clear beat. Then it clicks, this was never about raw strength or fancy skill at all, because the whole thing was a trap set from the very first moment. Masaru just smirks because he didn't win on muscle, he crushed the whole battle with pure brainpower. He straight up admits he started out praying Lancelot's blade would snap, then he cracked the method to make it happen for sure. Honestly, it's almost insulting how simple this is. Masaru secretly jabbed the sword first, carving in just enough to plant a fatal weakness, all as a brutal gamble that only works because Lancelot's pride will shove him into the same predictable attack every time. So what kind of mind games is this kid running? Masaru keeps talking, saying that even that giant ballista was only a decoy, because he never had Lancelot on the target at all. His real plan was to shove the commander into close quarters, right where that busted sword would finally splinter and break. Lancelot finally gives in. Using better gear is a legit move. Masaru nods along, and that's exactly why he couldn't hand over a real weapon before the duel. To seal the argument, he whips out a brand new sword, no mere substitute, but a true masterpiece, humming with power that's just begging to be unleashed. He hands it over without a second thought, like a thank you gift for the battle they just survived. Lancelot clenches it, and the weight and balance feel flawless the moment it hits his hand. He bursts into a thunderous laugh, straight up admitting that if Masaru had handed him this before the duel, everything would have swung wildly the other way. Then his face hardens, he leans toward Masaru and declares, "I'm a berserker, I live for nothing but the thrill of battle." He carried that sweet rush of growing stronger. Every battlefield was fueled by the thrill of pushing his limits to the breaking point. But the moment he got stronger, his comrades couldn't hang anymore. They dropped out one by one, and he ended up standing alone on a mountain of defeated foes. Soon the battlefield went silent, no battles left, no one strong enough to even test him, just a weapon slowly left to rust. Masaru listens, and you can see it click in his eyes. Lancelot wasn't a tyrant at all, just a man so powerful he ended up trapped by his own strength. After years of fake smiles, Lancelot's grin finally lights up for real. He tells Masaru he had fun again, and then, brand new sword in hand, he warns him not to get comfy, because with this blade, nobody stands a chance against him anymore. Someday he demands a rematch, once Masaru gets even stronger, and when the time comes, Masaru reluctantly nods, itching to find out what a fully unleashed Lancelot looks like. When the duel finally ends, Lancelot whips around to face the stunned arena and roars that he's done talking. Now he's going to keep his promise to the victor. As commander, he calls Masaru the winner, and then slams down the prize. Every enslaved beastfolk gets freed. Effective immediately, boom, every single one of them is handed their freedom. That night in a tavern humming with whispers about the duel, Masaru's companions stare in disbelief as he keeps pulling off the impossible, again and again. They can't wrap their heads around it. One person is packed with abilities. A dark shadow sweeps across their table. Lancelot's commander presence hits like a silence bomb, and the whole room goes dead quiet. Two men snap still in terror. Certain death is seconds away for a crime they can't even name. Lancelot shoots down their panic like it's nothing, because he doesn't want them, he wants answers. "I'm here for information. This is an order. Now spill everything you know about Masaru." He studies the report, brow knotted, sitting at level 16 with 20 skills and a title holder. Yet the numbers still don't match, and this anomaly wrecks every bit of logic. He scoffs at the official numbers. He's sure Masaru is way closer to level 60 or 70. With talent like that, nobody can let him roam unchecked, and the knights would never, ever stand for it. Lancelot huffs with pure frustration, because to lock in the duel, he had to swear Masaru his freedom and cut their bond before it could even start. And the second his mind spirals, a woman's voice slices through the air, asking why he looks wrecked. She slips out of the shadows with a wicked grin like, "So you need someone to keep tabs on Masaru. Good news, I've got a messenger available right now." And then it hits me, she called him uncle. A few days later, Masaru gets ready to leave, and Lancelot reassures him that the beast folk are finally freed, and that everything has been wrapped up for good. Masaru's pumped and ready to move, until one last question stops him in his tracks. He jabs at Lancelot's face, and there, fresh bruises bloom across it. Who on earth could ever throw a punch at the strongest man in the nation? That same tavern woman storms back in and chews Lancelot out for badmouthing a wild horse that's old enough to marry, because it was her who caused the whole thing. Broken and bruised, a defeated Lancelot snaps, introducing the girl as his 19-year-old niece, Adelina. She drops a polite bow to Masaru and tells him, straight up, that from this day on, she's putting herself under his care. Masaru and Lancelot just freeze, staring in pure disbelief, because this shock hits them both like a thunderclap. Adelina spills that she dreams of seeing the world, but her uncle is basically shoving Masaru in the mix, because traveling alone is way too dangerous for a lady. Masaru spots the opening and blurts out that he's building a brand new village, and he wants every helping hand he can get. Adelina's eyes light up. She studies him like she's uncovering a secret, a curious smile curling on her lips, and Masaru suddenly feels like the most fascinating guy in the room. Masaru can only laugh, because she's just as stubborn and reckless as her uncle, and he knows she'll show up no matter what he tries to say. Adelina blasts her fist into the air like she just won the world, and Lancelot grabs Masaru's attention, warning him to brace himself, because Adelina could vanish for years. Masaru shrugs it off. Just a few years is all he needs to carve out a safe haven for the beast folk. Lancelot goes for one last protest, but Adelina shuts him down with a razor-sharp threat. Try to stop me, and I'll cut ties with you, and suddenly the mighty commander is totally helpless. And just like that, they tear up, say their goodbyes, and part ways. Lancelot just waves them off with a grin, swearing he'll come tearing in to help the moment they're hit with real trouble. After a brutal grind to gather supplies, Masaru and Adelina finally burst back into the settlement, and they made it just in time. The rabbit folks spot them crawling over the horizon. He lifts his hand, flashes a triumphant grin, and yells, "I'm back." He blurts out that they're all finally free, then turns to unveil his brand new companion, Adelina. There's a mountain of stuff we've got to plan and argue about, but right now, we're only getting started. He snaps at them to rest, right now. For once, just today, they get to shove their worries aside and breathe. After generations of pain crushes her no more, one of the young rabbit folk girls finally snaps. She collapses in relief, and tears of pure freedom pour down her face. As the village throws their first night of real freedom into the sky, a notification screen only Masaru can see suddenly flickers to life, and boom, he's just unlocked a world development bonus. Masaru scoops the crying girl into his arms, wearing a soft smile like nothing's wrong, blissfully unaware that a brand new game has just kicked off. Masaru comes back to the village, and this time he's not just hauling in resources, he's bringing a vision that drops everyone into stunned silence. By the crackling campfire, Adelina spills the group's darkest fear. Sure, Potarium promised peace, but what's stopping them from turning Masaru's own tech into a weapon and starting war later? She's got every reason to worry, because that peace treaty is only paper, and paper can't stop a storm. But Masaru isn't worried about defense. He's locked in on something bigger, and he tells them straight up, we've got to expand. And then boom, they forge a village. No, a whole city of beast folk. Next morning, Adelina jolts a still sleepy May awake, telling her Masaru called a meeting for everyone, and May grumbles that he's the type who grinds himself into the dirt and still refuses to rest. But Masaru's already up, staring at his interface. Then a fresh message bursts onto the screen, and he can't help thinking, who on earth could have reached him through this system? Erisifera, goddess and Victinia's younger sister, sends a message with trembling urgency. She's watched his civilization explode with progress, and now she offers a blessing, plus a world development bonus if he'll keep helping her precious children. From God, Masaru can pull off the impossible like it's nothing, and this world doesn't run on one deity. It's powered by a whole pantheon. Unlike her wild older sister, she's got her head screwed on tight, and a grin creeps across his face like he just found the answer. If he keeps pushing this world forward, he could unlock even bigger rewards just like this. He flicks his eyes to his skills and watches the levels climb, and the instant he imagines being even stronger and even more capable, pure drive blasts through him. Later, he steps up before the whole village, old faces watching, and newly freed beast folk standing right beside them. He wastes zero time. He rounds everyone up and lays out the plan for the future, because those beast folk the humans captured are finally free. But that sparks a brand new disaster. If all 200 of them roll into this village, the population will triple overnight, and everyone's gonna get crushed under the sheer weight of it. So he drops a bold plan, build a brand new city, totally cut off from the old one. The crowd explodes into pure chaos. Wait, a whole city? Is that even real? But before anyone can panic, Masaru has already talked to the chief and claimed a whole stretch of land. He paints them a vivid vision, an inclusive, smiling city where every beast folk finally feels like they belong, like it's truly home for all. The sincerity burning in his eyes hooks them instantly, and they nod, ready to take a chance and bet their trust on him. But Matsuru lifts a hand and cuts the moment in half. There's one more thing. He admits he hasn't told them the whole truth. Above, the villagers huddle and whisper, clueless about him, just that they found him sprawled by the roadside. Then he drops the truth. I didn't wander here, I was brought here. Sent there by the gods from another world. A stunned silence crashes over the crowd as he braces himself, expecting the disbelief and the brutal accusations of madness. But instead of mockery, a storm of questions hits him. Another world. Which god? What were they like? And suddenly, everything clicks like that weird knowledge of his finally has a real home. The chief bursts into laughter, telling Masaru he's way too dramatic, because in a world gods literally forged, other worlds don't sound so crazy, and and even more than that, they already believed his story. Because he's the one who keeps them safe, right there with them, day after day. He's not just a teammate, he's family. The villagers surged toward him, clawing for answers about his home, the gods, and that wild technology. Flustered to his core, Masaru blurts that he'll spill everything at dinner, then scrambles to wrestle the situation back under control. He throws the crew into action. Some hunt down wood, others pitch up temporary tents, and they'd better start the expansion right now. Adelina and May trade worried glances, asking what they should do next. Then Masaru snaps his gaze to his two most trusted allies. He lanes in and tells them, "You're coming with me, help me forge the slate blime." May has zero clue what any of that even is. Masaru grins, because those grins are their secret weapon to build the city, and he trusts only them with that mission. He marches them straight to a furnace he's already built. You toss seashells into the pot, light the fuel underneath, and just like that, you've got something simple that still feels revolutionary. He jabs a finger at a wooden box with a handle, then he shoves it forward and yanks it back, and that crank churns out a non-stop blast of fresh air straight into the furnace. This little machine will crank the heat past 1,000 degrees for them. 1,000 degrees, how in the world is that even possible? Because the girls can't wrap their heads around that kind of heat. Masaru blurts out that water starts boiling at 100 degrees, then points out iron won't glow red or turn malleable until around 1,000, when their brains basically explode from the shock. Adelina, pure pragmatist, blurts out the one question everyone's thinking: how on earth is he supposed to measure any of this? He admits he can't, because he doesn't know how to measure it, and he doesn't fully get the theory, but the only thing that truly matters is knowing how to use it safely. While Adelina hits the cropper, she grapples with the pressure, confused for a second, yet she can't ignore safety, but what Masaru really means goes way deeper. He can picture the theory in his head and then pull it off in the real world. He explains that the right way to use technology depends on the moment you're in. Technology isn't good or evil, it's just a tool, and it can either lift you to glory or drag you into disaster, so the real weight is on the user's choices. He carefully rests a hand on each of their heads, then tells them to always think about how they use technology, whether they win or they fail. Learning from failure, he says with a gentle smile, hits just as hard as celebrating success. His words landed like a punch, and in that quiet breath, all three of them finally clicked. Sure they've got this, Masaru strikes the match and lights the fire for them. Now it's his turn to start building, and the chief points him to the perfect spot to kick off the land leveling for the new city. He figured this would be easy, just use his skills, cut through the land, and clear the way. But when he finally gets there, he freezes. Everything's been scraped spotless, flattened like the aftermath of some massive, legendary fight, and the slot machine's skills hit with a terrifying, spine-chilling power. The chief pointed to a brutal, high-elevation plateau made of solid bedrock. His heart drops. This isn't a job for shovels and pickaxes, and the rabbit folk can't bail him out. This mess only his processing skills can fix. He shoots his hand forward, and doubt flashes across his face. Can he actually pull this off? His first estimate was brutal. Clearing even a measly 100 square meters would take hours, and it would burn through every last bit of his magic. At this pace, clearing the land will take days, days that could wreck everything. Panic crashes over him, and his mind screams, "What am I going to do?" His eyes snap north, locking onto the cliffs that ring the plateau. Then it hits him one sharp flicker of memory, like a gotcha game image still glowing on his phone, and a jolt tears through his body. How could he possibly forget something like that? The one thing he's been hunting since day one, his absolute top priority, the moment he landed in this world. He sprints to the cliff's edge, eyes blazing with disbelief and hope. Slime-chan. It's not just one creature, it's an entire colony, and an Ice-Sky adventure feels incomplete without them, because right now, they might be the miracle he's been waiting for. The rabbit folk are grinning from ear to ear, and they throw their gratitude at Masaru nonstop, thanking him for everything he's done to help them and level up the whole village. The chief's trust is ironclad. He looks Masaru in the eye and insists that even while he's building their city right now, they're placing full faith in every single thing he does. But the moment Masaru rolls out his new project, one tiny, trembling slime sitting in a wooden box, the whole village's trust gets put on the line fast, and he grins as he declares he's raising it here, then asks everyone to jump in and help. The chiefs square up against the titans, and Masaru fires back, asking if they know what slimes even are, because they're magical beasts, and yes, of course Masaru knows. Then he lays out his brilliant plan. Use them to smash the garbage and clean everything up. He swears this one is a sweet, good boy, no aggression at all. he's just hungry to dig deeper, keep studying, and learn everything he can about them. He tells us that back in his Puterium studies, he dug into old books about non-hostile magical beasts, creatures he says you can use as resources, just like wood or stone. So the chief demands, "Are you really going to check it yourself?" Masaru grins and says exactly that, but inside his head, one terrified scream is pounding. "Please, I need to make a toilet." The chief is left stunned. Using magical beasts as a resource is something he'd never even considered before. Masaru maps out his next move. First, he's testing what the slime can actually digest. Then he's hunting for the one weakness that'll let them control it for good. Even with a shaky breath, the chief finally nods and promises to tell the village. Then Masaru slams a new task onto his list: capture and raise monitor lizards to fatten up their food supply. What is this guy's brain made of? And just like that, Masaru kicks off his slime research diary, starting with a translucent green magical beast, measuring exactly 60 centimeters. Masaru takes in his first look, and the verdict is brutal. It's a lousy climber. The thing flops and strays down any slope that's even slightly steep, slipping like it's totally out of its depth, and somehow Masaru can't stop himself from finding it weirdly cute. Then he pulls out a dietary test and shoves a box full of garbage leaves and wood scraps at it. The slime creeps over the trash. Then day by day it swallows every last bit until it's completely digested and absorbed. It's clear this thing can handle human waste no problem, so he's throwing his head back in celebration. Then a villager comes sprinting up, pale as a ghost, screaming that something went terribly wrong. Masaru bolts, dread twisting in his gut as he yells, "Slime-chan." He stumbles on a slime that's shrunk to a tiny fraction of what it was, skin stretched thin, body twitching, bone dry, and when he finally touches it, the answer slams into him. It's dehydrated, and the real weakness is simple: no water left. More tests proved it. Slimes get wiped out fast when they lose moisture, and fire or salt water can dehydrate them in seconds. With a steady way to keep them under control, he makes slime raising feel almost effortless, and then he sweeps in extra hands by recruiting volunteers to help him out. That breakthrough sparks a wild grand theory in his head. What if slimes are the world's built-in cleanup system, quietly gulping up impurities from the water as they go? He clutches a tiny purified slime, and the grin that hits his face feels unstoppable, like he just realized this whole world is packed with hidden knowledge, waiting right there for him to uncover. Now that the fear's lifted, the villagers stop pushing back and finally let the slimes be. And then bam, an all-new problem nobody saw coming. They're getting popular, way too popular. People start treating them like pets, and Masaru finally snaps. They're monsters. He roars, not some fluffy toy. The chief watches it all crash down, then lets out a deep, exasperated sigh like he's had enough. Masaru whips around and asks what's wrong, but the chief just shuts him down with a shake of the head, because they're already neck-deep in work, and now Masaru's gone and launched that whole slime business. Adelina strides up and tells the chief, hear him out, with total confidence that Masaru has a reason for everything. Masaru's eyes go distant, like he's staring straight into tomorrow, and he tells them plain, for the city they're trying to build, they're short on raw materials and not a little. He's calling the gathering team, go grab tree seeds and saplings, I'm planting them myself. He breaks down the whole idea of planting trees, something he learned in his world to prep for what's coming next, because it takes years to grow roots, yet it takes only one blink to chop them down. This isn't some magical niche skill, he's just using what he learned back at the home center, and by managing the forests the right way, they can keep a steady, sustainable supply of wood. Adelina flashes a smile like she's always 3 moves ahead, then she fires the question, how many trees are you planning to plant? He shrugs off the details and dares them to tap their own experience, then go hunt down a bunch of different fruit-bearing trees. The chief is already on board, firing off one question, when is Masaru actually leaving? After 3 solid days of prepping, Masaru finally answers. Then he drops the bombshell, he's going alone, and the words just hang there, slicing the room into stunned silence. The next morning, the idea that he'd go alone gets obliterated. Adelina and May are right there, fully geared up and itching to leave. Adelina lays it all out. Only 3 days, she's got the knowledge about grasses, and this is her golden shot to blow her world wide open. She leans in close, eyes sharp like a warning. This isn't a request, it's a decision. If he says no, then her and him are splitting off and going on their own. Then she yanks May into a tight hug, full-on emotional pressure, leaving Masaru dwarfed by his own defeat. On the very first day of scouting, they jump straight into it. Masaru lays out their mission and makes every detail click. They aren't just hunting wood, they're scouring for edible plants, medicinal herbs, seeds, and fresh saplings, and he makes it crystal clear, their top priority is living together. Adelina and May locked eyes, and when he said it, the word sounded almost too complicated to breathe. He tells them how, in his world, human civilization ballooned into something unstoppable, wiping out countless other species, and now he's desperate to live in peace with this world's children. He instantly turns red, scratches the back of his head, and blurts out that he probably tried way too hard to look cool. The girls just burst into giggles at how awkward he is. Adelina playfully whacks him, grinning as she says that if the guy who met the gods swears it's true, then it has to be. The tension eased, and they took off with bright grins, itching to stumble into something truly interesting. The trio dives in immediately, grabbing supplies from every corner around them. Adelina slams the last log into place, wipes her brow, and grins like she just conquered the mountain. May had grabbed a whole basket of plants, but when they looked up, the panic hit. Masaru had slipped off somewhere on his own. May's ears snap to attention, something faint cuts through the air. The clang of steel swords, her stomach drops. Is he really out there fighting something? They sprint straight for the noise, shouting his name as their carefree vibe evaporates in an instant. They burst through the trees at the exact right moment, just to watch something huge and round tear through the air like it owned the sky. It rockets straight at Adelina, and Masaru's voice slices through the chaos, yelling at her to catch it. She snaps into motion on pure instinct, snatching the thing out of the air, heavy, dripping, and squirming like it's alive. Her eyes bulge with instant disgust and pure horror. Wait, did he just chuck a giant worm chunk at her? A blood-chilling scream tears through the forest as she drops it. Musaru comes jogging up, apologizing with a sheepish grin, admitting he'd been chasing a dangerous beast when it lunged, and he honestly believed she'd dodge. Adelina's glare is so cold it could cut steel, and he knows he won't slip out of this that easily next time. Crashing to the ground, sprawled and beaten, the source of all the chaos reveals itself, a colossal worm. Masaru tells them how those same kinds of creatures from his world help enrich the soil, then plants explode into healthy, flourishing life. Adelina's totally lost, she can't find a single tunnel. Masaru fires off a theory, it must be earth magic, slipping through the ground like a ghost and leaving nothing behind. May blurts out that she's heard worm parts are used to make top-tier bows in Puterium, and that they're sold for a crazy high price. Masaru confirms it, this worm's muscle is insanely elastic and tough, made for bowstrings and even light armor. Just when it seems like that unexpectedly useful stuff might matter, Adelina drops a brutal truth. Barely anyone's strong enough to take down a giant worm at all, so every stare snaps to Masaru. May's eyes light up with straight-up admiration, because this is a brand new Chan, and she can't contain her excitement. Masaru mulls it over, and a wild thought hits. Maybe it's time to add magical beast hunting to their list of adventures. Then Adelina's ears snap upright again. She hears a faint rustle hiding in the undergrowth, and she goes stone-cold still, eyes sharp and serious. A split second later, color drains from her face, her ears get pinned tight to her head, and pure, raw terror hits like a wave. A strangled scream rips out of her throat, and Masaru and Adelina thunder over to her side, demanding to know what just happened. Masaru spots the fear in her own chest, like the stray goblin but 1,000 times worse. Whatever's out there, it's right on top of her, and it's downright terrifying. May's small hand snaps onto his sleeve, her knuckles going bone-white as she trembles uncontrollably. Tears pour down her face as she begs him, shaking as she pleads, "Don't do this, please," and with a voice that cracks like thunder, she insists, "You'll die." He stares down at her terrified face and makes a promise. "All right," he murmurs, "I won't fight." But he can't just charge in blind. He carefully clasps her hand and demands, "Tell me which way it is. I need to see what we're walking into." Her trembling finger jabs deeper into the woods, and Masaru locks onto her stare. Dread surges up his spine. The second he lays eyes on it, ice crawls up his spine. An absurdly massive bear towers before him, jaws locked around a horse-like creature, shaking it like it weighs nothing. The beast's terrifying, maw-like face blasts across his vision, and one frantic thought instantly screams through his mind. A hulking, mutated bear smashes straight through the trees, its gut-wrenching roar ripping through the forest as it charges forward and wrecks everything in its path. Masaru's blood turns to ice. Every instinct screams at him to bolt, right as the four-limbed beast slinks forward, slobber pouring as it charges past. He skids to a stop behind a thick tree, heart slamming against his ribs, wheezing for air, just grateful he's still alive. Once the panic finally eases, his mind snaps into gear, because that wasn't some normal bear. 4 limbs stretched way too tall, and it reeked of magic, like a full-on magical beast. And the horse it was chasing, 6 legs, freakishly huge, he thinks they might have been clawing over territory. With his appraisal skill ready, he studies the carcass, hunting for answers. The results hit, an assault savanna horse is confirmed. a mutated beast that hoards magical power, and its horn is tougher than copper. But that only sparks more questions. This bear was a nightmare predator, so why did it suddenly abandon its kill and walk away? One tiny drop of water hits his hand, and just like that, the answer slams into place as rain starts to fall. Everything just flipped. Now he has to huddle up fast with May and Adelina, regroup on the spot, and rush this straight to the chief. Back in that makeshift village, the rain has gone full storm mode, slamming down in sheets. Masaru lays it all out, and the chief's expression turns grim in an instant. That wasn't just any beast, he growls. It was a demon bear. A species born from magical energy, cursed with a beast that hunts them every few years, because to them it isn't something to beat, it's a living apocalypse they're forced to survive. The chief leans in and tells Masaru, "You got lucky this time." Masaru stares back, totally thrown, lucky. That demon bear, stuffed for now, still has one odd rule. The second it smells rain in the air, it bolts, no questions asked. But this rain isn't normal. It's the warning flare for the rainy season about to crash in, and Lady Adelina watches with worry tightening in her chest. For 2 straight weeks, the rain won't let up, pounding everything until the plains and the forest fuse into one massive, mirror-like lake. The chief snaps in that even the demon bear can't move freely in a world like this, but as he talks, Masaru's mind suddenly locks onto something huge, a giant lake that. That means every animal's home gets flipped, water creatures crowd the whole place, and without a second thought, he whips around and sprints out of the tent. The others shout after him, panic spiking in their voices, thinking he's about to charge that bear solo, but they couldn't be more wrong. He can't take it anymore. He snaps back with a furious yell, desperation blazing in his eyes. This village food feels like torture, and he's done. He needs meat, real meat, something different, and he needs it right now. Out across the flooded plains, Masaru is in full bliss, like he's stepping into paradise, while the entire world gets remade into a buffet of brand new chances. A colossal shape slithers across the shallow water, and he grins as his hunter instincts ignite. What a catch. He lunges forward and snatches a massive crab, right as its pincer whips toward his face. He flips the thing over like he's done it 1,000 times, clamps it down, and locks the knot tight. No effort at all, just pure practice control. He raises his prize high like a trophy to the sky, totally victorious, because that massive crab is all his. His appraisal hits it dead on, a forest-green gizami crab. This monster can blow past a meter long, and right here in this place, the real treasure's waiting. Then bam, a new one crawls in, a jeweled scissor crab, and its claws shine like pure gemstones. When the rain hits, it drags everything into view: garland-wrapped toads, green moss crayfish, even a stealthy python hiding in the shadows, and he's basically bouncing with excitement at what might happen next. Suddenly, a voice slices through his excited mumbling, and he jerks up. "What are you doing out here?" It's Victini, standing there like the downpour isn't even happening. She smirks, flexing a shimmering barrier like armor. Water can't touch her at all. Masaru just stands there, stunned, and blurts out what the heck she's doing here. He glances at his catch, then shoots a look her way, and suddenly it hits him. Has any goddess ever even tasted crab before? He can't help but feel a little guilty for her. Then he smiles, says it's delicious, and bam, ideas start sparking in his head. Since it's just the two of them, they've gotta treat themselves. Before long, he breaks out his skills and slams together a quick temporary base, a simple shelter meant to shield them from the worst of the rain. He orders her to take a seat and wait. This won't be some complicated thing, but it'll taste amazing. Now it's time to dig into some crab. As he feeds the flames and starts cooking, Victinias watches him in tense, silent focus. Steam blasted up from the boiling pot and hung in the damp air. His bunny ears, gifted by the beast folk, slumped under the rain, drenched and heavy from the downpour. Victinia slips in behind him without a word, then softly pats his hair dry with a towel, and he instantly freezes, totally stunned. He stammers her name, and she immediately bonks him lightly on the head, calling him rude. Like, since when was that totally her style? "Shut up and watch the fire," she murmurs, voice barely there, "because this is me being selfish." But the next words out of her mouth spill her real feelings, because she's basically praising every single drop of sweat he's poured into the village and the town. For a beat, they just freeze there, no words, because the storm says everything, and that shared silence hits them like a promise in the rain-soaked shelter. Soon the boiled crab lands on the table, and the room turns a bit stiff and awkward, yet that food looks absolutely unreal. Victinius wrestles the tough shell, then shows her the secret move to pry the meat out before he grabs a bite himself. Her eyes fly wide with disbelief, and she breathes, delicious, while a radiant smile bursts across her face. What kind of perfect mix is this? Umami and pure sweetness in the same bite. She speeds up instantly, tells him to dig in, and practically dares him not to get his share before she finishes. She thanks him and admits it's the first time she's ever tasted a meal like that. Then she turns to him and asks if she can sneak some back for her sister, Ein. He heckles her, saying that last part wasn't even needed, but she just remembers Ein as the one who fired off that shockingly grounded message. He tells her don't worry, and promises he'll keep it fresh inside his item box. Victini peers at him with pure admiration, then watches as he works with his tools and wild imagination, because with him, nothing ever gets boring. She heaps praise on his skills, and he shrugs it off like it's nothing, because it isn't the skills, he says, it's the basics of how to use them, the kind he learned in his past life as a handyman at a home center. He remembers it like it's burned into his mind, a massive building sitting on the edge of town. That's where he soaked up everything, woodworking, electronics, even laying bricks and building sheds. But the job was pure frustration. He knew everything about the products, yet his lazy manager knew nothing at all, and kept dragging him in to explain it all to the staff over and over again. Victinia perks up and dodges the topic, because she just heard he went and made a bronze statue of her, and honestly, that news makes him feel a little proud. But the vibe snaps back to grim reality. He clenches his jaw and says we have to do something about that demon bear, because if we don't, it won't be a friendly welcome for the beast folk as they move into this new city. He finally cracks and admits it. This whole hunting spree wasn't for glory at all. He was fleeing, trying to outrun the thoughts of that bear. Victoria slams both hands on the table, and then she bolts, refusing to face it, not after everything he's done. Her voice shakes with this fierce, unexpected fire. I can't stand the idea of you being weak. She fires his memory with every win he's ever crushed, including that statue, so tell me, what's he gonna do if he ends up bolting? Her eyes flare like fire as she jabs a finger at him. Do it, and I'll never forgive you. Masaru's left speechless, like, is she really a kid? Still, her words land dead on, and if a goddess backs it, then yeah, he can't keep loafing forever. With a snap of his chopsticks, Masaru's eyes ignite, pure, wild inspiration, and he blurts out, guess I'll have to build a school. He tells them it's a learning haven where kids from age 6 spend years soaking up knowledge, but the idea might as well be from another planet to them. How does he even close that insane gap between their world and his? The tech gulf is so massive, words can't touch it. Then it finally clicks. He dives into his item box, yanks out a sleek black rectangle, and holds it out like a grand reveal. Adelina and the others freeze, totally lost. Wait, is that a box? It's tiny. Masaru grins as he tells them this little device is the absolute peak of his world's tech. Panic flares across his face. He forgot to charge it, but time is frozen inside his item box, so the battery's still packed, and the screen snaps to life with a glowing burst. He drops this jaw-dropping item in their hands and swears it lets you chat with people on the other side of the world. It doesn't just do that, it snaps pictures, records videos, and blasts through tens of thousands of songs. It can even tap into the internet, a giant, endless vault of knowledge, yet their faces stay blank, pure confusion staring back. He realizes nothing's working, so he decides it's time to put on a demonstration. He yanks them in tight, taps the button, and snap, locks in a perfect shot of all three, their shocked faces frozen on screen forever. Then he sweeps them into a world of other wonders. Music bursts out of thin air, and a calculator snaps problems into solutions in the blink of an eye, and the kids are completely hooked. But as the fun keeps rolling, cold dread hits Masaru hard. He got way too comfortable, way too swept up, because this isn't a game at all. He can't just dump advanced knowledge on them. Nothing sticks because they don't have the basics, and training won't help if the foundation's missing. First, he has to figure out how to teach them magic itself. He clears his throat and calls out to the goddess he knows is tuned in. Yo, Victinias, what in the world is Erosaphira? The goddess pops into existence beside him in an instant, flashing that smug grin. Simple, she says, as if it's obvious. It means you're the kind of person who can use magic. Masaru jerks back in pure shock and fires off an accusation. You tricked me, I thought you were already watching. She panics, swears it's not true, but he won't drop it, insisting he only has healing magic to rely on. But Victine is not done yet. She whips him back to that duel with Lancelot, because without even thinking, he ends up strengthening his sword with magic. What about that brutal mountain fight with the bandits? She presses hard, telling me you were really flexing your skills back then, weren't you? She tells him the gods don't just hand out power, they mold it around your mind, and for Masaru, a guy from a world of convenience, his abilities explode from what he knows best, home improvement and video games. So it turns out all this time, he wasn't just spamming game-style abilities. He was, without even knowing it, a real mage. And once Masaru puts it together, he realizes even his healing won't hit the mark unless he has true medical knowledge behind it. Everything snaps into place. Those weird, way too specific slot skills suddenly click, and she finally understands why he got them. He turns to her and blurts out, "So what do I do to use magic on purpose?" Victini dives closer with a serious look and asks, "Do you still remember that rush of magical energy flooding your body when you unleash your skill?" That's the key she's handing him. He has to learn how to feel that flow, build it up, and command it with total control, because that's the true foundation of using magic. He nods like okay, she flashes a thumbs up, then you can't miss the nervous tremble in her hand. She's dripping with sweat, swearing she's not even afraid of getting scolded by Hera, like she doesn't care at all. Her worry hits hard, but she snaps it away with a quick punch to the arm, then tells him, "Don't get carried away." Then she finally blurts out the real reason, because her little sister, Erisifera, is the goddess of magic, and as the older sister, she figures this is the least she can do. Seeing her suddenly crack and show that vulnerable side, Masaru grins, no complaints at all as she steps up. And so he kicked off his magic research as he kept training, until the village finished its defenses and drove off the demon bear. A wave of peace rolled into the camp, and for once, the chaos finally went quiet. But Masaru's patience snaps. He burned all that time preparing, and the bear never even showed its face. Everyone tells him it's fine, it's for the best, but he doesn't buy it. He's sure the threat will crawl back next year, so they've got to be ready. The village elder can't believe the arrows Masaru designed. Now they're the standard issue for every hunter. He lays out the cold, brutal logic behind it all, and then adds backward-facing barbs like a death sentence with a twist. The moment those blades sink into their target, they're basically stuck for good, and once you coat the tips with poison, they turn into pure, terrifying murder. The girls stare at him, fear flashing in their eyes, then Adelina just shrugs. Yeah, his weapons are merciless, but when you're fighting for your life, you do what has to be done. The hunters stare in awe at the worm bows he just forged, because the power hits on a completely different level. But here's the catch, this bowstring is brutally hard, and the draw weight hits like a wrecking ball. Even the village's toughest warrior strains with every ounce of strength, just barely yanking it back, because their stats still don't stack up, and the weapons Masaru forged for them won't be usable. Masaru steps forward to show them what he's got. He pulls the bowstring with effortless grace, smooth as silk and deadly powerful. With a razor-sharp snap, the arrow is loosed into the air. He explains he's bolting the arrow together with magic, and the others gawk at him like he's a monster walking on 2 feet. The arrow crashes into the training wall like a wrecking ball, splintering wood and burying itself deep where it hits. Everyone goes silent, until a distant sound slices through the air, and then a flock of birds erupts into the sky like it's running from something, because something is seriously wrong. A desperate scream bursts from the lookout post, emergency. By the north cliff, demon bears are closing in, watch out. A thunderous roar screams off the cliffs, rattling the ground beneath their feet. Panic spreads like wildfire, but Masaru's focus locks in, eyes sharp, ears open, because that roar isn't just a threat at all. It sounds like the beast is hurting, already bleeding from a wound. The chief snaps his gaze to him, desperation and hope etched across his face. "Masaru, can you pull this off?" A predator's grin tears across Masaru's features. "You bet I can." He snaps into command on the spot. He's taking the hunting team with him, and everyone else locks in at the defense wall while the evacuation starts right away. He whips his head toward Lilia, and for one breath his face turns gentle, then he declares, "I'm leaving the village to you." He pats her head softly, vows in silence he'll come back, and his blazing eyes burn with unshakable resolve. One of the hunters roars a war cry, because for the peace and safety of this village, this demon bear hunt is our very first shot. With that, Masaru rockets forward, charging straight into the sound of the beast. The hunt starts right now. From the cliff's edge, the girls stare as the battle erupts, and one of them rushes over to calm a shaking Meccan, telling her Masaru will take care of everything, and it's going to be okay. Mei Chen tightens a shaky smile and tells him she has faith in her big brother, but her eyes give away the terror she's been swallowing. Below them, the monster rises like a nightmare, pure muscle, snapping claws, and rage so thick you can practically feel it. Masaru locks eyes with it, a cold sweat breaking across his brow. He can feel the fury rolling off it, and he knows the exact reason. His prediction was spot on. When he fired the first shot, it slammed into its eye, stunning it with raw pain and forcing its full focus onto him. The archers are already lined up and waiting, poised to launch the moment he signals. The plan is brutally simple. The hunting squad will drop a storm of arrows from above to keep it frozen in place, while Masaru charges in as bait, pulling the enraged beast straight into the trap zone they set up for this exact moment. No mistakes, one slip, and the whole village gets wiped out. With a sharp flick of his hand, he slams the command down. First volley ready. The air screams as dozens of arrows streak across the sky. The mission kicks off. Those shafts land perfectly, biting into the demon bear's thick hide and turning its fury into a savage, targeted storm that slams straight into Masaru. It shrugs off every hit like they're nothing, just a walking pincushion of death that doesn't even blink or slow down. Its claws rip into the ground as it charges straight ahead, shrugging off every arrow that strikes its back. Masaru clenched his jaw, sword raised and ready. This is it. The real battle finally ignites. He rockets into a sprint, taunting the monster like it's a playground game. Come get me if you can. Because in this twisted game of tag, if it catches him, he doesn't walk away alive. A massive claw tore through the air where he stood a second ago, ripping savage, deep gashes into the rock. He twists out of the way at the last second, and his heart slams like it's trying to escape his chest. But something's off, those arrows land. He sees every hit, so why won't that bear slow down? What is going on here? Then it hits him, poison. He'd brewed a deadly concoction from ground toads and smeared it on every single arrowhead. It works differently depending on who's on the other end, but there's no denying something's gotta be hitting by now. He shouts for the second volley. The bear lets out a brutal roar as wave after wave of arrows hammers into its hide, until pain finally cracks through. The sky suddenly turns black, and brutal shafts of light slice through. Arrows pierce the beast all over, and its massive body staggers under wave after wave of non-stop attacks. It finally crumples and twitches on the ground, and Masaru stands there, chest heaving, as the light drains from its eyes. A last gurgling roar rips out of its throat, then the world goes deadly quiet. The rabbit folk perched on those cliffs explode into wild cheers. Masaru let out a wave of relief and busted into laughter when he checked his status. His levels skyrocketed like crazy, and he actually beat the demon bear. The others shout in pure joy, "We can finally live in peace," and rush to take down the traps, then promise they'll meet him back at the village for a huge celebratory banquet. As one of them closes in on the corpse, Masaru's blood turns to ice. Then a second, bigger head rises over the dead bear, and he explodes into a scream, yelling at them to stop and not come a step closer. This wasn't the same bear at all, something bigger, stronger, and it was lurking in the shadows. His friends shout his name at the top of their lungs, then their cheers snap into full-blown screams of terror. Before Masaru can even blink, the new threat explodes forward and lunges at him. Daggers for claws slam into his side, shredding flesh and armor until bone glares through the damage. Another one, how in the world is there still another one? The force hurls him through the air, and his whole world detonates in raw agony as he grips that horrifying wound. He stares at the wreckage below. This isn't bad, it's straight up fatal. That beast barrels back in again, slamming the moment on him so hard he can't think, and he doesn't even get time to heal. He throws up a frantic parry, and that strike hits so hard it feels like it could snap his arm in half. His allies are stuck in place, yelling until their throats burn, praying the monster will finally let him go. It's already too late, one brutal grab from the bear, and its massive strength slams the air out of his lungs. He's been caught. Now the rabbit folk are in full panic, because what was supposed to be victory just turned into a brutal slaughter. And just like that, things spiral. Another warrior spots a third bear, charging straight for the cliffs where the others are pinned. An arrow streaks toward the beast clutching Masaru, but it skims its hide and bounces off like it's nothing, totally ignored. The bear starts hauling him off, clutching its trophy like it's won the whole fight. Blinding pain rips through Masaru, and still he grins. He leans in and taunts the monster, asking if it truly thinks it's won, and whether it's already plotting an escape. The others are screaming in his face, calling him insane, begging him to run, because if he doesn't, they'll kill him, so what on earth is he thinking? He knows this fight isn't done, his traps are still armed, and he still has a shot. He just has to grab its attention and lure it right where he planned. He's gotta reach there before it's too late. With agony screaming in his bones, he shoves through the pain and makes his legs move again, right toward the threat, deeper into it. Because he isn't luring it into a trap, he sprints straight toward Meccan, and she's right in the third bear's path. The sheer panic on his face screams one thing: this plan is already falling apart. He stumbles hard, and his strength just gives out. Just 100 more meters, and it's over. He's been hammering that heel skill nonstop, but it still won't land because the recovery's crawling, way too slow. He only needs one clean minute of focus, and he simply doesn't have it. He crumples to the ground. This is it. After everything, after finally finding the people he wanted to protect, it's done. The bear towers over him, and one crushing thought hits like a hammer. He's sorry, he let everyone down. Then a voice slices straight through his despair, heavy with disappointment. So you're just gonna quit like that? Seriously, how dull. Masaru's eyes bulge wide in pure shock. He snaps his eyes up. There she is, Mike inside with that girl now blocking him between himself and the monster. With one casual flick of her wrist, she snaps the bear's devastating strike aside like it's nothing at all. She shoots him a quick look and scoffs, like, yeah, you beat that old man, but you're still kind of weak. Masaru freezes. Who is she, and why does she know everything about that? A sly smirk slides onto her lips. She's bracing herself, praying he doesn't mind. Then she blurts, if I'm butting in. Masaru just freezes, stunned as Adelina casually drops her mace onto the fallen beast. She flashes a smug grin and taunts, so why are you even here? Aren't you supposed to thank me first? Then she shrugs and says she only made it in time thanks to Mei-chan. Back at camp, that same fear gnawed at Maiken's insides, and when she tells the others she believes in Masaru, her words wobble, like her confidence is a mask about to crack. The four smiles snap apart, and pure terror spills out like it was hiding the whole time. Adelina finds herself in that moment, rattled by anxiety like a full-blown storm. She rushes in to calm the panicked girl, telling her it's okay to say what's really on her mind. She admits their bond is messy, but she swears they've got something real, something strong enough that they can lean on each other when it counts. Mei-chen leans in and whispers that Masaru himself insists there's nothing wrong with the misunderstandings. Then the dam finally breaks. Mei-chen drops to her knees, her voice shaking as she admits she heard two roaring blasts. At first she swore it was just her imagination. Then it hit again, another thunderous roar, different from those demon bears, and pure terror froze her in place. Tears pour down her face as she grips Adelina's arm, begging, no, pleading, please go save her brother. Masaru's resolve crashes through him, his promise, the debt he swears he owes, and suddenly this isn't just a fight anymore. It's a brutal strike at the part of him that feels completely powerless. In the clearing, the terror's creator looms overhead, just a hulking wall of muscle and raw rage. He whips around to Adelina, panic tearing through his voice. Damn it, if you stay here, you'll die. Then he snaps at her, calling her a foolish maiden for rushing straight into danger with zero backup. But as he screams, the forest explodes. Armed warriors burst out from the trees. Rabbit folk and the rest charge from the woods with weapons up, and Adelina snaps the signal now. A storm of spears erupts overhead, swallowing the sky in shadow. Don't falter, Adelina roars, her voice crackling with authority, then she surges into the charge. Masaru can only stare, stunned to the bone, then Adelina blurts it out. Everyone heard Machen's desperate plea and came running to help, and wow, aren't we great companions. Their plan snaps into place. These guys are driving the beast back, step by step, straight toward the cliff edge where a massive spike trap is waiting like a death sentence, just a little more. With one last, crushing effort, they slam forward with every ounce of strength they've got. The demon bear totters on the edge, then crashes over the side like it's doomed. It snatches the ledge, its claws biting hard into the rock, and it refuses to drop. Then Adelina's face goes bone-white, because this was never the plan, and yeah, she knows it. This is bad. Masaru shoves her out of the way and yells his thanks to the whole crew. Great job, everyone. Leave the rest to me, he snaps, turning to the monster and walking in alone. The healing magic finally hits, and the extra time they bought him is right on the mark. Now he's not fighting alone for the first time, and that gratitude burns through him. The bear heaves itself onto solid ground and lets out a savage roar, while Masaru just smirks like he expected it. Eat my ultimate move, he roars, then charges straight into the beast's lunge head first. A massive paw slams down, aiming to flatten him like it's already decided. Then bam, a gigantic log erupts out of nowhere and smashes the attack out of the way with a thunderous crack. A jagged splinter of wood drives straight into the monster's mouth, choking it and cutting off its roar. The bear goes wide-eyed, its attack gets wiped out completely, just like that. Masaru finally has his moment. He whips his axe up high and brings it down, it's over. He slams the weapon down with everything he's got. That hit lands like a thunderclap, but the recoil shoves them both off balance, careening straight toward the cliff, while Adelina screams his name at the top of her lungs. As Masaru drops through the air, his focus locks in tight. Right there, it all ends. He whips his body using their combined momentum, launches the bear's descent into place. Checkmate. The demon bear slams down first, driving straight onto the giant spikes with a nasty crunch that'll haunt you. Masaru charges forward, getting thrown around by rock shrapnel, then drops straight into the pit of death. So this is his master plan. He's going to throw himself into the monster and bring it down with him. As Adelina stares, frozen in horror, he drops a silent apology to the beast. That trap was airtight. Once you stepped in, you were dead for sure. The bear's body jerks one final time, then everything goes still. Adelina's heart flatlines. No way. She shrieks his name and rips into the silence, begging for an answer that never shows up. She crawls to the edge, stares into the endless abyss, and her voice shatters as she yells his name again. And a voice from below answers in a calm tone that he can hear her. Then she snaps, "Why are you acting like I'm dead or something?" He's still breathing, beaten up, bruised all over, but he's grinning at her from the very bottom of the pit. Relief hits the whole group, like a wave as they sprint over to see for themselves. Adelina drops down and throws a hard punch at him. "What were you thinking? We all thought you were dead." He just groans and snaps back that it's her fault for freaking him out and making him worry. One of the warriors pieces it together. He must have grabbed another log mid-fall, then used it to cushion the impact. Adelina grins when she realizes the very same log that shoved him out of that bear attack also broke his fall. Masaru nods along like, "Yeah, these things are solid, huh?" The camp explodes in cheers, WE1, and that demon bear is finally dead. And Masaru finally lets out that long, shaky breath, his eyes fluttering shut. "Yeah, I get it, we won." And then he just collapses in a heap. He lies limp and totally out cold, and a quiet little snore slips out of his lips. Are you serious? He just dropped off to sleep, and everyone else gapes in shock, like the tension snapped, then dissolved into pure, furious frustration. Adelina can't stop smiling. She swears it's totally something you would do. She gazes down at his sleeping face, peace washing over her, and whispers, "Thank you for your hard work, Masaru." Then she turns to the others and says, "All right, guys, let's head home." They crush the fight, exhausted, but grinning, then the whole crew geared up to blast back on their journey home. The beastmen erupt in cheers, hoist their hero high into the sky, and celebrate a win that felt utterly impossible just days ago. Masaru, wrecked but grinning, takes it all in, because that nightmare is done, and they made it out alive. Meanwhile, in the gods' realm, Victinius keeps her eyes on him, a soft grin tugging at her lips. She leans in and tells Hera that her chosen one got exactly the outcome she wanted. Hera smirks like she already knows the truth, then fires off the question. Has Victinius finally admitted that Masaru pulled off this win? Victinia immediately panics, her calm crumbles, and she blurts, "Let go of me," insisting Masaru's going to die if this keeps up. She hammers at Hera, reminding her how she snapped when the demon bear killed him, how she went out of her way to cheer him on. So is this real concern or something else? Hera's knowing stare hits like a blade, and Victinius jerks away in a cold flinch. Silence clung to them like a crushing weight. Trying to claw her control back, Victorina snaps that it's no big deal. She didn't lend him a direct hand. She swears she's just keeping an eye on her apostle. But Hera's not having it, because her reasons have shifted from the strict, cold rules of the gods. Hera decides to drop it for now, urging everyone to keep things in moderation, because once the bear is gone and peace finally settles in, the city development can start moving again, and she can't wait for her statue to be completed. Victinius nods along, and the two of them clink their glasses, toasting their hard-won triumph. Down in the crowd, Masaru and his crew lift their cups and clink them tight, then explode into cheers for Victinia's brand new world and everything it's about to become. The celebration spills into the night, and for once a fragile calm breathes in, bought with blood, sweat, and pure desperation. A few days later, the party's over and steel takes over the mood. Masaru smacks his hands together and says, "All right, everyone, the demon bear's gone, now we build this city." But the crowd just glares at him. Every ounce of excitement evaporates in an instant. One of the beastmen jabs a finger at the weird white lines and the neat partitions carved across that giant empty wasteland. And yeah, they get the idea of what's happening, but they're totally clueless what it's all for. Masaru stands at the edge of a brand new world, clutching a blueprint nobody else can make sense of, because only he can see it crystal clear. The beastman stared, utterly stunned, like his brain had frozen mid-breath. Then he flashes a grin like, "All right, here we go." He raises one finger and claims, "Don't worry, I've already marked out the housing area." One of the guys demands, "Why can't we just build our houses wherever we want?" And Masaru snaps back that those white lines are dividing borders. Every partition is the foundation the homes have to sit on. He drops a totally new idea, land readjustment, by lining up homes, workshops, and stores into strict zones, so they can herd the crowd's movement and slam the brakes on noise and pollution before it ever reaches the living areas. Plus, he says keeping things split up like this helps the city stay on top of public security and move fast when disaster hits, like fires or crime. And now it's time to dig underground passageways and build the sewers, because any housing construction without proper sewage is officially banned. Adelina spots the idea he taught in that coastal city lecture, a whole system built to treat rainwater and sewage. One beastman recoils in disgust, freaking out like, "So we gotta flush this thing in the house." Masaru snaps back, "Absolutely not, because this whole mess is for the city's hygiene. He paints a dark warning: when waste isn't handled right, disease spreads like wildfire and steals away many lives. The truth slams into them, and right then they decide, no more waiting, to root out those hidden dangers as fast as they can. So here's the real head-scratcher. Those housing plots look tiny, just enough for one giant tent. Then why aren't they building proper, bigger houses? Masaru just grins and tells them, don't stress, this place is built in the city. Then he points out that the two-story stone buildings are going to be way more comfortable than what they're used to. The crowd explodes with noise. Two-story stone houses rise in front of them, and they can't process it. This is the kind of luxury they've only ever dared to dream about. Adelina points out that even in the capital and the port towns, those two-story stone houses aren't really homes at all. They're nearly always inns or shops, built for business, not families. Masaru lays it all out. This world's architecture has a cruel social ranking baked into it. Commoners crowd into huts, the upper class gets wooden homes, and only nobles or the insanely rich earn brick and stone. And right then, he's about to blow that whole system apart. His words spark a blaze inside their hearts. Beastmen surge up and thrust their fists skyward, roaring like the moment is here, so let's start building. Masaru jabs a finger at the ready-made structure. Him and a few others already built a sample to show everyone. They're locked on that wooden framework, the bare-bones skeleton of a house that looks nothing like anything they've ever seen. Today, Masaru tells everyone, get ready, we're about to set up these pillars piece by piece. One beastman squints at the fancy spots where the wood joints click together, wondering if a plain frame can really hold. Masaru grins and says, cut the wood precisely, then fit it together like a puzzle, and it's solid. Then he lays down the next move, sliding stones into place and filling the whole framework like it's no big deal. Then he spills his secret weapon, an old bucket of plaster, mixed with seashells, seaweed, and hemp he scavenged straight from the beach. Adelina freezes in shock. If you smear this across the stone walls, they'll turn tougher than ever, and it can even be used to make concrete for roads, so she finally realizes that was his whole game from the very start. Masaru tells you that back when he worked his old job, he'd haul these same materials to craftsmen all day, and every stop taught him something new. Even without the special skills, he leans on his hard-earned knowledge and cooks up everything they need, piece by piece. Mei Chen's face snaps into worry as she blurts out, is my big brother a bad person? He doesn't even try to deny it. He admits that some jobs he used to handle might have been illegal, and that's when the real question hits. What kind of work was he doing? He whips the conversation somewhere else, pats her head, and admits he can get a bit too intense sometimes. But hey, it's for the people, so that's gotta be okay, right? And he tells everyone he's already laid out the materials and pushes. All right, let's get this started. With fresh fire in their hearts, they all yell, we're in, let's do this. Together, they're going to forge a breathtaking city that'll blow everyone's minds. Musaru's calm confidence spreads like wildfire, and it's clear as day, the future is theirs to forge. Day after day, they grind it out with pure grit, turning that dead, barren field into the very foundation of their new home. Stone by stone, pillar by pillar, they build their community with aching sweat and one shared, unshakable purpose. Skeleton-like houses shoot upward, proof that their builders are moving mountains. A month later, the first street is almost done, and Masaru just stands there, grinning with relief as everything fires off exactly as planned. He even set up a prototype of his brand new invention, a toilet, and then he proudly showed Machen exactly how to use it. He shows off the perfect sitting posture, like it's a secret technique. She backs away without a word, eyes locked like she's bracing for impact. He asks why she's keeping her distance, and she shoots back, dead serious. His behavior is downright disgusting. Flustered but still fired up, he calls the demonstration a success, and then orders mass production to kick off immediately. Striding through the loud, bustling construction site, Machen points out how the city has exploded in size, while Masaru grins, crediting every inch of that growth to everyone's relentless hard work. But she stares at him with real worry. Sure, the housing is almost done, yet they've still got a brutal climb ahead when it comes to building an industry and making sure food doesn't run out, and she knows exactly what he's thinking. She makes him swear, no more reckless solo moves, and pushes him to team up with everyone. He gently pats her head, then nods and agrees, okay. Right then, a guard came barreling toward them, screaming Masaru's name. Something bad just happened. Masaru's stomach drops. He blurts out what's wrong, asking if there's trouble with the material transport. The guard shakes his head, eyes wide with panic. It's the gates. He tells them there are humans at the gate, but they're not invaders at all. They're sprawled across the ground, collapsed and unconscious, like someone tossed away dolls. Masaru freezes in shock. What kind of nightmare could have done this to them? The whole town is in chaos. People shout over each other, stunned and panicking as they stare at the wrecked, collapsed building. Masaru's heart slams against his ribs the moment he hears the news, because the humans who drop inside the collapsing building are the exact same ones from Post Town. He recalls every single one they kicked out, their armor. Yeah, that unmistakable look is burned into his memory. Detention inside feels suffocating. These aren't just any ruffians, they're the knights of the Grotto's kingdom, and trouble has officially crashed through the door. The battle-worn lead knight, Freed, straight up introduces himself and his Kingsguard brothers to the room, and the young guy they dragged in as gold, still crashed out on the bed. The elder of the Rabbit Man tribe thanks them, but Masaru can't stop his thoughts from spiraling. What about the King's Guard? Are their ranks higher than Lancelot's? Freyd's eyes widen when Masaru breaks out healing magic, and then asks him, right to his face, what his name is. Masaru just steps up and introduces himself. Right before the talk even gets going, a loud young woman storms in and introduces herself as Adelina, Lancelot's own niece, and she chews out the knights for not recognizing the goddess who saved them. The knights are completely stunned. Lancelot's niece is here, and her stories about his bravery have even blown all the way to the capital. Fried lays it out like those attacks in the post town. Beastmen are now raiding their city too, and it's putting a serious strain on their brand new peace, while the elder just smiles and says, "That's what we do, we jump in when trouble hits." He's taken Masaru's lesson to heart and stopped lumping all humans together. Then he turns and fires off the question, what kind of mission could possibly drag the knights so deep into the mountains? Fried's smile fades into a hard grimace, because the king's direct orders are clear. They've come to crush and subjugate a mutated beast. He paints it in grim detail, dark-skinned, with 6 legs and a twisted one-horned demon horse. Masaru and Annabelle lock eyes. Could he be talking about? Masaru cuts him off, firing back like, "Wait, are you talking about that horse that got wiped out by a beast just like yours the other day?" Fried's jaw drops. He breaks it down. They got jumped by a demon bear, a monster so brutal it wrecked his whole squad and forced them to retreat and regroup for a full week. He slams the warning into Masaru, staying here is suicide, and tells him they have to head back to the kingdom with them, right now, for safety. Masaru just grins, pure, unnerving confidence blazing in his eyes, and tells the knight that the demon bear is already gone, wiped out by them. The night's so shocking it leaves everyone with their mouth hanging open, and right then, the nearby areas stop feeling dangerous. Masaru's grin spreads wider as he leans in and asks, "Want to see the demon bear's corpse and the horse S2?" Fried snaps completely, yelling in pure disbelief as he stands there with the corpse in his arms, except his orders were to wipe it out. So what, is this some sick joke? The elder clocks it in an instant, right from the horse's corpse, and the way the knight reacts, he knows it's worth a fortune. Then he feels it coming, a deal, and it's dripping with a hidden agenda. Freyd pitched forward, desperation blazing in his chest, and begged Masaru to hand over the corpse. Masaru doesn't even flinch. "Sorry, but I've got to say no." Annabelle can almost watch the gears spin in Masaru's mind. One thing's for sure, he's up to something seriously shady. Masaru starts casually counting the worth of each piece, because the bear already swallowed the body whole, yet the neck is still intact, and that smooth skin is basically begging to be turned into top-tier clothes. Those leg bones are built like armor, solid, sturdy, and big enough to crush the world without being oversized. Fried's eyes snap wide as the truth hits him. And the horn, Masaru nails it. Yeah, that's the real target. He confesses he's reluctant to let it go, but if it's for the kingdom's chivalric order, he might just sell it for a little extra. Masaru's Fried counters the moment the plan drops, and every last ingredient he named is pure gold out there on the market. He makes a deal: if their offer doesn't hit his asking price, they'll add the official bounty reward on top. Masaru studies everything, and the knights only care about finishing the mission, no matter the cost, because that horn is the one the king himself is hunting. This isn't about money, it's about the stuff cash can't touch. Fame, power, and the authority that bends rooms to your will. So, how's he even supposed to play this game? He could squeeze out a massive payday, or he could play the long game, take it easy on the talks right now, get the kingdom to owe him a favor, and let that irresistible reward money wait, because that connection is worth more than gold. He lifts his gaze, fully decided. "Take me with you, please." Gragas, wait, what? The whole room freezes dead silent, everyone stunned by his audacious request. Masaru lays down the rules. He'll personally run the negotiation for the materials with the kingdom himself, right to their faces. He's thrilled, because that's the only way he knows he'll match their criteria. But then he throws down a brutal warning. He can't promise the talks will sail smoothly, so don't ever underestimate them, he says. Masaru's confidence never slips. During his days at the home center, he worked as a broker, and he swears negotiation runs in his blood. Now that the deal was sealed, Fried and his men finally call it for the night and crash into some well-earned rest. It's done, case closed, no more arguing. Masaru tells the crew he's stepping out for a bit once the knights finally recover. And Mekan isn't having it. She puffs out her cheeks, fuming with pure annoyance. Masaru lunges in to calm her, swearing this trip is strictly for business and there'll be zero fighting. Once that's done, he dives straight into his next big project, building a house, but the city's brutal housing shortage forces him to hand the construction over to someone else. Annabelle steps in and confirms it. Those beds for the new mountain houses are finally delivered, and the job is done. But Masaru's got bigger dreams. He wants to build a public bathhouse, even tap into a hot spring. He basically says, look, if you're Japanese, a real bath, a bathroom, and proper furniture aren't optional. They're an absolute must. Annabelle has zero clue what he's talking about. Then Masaru drops another weird word from his world and finally says it's just a giant bath. The thought of ditching cold water washing every single day is enough to light a fire under everyone's excitement. But Annabelle wasn't just talking, she nailed the problem. A bath that Huge would gulp down firewood every single day, and that kind of luxury was only for the upper crust. Masaru grinned and explained, this is a hot spring. So he snaps into a quick science lesson. Rain soaks into the earth as groundwater, magma below heats it up, and then it bursts back out of the ground as a hot spring, perfect for loading up a bathhouse. Annabelle squints like, seriously, can you just dig that up out of the ground? Masaru confirms it. Most of the time, only icy cold water comes out. But he's got an ace tucked up his sleeve. He heard from the rabbit hunters about a nearby river of lava, cracked it open with his 3D map skill, and then found an underground water vein. He still hasn't figured out how to dig for it, but that can wait. Right now, he's got something bigger to build. Adelina hits him with the memory of his promise, the goddess's statue, the shrine, and everything he swore he'd do. Mei Chen nods fast and grins. Yeah, they have to build the goddess's residence, no excuses. Masaru sizing, all right, the goddess can wait, but the girls won't budge. They're demanding it get built, and they need it done right now. Annabelle offers a compromise. She doesn't even mind doing it right now. Right then, a soft voice sweeps through the room. Greetings, Masaru-san. Out of nowhere, a dazzling woman appears and admits she ditched her work just to come see him. But it's goddess Victinius herself, and she looks furious about being sidelined, yanking Masaru's cheek with a sharp pinch. Her divine presence hit the room like a jolt, and the others started acting totally different. Adelina practically bursts with joy, shouting that this is the goddess from the legends, and that her envoy is the owl. Then she insists on introducing Masaru the right way. The goddess steps forward and tells everyone, I'm Isla Saphira. Masaru-sama, finally I get to meet you, but seriously, what is a goddess doing all the way here? Masaru doesn't even hesitate. He hits the woman with a direct question. Are you Isla Saphiro, Victinia's sister? She gives a knowing smile, her voice smooth as silk, and admits she's heard every bit of Masaru's hard work, how he's steering this world toward a brighter future, while the praise lands like a weight, and Masaru can't figure out how he's supposed to react. Illa flashes a smile and calls it a pleasure, but her tone snaps serious, because there's something else she needs to talk about, an idea she cooked up right after getting his message. Right as she's about to explain, Victinia slaps her hands together and blurts, hey you guys, let's park the hard stuff and just talk for a bit. Then, boom, a swirling vortex of darkness tears open right beside her. In a blink, the world breaks apart and snaps back together, boom. They're suddenly seated at a table, with a complete tea set already waiting, and Masaru's head is spinning like crazy. What just happened? He clocks every tiny detail on the spot, the cup count, the exact placement, all of it perfectly lined up, and he blurts out, did you use your dimensional storage skill? Isla only smirks like she already knew, because she's letting him in on the truth. People think a skill can only serve one purpose, and that idea is totally wrong. In this world, nothing is set in stone. Skills aren't meant to sit pretty. They're meant to be used the way you decide. Masaru gets it. She's telling him his weird methods aren't a weakness. They're a weapon, and she's counting on him to keep pushing his development projects. But just as things start to feel steady, the girls slam the statue topic back on the table, and the serious mood instantly shatters. Suddenly, both goddesses lunge over the table, eyes bulging with desperate panic. So, is this really necessary, right? All the other girls are just as caught up in it, buzzing like fireworks, because they can't wait to see statues made for both the older and younger sisters. The talk snaps right to reference photos, and Masaru jumps in, offering to send what he grabbed with his status screen, then admits he only has straight-on shots, and the girls immediately blow up, screaming at him to get more angles ASAP. Then he hits send, Anne's red-faced in that bunny girl outfit, straight from her punishment, and the others just freeze, staring in total stunned silence. They blow up on him, yelling, "Delete that picture right now," but Masaru just smirks. He shrugs that letting it rot would be a waste, and then he coolly adds that for the statues, he'll need their numbers. Turns out there are exactly 3 sizes. He places the bait with surgical precision, like he knows everyone's going to end up staring at the final result anyway, and he even says he's fine with whatever they choose. The goddesses look completely flustered and furious. How shameless, using shady tricks to pry into a maiden's secrets. Isla's eyes blaze with divine rage, and she's going to hand out the punishment herself. A blinding sphere of energy detonates from her hand. What the hell? Masaru gets yanked clean off his feet and smashed by a surge of magic so thick and terrifying it outclasses everything he's ever felt. This isn't a test, it's the real deal. A giant pillar of light tears across the sky, blasting raw destruction. Everyone in the settlement can see it. The girls shriek his name, their faces drained of color with pure terror. So tell me, is Oni-chan still alive? He's barely even breathing, sprawled in a smoking crater he somehow survived, while Isla stares down at the wreckage, a horrified whisper tearing out of her throat. Masaru, his body streaked with soot, stares at the wreckage and can only land on one thought. He still has no clue what a goddess's heart is really about. That explosion has the whole village staring. Then, as the crowd surges in, Victinia snaps her voice loud, yelling for everyone to hold their horses, because she and her sister, the distinguished goddesses of this world, have just dropped in. The villagers stare in stunned silence. Goddesses have arrived, and all of this chaos traces back to Masaru's rude behavior, like the world can't believe what it's seeing. In the blink of an eye, every single person drops to their knees, chanting as the divine beings arrive. Masaru groans through it. Formal ceremonies are absolutely not his thing. Even the goddesses admit they hate the awkwardness too, since they almost never descend outside of festivals. He barrels right through the awkward silence. Now that everyone's here, he demands they stop circling and hit the point, straight up telling them to get their act together. But they did come for a real reason, didn't they? Victini's eyes flare, then she turns to him and asks, real quick, if he's got any of those crabs left because she wants a taste so badly. Masaru's jaw drops to the floor. Crabs. She blurts out the whole truth, tells Isla about those mouthwatering crabs, and then they even use the statue like a fake alibi to slip into the lower world, because Masaru's size, the younger one, is just as hopeless as his sister. But in their sheer foolishness, Masaru spots the opening, whips around to the stunned crowd, and delivers a massive declaration. Everyone, I've just received divine instructions from Goddess Victinias herself. He shoots the goddess a reassuring look and whispers, it's okay, everything's gonna be fine. Then he roars to the villagers that this is their first real step toward prosperity. He slams down his big plan, expand the farms and plantations into every empty stretch of land and forge a self-sufficient city that never runs out of food. He snaps the workforce in 2 right away, half sprint into a building crew, while the other half fan out to scan the nearby plants, learning which ones feed you and which ones will end you. He lights a fire under everyone with one simple reminder, aren't you the ones who said you wanted to eat delicious stuff? And just like that, the whole village, girls and all, rockets forward with fresh purpose. Move it, move it. Isla can't hide her awe. Masaru really mapped this out. Masaru even admits he'd planned to build sample plantations anyway, and this gave him the perfect excuse to start earlier. He even breaks it down like a pro, showing how he builds fields right between the houses to crank up sunlight, boost airflow, and cut the noise so neighbors can finally breathe in peace. They'll pop up gazebos for everyone to kick back, then dive into gardening to turn the whole landscape into something jaw-dropping. And with a sly grin aimed right at the goddesses, he says, they'll carve beautiful statues and build shining shrines, make the city irresistible, and it's way easier for a certain goddess to show up and play. Sound fair? That's the magic word, say it, and everything changes. Their eyes flare with pure, kid-bright excitement. So you're telling me I can feast on crabs every single time I come to play? They lean in, faces lit up with raw, unstoppable hope. Masaru-sama is going to need you, and he's counting on you. But Masaru's real motive is way more practical. He's already made up his mind. Turn this into a calm, relaxing place they can visit, so nobody snaps and destroys it again. The goddesses totally misunderstand his self-preservation as pure kindness, and they're brought to tears by how thoughtful he seems. And for some reason, seeing them cry tears of joy slams this weird, crushing guilt into their chest like, what the heck is that feeling? He drops to his knees and caves in completely, swearing they'll get a crab feast every time they roll into town, and the whole crowd erupts, cheers ricocheting through the bustling streets. Once the development plan clicks into place, Masaru snaps back toward the goddesses with a grave look. because he's got a favor to ask, and it's coming fast. They instantly snap back in panic, convinced he's about to bring up their measurements again. He whips his head side to side and insists he's got one question for Isla about magic, the very thing he brought up the moment they first met. But Illa flashes him a bright thumbs up. Got it, she says, and once they're done munching those crabs, they'll spill every juicy detail. He glances to Victinia, voice changing on the spot. He'll text her when the moment hits, warns her it could feel shady, but makes it clear he's not going to stick his nose in directly. Her playful smile drops like a mask, and serious purpose replaces it. No worries, she says, just come when you get the message. The plan locks in, and the moment Fried and his men are back on their feet, Masaru is gone for the capital. A few days pass, and there they are standing high above the capital, staring out at the whole shining city, while Masaru's mind feels crystal clear. Inside the royal palace, a guard blurts that Commander Fried has just come back and demands an audience tomorrow. Then the king's voice snaps like a whip, cutting him off instantly. Good, he growls. Forget tomorrow. Bring him to me now. The king sprawls on his throne like a storm in human form, shuts down every pleasantry, growls in a dangerous low voice. Tell me, could you get your hands on the mutated beast's horn? The air turns ice cold. This ruler isn't kind. He's poison in a crown, and Masaru is striding right into the lion's den. 2 weeks later, the capital's gates finally slam open, and there's a carriage waiting right inside the entrance, ready to roll. A 5-star service, Masaru mutters, stunned they arranged a ride for him. But Fried is fuming. He snaps at Masaru that the carriage didn't show up by accident. It was there for a reason, not so he could decide to sprint the whole way. 7 brutal days later, his butt is screaming, and Fried just barks at him to get in. Patience gone, patience wrecked. As they roll through the capital's grand streets, the city's massive scale hits them like a wave. Fried lays out the plan, but Masaru barely hears a word. His face tightens as a brutal, suffocating power crawls out of the heart of the city. His thoughts spiral back to what Nagara, the rabbit folk elder, told him. She basically gave him the green light, telling him to move forward however he saw fit and trusting his judgment with zero doubt. She got why he was furious, then laid out their brutal truth. The ones who chained them probably did it to steal more territory for themselves. Sure, there are good souls like Fried, but they're rare. Then she dropped a chilling truth. Their plan can't work unless the whole town runs on hate and envy. And yeah, it's a harsh, necessary evil to power the children's futures. That's why she needed him, his one-of-a-kind attitude, his crazy way of negotiating, and how he flips every situation upside down was their last shot, and she was wagering everything on him. Right now, Fried snaps him out of it, quick. They'll race to tell the sister first, then bolt straight to the castle to meet the king. Masaru slams the moment shut and cuts him off. Right there in front of everyone, he's got one thing to do. He has to buy a Jeffo fruit. Norma's totally lost, but Masaru won't budge. He swears it's vital, and he promises he'll be right back. Fried's face twists in pure frustration. Why in the world would he demand you waste time at the Adventurers Guild of all places? Masaru just smirks, and a sharp little glint sparks in his eye, like he's already 3 steps ahead. He tells everyone he's got to confirm one last thing before he walks up to the king, so what's he up to now? The guild hall was a full-blown mess of grizzled old hands and wide-eyed rookies, just like he'd pictured. The receptionist flashes a smile and clocks Fried's battle-hardened presence at once, then asks if they're here to make a request. Masaru steps forward a little too eager, blurting that he's always dreamed of being an adventurer. Then he leans in close and drops his voice. He tells her a mutated one-horned beast has shown up, and he's desperate to find out what its materials are worth. Another guild member catches him mid-conversation and hears him barking orders to the materials counter, like, "Are you seriously asking asterisk that as a newbie?" The man spreads the prices on the table. Regular monster, scraps barely scrape by for a few silver, magical beasts command a full gold, and when you hit dragon-class monsters, the price tag slams down at 100 gold just to start. He flips the page and bam, right there are the prices for those mutated beast parts. He swears their value is straight-up astronomical, so rare and so brutally powerful that even the Kingsguard struggled, and that's why the price has gone nuclear. Masaru's mind is going a mile a minute, tallying every coin in his hands, thousands and thousands of gold, stacked like a fortune. That last number slams into him like a punch to the chest. 100 million. Masaru can barely even breathe it in, like his brain's stuttering. The guild worker thinks he's just stunned by the price, but Masaru's mind is racing, snapping over every possible play this new leverage hands him. Later on, they're standing face-to-face with a massive estate, and Frey doesn't waste a second, demanding to know what that whole guild show was supposed to be. Masaru can't stop giggling to himself, buzzing with excitement for his meeting with the king, and then Fried's patience snaps. He yanks Masaru close, demanding he promise he won't start any trouble. Masaru looks genuinely wounded, and he asks why everyone instantly labels him as trouble, so he's like, why? Then Frey jabs a finger right at his face, dead serious, don't. At the royal castle, the guards shout that Fried's here, then those massive gates rip open, and they're finally ushered straight to the king. The throne room stretches into a massive, echoing hall, and every step inside screams, you're nothing. From atop his throne, the king studies them from a dizzying height, silent, towering, and utterly untouchable as they close in. His eyes snap wide open, so it's him, the one they were talking about. Fried and Masaru drop to their knees before the throne, Masaru stunned to the core. This is it, the king of the human race. The king's pressure blasts the room, and Masaru fights to stay on his knees. He forces himself not to crack, because weakness is not an option when he's got a trump card up his sleeve. Then he rises and with a deafening declaration, I refuse, his voice slams through the silent hall, as everyone freezes, Fried and the guards stare on in total horror. The king finally locks eyes with the peasant who dares to stand. Then Masaru barges in and introduces himself way too casually for comfort, and to everyone's shock, the king flashes amusement and says he's Orata. He can't help but grin at Masaru's insolence, so when he's in a good mood, he slams down the verdict and pardons the kid's whole transgression. But his eyes snap tight, and a chill slithers into every word. He tells Masaru to watch himself, because if his good mood gets crushed, the fallout won't be anything he can take back. With that deadly threat looming, the king whips around, looks at Fried, and orders him to spit out his report. Fried lays it all out to the beastmen, then explains Masaru's mission, haul the materials straight from the mutated beast they just crushed. The king applauds the Fried offering, then turns to Masaru and orders him to present it. Masaru hoists the massive beast's severed head in the air, and that one huge horn jabs straight up toward the ceiling. The king grins like he's just pulled off the biggest twist, then tells Masaru to hand it over, and promises a reward so handsome it'll make your head spin. Masaru flashes a bright smile that never touches his eyes, and then he says no. The courtroom explodes into chaos, shocked whispers everywhere, then Masaru stands up and clears everything in one breath. This isn't an offering, it's a negotiation, and he's here to make the trade. The king scoots forward, eyes locked in, and tells himself it's practically a favor from him. His tone snaps like a switch flipped and the whole room cools fast. One of the subjects jerks their head up, eyes locked on their leash. That's how it's always been, his control, their place. And if they ever start thinking they can stand side by side, he makes sure they remember exactly where they belong. A brutal, crushing pressure slams Masaru, and the king's face contorts with raw rage. Who gave that brat the nerve to look down on me? He roars because that sickening, terrifying aura. It's the exact one Masaru felt from Lancelot. Right then, the pressure disappears. The king slumps back, throwing out an apology, and like it's the strangest thought, muses that ruling as king is an absolutely unreasonable kind of bird. He shrugs and plays dumb, saying a king is nothing but a god-picked supervisor. Then he hurls the bombshell. A little bird told me, he says, that you were so rattled during your own coronation you kept tripping over your own name. Masaru's smirk snaps back into place, his gaze locking onto the king's like a trap closing. And yeah, this story is about to get wildly interesting, right? But just as a minister steps in, the king snaps his hand up and shuts him down in an instant. Wait, watch the king as his thoughts explode, racing like crazy. He springs up from his throne, storms down the steps, and closes the distance until he's standing nose to nose with Masaru. So tell me, how would some nobody even figure that out? He's watching it all unfold, with only a tiny crew of people around him, and then he snaps, demanding to know who the little bird really was. Masaru's grin stretches to dangerous levels. Doesn't matter who told me, he just snaps. Let's start the main show. Then a brutal sphere of pure black energy blooms in his hand, and the king's eyes go wide with total, jaw-dropping disbelief. A blinding light crashes into the throne room, and out of it steps a lone figure. The king freezes, stunned to the bone, staring at it like he can't even breathe. Ez's voice rings out, calm and certain, as she declares she showed up exactly as promised. Right next to Masaru, the goddess Victinia materializes with a grin, tossing playful shade at him. So you're just using a goddess whenever you want, she teases, like summoning her is no big deal. The king's mind spun out of control, and his eyes went wide with sheer disbelief. He still remembered that one moment, 30 years back, when he'd spotted the goddess Victinia's, a radiant heaven-sent presence he'd only dared to watch from his knees. And now she was in his castle, calm as anything, sipping tea like she owned the place, while that arrogant upstart brat sat right there. Why in the world were they holding a tea party right in front of his throne? That level of audacity was downright shocking. Masaru and Victinia yapped like the stunned king wasn't even in the room, and she said Harasama was singing his praises while the new world's progress was booming. Then she whipped out her tablet and showed him the image, her gift, delivered with purpose, and she leaned in, saying, "Look, I'm already working on your request." She even delivered a message from Isla, an image of a workshop packed with hardworking rabbit folk, and the Victinias shot back that, for a useless goddess, she was weirdly dependable. Masaru felt guilt stab him as he admitted he'd put his request on pause. The king snapped, rage exploding as he slammed his fist into the throne, demanding what she thought she was doing meddling this deep in mortal lives, because a goddess had no business playing detective with humans. Masaru sprang to his feet to calm things down, but the king was already roaring at them to stop. Victinia's rose glided past with a calm smile, like she hadn't even heard the chaos. Then she apologized for losing herself in her talk with Masaru. After that, she turned to the king and said, "It's been a long time, Axion, king of grottos." The king stammered, his mind snapping back to her from his younger days, but that wasn't what mattered right now. He had to find out what kind of bond she had with Masaru. She clapped a hand on Masaru's shoulder and told him, straight up, that their bond is a superior subordinate deal because he's her apostle. The king's jaw literally fell open. An apostle, this kid. He'd heard Masaru got away with beheading a slaver, but he never saw this coming. One of the guards blurted out, shocked, how in the world could a messenger of God be just some perfectly ordinary human? Masaru flailed his hands like crazy and swore he was nothing special, just an ordinary human like everyone else. Panic sprinted through his mind. This wasn't the outcome he expected, and he couldn't very well walk up to the king and confess, "Yeah, I'm a transmigrator from another world." How was he supposed to explain all this to an old king who'd actually get it? Victinias leaned in close and whispered, "And calling you my apostle. Yeah, that part isn't exactly true either." With a mischievous sparkle in her eyes, she tossed the king a response so wild it shattered his world again. "Friends, I guess." Friends, this mortal straight-up became buddies with a god. The king's brain just couldn't wrap around it, and Masaru pounced on that opening, saying, "As her friend and follower, I'm building her a statue to prove that belief you're chasing." Victinia snapped her gaze to the king and begged him to get Masaru some mithril right away, telling him Masaru could use the next shipment to go see where he needed. And since she's a god's apostle, the king couldn't seriously refuse a god's request, could he? Before the king could even get a word out, a fresh voice sliced through the tense silence. "You're crossing the line with your authority, Victinias." Then, out of nowhere, a second goddess, Hera, ripped into the scene and grabbed a panicked Victinias by the collar. Hera yanked a thrashing goddess out of the way and tore into her. She was done with this good-for-nothing act, especially after a brutal 24-hour sermon course. Then, as they got pulled into nothingness, Victinia snapped back to Masaru, yelling not to forget her craving for crabs next time. "Yeah, the crabs," he blurted it like a vow, then yelled it into the empty air. The throne room went stone silent. Then the king crumpled in his seat like all fight had been ripped out of him, desperate to be alone with Masaru. So he sent every guard and advisor away, and their faces flashed with shock and pure confusion because they couldn't wrap their heads around it. Two goddesses, and one of them was actually hanging out as human friends with this guy. The moment they were finally alone, the king leaned over Masaru, his voice dragging with pure exhaustion. Then he rasped, "So, what else do you have up your sleeve?" Masaru's face hardened fast. He brought the statue up again, convinced it felt like he was using a goddess's kindness, so he'd need the craft of a dwarven master to build it. Then he shot the king a question. Did he honestly think a dwarf would carve a statue for a human who just made a bargain with a goddess? The king spotted his moment. Now he'd step into this negotiation himself to show the gods how much respect he meant. But trouble hit. He wouldn't buy a thing from Masaru. He only wanted Masaru to swear he wouldn't sell it to him. Masaru stared in confusion, because the king just dropped one wild request: get the horn of that one-horned mutated beast. The king raised his royal scepter high and announced, "This isn't just power, it's proof," swearing it was forged from the horn of a one-horned beast his own founding king crushed himself. The scepter gets handed down to the next king like clockwork. This sacred tradition locks the bond between the beast and the whole kingdom in one powerful symbol. But his time was slipping away fast. He was already past his prime, and he had no clue when the next beast would crash into the world, so he had to start preparing right now. As king, it was his duty, and Masaru knew it down to the bone. They were moving on to the negotiations next. But when Masaru leaned in and stared at the white scepter, doubt hit him like a sudden chill. Something about it felt totally wrong. He fixed his eyes and boom, he triggered his appraisal skill. The effect hit in an instant, clean, undeniable. He deforged the scepter from a unicorn's horn, ground it into powder to purge poisons, not from some twisted mutant beast, like I'd been assuming. The king demanded answers, and Masaru met his gaze like a blade, flat out telling him that this scepter wasn't forged from the horn of the one-horned mutated beast. The king's face drained of color. He shoved forward and snarled, "Don't you dare lie. Did Masaru really flip his decision and try to fool me about selling it?" Masaru's face didn't budge. This was a negotiation where everyone fights for common ground, and he'd never, ever exploit his partner's trust. He swore it to the goddess of this world, the very one the kings, people put their faith in. The king froze, stunned by the sheer, unshakable conviction blazing in the young man's eyes. Finally, the king caved. All right, fine. He'd order the horn at once, admitting it was priceless, the kind of treasure that could sell for a fortune across the land. He'd beat any price. But Masaru just shook his head. He didn't want money. The horn wasn't something he bought. It was something he won through a deal with a friend. And then he hit the real question. Isn't good faith supposed to count for something? The king stared in shock. Wait, that's the deal. They clasped hands and sealed the deal in one sharp, final moment. Once the deal was sealed, the king leaned in and demanded Masaru's next move. Masaru told them he'd press on with his journey, but first he had to load up on supplies. Then the king stepped in, insisting he stay in the capital for a few days and promising him a night guide because he already had the perfect person lined up. The story cuts to a royal library where Zack, the blonde knight, gets roasted nonstop by his buddies. They're clowning him for being an accountant, not some warrior. Then Masaru bursts in, grinning, and says his pal Fried told him to check out Zack. Zack's friends froze in shock when this newcomer walked in like he already knew a royal knight. Masaru told Zack that his dad was a skilled artisan who forged prosthetic limbs, and then right there, he pitched Zack a business deal. Masaru stepped forward and formally introduced himself, thrusting the king's letter into view, and made it clear that during his stay, he'd be under Zack's care. But there was one more reason he came looking, and with a grin, he told him, "Don't worry, I'm putting you on the hook for the workshop." Zack shot him a stare, utterly lost. Wait, what are you even talking about? Musaru's grin never flickered. His plan was already racing past the king's throne room and into something bigger. Zack grimaces, then straight up admits he can hook his friend up with a discount. Zack points down the alley at a crumbling building, throws out a tour, and even offers a place for Masaru to crash. And when Masaru asks why he's going this far, Zack just lets out a heavy sigh. The second they cross the threshold, dust and decay slam into their noses. This place is wrecked, with rubble and shattered boards scattered everywhere. Masaru's eyes pop wide with disbelief. This isn't just a struggling shop, it's been wrecked to the bone, and he can't help but demand what on earth happened here. Zack drops his head, grimacing as he admits it looks awful. His father poured everything into this place, but now the business is crashing straight into oblivion. Masaru totally ignores the mess, then spots one lone brick and snatches it up. Bam. His appraisal skill detonates into his mind with details. This isn't some random piece. It's a masterpiece of clay, shale, and mud, fired to perfection, and it's downright impressive. He scans the place, clocking those perfectly cut logs in the same size stones, and it screams skill. Zack's father is a master craftsman, but the second money and business get involved, the guy is totally clueless. Zack clocks his dad out back, hammering away like he's probably burning through more bricks by the minute. Then Masaru steps in fast, slams the brakes on everything, and tells Zack they need a real talk with the man before any business goes down, so Zack better lead the way. Zack yells that he's brought a customer, and a rough voice rips out from the crumbling wall, telling him to cut it with the dad talk and letting him know the customer's inside. They spot him slumped among his own creations, a giant of a man crushed flat by pure obsession. Zack immediately starts freaking out over him, grilling him on why he's pushing so hard when he's clearly sick, while the man just blanks out and mumbles that he doesn't have any money. Suddenly his despair bursts into a raw scream, no money left. He roars, face twisted in pure anguish, panicking that there won't even be food for tomorrow, and forget those damn bricks. Masaru clocks it at a glance, because only a genius who'd rather let his own family starve than stop chasing his obsession could have become that good-for-nothing father, and it begs the question. What kind of drive makes a man destroy his own household for his craft? After the outburst, the old man collapses back down, and Masaru blurts, "What happened to your workers?" The man finally cracks. Every single one walked out last month because he hadn't paid them in 3 long months. The news slams into Zack like a punch to the chest. He yanks at his father, shaking as he blurts, "Where's my sister Diana?" The old man says she stepped out to earn money, and Zack's thoughts crash straight into the worst-case scenario. Is she selling her body? Nope, his father snaps it out cold. She ditched him and took a job at the rival workshop. The tension snaps and Zack crumples with relief, a tired smile tugging at his lips. "That's great," he breathes. Relief turns to pure rage. He drives a heavy punch into his father's jaw, yells at him for being useless, then snaps, "Just rest." While the family drama spirals, Masaru stays calm and asks what they've got left in bricks right now. He asks what Diana's role even is, but the father just shrugs it off, like he has no clue. He swears it won't change a thing, because even if customers show up, he's certain they still won't be able to sell a single thing. Masaru pushes back, so why won't the best bricks in the capital fly off the shelves? The old man snorts and blames the customers, saying they're blind. Masaru shakes his head hard. It's not them. It's the store. The vibe it gives off is downright awful. He starts laying down a brand new foundation, brick, business sense, and it kicks off with one thing: fix up the store's look, because high-quality products mean nothing when they're shoved out like they're from a glorified garbage heap. Next up is inventory. He pushes them to sort everything so customers can spot what's in stock, and then he tells Zach, "I'll be at the inn tonight. Tomorrow, we meet at the castle and lock in the plan." But before that, Masaru's got his own mission to handle. He squares up in front of the king, snatches his massive reward, and cashes in for the mutated beast he just crushed. The king grins and races to the next point on the agenda, snatching up Masaru's surplus grain. Masaru throws his offer on the table, spilling exactly how much barley, wheat, and soybeans he'll trade away. The king nods and agrees to buy every last bit of wheat, shrugging that soybeans aren't on the radar. Then he leans in and demands to know exactly how much Masaru has stockpiled. But Masaru isn't just selling food, he's showing you the whole game plan, a massive deal packed with tools and construction materials. The king, blown away by that gutsy play, nods and seals the deal. Boom, the negotiations hit a home run. The king's advisor leans in and says Masaru negotiates circles around anyone, far better than a commoner ever should, and the king nods until the advisor throws in a sharp warning. He points out that a chunk of their stash is marked for military invasions, and the king's eyes turn grim as he admits that after what happened with the rabbit folks, the next war is probably already on the doorstep. Masaru's expression hardens on the spot. The king flicks his hand in disgust, barking that these expeditions are nothing but a waste of time. He swears his top priority is piling prosperity into his own realm. Then Masaru cuts in, calling out his non-stop expansion for exactly what it is, the spark that's igniting chaos along his borders. He tells the king, "I've got a piece of advice to share," and the king, shocked by the audacity of this commoner, leans in hard, hanging on every word. Masaru kicks things off as a nation builder, not some lowly merchant. He leans in and tells the king to pour everything into the cities they already have, not chase new conquests. He points to his Beastman city like proof, showing how a city can rise, thrive, and uplift its people without ever dragging anyone into war. He leans in and demands the king rethink everything, trust that a world where every race lives together in peace is real. The king sneers that they're an inferior race, but Masaru shuts him down instantly with a calm, ironclad reminder. His smile vanishes, and deadly seriousness crashes onto his face. A sickening invisible pressure crawls through the room, and it all feels like it's pouring out of this one man. The king and his advisor snap into cold sweat, frozen by a threat nobody dares to name, because now it's unclear. Is he giving a lecture or aiming a warning right at the throne? Masaru snaps his eyes shut for a split second, and the weight of his will slams into the air like thunder. Then it's done. He rises on the spot, declares the day's work finished, and swings by one last time to say his goodbyes before heading out of the capital. The king collapses into his throne, completely wiped out after that brutal confrontation. He snaps his gaze to his servant, and with a rare shake in his voice, he demands to know if every choice he's made is wrong. The servant answers with razor focus, and the king can't ignore it. His kingdom mirrors his reign, just like Masaru said, and suddenly it all clicks. Maybe he's saying Masaru's arrival is a gift from the gods, and you'd better listen to his warning. The servant leans in and asks, "Should I ready the royal guard for the visit, now that Masaru's building that coastal city?" The king stands tall, a brand new fire burning in his eyes, and then he snaps out a jaw-dropping command. No shields, no swords. This time they're carrying pens. Back in the city, Zack leans in and thanks Masaru for jumping in and saving the day. But the closer they get to the shop, Zack's nerves spike, and he snaps at Masaru to think twice, especially in front of his sister. Masaru looks genuinely offended, and he claims he's all logic, while Zack's not buying it at all, because he's afraid Masaru's gonna keep speaking his mind a little too loudly. The door swings open, and a young woman with a warm, welcoming smile steps in to greet them. She pops right up and says, "I'm Diana, Zack's sister." Masaru immediately stares at the warehouse like it's a treasure mountain. Then Diana explains why. Their father, for all his flaws, painstakingly mapped out every last item in their stock. She gestures them to a seat, but Masaru's already squirming with impatience to get a closer look at the goods. His mind spins with wild possibilities. He doesn't just see materials, he sees potential, and he's about to squeeze every last drop of it for something great. He grabs a bizarre ceramic plate as tough as steel, then turns to Diana and demands, "What is this?" She tells him it all traces back to their father's soldier days, an amazing new material that was light as air and built to last, but way too pricey and a nightmare to mass produce. The talk swings straight into the family's sinking finances. Diana's bright mood snaps off like a switch, replaced by a surge of rage as she admits she kicked her own father out just yesterday for trying to mortgage the house to pay his debts. The numbers are insane, they're gasping under the weight of it, and she swears their only lifeline is one huge buyer who can wipe their inventory clean. Masaru steps in, his voice slicing straight through the despair. Then he declares that the one big customer they've been hoping for, that's exactly what they found. The whole room feels different in an instant. Then he blurts out that he has to talk to them about something huge and urgent. First things first, he lifts a finger and asks, "If I grab everything you've got, do I get a discount?" Zach and Diana burst with joy in the blink of an eye, because a discount is the only thing they can cling to after this miracle, this blessing that feels like it's going to wipe out every single problem they've got. Once the deal's done, that heavy weight finally slips off their shoulders. But Masaru isn't done. He steps in close, eyes sharpening, and a serious, predatory look takes over his face. "So tell me, after saving you all, will you guys?" So listen, his hands hold their future, but what does he demand back? Masaru hurls a proposal into the warehouse air, and his voice slices straight through the tension, because he's not asking for supplies, he's demanding them. He asks Diana and her father to move to his city. Zach's jaw drops, and he blurts out what kind of proposal this even is, but Masaru doesn't blink. His eyes lock on Diana while his arms stretch wide like he's laying out a royal invitation. That offer hits like a thunderclap in the room. This isn't some boring business move anymore. It's a decision that could change his whole life. Diana instantly recoils at the plan. No way she's leaving their home or abandoning the capital, and she snaps that it's ridiculous, her voice cutting through pure disbelief. Masaru lifts his chin and flashes that confident smile. No, this isn't just any city. He's talking about building his brand new Beastman city, and he needs them there right now. He spells out the terms, and it's so good it feels fake. 3 guaranteed meals every day, unlimited work, and even a job for their father, pounding bricks for a living. Diana's eyes lock in, hunting for the trick, because is this guy even serious? A Beastman city, the words alone feel wrong, like danger wrapped in syllables. Zach blurts out the obvious worry. He's not trying to discriminate, but this place feels strange, and there are hardly any humans at all. It's basically a frontier town built for a different race. Masaru is one move ahead. He's pushing straight to the king to get official permission to hire human craftsmen, zeroing in on folks who are barely making ends meet. And he's not only building a city, he's forging an entire economy from the ground up. Annual's eyes flare with excitement. This move is a slam dunk to lock in even more manpower. Masaru's grin spreads wider and fiercer. More people means the city grows faster. He urges them to picture the wild possibilities and draws them into his dream, then hits them with the real question. Would they really torch their entire lives for a city that isn't even real yet? Diana hesitates, realizing they'd have to master whole new skills and techniques, and Masaru just tells her to think it through. Then he snaps right back to the real issue and sweetens the deal. If they say yes to his proposal, he'll knock 10% off the supply costs. Zach seized the chance to wipe out their debts, and the relief hit hard when he realized he wouldn't have to haul a mountain of gold through the streets. They burst toward the moneylender's office, and dread grips Zach in the chest. He's convinced the man will yank a last-second trick, like his instincts are screaming at him not to trust a word. They pound on the door, and the second it opens, the shopkeeper snaps, annoyed as hell, because he's already shut up for the day. He thinks they've come back to beg for more cash, but the second his eyes lock onto Diana, his whole attitude flips like a switch. A slimy grin crawls onto his face. If Diana really insists, he'll bite the bullet and make an exception. Before Zach even gets a chance to speak, he slams a heavy pouch of gold on the counter, shutting him down mid-sentence, because they're here to pay what they owe and nothing else. The moneylender freezes, eyes locked on the mountain of coins, his jaw dropping in pure disbelief, because he can't wrap his head around how a tiny brick shop could cough up this much cash. Zach and Diana let out one shared breath of relief, like, is this really enough now? Because they're finally ripping themselves out of that suffocating debt spiral. But that man's smirk crawls back, colder than ever, and he congratulates them for stacking up so much, only to cut it down. It's still not enough. Panic shot through the room, and Diana's eyes went wide, because her father didn't just borrow money behind their backs. He went and grabbed even more. What kind of messed up game is he running? The The moneylender snaps his head side to side and tells them to calm down. This isn't another loan, it's about that warehouse they rented. And Zach swears they already paid those bills, so there's no way anything's going to go wrong. But the man tears into the fine print in their contract, and one change without permission counts as a breach, like a crack in the ceiling, a sketchy shelf propped up by a ladder, every single tweak slamming the door shut as a violation. Masaru's smile dies on his face. His gut screamed the warning, but he ignored it, and now it's too late. As Diana's tears start to spill, Annual rushes in to comfort her, but Masaru isn't stuck in despair. He snaps into action and vows he'll fix everything, making it even better than before. Later that night, the city goes dead silent, and Masaru's sigh comes out like it's been wrung from his bones. But he's not finished. He shakes off the exhaustion, locks in his resolve, and refuses to let defeat win. He needs to blow off some steam right now. He's heading out to go shopping. Diana asks if his shopping spree is all for Beastman City, and he flashes a grin. Half of it is for the city's future, but the rest is straight up for him. He starts laying out his dream, an entire city packed with skilled craftsmen, where flawless goods flood the streets, a real metropolis built to grow bigger than the capital one day. The massive size of his dream floors Zach and Diana, and they just freeze, because the whole insane possibility feels like it's pulling them in. Meanwhile, their father just shrugs it all off, staying locked on his bricks, while he leaves the big money schemes for them to wrestle with. Diana snaps her gaze away, and a dark shadow streaks across her face. She brushes it off in a split second, but that smile looks forced, like it can't bury the storm churning underneath. Something's clawing at her thoughts, and you can practically see the weight on her mind. Masaru grins and confirms he's taking off first thing in the morning. Zach and Diana practically rushed in, volunteering to guide him through the castle town's marketplace and point him to the absolute best spots. Every year they grumble that Masaru is even harder to handle than their own father, but Diana shoots them a sharp SHH and shuts it down, because this is the perfect chance to introduce him to the local craftsmen. Diana swears she's just thrilled to escape the accounting grind, but the way she looks gives away a darker reason. She says it could be fun to renovate the warehouse with Masaru before they're gone, like she's planning one last job together, and the words hit with this eerie, bittersweet finality. The next day, the marketplace turns into a full-blown storm of motion, noise, and non-stop energy. They barrel straight into the chaos, ripping through every stall and cornered vendor they come across. When they stumble back in, the room is crammed to the brim with ridiculous purchases, whole stacks of annual stares, and total shock on everyone's face as they scramble to figure out how he could have bought all of it. Vegetables, spices, tools, yeah, sure, but then you've got the animals, the real chaos waiting to happen. Right off the bat, Zach spots a creature he's never seen before, a weird green goat they call the widow goat. Masaru can't stop bragging as he unveils the Adventurers Guild's wild mutated menagerie, horned rabbits that pop out young 14 times a year, four-horned goats, and wind-cutter quails that lay eggs every 3 days. He's beaming with pure pride, overflowing with joy because he finally gets to start raising his own livestock. Zach drags him aside, eyes locked and voice tense. He's terrified for Diana in this new city, so he tells Masaru flat out he can't go because he has to stay and protect her. Masaru stares at him like he's lost his mind. "Aren't you coming with us?" Zach freezes on the spot, like that question just punched the air out of him. Masaru casually blurts out that he forgot to mention it. Turns out, since the king let him recruit craftsmen, Zach had to be stationed in Beastman City as part of a brand new unit. And it gets even crazier. Zach isn't just stuck there. They've already picked him as the unit's captain and the official ambassador. Wait, did Masaru just redraw another guy's whole career without even asking? Zach's world whips out of orbit. There's a captain and an ambassador in the mix, and he can't dodge a direct order from the king, but somehow he just scored a girlfriend too. Diana suddenly bursts into the room, sprinting straight at them with a crumpled piece of paper clutched in her hand. She's made up her mind, then tells Masaru she's in. She's accepting his offer to head to the Beastman City. To get things rolling, she hurried to the Merchants Guild to set up the sale of their house and land. She thrusts the official document into Masaru's hands, and terror drains all color from her face. Masaru's eyes rake across the page, and in the blink of an eye, confusion detonates into full-blown, unfiltered rage. The guild hasn't signed off on the sale at all. They're slamming the family with insane demolition fees instead, using the property's wrecked condition as the excuse. San and Diana can't shake the shock. It's been a month, and Masaru's been battling the Merchants Guild nonstop, but now they've finally cornered him. Right when they're about to connect the pieces, a shadow crashes over the doorway. He's back. But the moment he walks in, it's like Masaru's soul has been ripped out. His eyes go dead, his face turns gaunt, and that tiny worried spirit clings to his shoulder like it's clinging to one last desperate hope. He drops into a chair, utterly crushed, and San leans in like, "What happened?" And the whole nightmare spills out. Masaru's genius plan to jack up the land value worked flawlessly, until the guild slammed back with insane demolition and preparation fees that buried him. And yeah, it was a trap, and he walked straight into it. Sam's voice shakes apart with panic. What am I gonna do now? And Masaru snaps his head up, the dead stare vanishing as a terrifying fire ignites in his eyes. He tells Sam it's obvious exactly what happens next. He hoists a gigantic spiked flail, and the chain screams as it swings. This is the first time in forever, he mutters, since rage like this took him. The very next morning, Masaru is a blur, an unstoppable storm of focused destruction. San and Diana just freeze in stunned silence as he marches straight toward the store, because San thought Masaru would kick off the demolition today, but the shock is real. He's doing it himself. He thought it was just about dodging demolition fees, but when Masaru looks up, something else is blazing in his eyes. This isn't about saving money, it's about sending a message. Masaru mutters to himself one last time, then swings the flail down with everything he's got. The weapon slams into the stone foundation, and the ground itself seems to howl in pain. He hammers the swing again and again, each hit booming through the street, and this whole time he'd built the weapon for pure fun in that coastal city. Now he's finally getting to unleash it. Sans left totally stunned. Why is this even happening? It began as a demolition show, but Masaru drags out a beast weapon on a house, taking it way too far, and still he only smirks like he's mapped every move ahead of time. He tells everyone not a single thing will go to waste. Those stone walls will be smashed into gravel and saved for later, because this isn't pointless destruction, it's battle-ready preparation. He's even calling on his construction skill to forge a dust-proof cover for the whole area, and he warns the neighbors ahead of time so the disruption stays as low as possible. San keeps staring at Masaru's insanely detailed demolition plan, every tiny step mapped out, from ripping apart the interior materials to tearing into the foundation, and somehow he's recycling everything too. So what kind of demolition is this supposed to be? Masaru whips his head toward San and tells him Zack is coming to help, then pitches the wild idea of using Zack as an exchange ambassador, because it looks like Masaru's finally in a place where he can back up his plans and actually step up. Right then, a fresh voice slices into the chaos, Zack and Diana's father. He's here to help tear everything down, and once Zack and Diana hear he came because the Treasure Guild told him, their jaws drop like, no way, our dad really showed up. San blinks in confusion, asking what else Masaru is cooking up, while his father just smiles, spots the skill in Masaru's work and praises his craft. Masaru's grin sharpened into something predatory as he finally spilled the real plan. He's not just tearing down that house. He's building a brand new blacksmith shop right on the same spot, then getting it appraised by the very guild that tried to crush him, and selling it back to them for a price so outrageous it'll make their jaws drop. His father's face snaps into a brutal grin, and everything clicks. Masaru's about to rake in a fortune, and then he'll make the guild's bastards choke on their own greed. Yeah, give him that kind of job any day. Once the job's done, Masaru shouts at Zack to go help his still-stunned father. With the house fully remodeled and revenge finally set loose, Masaru declares, all right, time to head back to Beastman City. He'll leave in a week once everything here is settled, and with a steady voice that sounds like goodbye, he tells Zack and Diana to start preparing for what's coming. Masaru tells Zack to break up with his girlfriend the right way, this time, then Diana snaps and smacks him, and she tells him to stop dodging excuses and say his goodbyes already, because he's got friends who have actually cared about him. Then their father jumps in, loud and curious, asking if his drinking buddies, the Centurions, are joining the fun too. Masaru leaned in and told everyone he'd been slammed with negotiations at the castle. Then he hit the shops too, locking in 6 blacksmiths, 2 leather workers, 8 carpenters, and 4 cooks, but the real win was the manpower he managed to secure. And then bam, something else happens. A week later, everything's finally set. Gear, plans, and all the preparations are locked in. Masaru stood right in front of the king and blurted out that he'd be leaving way sooner than anyone expected. The king finally spots that the man who went overboard with his shopping is leaving the capital at last, and the whole castle staff exhales in relief, because it looks like Masaru didn't get messed up by his last visit. He's heard the rumors. Masaru is cooking up something wild, building a blacksmith and an armory just to sell them to the Merchants Guild. The king leans in and asks if this is really a farewell gift. Masaru nods and says yes, because the word has already torn through the whole capital. He raised a wild 3-story stone shop no one had ever seen before, then filled it with top-tier goods, lined up on the walls and stacked behind the counter like a treasure vault. And that's why it sells out everywhere, an anti-theft trap. An iron cage slams down in front of the door in counter, cutting off every route to freedom, and the king cackles like he's already watching the panic unfold. So this is his parting gift, the king thinks. He knows that once people in his line of work lay eyes on these innovations, progress is going to ignite. Masaru nods along, praising it as a huge leap for development, until the king slams the brakes, telling him his skills are impressive, but he's juggling too many problems alone. If you've got the king's manpower, then grab it and put it to work. He calls out a dangerous blind spot. Masaru's got top-notch craftsmen, but they've never served as city representatives, so he can't afford to forget it. The king's words slam into Masaru's heart, because he remembers every brutal struggle of building that city, and he knows what the truth is. You can't run a home center and still build a city for everyone by yourself. He thanks King Axion for the insight, then swears he'll keep every word lodged in his mind. The king throws out an offer. He'll send folks to the city for a cultural exchange, but only if they're spirited and dependable, and Masaru doesn't hesitate, nodding like crazy while firing off requests at lightning speed. They slam their hands together in a deal, and the king's eyes light up. He can't wait to see the breathtaking city Masaru will build. A brand new alliance snaps into place, one that'll decide the fate of both kingdoms from here on out. The king pitches, next time we'll grab a drink, and I'll call Victinas and the others, but Masaru panics and begs him to spare him that nightmare. At the city gates, the caravan gets hauled into place as loaders start piling everything up. The whole operation is huge, crates and supplies stacked to the sky, like a loud, undeniable billboard for Masaru's big dreams. The caravan leader stared in pure amazement. He'd never seen a group so alive, and it blew his mind because it wasn't anything like the caravans they usually cram together. Right before they're about to head out, their party suddenly swells. An 8-person crew of human and elf adventurers has decided to quit the road for good and start a new life in the new city. Masaru grins. He's got this upbeat crew ready to crush training for the city's brand new security guards. Someone asks if he's about to give a speech, and even though he tries to wave it off, he already knows he can't dodge it. Face to face with a roaring crowd of artisans, adventurers, and true friends, he steps up and delivers his gratitude, praising everyone for saying yes and for choosing to chase a brand new life in a new land, in a brand new city. He tells them, with the skills you forged in the capital, you're not just raising a city, you're building a brand new lifeline of trade and power for all your friends waiting in your new home. From a distance, the king watches in total silence, witnessing the world ignite into a brand new era. Zack, Diana, and their father stand there, their faces lit up with pure excitement and a heavy edge of worry. Masaru rallies them with a promise. The days ahead will be packed and nonstop, but so will the fun, the smiles, and the joy. Then he urges everyone to roll up their sleeves and build their future side by side. With a last grateful thank you and a real goodbye, the order drops. Then they launch into the road, racing toward their brand new home. A massive caravan rumbles out of the capital. This moving city of pioneers barrels toward an unknown future, hauling the hopes and dreams of an entire new generation right on their backs. The caravan keeps rolling, and once they leave the capital behind, the whole vibe lifts in a way nobody expected. Masaru suddenly becomes the talk of the group, and his friends start grilling him nonstop about his brand new elven buddy. Zack snaps that Masaru has been stuck to her side all day, and his whole body is throbbing from that brutal long carriage ride. The older warrior leans in with a teasing grin, demanding to know if he's finally scored a fresh encounter, so he can finally learn how an elf truly lives. Masaru just shrugs it off, laughing like it's nothing, then brushes off the scouts' playful jabs and points them toward a river in the distance. As the sun starts to sink, this is the perfect spot to drop camp and settle in for the night. As everyone starts setting up, the chat instantly turns to when they'll arrive, and the looming threat hangs right over their heads. Masaru yanks out a map, and it's not paper at all. A crystal-clear, glowing projection of the whole region floats in midair, locking onto their exact position like a spotlight. Enro and the others just freeze, staring hard as their minds scramble to make sense of what they're seeing. She's lived through a lifetime, and still, this is the first time she's ever seen something like this, and the old warrior nods hard, admitting that not only does dimensional storage exist, but a skill like this, it's downright unreal. Masaru shrugs and explains the rabbit folks hit that same feeling. Being around good people brings real comfort, especially after everything fell apart back in the city. Everyone's spirits are sky-high, burning to speed toward the destination, because once they arrive, they're diving right back into building. As dinner starts cooking, Masaru blurts that they should go hunt down some fresh meat to beef up their supplies. He wants to hunt wild birds, and Eru, their expert hunter, shoots back with total confidence, like she's got this handled. She glides through the thick foliage, silent as a shadow, and locks onto her prey the instant she spots it. With one smooth, effortless shot, the arrow nails its target, and the bird drops out of the sky like it never stood a chance. It's the flawless kill. Zack's jaw drops at the huge mismatch between her bow and his, and Arrow explains that those thief birds are nothing but troublemakers that swoop in and steal from travelers. They're infamous for yanking pouches right off folks and tossing them somewhere else, turning it into a non-stop nightmare for every adventurer who tries to breathe easy. Then she smirks like she's sharing a secret, and trust me, they're ridiculously delicious. Zack feels completely useless. Then Arrow snaps into action with an idea and tells Masaru to give Bo a shot. She thrusts it into his hands, then snaps a warning. This thing is tricky. Use it wrong and you're done. He has to tread carefully because this is straight up dangerous. Right when Zack yells for him to hurry, Musaru hits him with a bombshell. He already built a bow himself, using the exact same materials. Iru's jaw just drops. Wait, what is he even talking about? She snatches his bow, twists the grip, and draws back, then her eyes blow wide. The pull is insanely heavy, like it makes zero sense. This thing shouldn't be able to work at all. She challenges him, can he really pull it off? He cracks and admits it's all a lie. He didn't craft a bow for humans at all. He forged one built to match his power, exactly the way only he can. Iru realizes he was just bluffing, straight up. After that landmine lesson with the bow, he finally got it, and it sure wasn't from some elven master. Masaru steels himself, decides to go for it anyway, and whips his aim straight at a tree way out in the distance. He mutters under his breath, praying he doesn't wreck something insane again, because the last time his power went off the rails, it left ugly memories that still haunt him. Right as he's about to hit release, a giant bear stomps into his view. Screw it, he mutters, and decides it's just another item to add to the list. An arrow screams through the air, and the power behind it is downright terrifying. Iru and Zack can only stare in stunned silence as that shot tears straight through the forest, smashing every tree in its path to bits. What kind of power did he just rip loose? And then boom, a blood-curdling scream rips through the woods. Masaru's face goes pale. No, not again. He'd hit someone again. But Arrow slices right through his panic, calling him an idiot. Then that scream hits from the other side. They sprint toward the noise and slam into pure chaos. Another caravan is getting torn apart as a colossal pack of wolves closes in. With a pack this huge, out on the empty plains with nothing around, something is horribly wrong, and it feels like it's watching you back. The wolves come with zero mercy, ripping straight through the defenses while their fangs snap and flash. The timing is brutal. Uru can't land a clean shot, and right now a woman is seconds away from being torn apart. Without wasting a second, Masaru snatches the closest log and rockets straight into the chaos, swinging it like a giant club. The blast hurls the wolf through the air, screaming like it's been hit by lightning. He drops right in front of the terrified woman and blocks her way like a wall, telling her to run, because he's here to help. She can barely speak, stammering out who he is, completely frozen by the sheer force of his power. But when another wolf comes flying at her, Masaru's eyes pop wide with pure alarm. He yells for her to move, yet she's stuck, way too naive to react. He whirls the log around again, but this time something weird grinds back at him with a nasty, silent resistance. It's not in his head. He feels like he's trying to hack his way through solid stone. Uru's warning cuts through the tree line. Run, Masaru, they're golems. Her arrow slammed into its stone hide, and sparks flew like nothing could pierce that beast, because swords and arrows were totally useless. That night he saved offers to help him slip away, find the perfect chance to retreat. But pride clenches her jaw. She declares herself a knight, refuses to turn her back on the enemy, even while Masaru is screaming at her that her sword is useless. Her blade shrieks across the golem's flank, and the thing shrugs it off like it's nothing. Masaru gets shoved onto the defensive, snatches a stone wolf, then slaps its body in front of him like a living shield. But it still isn't enough. This pack hammers him with numbers, drowning him in a rush of stone and snapping teeth. His companions can only stare, frozen in pure horror. The knight turns icy, guilt locking her in place. No, this can't be real, and it's all her fault. Then a voice slices through the chaos. He orders them off, warns it hurts, and growls not to bite his neck. The knight gapes in disbelief. Masaru is totally fine, while those stone wolves crowd in, nuzzling and licking his face like they're pumped-up puppies. He whips around and complains that they tore a hole right through his underwear. Wait, what is even going on right now? He lets out a heavy sigh, tells the stunned knight, "I've got this," and orders her to head back to her companions. Then his face flips, eyes narrow, confusion gets wiped out by cold fury, and he glares at the golem wolves. He bares his teeth and growls, demanding how they could possibly ruin his precious synthetic fiber underwear, an irreplaceable relic from his world. In that instant, his aura detonates outward, and he swears they'll regret messing with his clothes. In one smooth, lightning-fast motion, he whips his club through the air. The whole pack of stone golems explodes into dust and crumbles into rubble. The power is total, no limits, no mercy. He stands in the wreckage, wearing a chilling calm like a mask, and you can tell he's thinking, I'm from the capital, so it's finally time I start handling things like this. Back at camp, Zack let out a breath of relief and said there were 0 casualties. Masaru admits he was shocked too, but the fight hit him with a lesson. He burned through a third of his magic just to heal the bite marks, and that's when it finally clicked. His spirit class magic wasn't about finesse at all. It was about smashing through every problem with sheer, crushing force. He finally started to get what those blessings really meant. Right then, the elf knight he saved strides up to his tent and asks, straight up, if he can come inside. She isn't alone. Right next to her, a younger, smaller elf stands tall, looking up at Masaru with wide, curious eyes. Knight bows low as her deep formal gratitude hangs in the still air over the camp. The dark elf leader drops into a bow, her voice trembling with raw emotion. We're unbelievably grateful for your help. Lilia leans in and tells Masaru, we're the same kind of people, same race as me from the other world. The dark elf leader's stare pins Lilia in place. She bristles at once and blurts, why are you looking at me like that? The tension snaps tight as she fires back, daring the leader to answer the exact same question she's been given. Masaru totally misses the point and blurts out, what are we even comparing? Lilia snaps back fast, don't sweat it, I'm fine with either one. He scrambles to shut it down, then pushes them to save this for a real talk later. Back to business, Masaru leans in and demands answers. Why were they attacked by those golems, and what exactly happened? The elf freezes in place, then Masaru leans in and softly tells her, you don't owe me a word. If you don't want to talk, you don't have to. So she slips away to steal a moment for herself, then admits what she's about to say might sound shameless, because her people are drowning in trouble, unable to find even one place they can finally call home. With no plan left and no time to waste, she bites through her fear and begs, would they let her group join them, even if it's a long shot? Masaru doesn't even hesitate. He blurts out, okay. The dark elves freeze into stunned silence. Then one mutters that if this keeps up, they'll end up stranded on the roadside. Her leader snaps back that she can handle anything. And right then, Zack steps in and offers them a place on the carriage. Lilia finally blows up, yelling in pure disbelief. Wait, are you serious? You really just agreed to that? Masaru just flashes a grin at the new arrivals, warning them to brace for his non-stop shenanigans, and Zack chimes in with, yeah, you don't get to call us simple. And just like that, the caravan, now bigger than ever, kicks into gear and heads straight back toward Beastman City. 10 days later, the gates of their home finally rise up in sight. May lunges into his arms, gripping him tight as she welcomes him back, and then Adelina drops in, still as wild and unpredictable as ever. Adelina's just relieved to see him doing well, so she calls out for the chief. Apparently he's tied up over at the housing area, but he'll be back soon. The chief steps in, eyes widening at the huge crowd Masaru dragged back with him. Then Masaru grins and calls them craftsmen, ready to help build the city from the ground up. He lays it all out about the dark elves, and the chief wastes no time, offering right away to set them up with places to stay. The elves freeze in shock when they stumble onto a fully thriving city, cradled deep inside the mountains like it's been hiding in plain sight. Amaralda, their leader, is absolutely awestruck by it, this Beastman city, built with the humans who helped it rise, but she stays on guard, eyeing those friendly smiles, then snaps a warning to her companion that the black-haired man might be cooking up something dark. Is this real kindness, or a trap meant to catch her? She can't shake the dread crawling up her spine. Sure, the chief is hosting a welcome party, but all she can see is that same trusting look she's watched on her friends' faces for years, right before the betrayal hits like a knife. Masaru finally clicks. They never even managed to learn each other's names. The leader steps up and introduces herself, Emeralda, and her companion, Irina, stands right beside her as Masaru steps up with a formal smile, welcomes them into the city, and tells them to make themselves at home. That night, the whole settlement erupts in celebration under the stars, and a roaring bonfire blazes in the heart of town. While the whole town was partying, Masaru's eyes locked onto a familiar figure who was still up late, hard at work in that nearby building. It's Illa Safira, she beams as he returns, then blurts out a rushed apology for getting stuck in her work. She sighs that the kids won't let her breathe. Right on cue, a whole group sprints up to thank her for playing and tells her they'll see her again tomorrow. Later, warmed by the fire, Masaru tells her she's basically mastered the role of a full teacher, and she grins because he said it right. Then she leans in and reminds him that gods always keep their word. But she confesses she never expected that getting up close to mortals' lives could be this insanely fun. Masaru's smile drops instantly. What is she even getting at? A wave of sadness hits Isla's face as she admits, "That's exactly why it hurts me to have to leave." Once her work's done, she shuts the lesson down, because she has nothing left to teach, and her time playing teacher is finally over. She's down on the floor because she's the god of magic, right? So how could she possibly run out of things to teach? Then she says the god's code forbids her from meddling too much, so she was only allowed to teach everyone magic perception, and yep, that job is finished. Her job here is done. She turns to leave, and Masaru's brain snaps onto those words. It was fun. He cuts her off. Sure, she kept her promise, but now he's got a whole new demand. Starting tomorrow, he's demanding exclusive one-on-one magic lessons every single day for a full hour. Isla gasps, protesting that it's totally against the rules, but Masaru just smirks and waves her off, telling her it's no big deal, because she only has to teach him magic he couldn't use before. He unveils his perfect loophole. Since he lives in the town he's qualified for, he can tap into her teachings, and whatever new magic he learns next, he'll pass it straight to everyone else. He leans in, eyes blazing, and points out the contract never had a deadline. Then she can only stammer, he's right. He fires a simple question at her. Why'd you waste your time helping me and the craftsmen build this city? The answer hits him like a lightning bolt, so it's not about some mystery at all. It's because she's having fun, right? Then he'll make sure she stays smiling while she cooperates with him, and Isla ends up blushing hard, totally flustered. A slow, knowing grin blooms across her face, and the moment it hits, she finally gets why certain gods will gladly drop into the lower world. She nods and signs on to his terms, then tells him straight up that their lessons kick off tomorrow, and he'd better get ready for what's coming. Masaru smirks, victory burning hot on his face. But when the next morning's sun finally climbs up, that wind tastes empty, because he can't shake the regret that's already creeping in. At the crack of dawn, the special magic lecture kicks off, and Isla wastes no time. She's all business, reminding him he asked for this, so yeah, no complaining. She starts to break down how to release magic, but Masaru cuts in and says he already has the basics Lilia taught him, because it all comes down to imagination. He tries to show it, then Isla cuts him off instantly, like he skipped a step. He's not using magic from within, he's pouring it straight out of his body. She tells her secret, magic flies easier when the air fights back less. Then it hits Masaru all at once, and he grits his teeth, lining everything up so he can blow all his power out at the same time. A jaw-dropping pillar of pure magic rockets straight up out of his body, and Isla can only freeze there, staring at the sheer, terrifying power of a reincarnator. Masaru feels unstoppable. He can finally use magic the right way, so he goes to test his wind magic, and Isla snaps at him to stop, screaming that his power is way too massive for what he's about to do. A nightmarish cyclone tears through the area, and Zack and the others get flung through the air like rag dolls. By day 2, Isla's chewing him out nonstop, but by day 3, he's finally learning how to wrestle a sphere of magic under control. Day after day, he cranks his training up to the max, mastering protective barriers one moment, then squeezing his magic into tight, efficient bursts so it can fuel his farming. Masaru shows up at their training spot, and Isla isn't there. That's weird, she's never, ever late. He lets out a heavy sigh, crushed that his combat training is off, and under his breath he tells himself, if she can't quit that non-stop blabbering, he'll have to punish her. A seductive voice suddenly slices through the air, long time no see, and there, lounging in Isla's spot, is a completely different woman. She steps forward and calls herself Victinia's, so who is this new goddess, and what exactly happened to Isla? Victinia tells him she got a call from her sweet sister, Isla, begging her to jump in and help Masaru with his magic studies. A wicked grin curls on her lips as she leans in, her eyes flashing with pure predator intent. Then she smirks, tells him to get ready because her cute little sister asked, and Masaru gets hit with a sudden jolt of pure terror. Masaru is still fuming because Victinia's showed up instead of Isla, and somehow the goddess is in an absurdly great mood. Victinia snaps at him to quit slacking and pull himself together, but he's only begging for space, so she shoots back that he better calm down before he ends up with wrinkles. She gets right to it, magic compression training, no games. If he can't nail it, she flat out warns him, the fallout will be worse than that tornado he unleashed during his last session with Isla. Then he flashes back to his old job, watching a shattered gas cylinder blast through a wall like a missile, and realizing that's the exact kind of destruction he's up against. Shaken by that terrifying sight, Victinias snaps at him to try again, pull his magic in tight, then unleash it. He grits through sheer will, but the energy orb in his hands won't behave. It swells instead of shrinking, exploding outward with every pulse. Victini roars at him to rein it in, but the pressure is so brutal it feels like it's crushing him. He can't hold it in. Magic surges outward in a harmless yet maddening blast of wasted energy, and he crumples to the ground, drained out. It's hopeless. He has absolutely no clue how compression is supposed to work. Victinia stews in her own frustration, bemoaning the useless student she's stuck with, and Masaru can practically feel her disappointment burning, like it stings right through him. She presses him, asking if he's noticed something, because Isla's whole game falls apart for one brutal reason: she doesn't know him, and then Victinia steps in, insisting she knows him better than anyone. She pushes harder, grilling him about his specialty. Masaru looks totally confused, then blurts out that it's all about item management, and maybe, just maybe, making stuff. A sly grin flickers across Victinius' lips, because instead of just squeezing the magic he needs into a finished vessel, he's chasing power. The more magic he hoards, the stronger the shape becomes. She watches comprehension light up his eyes. He's already seen this idea before, so if he can nail it just one time, compression will click in his head instantly. To make sense of everything, his mind grabs one thought and refuses to let go. All right, he thinks, picture a vessel, fill it with magic, and in his mind the holy sword he forged for Lancel comes roaring to life. In his hands the magic orb starts to squirm and stretch, then locks in place, turning into a flawless blade made of raw, brilliant energy. He did it, then just stood there, staring in shock. So this is what real magic looks like. He's overwhelmed with gratitude, thanking her for the advice. Victinia turns her head, muttering like, should I be thankful or not? But Masaru clocks her weird mood and fires off. What's wrong? She stammers, trying to blurt out something huge, yet pride clamps her mouth shut, and he can't believe she's even moping over something like this. As she hesitates and Masaru's sighs slip out, he's convinced she's still mad about earlier. Then he loses focus for a heartbeat, and the compressed magic detonates into a brutal gale force wind. Victinia's gets knocked off her feet, cheeks burning with pure embarrassment, and she waves it off like, it's not a big deal, even though it clearly is. She slams down on top of him and knocks the breath out of his lungs, then snaps that he's an idiot for looking away, except her usual venom is gone. He blurts out an apology, totally stunned, and he's just left thinking, what is she even trying to say? Suddenly it hits him. She must want him to praise the city she helped build, and that's why she's acting so weird, but Victinia's is totally stunned by his crazy leap. He flashes back to that brutal talk with the craftsman. He thrusts a knife up in front of them, rage shaking his voice, demanding, what is this? And ordering them to forge 3 knives, using his own as the exact example. They unveiled 5 proud blades, claiming these multi-purpose knives were made for hunters and adventurers, and ready to hit the market, yet Masaru looked at them and only saw a looming disaster. He leans in and demands, do you see the problem? Then he vows to say it loud and crystal clear, because when he told them to make the same thing, he meant the exact same thing, no substitutions. They still don't get it, do they? Those knives are still trash. Just because there are a couple hammer dents doesn't mean anything's fine. But for Masaru, it's everything. The thickness, the finish, the length, every detail is off. And as products meant to be sold, they're hopelessly below standard. With a grin, he yanks a weird flat tool from his pack and pulls out the measuring plate he swears came from his hometown. He holds it up and says, this is a ruler, my precision tool for measuring objects just right. He lines one of their knives up beside his, ruler pinned across the top. Bam, the gap screams at you, and he grins, see it now. If the thickness matched, that gap wouldn't exist. The craftsmen gawk like they just spotted a miracle, because they've never laid eyes on a tool like this. Masaru grins and says, I learned it in a vocational school, where every piece had to fit with a margin of error of just 1/20th of a millimeter. Back in his world, the master craftsman could nail a 1/50th of a millimeter, with nothing but his eyes and fingertips. He snatches up his handmade knife, then one of them blurts, no way, because a blade that's sharp just can't be handmade. But when they measure it, their mouths fall open, thick, long, and perfectly shaped, no gaps anywhere. How the heck is that even possible? Masaru finally spills his real motive. He just wanted to test their skill, and then teach them a whole new technique, a fresh way to think. The craftsmen light up, fired with passion, and they vow they'll master every last new method. He wraps up his story, admitting it wasn't smooth sailing, but it was still a blast, and he's sure the Victinias are gonna be blown away. She just deadpans like it's nothing, and somehow, his whole story sails right past the point. He tries to dodge the question by firing off wild new topics, livestock farming, a shrine he's building for her followers, and even more city projects. The moment you spot that word, shrine, it grabs you like a warning you can't ignore. With a smug grin, he declares this as his city, name and reality, packed tight with her followers. Back in the divine realm, Isla sinks into her chair, eyes locked on her desk, staring at a message from Isla Victinias herself. But in her grip, a letter from Sephra burns like a warning, saying Victinias looks ready to talk to Masaru about something, and begging Isla to carve out an opening, because if she'd really returned to my city, she could have confronted him herself instead of saying all that to me first. Isla fumes. Masaru is totally oblivious, clueless as to whether Victinia's just mad because Ella's stealing the spotlight. But then he bursts in and declares, "I'm back." And Victinia's mask of annoyance finally drops. Victinia's. She flashes a dazzling smile, so desperate it hurts, and blurts his name like it's her last shot. She asks if he was expecting someone else, the same person he greeted when he came back to that coastal city, and you can practically taste the jealousy in her voice. She snaps that him doing everything himself is exhausting, that his trips into town will only get worse, and then she tells him to stop overcomplicating it. Just use the screen and send a message. Then she whispers it with a wistful, crushing smile, just wishing he'd look at her and pull her in with that warm, welcoming smile. What? Masaru freezes, mouth hanging open as shock hits. He blurts that it's nothing and swears he'll keep it to himself, but he has absolutely no clue what she's talking about. She clamps onto his arm, demanding he spill the truth, but he dodges her question and mutters that he has to go teach the craftsman. He tries to bolt, yet she won't let go. Meanwhile, Ella sipped her tea like every second mattered. She sighs, caught up in her thoughts about her sister, and I'm sitting here like, wait, did you really have something big to tell me? But hey, I guess it's okay, because Masaru is adorable the moment she's around. With everything finally squared away, she rolls up her sleeves and dives straight into the incident, exactly what Sama asked her to investigate. She drags up the data streams, and her smile drops as seriousness hits her face. She can pull up the data Masaru saved about the Dark Elves in seconds, and dive straight into everything that's happened to them lately. But the moment she tries to call up the beast's image, a brutal red box slams onto the screen. Error, not found. Isla freezes, utterly stunned. This can't be real, because she never once imagined this world could hide unknown existences, things that even God can't control. What the heck is happening right now? A chilling omen struck, and then the Dark Elves got attacked because of it. Why would something so dark come for them? Renaa wraps up her hunt for the day, grinning because she's about to deliver smoked meat to the town that's taken them in, safe, steady, and worlds away from the life she used to know, yet somehow the calm feels real. As she strides through town, the townsfolk whisper their approval. Elves are rock solid in the woods, they say, then the wish hits them hard, if only she'd stay forever. She bumps into her companions in the street, and it hits. She's finally done with her ranch work. Queen Emeralda is waiting right there, having staked her hopes on her return. Everyone looks like they're doing fine, drifting into this new life, but settling down doesn't mean anyone's letting the past go. Emerald admits the offer to stay sounds irresistible, but then they snap to attention, because there's a duty waiting, and it can't be brushed aside. Later, Masaru was poring over his plans when Irina suddenly showed up and caught him there, asking for a quick moment, right now. Her hands were clenched with nerves, and Masaru admitted he was tied up, but he could talk after dinner, until she pushed back and made him stay. Her eyes lock on like a warning, and her voice brooks zero debate, because she's got something big to tell him, and it can't wait. An invitation from the Dark Elves, yet the air feels heavy with dread, not even a hint of celebration. Masaru storms in and finds Zack already waiting there. Then Irina blurts out a rushed apology for making him wait, saying she had brought someone else instead. When she introduces Emeralda, the queen of the Dark Elves, Masaru's brain goes haywire. He thought she was just some high-ranking clan member, not royalty, and the queen thanks him from the heart for sheltering her people. She explains they're from the kingdom of Stenson, 10 full days of carriage travel to the west. But their kingdom is gone. One day, the same golems Masaru faced on the plains stormed in, and the fight ended fast. They were wiped out completely. A whole kingdom snuffed out. Zack explodes, demanding to know why they're only hearing this now, and Masaru can't stop wondering the same thing. Were those golems really that terrifyingly powerful? Emeralda tells them it's been months since they arrived, and that time was the only thing that let their grief settle, so they could finally stand face to face with the horrifying truth. Her voice drops like steel. She refuses to let it go. She has to find out what happened to her homeland, no matter the cost. She locks eyes with Masaru, desperation burning off her skin. She admits it's a long shot, then begs, "Please, can you take us back to Stenson?" Masaru froze in stunned silence, then blurted the one question everyone was thinking: why did they get attacked in the first place? This was so sudden it didn't give them a chance to understand. Zack can't shake the thought that it's a grudge, but Masaru shuts it down on the spot. Marina shakes her head hard and then she blurts it. The Dark Elves don't fight, they live in peace with nature, with not a single enemy anywhere in their history. So why? She demands, and she pushes for every detail of what happened. She stood watch at the city gates, then by the time she sprinted back to the castle, the enemy had already smashed through the walls. A few soldiers clung to the line, bleeding out so the queen and a small group could flee, but the rest. They're all gone. Masaru leans in, eyes wide, thoughts sprinting. He needs answers now. He demands she remembers every last detail about the golems, what kinds they were, how many there were, anything at all. Riina can't seem to remember a thing. She was so locked in on protecting the queen that everything else blurred out. Wolves, bears, monkeys, ants, you name it. And spiders, she thinks. That word slams into Masaru like a punch to the gut, and his face drains of color instantly. Zack clocks it right away. Did you just figure something out? He demands. Masaru jolts upright, panic smiling like he's trying to fool the room. Spiders. Yeah, totally spiders. He can't stand them, so he dumps the whole mess on them and bolts back to his room. Don't tell me you're really scared of spiders. He still remembers Masaru's over-the-top lie about his dead grandmother and the goddess Victinia's. Masaru swears he totally hates them again, even blurting out the goddess's name like it's a free pass, while everyone else just gapes at him, utterly stunned. Zack's eyes widen because sure, Masaru's still a guy but now he's rambling, swearing he's just a normal human and stuff like this gives him goosebumps. He does asterisk can't help, he straight up asterisk won't. But his thoughts are spinning, because the stakes are way too high, the enemy is a total mystery, and quitting on the city's development right now would be a disaster. He can't go. Then a notification screen snaps into existence, only he can see it, blazing with a message straight from the gods, from Victinia's. Nope, this is from Isla Saphira. She swears the monsters are a mystery, even to the gods, and then she lays out a deal to him. Investigate them, and she'll hand you a skill coupon as your reward. Zack spots Masaru locked in a stare, his face flipping through emotions at lightning speed. What's up, Masaru? Masaru's eyes ignite with a terrifying blaze. Then he roars, I've got this. I'll take full responsibility, and I'll throw everything I have behind you to handle this incident. The room goes dead silent, stunned by the total flip in his tone. Marina leans in, eyes blazing with hope. You really mean it. He clenches his fist, pure heroic resolve. The me right now has already crushed the fear of those blasted spiders, so I'll safely escort you, Queen Emeralda, and help you bulldoze every obstacle in our path. Zack can't believe his ears. Something stinks big time. Masaru's already got it all planned, smugly saying he's fine because he snagged the reward. Then he leans in and asks them to help with a test drive to get ready for the journey. He storms them outside and flips the cover off his newest masterpiece, a three-wheeled cycle bolted to a carriage, then grins and declares it the Masaru human-powered carriage special. Wait, are we really driving that? The queen snaps, her eyes narrowing, because that contraption looks paper-thin and barely held together. Masaru grins and tells you, finally, he's cracked it. He forged leaf springs that soak up the shock and cut the shaking down to nothing. He asks if they're cool with him showing the diagrams later, and right then, officially, the safety test finally kicks off. Zack's stomach drops as the awful truth hits him, why he's really here. No way. Masaru yanks his attention over and barks, snap that seatbelt tight, this is about to get dangerous. He charges up the hill and races back down, while the little elves scream, begging their sister to save them. Go Masaru, he shouts. He pedals like it's superhuman strength, and the carriage jolts forward, then rockets up to speed way too fast for comfort. So fast that the elves snap into shock, yet somehow the ride stays weirdly smooth. Zack grips for dear life, and even he has to admit, nothing feels off, not yet. Suddenly, a whole herd of goblins slams into our path. We're ramming them. Masaru barks, wild fire in his eyes, and he charges straight through those monsters without even slowing down. The carriage plows straight through the goblins, blasting them into the air, and he tosses out this casual remark about using materials packed with high magic resistance, like that might make it hit even harder when magical beasts step into the fight. The test run is over. Zack hits the ground in a shaking, wrecked heap, and the first thing that comes out of me is, are you okay? He admits the speed scared the life out of him, but the shaking wasn't nearly as brutal as he expected. Maybe it's safe. Still, the queen looks totally unconvinced. Do we really have to climb onto that carriage? Zack leans in and reassures her, sure, Masaru doesn't look like a pro, but when it comes to keeping her safe, his magical support is unmatched. Looks like he'll start making real upgrades the second they're done, so for now, they've gotta hand it to Masaru and just sit tight and wait. That night, Masaru pounds the carriage with all his might. When a calm voice drifts in and calls his name, he whips around instantly. He tries to break the ice, casually saying that the crabs in this world are somehow easy to raise. Under the moonlight, the goddess towers before him, and her face is grim in a way he's never seen before. What's the matter? Masaru blurts, but she slashes right through his question. I've got a negotiation to handle, and I can't tell you the details yet. Her voice turns ice cold and final, then she orders, "I want you to wipe out every last living thing in Stenson." Masaru gapes at the words floating there like a death sentence, until he realizes the hidden meaning and the terrifying question, what is she asking him to do? At last, the day of departure is here, and Masaru is standing tall in front of his newest creation like it's about to explode with potential. Lancelot clocks that he's way quieter than normal, and Masaru shoots a deflection back at him, claiming it's just the lingering bruise from his chat with the goddess. Then he slams the brakes on the mood and waves grandly toward his masterpiece. Brace yourself, this is the real Masaru special. A beast of an ultimate, human-powered carriage, spacious driver's seat, soft feather cushion backrest, and a high-mobility frame built to move like a dream. Marina squints at their tiny luggage, wondering if it can really last for 10 brutal days, while Masaru just grins and promises he's already packed enough food and water for everyone inside his dimensional storage. She turns to Zack and demands help loading her bags into the back. This is the last little setup before they finally hit the road. But Arena's face wears sorrow so deep it's impossible to read. She leans in and quietly confirms it. Masaru's fear is real. She's not going with them at all. She's staying behind with Esmeralda. Instead, she hands him a solemn mission on her behalf. He's got to ride straight to the Dark Elf capital and see their fate with his own eyes. She needs him to witness her homeland exactly as it stands today and swear to carry that memory into the future, generation after generation, so he makes the promise. The younger girls whisper that this trip sounds like fun, but Irina snaps back with a sharp, pained yes, because this isn't some joyride. Adelina begs to serve her highness, but Esmeralda yanks her back. Your duty is here, so you'll study. While Masaru's gone, Esmeralda won't trust anyone else. She's stepping in to train Adelina herself as the new administrator. Lancelot laughs it off like, trust me, it's for the best. This city doesn't need another dumb, muscle-brained knight like him, and that single jab sparks an idea in Masaru's head. If he ever gets the chance, he'll go study the Elven Kingdom. Zack, the eager squire through and through, leans in and asks Lancelot what he learned, only for the veteran knight to smirk and tell him, straight up, he doesn't look like a knight at all. Lancelot shoves him away, snarling, cut the nonsense, lock in on the mission. Then he drops his master plan. He's already sent a messenger racing for the capital, clutching a letter that spells out the attack on Grottos. But Arena's sister is panicking. What if the kingdom is already gone? Spreading the news feels like it might be a wasted cry in the dark. Lancelot nods and goes, yeah, we need the small recon team. 3 of us is the smart move. Once the plan locks in, Masaru's whole vibe flips. Cold focus snaps into place as he pushes to finish this fast, then bolts straight back home. He insists the 3 of them together will be more than enough. With one last goodbye hanging in the air, they gear up to leave. Lancelot calls out, come back the moment you're able. Stenson's the destination, no turning back now. Then poof, she's gone. Masaru slams the pedal, and the carriage rockets forward with unreal force, leaving Lancelot completely speechless. The villagers left behind can only shriek as the vehicle rips down the road at a terrifying, gut-dropping speed. It blasts up a huge cloud of dust, and then poof, it's gone over the horizon in seconds. While everyone else bolts, the goddess Esmeralda stays behind, alone, sinking into a crushing, silent grief that feels like it's smothering her. Isla, her attendant, asks if she's feeling okay. Esmeralda flashes I'm fine, but her posture screams pure, soul-crushing exhaustion. The truth is, her heart is tearing itself apart. She can't forgive herself for what went down, a goddess shattered by the helplessness she couldn't escape. All she's got left is a prayer, desperate words spilling into the void. Please be safe, Masaru-sama. On the road, the trio tears forward at breakneck speed as Masaru shouts how dark elves honor nature, and they streak past the countryside like a bolt of lightning. Days crash into nights, and everything blurs into non-stop motion. At last, a colossal tower rises on the horizon, carved from one ancient tree and still standing, defiant against the sky. They finally reach the cliffs, staring down at the capital like it was daring them to take the next step. Irina's sister stares at the city, clutching a fragile, desperate hope in her chest. Asterisk, we're almost there. She tries to wrap it in a simple lesson, yeah, a magnificent city, but when Masaru's eyes lock in, you can tell the truth is anything but. Then they spot it down in the valley. It's not a city at all. It's a brutal wound of nothingness, a silent ruin swallowed by wild nature, and the night itself twists in pure terror. The world is staring down total, no mercy annihilation. She stumbles toward the wreckage, ready to dive in, then Masaru snaps onto her arm, his grip iron-tight. How can he stop her as she screams? They've got to hunt for survivors right now, yet his voice stays ice-cold, telling her it's just too dangerous. Then he slams down the final soul-shattering hit, and trust me, there isn't a single survivor left in the capital. Zack stood frozen in the night, staring in horror. How could he possibly know that? She doesn't get it, it's still too early to judge, so why on earth would he act this cruel? Her grief ignites into rage. Are you really asking me to trust you when we haven't even stepped foot in that city yet? Zack steps between them, and his trust in Masaru never wavers. He's never lied to us before, so we all lean in to hear what Masaru says, and reluctantly, she finally agrees. They sit in stunned silence, and Masaru finally spills the horrifying truth. Victoria, the goddess of creation, ordered him to wipe out every last living being left in Stenzen. So that's the truth. He wasn't guessing at all. He was doing exactly what he was ordered to do. The Dark Elf Knight detonates out of nowhere, pure chaos. No way, gods don't just drop down on mortals. Her people have bowed to nature for thousands of years, so this feels like blasphemy made real. Masaru clocks her intense reaction, then whips her attention to Zack, says he's heading into the city to look for survivors no matter what, so now the real question is, what's he up to? But Zack finally gets what the goddess means, and that's when it all clicks. Masaru's been drowning in depression because he's been shouldering that brutal burden all by himself. He rushes to the knight and shouts that Masaru isn't normal. He can actually command a knight of gratis. He's the god's apostle, recognized by the king himself, and this is the mission they handed him. Masaru tries to shrug off the title, but it slams into her like a brick. She's never heard of anything like this before, and suddenly the truth of their situation hits her hard. Shocked into silence, she finally gives in. She'll obey his orders, so tell me, what do we do next? Masaru's eyes sharpen with steel. Stay right here and watch. The rest of the survivors, I'm taking care of them myself. She tries to protest, but he slams her words shut, because he's going solo for one brutal reason. What he's about to do will turn violent, and he's here to erase the capital's history for good. His stare is terrifying. He's not just going after people. He's putting the golems and the capital itself in his crosshairs. His final words hit like frozen steel, ice-cold resolve that makes everyone feel it in their bones. I'll blow you all to bits. You're going to take out Stenzen. Rina blurts it out like she can't believe her own ears, while Masaru wears a stone-cold look of grim resolve. He tells them this is the only shot to fix things the best they can, then slams out the order. Stop right there, obey. Rino erupts and demands to know why they're going so drastic. Why not just wipe out the golems inside the city? Zack snaps back that the whole plan is flat-out insane. He's dead set. There's no way Emeralda would ever sign off on something like this. It's just unthinkable. But Masaru shuts him down. He's already talked to Emeralda, and she gave the go-ahead. Zack's face suddenly goes bone white. Masaru tells you he brought up this exact possibility the moment he took the job, talking it through with the goddess and the queen right then. The memory is still crystal clear. One day before they headed to the capital, he stood right in front of Queen Emeralda and the goddess Victinia's. Rage snapped in the queen's sharp voice as she stared down the goddess. You want our permission to wreck our own land. Victinia's could only beg her to breathe, calm down, and actually listen. She laid out the cold, brutal truth. Stenson had 0 allies left, and all that remained was that unstoppable swarm of golems. For 3 straight weeks, the golems didn't budge, didn't even twitch, and Victinius pushed harder, demanding the queen finally understand what that silence really means, because this was their only shot. But Emeralda was cracking. First they got wiped out, then their castle fell, and now they were begging her to give up the last home her people still had. She snapped at the goddess, voice shaking with betrayal. Just because you created this world, does that give you the right to rip it apart? Victimia looked away, tears pouring down her face, and all she could manage was a choked apology. That's not enough, Irina snapped, eyes darting as she couldn't stand watching anymore. Then she shot the question straight at them. So what are we supposed to do? She crumpled to her knees, tears spilling as she begged the goddess to pull them out of this living hell. Masaru stepped in and gently held her back, then snapped, No, Lady Emeralda, it's nothing like that. He took her hand, steady and warm in his voice, and told her straight up that this wasn't an accident. Somebody got sent here for a reason, because a god is trying to save her. He snapped his gaze back to Victinia and swore this. If Stenson's fate couldn't be undone, he'd pour every ounce of strength into helping them rebuild, and he'd craft whatever she dreamed of. He knew she was a goddess. She loved this world more fiercely than anyone he'd ever met. And this is the only way forward. He begged her to forgive Victinia's once it was all over, and the capital finally got back to normal. With a sad smile, he told him, I don't want to see you wearing that face. His words hit like lightning, and the goddess could only break into tears. Renaa Rose's eyes burned with a harsh new truth. She didn't know if she could ever forgive him, but she swore she'd keep living, just to reach the future he was willing to bleed for. Right then Queen Emeralda finally spoke. her voice weighed down with power, and she dropped one single request. Right here in the present, Masaru delivers that request, because the queen demands Irina witness Stenson's danger with her own eyes. Irina's frozen in shock. She came only to do chores, not to meddle, so she asks Masaru if he even needs her help. But Masaru shuts that down fast. He's going to carry out the plan. Then he makes it clear, Irina and Zack are here to keep watch over him. Memories of her home, what it used to be, hit her like lightning, and she knows she has to ask for one more thing. Are you sure there aren't any dark elves hiding in that town? Masaru snapped back. No allies are left. A tear runs down her cheek as Rinesh shuts her eyes and steels herself for what's coming. She hands the city's final moments over to him. Masaru vows that he and Zack won't leave her side until her people can finally come back to the forest. His eyes lock onto the shattered city below, and the truth hits hard. He's done hesitating. He'll throw his whole life into this land. Roles are handed out. Marina and Zack hang back as backup, watching for any golems that try to slip out of the blast zone, and after one last warning from Zack, Masaru vows he'll be back. Then he springs forward like he can't be stopped, because since landing in this world, he's already survived knights, kings, and whole new species. He launches off the ground like it's an ambush, and pure alertness floods his bones. But he never in a million years thought he'd end up doing something like this. His trained senses slice through the rubble, and there they are, the golems that crushed this kingdom and left it on its knees. He can feel it right now, an eerie, ominous magical power clinging to them, choking the air like poison. Victinius's tear-streaked face flashes through his mind like a brutal memory hit. Teeth clenched, his face contorts with pure agony because he can't stand seeing her like this again, so he's cutting it off right here, right now. He lifts his hands, pulling his power together like a storm in a bottle. Now he's ready to unleash it and obliterate everything. This was the kind of crazy plan he'd only ever seen in light novels back on Earth, but now it's time to stop daydreaming and make it real. It's dead simple. A dust explosion kicks off, and that flammable powder bursts into the air. Once those particles hit oxygen, they explode into a brutal chain reaction. So tell me, is he really about to use high school chemistry to wipe out an entire city? And he's got the perfect gift to pull it off, air control, and a wave of invisible force bursts out from his body like a shockwave. He traps the whole capital inside a massive invisible dome, then micromanages the sky itself like it's his to command. He pops open the item box, snaps the dome back on, and fires up his air control again. A black, swirling portal rips open in the sky above the ruins. Then that fine powder starts pouring from the sky, wheat flour he bought in gratis, now totally twisted into a weapon, blanketing the whole city. From where Zack stands, he can only gape in disbelief. Like, what if Masaru is secretly summoning snow out of nowhere? Masaru clenched his fist, magic crackling between his fingers as he hit the final step, ignition. Oxygen and flour slam into his magic, igniting everything, including the last nasty scraps of that corrupt power. He steals one final look at the city. Farewell, Stenson. He sinks his vow in silence, swearing to the memory of this place and the friends he's fighting for. I'll do everything I can to drag us back to a peaceful future, I promise. He whips his back to the city, sorrow crushing his face like a mask. I'm sorry. Blinding flash detonates the sky, a deafening roar shakes the ground, and a cloud of fine powder explodes outward, tearing the whole world apart in an instant. A brutal shockwave rips across the land and wipes the capital of Stenson clean off the map. The sky is a blasted crater, bleeding smoke and raw light as the shockwave keeps roaring over the ruined, flattened land. Zack throws a hand up to shield his eyes, swivels to Irina to see if she's okay, and mutters that Masaru is up to his usual tricks again. Rina stares at the wreckage, hope flickering in her eyes, and asks if the capital can really be rebuilt after all this chaos. Zack grins like he owns the moment, then his eyes snap wide, because there's no way Masaru is already back. Masaru stumbled ahead, grumbling that the blast hit way harder than he ever guessed. He dumped every last bit of magic into heat resistance, but the force still slammed him into a cliff and shattered his gear. The others only whisper in awe, but he barrels through anything, because the danger he's up against is so wild they can't even wrap their heads around it. A sharp chime blasts through the air, and Masaru jerks like he got burned. God's message is here, and it's Isla, her voice cutting like a blade as she demands he come back right now. Marina watches him disappear, and in the quiet between them a promise ignites. One day they'll meet again. Masaru is already sprinting when it slams into him. He totally forgot the case changed, and he still has one more thing he has to do. He barrels through the ruins, clutching Isla's fresh message that orders him straight to the golems, and as he runs he keeps telling himself this mission isn't just about throwing punches. he digs out a shattered piece of the monster and pours his magic into it to break it down. The results are terrifying. This isn't just a creature. It's a transformed monster that devours the magical power of everything alive nearby until there's nothing left but stone. But as Masaru reads the description, ice-cold dread slams into him, something s off. Parts of the name in the post have been ripped out and erased on purpose, and before he can even breathe, Isla's next message is already flooding in. She tells him she got his findings and will send others to dig deeper, then orders him to scoop up as many fragments as he can, but her voice sounds empty, like she's dodging something. He can feel it. She's hiding the real truth from him. What on earth could she be keeping? He scrolls down and spots the quest completion notice. Guess I had no choice, he mutters, but the message isn't finished yet. Postscript pops up. She apologizes for the hassle, then asks for a depressed friend to come to dinner, and she needs Masaru's help cooking a special crab dish, offering a skill ticket in return. He stares at the image of his friend, and his jaw hits the floor because he knows he can't help her with this. His eyes bulged wide with pure disbelief as he stared at the bunny girl on the screen. He slams out a furious reply, swearing up and down that he's got zero improper feelings, just a picture. The whole encounter rattles him. He has to climb a hill just to calm his nerves because the place feels like it can't be the cause, and his mind is still sprinting. Zack shows up and asks if he's finished. Zack says that's exactly what he showed up to talk about. He tells them Gratis's troops are heading out to verify what really happened, and since he's already sent his report, all they have to do is lay out where they fit into it. Masaru blinked in total disbelief. Wait, wasn't that it? But they just lock eyes, and both of them go totally blank, like their brains got wiped clean. Masaru figures it's a good sign they're finally showing up, but right now he's got nothing to do, just standing there with time on his hands. Zack's got other plans, and they're gonna need backup to haul this mountain of rubble out of the way. Reality hits Masaru like a punch. If they're stuck cleaning up here, they can't run back to the Beastman town yet, not right away, even though he promised everyone he'd return soon, and May is going to blow a fuse. He can already see her furious face in his head. He's been toying with the idea of getting her mad lately, just not like this. Like she got summoned by his thoughts, a tiny furious girl pops into existence. It's May, and she's furious with him, saying she's been waiting right there for him. Zack, the ultimate pragmatist, leans in and asks one sharp question. If that's the case, why don't we just leave? Masaru's face totally lights up. This is genius. They're going to link up with Arena's unit and hit the road right away. 2 days later, Friede leads the King's Night Guard straight to the scene, slams his hand down to stop everyone, and wears pure horror on his face. What in the world happened here? Because his first mission is to find Zack and Masaru. One of his men spots a signboard up ahead and blurts out, there's something written on it. Friede reads Masaru's message out loud to the Knights of Grata. He admits he felt unworthy, but insists he still wiped out the monsters terrorizing this town. It all ends with one breathtaking request. Come meet him in the coastal town just down the way. Masaru grinned like he nailed it. His head still throbbed from wrestling with the choice to head back to the Beastman town, but at least fate smiled. There was another town close by, and they could just wait there. And Port Arium is right around the corner. He's already plotting, convinced they can get help rebuilding Stenzen while they're there. The moment they step into the port town, chaos hits. This whole place is one non-stop construction frenzy. Irina can't believe her eyes. This is the first time she's ever seen anything like it, but there aren't any dwarves around. Then a voice suddenly shouts from a nearby building. Isn't that Masaru? Erdem and Captain Cook are staring at him like they just got hit with the biggest shock of their lives. Masaru greets them with a huge, warm smile. Zack shoots forward on the spot, apologizing to Masaru for the rudeness that happened in their last run-in. Rena's eyes lock onto the dark elf right beside her, and she blurts out a question. What's up with that wild skin color? The group demands why the whole place is crawling with construction, and Cook admits it's been ramping up like crazy lately, because of Masaru. He's the guy who handed them fresh toys, shovels, and pumps, and now everyone's scrambling to whip up all kinds of wild contraptions. Masaru instantly snaps his attention away, jabbing at a flaw in the garden path's design, because you can't just eyeball the line, it has to be planned to drain properly when the rain hits. He lets out a heavy sigh and admits it's a curse, because the second he spots someone building, his body launches into motion like it's being pulled by an invisible string, and the local kids swarm him right away, begging him to help some more. Cook and Erdem just grin at him and say, we'll handle this later. First, go get that curse ripped out of you. Masaru can't wait. He blurts an eager yes, bolts off to help, and leaves his companions staring after him, while Irina watches him go with a deep, thoughtful look. Zack tells her that Lord Masaru didn't just help once. he jumped in and built all kinds of things for the Beastman's town. Rena blurts out that in her head, she'd always been waiting for a strong warrior, one who'd swoop in and help her the moment she needed him. But when she sees Masaru's smiling face light up with pure joy from something as simple as creating, she can't stop feeling like she doesn't measure up. Every townsfolk in town is shouting his name. One guy yells for help moving a desk, another demands he tackle some stairs. This guy's pure motion. He built the pump and designed those stairs with his own hands. They yank him from one job to the next, and when he finally lands the last one, he wraps it up with a legendary flourish. And just like that, the world flips. He's yanked out of the noisy town and dropped into the center of a huge, empty arena. Panic slams into him. What is an arena doing here, and why is he trapped inside it? A deep voice booms through the void, like, how could you miss it? Then from the shadows, Lancelot steps out like a nightmare, and he declares that Masaru is here to bargain. Masaru stammered, asking if Lancelot wanted his help. Then Lancelot's eyes narrowed like a blade, and he made it clear. If he really did, Masaru should have known not to be so disrespectful. His demand is cold, brutal, and downright senseless, so fine, let's throw down. He rips his massive sword free, and the air snaps with pure menace. Masaru just freezes on the spot, stunned out of his mind. Did Lancelot really forget to polish his brain muscles all this time? Lancelot just smirks, like he's saying the words we all dread. Right, Commander. Lancelot's grin turns predatory, and he blurts that he missed this feeling, right as he expected Masaru to say it too. But then his eyes snap sharp, accusing Masaru of skipping all his work and just training for a fight. From the stands, the party gapes, shocked out of their minds. This isn't the commander they know. The guy looks like a whole different person now. Lancelot's voice crashes over the arena, loud and wild, and you can hear the madness in every word. Yeah, of course they're doing this. Masaru's friend leans in and tells him this isn't just any guy. This is Lancelot, Port Arium's commander, a berserker who's obsessed with fighting and lives for the next battle. But he swears by his word, and lately he's been weirdly serious. Masaru nods along, calls him not a bad guy, then asks for a moment to get ready. He yanks up his status screen, compares it to before, and his jaw clenches, level 39 to 52. The realization slams into him like a punch. Every bit of that experience traces back to the explosion at Stenson. What the hell is happening here? His thoughts snap back to their last duel. He was level 16 then, and it was dead even, but now the power gap is terrifying, and he's got to tread carefully, or one slip could get the commander killed. But Lancelot practically thrums with excitement. He says going easy on Masaru would be pure disrespect, and he's craving a no-holds-barred brawl. Masaru's face hardens. Lancelot's grin spreads wider and wider. Oh yeah, this is about to get good. Then he clocks it. Masaru talks just like his niece, Adelina. Masaru grins and says he knows her for sure, then drops the bomb that she even saved his life. In the stands, his friends step in to fill the gaps, and Adelina has been doing more than anyone, helping build the town itself, so much that they're straight up joking she might stay for good and maybe even get married. Masaru just shrugs and says it all hinges on her, mostly. But Lancelot slams in with a razor-sharp voice. He's got one condition he's demanding be added to the duel. A wicked laugh rips out of him. If he wins, he's already plotting for Masaru to bring Adelina over, because he's dying to see what she thinks of all this. Masaru doesn't hesitate for a second. If he wins, he'll grab some carpenters on the spot. The deal's already locked in, and they'll keep duking it out until one side finally drops the fight and surrenders. The whole party watches, and anxiety churns in their guts. Yeah, they know Masaru gets fired up around the commander, but this feels like it's crossing the line. Down below, the two warriors lock eyes, and there's no turning back now. For a man like Lancelot, there's nothing more important than fighting. That's the way he talks. He stomps his foot, and the ground cracks and shatters under him. The raw power hits like a tidal wave, and it's downright staggering. Then they slam into each other. When their swords collide, a shockwave blasts through the arena, rips the ground apart, and hurls debris into the air. Lancelot's grin hits like pure joy. This is the moment he lives for. Their hits slam through the whole arena, shaking the stands as the crowd jolts with every impact. Are they dueling, or are they straight up trying to murder each other? Lancelot pushes harder, roaring that Masaru can't possibly win. Masaru clenched his teeth, shoving back with every ounce of power. Then he spits out the exact same line again, demanding they just call this a win for him. No way. Lancelot slams into the fight and whips his massive blade through the air, shoving Masaru back so hard the sheer brutality catches him totally off guard. He never saw Lancelot having a real plan. The commander rockets off the arena wall and swings a kick straight at Masaru, because he didn't have a clue a leg like that was coming his way. The kick crashes into Masaru's shield, but it also whips Lancelot's back wide open for whatever's coming next. Masaru stumbles hard, scrambling for his footing like he's fighting the ground itself. But Lancelot is already in motion, twisting his body to snap back the favor for Masaru's earlier tackle, and Masaru's stance is shattered, which is a really bad sign. The great sword drops like a guillotine, slicing the air in one terrifying blow. It gouged a brutal scar in the ground, right where Masaru had been standing a second ago. The battle turns into a full-on whirlwind of steel, rapid dodges, and ruthless parries flying so fast you can't even keep up with your own eyes. The crowd can only freeze, staring in wild awe and bone-deep terror. Lancelot lands another vicious strike, and it tears a huge trench straight into the arena floor. "It's over," Lancelot roared, swearing he'd finally show Masaru just how much stronger he'd become. Only Masaru instantly felt it. That wasn't a normal swing, because the blade was packed with magic. Suddenly, Lancelot explodes forward and unleashes a blazing storm of magical glowing slashes that rip straight through the air. The ground gets shredded and pulverized, hammered again and again without mercy. His friends can't wrap their minds around how far it's come, but they've got to admit it, Masaru is somehow still standing strong. Masaru is wheezing for breath, his legs slipping under the commander's relentless assault, barely able to follow the strike. Meanwhile, his friends can't even spot the commander's sword. He's fully aware he's got raw power to burn and the speed to crush them. Lancelot gives a quick nod of approval and asks if he picked up those moves from the beastman. But it still isn't enough. Masaru's mind is racing like crazy. Even with the better stats, Lancelot brings the whole package: sharper technique, pure instinct, and raw battle experience, and Masaru just can't line up a counter for that great sword's wild, flowing, impossible-to-predict swings. He's slammed down to one knee, and Lancelot looms over him with that smug, victorious grin like, "Dude, this is my moment. Does Masaru get that?" His eyes blaze like a raging storm, and battle lust eats at him. He snarls at Masaru to surrender right now, because if he doesn't, his head is coming off, and the games are finally over. He taunts him, yelling that big stats shred monsters, but a man's skill doesn't live in numbers, because he's been battling and training this whole time, every single day. Did Masaru seriously think a tiny bit of strengthening magic would be enough to smash the gap? Because Lancelot admits he never imagined Masaru would push this far. Something in Masaru snaps like a fuse finally catching. If Lancelot wants it, he'll go all in. A spiraling vortex of dark energy whirls up in his palm. Here it comes. Lancelot's eyes flare the moment he recognizes it, the rare skill item box, so he instantly clocks Masaru's play. He's about to craft a trap to pin him down and beat him. He's tapping into his manufacturing skill and carving out space, so tell me, how in the world is Lancelot supposed to catch up now? Lancelot's mind snaps back to the wild stories Masaru told him about his homeland. He remembers a famous hero from an even more famous story, one who rips weapons out of the sky and strikes from far away. He tilts his head up and dread creeps in like cold steel. "So, what are you planning?" Masaru steadies his focus. Now he can pick the size and the exact spot where his item box is open, because before he could only use them for storage. But then Isla's words slam back into his mind, her exact instructions for how to crank the skill way further. This is his home base, where he's stocked up on everything he needs, armed with the skills from his old life, and fueled by power a god handed him. Lancelot stares as his confidence finally trembles. He's losing his grip. That's. Masaru unleashes a roar that commands his skills to build, and the world answers. Above them, the air ripples as massive structures start forming from sheer nothingness. A sly smirk curls on his lips, because this is the moment he's been craving to finally say it. The arena suddenly erupts with a dozen massive floating ballistas, all locking their sights on the dumbfounded commander. Lancelot gapes up at that impossible arsenal, sweat streaming down his face. "Lancelot, can you still push forward?" Lancelot roars that the battle's officially underway, and he points out that Masaru didn't set up these siege weapons ahead of time. Lancelot snapped them together just now, and the second he did, a grin lit up his face while real excitement sparked in his eyes. From where he stands, Masaru looks like he just pulled those massive war machines out of thin air. Masaru's friends are left staring, and one of them can barely whisper, he's basically a god. Even Lancelot has to swallow his pride. He mouths, "You're incredible." But Masaru scoffs like the whole idea is laughable. He insists he's not a god at all, just some normal home center worker, and yeah, he calls the suggestion downright idiotic. He locks eyes with Lancelot, and the moment he speaks, challenge drips from every word. After all this, does he really still want to fight? Lancelot just laughs. Then his mind flashes back to the time 100 spearmen and 200 bowmen closed in on him, and when he wonders where they went, he smirks like he already knows. The truth is right there because he's standing here. Masaru's face tightens. He orders Lancelot to take the first shot, then snaps that he'll use air control magic to sever the ballista's string. With a snap of his wrist, he lets the tension finally explode out of the air. A hailstorm of gigantic iron bolts tears through the air and locks onto one man, while his friends in the stands go pale, thinking, is this way too much? Lancelot's own men lose their minds, yelling at their commander to flee for his life. But Lancelot doesn't budge. He's stuck in place, stone still. He rockets forward and smashes straight into the first bolt head-on, snapping his sword in one perfect swing to slam the catastrophic force back. Bolt after bolt gets swatted away like flies, so how is one lone man pulling this off? It's beyond believable. Lancelot's grin looks predatory. On the battlefield, it's him that makes everyone's courage crack, because one human in his hands can be more terrifying than 100 soldiers. Now he's demanding the second barrage. Masaru gives in, and the whole arena blasts at the exact same moment. The instant every bolt snaps onto Lancelot's spot, the world erupts, one blinding flash of light and thunderous sound. When the dust finally clears, Masaru's still standing strong, while his opponent hasn't even taken a scratch. Lancelot's men just can't take it in. What the hell did they even see? But he's still standing there, braced amid the shattered wreckage of the projectiles, and the commander's power is on a whole other level, way beyond anything they ever thought possible. Masaru's face twists with pure disbelief, like he can't be serious, then he explodes in a roar and lets loose the very last one. But it doesn't matter, those bolts get flicked away like they're nothing. Lancelot looks like he's drowning in his own thoughts, and this emptiness feels brand new, nothing like the roar of battle where you only clash swords and keep moving. His eyes whip across the arena, and he doesn't even need to track the attacks. He's locked onto one thing, where the ballistae are sitting. A wicked grin flashes across his face as the pattern clicks, then the strings snap, and the arrow tears free. All he has to do is catch that sound and move, because he's not just fighting, he's waltzing with death, and it feels like pure joy. He jabs at Mizaru, eyes blazing. More, give me more Mizaru, and he won't let his body forget that rush. Masaru clenched his teeth. No way, this still wasn't enough. This was going south fast, and he knew he had to switch up his move right now. Lancelot clocked the snap in his opponent's stance, and he realized Masaru had been banking on ending this right then with that wild promise. But Masaru knows if he wants to win this fight, he'll have to bet literally everything. A roaring storm of energy whirls around Masaru. His friends lock onto the magic instantly, but this time it feels wrong, like something is off. Lancelot narrows his eyes as a solid thing suddenly forms out of the swirling power, and every instinct screams danger. Masaru rises to his feet, gripping a plain, long metal rod like it's his next move. Lancelot's jaw drops. So a rod, what on earth is he even supposed to do with that? One heartbeat later, his greatsword slams into it, and a deafening clang rattles the air. The impact hits like a thunderclap, and a shockwave rips through Lancelot's arms. What? Masaru leans in and says it's a prototype shaft for his tricycle, built with a superconductive metal that cranks up the magic and makes it stronger. It can even take Lancelot's wild attacks. Then Lancelot smirks like, this is actually interesting, before he straight up declares the fight's over. He pushes harder and harder, but Masaru reads his technique instantly. Every single strike gets slammed back with a rock-solid defense. How's he supposed to attack with that thing? Lancelot's mind is spinning at warp speed, but his body just moves on pure instinct, crushing his opponent. With a brutal heave, he hammers Masaru's rod into the ground, and his massive blade clamps down on it tight as a lock. Then he erupts in a victory roar. He leans in close and tells Masaru, it's over, you're done. Now all that's left is the countdown. But something feels off. Lancelot freezes mid-step. Did Masaru quit? No way. With that ballista he built, there's still a shot at victory. So he's still got to push with everything he's got. But why is he only guarding? What's he really stalling for? Just a matter of time, the words hang there. Then Lancelot's eyes flare wide, and pure horror crashes over him. Masaru tore into a guttural scream, shoving with every last shred of strength. Lancelot was moments from winning, until Masaru finally got it. He sensed something was horribly wrong, but the moment he realized it, everything was already too late. The sky turns black, and Lancelot's taunt about unreliable high school students still hangs in the air. Right as Masaru reveals, he shoved the object way up high, and timed its drop by using air resistance. What falling from the sky? Lancelot snaps his head up, and ice-cold terror floods his veins because something huge is dropping right toward him. Masaru lays out his gambit and admits the truth. He can't just fire weapons from his storage like the other guy, so he flips the script and cooks up a whole new plan. He hooked his storage into a hole up in the sky, and just dropped a chunk of bedrock he'd cleared for the Beastman village construction. With the last shred of magic, he guided it downward, after pouring nearly everything into toughening his body for defense, and yeah, he admits he almost fumbled it. A curse spills from Lancelot's lips, but a desperate blaze ignites behind his eyes. If this is Masaru's ace, and he can just survive the blast, then victory will finally be his. A colossal boulder rockets through the sky, howling as it comes crashing down toward the ground. And right in that second, Lancelot finally knows. No way he can't slice through this. No way, not with this monster mass and at this kind of speed. The arena and everything inside it gets obliterated in a single blast. With the end of the world impact pounding just a few feet away, Masaru screams one command, item. That towering chunk of rock just disappears into thin air, gulped up by his storage at the very last second, right before it could wipe them all out, and the shockwave left behind still rattles everything. Lancelot just stands there, soaked in icy sweat, mind shattered by how insanely brazen that bluff was. Masaru stares him down, wiped out yet unshakable. You win. He stumbles back fast, gasping that he was only joking, that he couldn't think of any other way to pull off the win. And yeah, the point landed hard, because a win is a win. Masaru's smile looks worn out, but it's still pure victory, so come on, you're listening now, right? Lancelot refuses to believe a word of it, pressing Masaru. Did you yank the ballista before or after you leapt up to the second floor? He knew Masaru used his item box, but he still couldn't wrap his head around it, preloading a siege weapon, and then blasting it into the sky just to make sure his dodge hit perfectly. Hip snaps in and yells that it's cheating, while Masaru smirks and insists that the winner is the one who won, no exceptions. Their bickering turns into full-blown chaos, and Erdem has to grab Lancelot and physically hold him back. He roars that they've been at it since the moment they got here, and now it's on again, like a never-ending brawl. When does this madness end? They're acting like total kids. Lancelot mutters under his breath, but he gives Masaru the green light anyway, just once. Masaru smirks and says next time he'll slice straight through a bedrock mountain with a Delina, and the thought alone turns the room ice-cold with pure dread. Lancelot shuts him down, promising he'll win bigger next time, then turns to Masaru and tells him, your turn, go. The cheerful vibe vanishes in a blink. Lancelot's eyes harden, his voice drops low as he snaps. So, what mess did Masaru make now? The room goes dead quiet. Every stare locks onto Masaru as he stands in front of the commanders, jaw set tight, and with a grim breath he declares, I've got an incident report. After that brutal fight, the real battle is about to explode, no more holding back. He drops the bombshell with zero warning. Stenson, their neighboring city, has fallen. The room explodes with disbelief, because Stenson isn't just a capital, it's the region's top power and the safest place anyone could possibly choose. Lancelot slams his fist on the table, jaw tight, eyes blazing with rage and regret, because this isn't the moment for a duel. He snaps his accusing finger at Masaru, demanding to know why he didn't say it earlier, like he had to have settled it already, right? Masaru stays cool and says, it's not over yet, but we wiped out every monster before we even got here. Hip can't believe his own eyes. He's ready to accuse Masaru of messing with his evil crew. Then one more night hits, and the truth slams in. Masaru wipes everything out with one massive explosion, and the sheer scale of that power is almost impossible to wrap your head around. Lancelot slices through the chaos, eyes locked on Masaru. So tell me, what's he really here for, just to file a report? Masaru's real mission finally spills out. He didn't come just to talk. He came begging for help, for Stenson's neighbor, and for every refugee who might show up next. Lancelot scoffs, this is a city of knights, and they've already got their own people to guard. Their resources are stretched paper-thin, but Masaru's got an offer ready to hit them. He pitches the idea to trade with the Beastman's town. If they can haul in those materials, they could finally restore Stenson, and Lancelot's interest snaps on like a fire. The hatred runs way too deep, so he snaps that Masaru can't seriously think Beastmen, enslaved and treated like animals by humans, would ever truly trade with them, because he's convinced they'd only grab the tools and use them to launch an invasion. Masaru smirks, that look in his eyes daring Lancelot to prove something. Then he shrugs like, Lancelot wouldn't want to fight anyway, would he? But if he insists, Masaru just says he can always ask. The tension snaps, and Lancelot finally spots Masaru's game plan, so he admits he has to lay eyes on that mountain himself to hunt for tougher challenges, and one of his men blurts out the glaring truth. If this commerce plan works, it'll be a massive win for their town, like a direct hit of prosperity, way beyond the kingdom. Masaru nods along, then he smiles like it's a slam dunk, a real win-win. The logic hits like a hammer. An organization built to help people is basically a nation, and they can't just abandon their neighbors to whatever fate comes next. With a wicked grin, Lancelot accepts the proposal, and for Port Arium and everyone around it, this is about to be a huge win. Masaru and his crew stared in disbelief as their first move worked perfectly. Right when they're about to hash out the details with the civil officials, Lancelot's mind snaps to something. Masaru said he needed to borrow workers before the duel. Masaru's attitude flips again, turning downright sheepish. Then he asks, "Can I borrow the meeting room for the night? It's a personal request." Lancelot nods in agreement, realizing this is exactly what he promised before their fight. But when Lancelot presses Masaru for his plan, Masaru drops the shocking answer. He's throwing a small party with his friends, so the commander wastes no time trying to crash it and invite himself. Masaru blurts out two things right away: where the hunting grounds are and where the party can grab food specifically. He's demanding crabs, more and more crabs, like mountains of the things, and the wild, sudden request leaves everyone utterly stunned and speechless. It's a coastal city, so the tables are loaded with fish, but one of the guys leans in and tells them about a secret spot where freshwater crabs go hiding. Lancelot's eyes blaze. This is it, their shot, and the perfect plan ignites in his head. He snaps orders at his men and sends Masaru straight to his lodging for the night, because the crab hunt is roaring to life tomorrow. As Masaru gets marched off, Lancelot leans in and swears he'll take him straight to the crabs. "Just take a breather first. But tell me, what's the commander really cooking up in the shadows?" Next morning, Masaru bursts onto a stunning coastline, eyes wide and heart racing. He's fired up the second he spots that fishing setup from TV, like, this is exactly what he needed. But his good mood gets wrecked the second he spots Lancelot and his knights, all suited up in full, gleaming armor. He snaps, "Why are you here?" Lancelot only smirks and tells him, "Look over there." Out at sea, a black, rippling mass crawls in from a nearby island. Sure, it looks like a school of fish, but the darkness feels wrong. So why is it black, and is it closing in on them? The dark swarm ain't fish at all, it's giant bees, and they're coming. Massive beyond belief, an awful swarm of monstrous insects crashes down on them, like the sky itself is falling, and Masaru's blood turns to ice. So, are they the prey? Lancelot doesn't waste a second. He draws his weapon the instant the first bee rockets in to strike. He calmly lays it all out. The knights aren't just here for show. This is the real reason, and now it's time for their annual hunt for the bee queen's brood. Meet the spotted army bees, giant meat-munching monsters that strike, paralyze their victims, and haul them back to the nest, still squirming. Lancelot flashes a grin and springs the trap. He dragged Masaru here so they could go to war with them, and if Masaru wants those crabs so badly, he'll have to fight for them or walk away. With a thunderous roar, he barks the order, "Everyone, lock into defensive positions. Humanity's enemy is charging right at them." Masaru's frozen in terror as the swarm drops from the sky, buzzing like a living storm. Then they start gathering nectar. But what in the world are they really after? The knights smash head-on into the vanguard, their steel clanging loud as hardened exoskeletons lock up in a brutal clash. Adelina becomes pure motion, slashing through the bee with a ferocious roar. The beach erupts into a full-blown battlefield as knights desperately hold their ground against a relentless insectoid swarm. Arena feels danger closing in from above and behind, and a bee rockets forward, stinger first, aiming straight for her. Right before it can strike, a lightning bolt crashes into its wing, blows it apart, and sends the monster tumbling down into the sand. Zack right there, and Irina's jaw drops, stunned as she blurts, "What was that?" He just flashes a confident smile. He lifts a fancy crossbow and tells them Masaru gave it to him before they even stepped outside, swearing it'll fit his expert hands like it was made for him. Lancelot spies the weapon and immediately clocks that Masaru dragged in some wild new players. Then his eyes snap around, and he spots a sign buried in the sand. Where's Masaru hiding? That note hits like a slap, short, cruel, and packed with rage. "I'm going to the island, and don't go hunting for me." He stares across the water and spots one lone figure already halfway to the island, the very reason the swarm exists. What is he thinking? Meanwhile, the queen sequesters herself in her chambers and orders everyone to get out and give her peace. A glowing message materializes on the slate. Wait, is that a note from Masaru? Her eyes widen as she reads the words. Then the truth hits. It's a dinner invitation. Masaru barrels onto the island's shore, yanking a bizarre bag straight from his inventory. And yeah, he's stunned he actually has to use it again. He yanks the contents out, right there, a familiar white suit and helmet. With the swap done in his gear set, he stands there, grinning like, "Just you wait, Victinias, I'm about to cook up something awesome. The hunt is on." The hive is insanely massive, this sprawling fortress of wax and honey looks like it could swallow the sky whole. Masaru's smoke bomb blinded the guards in a flash, But yeah, there's always a catch, because the real danger is what's lurking inside the nest. It's every single bee around it. He's gone, and pushed the whole swarm into attack. They're on full blast, vibrating with rage, but Masaru grits his teeth and locks in no room for fear. He hammers the truth into his head, why he's here, and what he swore he'd do the moment this is over. The very next day, Victinius shows up at the agreed meeting spot. Masaru's message was crystal clear, but the room's empty, and icy dread crawls up her spine as she panics, wondering if he's out there somewhere alone and already gone. Then a voice slices through her panic, Masaru, grinning like nothing in the world can touch him, telling her, "You came." He swings open the door and welcomes her to a dinner party, a fresh bandage on his cheek, still glowing with the memory of his latest battle. And she's not alone. Isla, her sister, is here too, wearing a warm smile like she's got secrets. Victinius suddenly snaps with irritation because she's been hunting for him, panicking over a promise they swore to keep. She snaps on a cold, untouchable front, reminding him she's still the magic teacher in the Beastman town, and this is the first time Masaru has ever seen her act this distant. He blurts, "Are you sure you want to talk to me like that?" But she snaps back that coming here at all was a mistake, and the regret is already eating her alive. Masaru shrugs off her attitude, slaps a dish on the table, and casually brags that his item box is perfect for storing pre-cooked meals. Even as she talks, Victini snatches a bite right away, insisting she's only checking to make sure it's safe. Her eyes go wide in a split second. She tries to mask it, but that flavor gives her away instantly. She mumbles that she was just checking for anything weird, but it's a thin, desperate excuse that doesn't hold up. The truth, that food is pure magic. Its aroma hits first, then the saltiness lands just right, and every bite turns into a flavor explosion, dancing on her tongue like it's something way bigger than just delicious. Masaru grins and proudly spills the secret ingredient he's been hiding. He tossed in honey like a secret weapon, and everything clicked, watching it wipe out the salad's bitterness and paint the meat with a rich, sweet, glossy glaze. He starts rambling about some delivery job from his old world, totally ignoring the fact that Victinius is too busy chowing down to listen. Isla keeps her eyes on her sister, wearing a sad little smile, and finally admits she helped in the kitchen. But the truth is, she only wanted one thing, to see Victoria smile again, even if it lasted just for a little while. Tears brim in her eyes, and she snaps at her sister that she's made way too much of a fuss. All she wants is to lift her up after the nightmare they survived in Stenson, so they can finally be happy together. Masaru rushes in, grinning at Victinia like, "I'm just relieved you look so much better." Then he leans in and says the truth. He poured everything he had into this meal for her. He waves Illa over to join them, then drops the big reveal. This is where the main course hits. He slams the lid open and reveals a huge, steaming crab pot, billowing hot clouds everywhere. Port Aram's specialty hits the table, and both sisters' eyes instantly sparkle with pure excitement. They snap right in, demanding he serve them. No hesitation, no mercy. Masaru only lets out a heavy sigh, because their enthusiasm has them wildly outnumbered. He tells them to stay put, because as his thanks, he'll crack the crab open and keep feeding them until they're both stuffed. She's totally zoned in on the moment, stunned by how insanely incredible crab is, and grinning like crazy because getting fed right now is just pure fun. Isla steps up next, and just like that, she melts into pure bliss. Musaru's sweat pours down as if he's about to commit the worst crime imaginable, but the sisters don't care. They just shove him for another bite, then another. It felt like two goddesses were pounding on the doors of his heart, and once they started knocking, he had no choice but to open up and let them in. Once the feast finally ends and everyone's full, Masaru doesn't stop there. He still has one last thing to give Victinia. It's a skill ticket, her reward for jumping in and helping crack the Stenson investigation. Masaru grins as that gotcha ticket hits his hands. Nostalgia slams into his chest. Now it's time to pull the slot machine lever again. Victinius breaks it down in one breath. She'll summon the set of cards, and he'll pick the destiny that's waiting for him. He shoots his hand out and taps one of those glowing cards, and it lights up like it knows him. A brilliant flash of light bursts, and the skill is his, unleashed in that instant. The sisters swarm in close, eyes blazing, desperate to find out what wild new power he just grabbed. He yanks up his status screen. Precision is at level 6. And just like that, another dull combat skill lands in the pile, because he already has techniques down for sticks, spears, and staffs. Then he scrolls down and boom, it's not just one skill. He's got 3 more on the list. Victinius snaps still, a cold sweat blooming across her face. What kind of ticket did she just hand him? She blurts to Isla, voice shaking, that she dumped a ton of divine power into that ticket. Masaru hears it and only grins, thanking her for whatever she throws his way. Victoria's cheeks flared red. Was that warmth from him real kindness, or did her heart just slip into love? Ilo explodes into motion. She wants answers right now. What kind of relationship does he have with a god? And don't dodge the question. Masaru tries to calm them down, but nothing he does works. Suddenly the whole vibe snaps. Victinius, eyes flare with deadly power, and she growls that messing with a god's heart earns him a verdict. A prophecy hits next. In half a month, 2 women will unleash torment on him that he'll never escape. 2 weeks later, Masaru strides up to the gate of Beastman's town, staring it down like it owes him answers. And right beside him stand 2 women he knows all too well, so the prophecy wasn't some fairy tale at all, it was real. Baral and the others rush up to him, utterly dumbfounded. He was supposed to return immediately, so what in the world just happened? Masaru erupts into a wild explanation, cuts straight into a high-stakes duel with Lancelot, then pivots into a party with goddesses and scorching trade negotiations. But Zack isn't buying a word of it. He cuts him off and spills the truth. Masaru's stuck fishing on a tiny island, and Renad just orders him to get ready. The time for games is done. Now it's go time. The whole town is roaring with activity, everyone scrambling and sweating, because the long journey is right around the corner. Things are about to get nonstop busy. The town square crackles with nervous energy, where disbelief and pure, overwhelming joy collide as families are ushered into their brand new homes. Adelina lets out a heavy sigh, swamped by the crowd, and snaps at Masaru that he should have warned her. Then he only grins and tells her Lancelot sent word, so he came himself. He leans in and reassures her, everything's okay. With the new trade routes to Port Arium, plus the farms and fisheries, there's more than enough work to go around for everyone. No one will go hungry again. Just look at the beastmen. Relief hits their faces like a wave. And right there, a young boy grips his father's hand, then blurts out Masaru's name, eyes wide with pure awe. 2 kids sprint up to him, eyes blazing with hope. They thank him, the one who saved them, and just like that, they've got a home now, a real home. Masaru promises he'll pitch in with the construction, brushing off their gratitude like it's nothing, until he's standing there, and one kid drops the question that freezes the whole moment. What are they supposed to name this new town? Days later, the leadership is locked in a heated planning session, charting trade with Port Arium. Then the elder drops the bomb. The first shipments won't hit the docks for a week, maybe even longer. They kick around local pickles and fish paste, but the whole room suddenly locks onto Masaru, like everyone's waiting for his take. But Masaru isn't here. He's miles away, his face locked in a terrifying, dead-serious focus like a mask. Adelina snaps she can't take it anymore, so she calls him out and demands to know what's wrong, because why on earth is he so obsessed with something as simple as a name? He slams his hands on the table, pure manic energy exploding like a bomb, and the whole room jolts. Because a name isn't just a label, it's everything, he roars, yelling that the town's fate is stitched to it, and then he rips into this wild rant about online games and how a guild's name can flip its entire image. The pressure finally snaps his mind. He grabs his head, groaning that his own name has dagger in it, like that's why nobody ever invited him to parties, but is he really falling apart this hard over a word? When they see him unravel, they shove him into manual labor, praying the work will snap him back and clear his head. He throws himself into the work, lifting, building with the others, but his focus is already miles away. Even out in the middle of the construction site, he just stands there, frozen, eyes locked on nothing, struck dumb by the impossible weight of the choice he has to make. A week later, he's gotten worse. Life's been sucked from his eyes, and now a hollow, frantic obsession drives everything he does. Zack and Adelina snap, then they yank him to the excavation site, screaming that they've hit an amazing discovery. The haze finally cracked, and the words sank in, then a huge discovery hit, snapping his curiosity wide open. He fires up his map skill, and a hologram blasts into existence right in front of him. Good news, the dig's rolling, and they're only a tiny bit away from hitting their target. Adelina is spinning a downright bizarre magical drill, and when she admits it's not bad, she smiles like it, because the second she drops it on the ground, digging feels effortless. Masaru tells them the tool channels the user's magic to drill straight through solid rock, but Adelina feels every pulse of it, and the device is draining her strength little by little. He tells them he built the design from a magical worm he hunted himself, and with Isla in his corner, they hammer the tech into something real. He says the real fight wasn't the design at all, it was hunting down that rare magical power stone that powers everything, and when Adelina feels the ground lurch, she blurts out if it's turning dangerous. Masaru tells her to be careful, because if she gets hurt, Lancelot will cut him down, and he needs her to land the final push. She nods and the drill bites deeper, like it's going for the heart of the problem. Zack's still shaky with doubts, but Masaru's dead sure. He's measured the exact spot on his map, and they're about to slam right into. A heavy thud slams up from below. He hears it clear as day. There it is. But no, this isn't something they asterisk here like a normal sound. It's a furious divine voice blasting out of the earth itself. And if you can hear me, answer, you idiot. Masaru jerks back in shock because it's Victinia's. He stammers out questions, but she brushes him off, her voice oozing pure impatience. Have you decided yet? She roars out, daring everyone to decide the town's name. The ground starts shaking violently, and Victinia's, who's been watching him the whole time, finally snaps. This isn't an earthquake, it's something way worse. A massive jet of water erupts from the drill hole, blasting hundreds of feet into the sky. They finally hit it, bam, a blazing hot spring right in front of them. Victinia's materializes out of thin air, summoning a divine shimmering barrier that blasts the scalding spray away like nothing, and she doesn't even flinch, just tilts her head and asks if this hot spring is exactly what he had in mind. A hot spring blessed by a goddess. This place is about to blow up into the biggest tourist spot ever, and Victinia's can't wait a second to dive in and try it. After the chaos finally settles, she flashes a calm smile and says, "This is gonna be fun. Now we just level the ground and build the waterway." But for Masaru, this is the last straw. His arm burn is healed, sure, but the weight in his head is now crushing him, and it's too much. A hot spring? Fine. A town? Great. Now he just needs one good name, and the moment he can't take it anymore, he collapses completely, utterly finished. Delina and Zack can only stare in horror as he looks even worse than before. He mumbles an apology, swears he's done for the night, then stumbles away from the group like he can't even keep his feet steady. He spots a quiet cliffside, crumples to the ground, and just stares upward at the sky like it holds his last answer. He clocks this place instantly. This is where he first landed in this world, and a wave of nostalgia hits him hard. A swirling portal rips open right beside him, and Victinia strides through without hesitation. He figures she's furious, but she just shakes her head, admitting it was her who pushed the whole thing and dragged him forward, then hits him with the wildest part. She already picked the name. Then she drops a bombshell confession. I'm jealous. Jealous of him for worrying over a name. Nope, she snaps back, saying the truth is way worse. She's jealous because he's the one who gets to pick it. Even though she built the whole world, she can't name a single thing. Those mortals living inside it decide what everything is called. Even if she loves this world with all her heart, she still can't carve out her own mark in it. At best, her name only survives as a whisper in legends, one far-off myth people tell when they want to believe. If Masaru truly listens, the crushing weight of her divine loneliness finally hits him like a sudden truth. She's a creator-class god, so she can't step in herself, but he can, and he'll leave his mark. And just like that, it all clicks. He springs to his feet, eyes blazing with a fire she hasn't seen in weeks. From this moment on, he slams the truth down like a vow. This town's new name is Ventalia. Victinia spells it out loud, Ventalia, and yeah, it's a little odd, but the moment she hears it, she's totally hooked by how good it sounds. Masaru grins with pride and says it's straight. He forged it by mashing together the names of two goddesses from his old world. Her eyes go wide. He just handed her a piece of his world, and now there's a mark on her that'll never fade. And it's not just the name he keeps pushing forward. Once they build that temple by the hot spring, she's free to drop by any time, and from here on out, she's going to leave a trail of unforgettable scars on this world. He reaches out and grabs her hand tight, eyes locked, jaw set. This isn't pity, not even close. He's doing it because he's genuinely worried she'll break. A soft blush streaks across her cheeks. She scoots close and murmurs a tiny, "thank you," and he barely hears it. Then he snaps, asking if she said anything. She leans back with a mischievous smirk and tells him, laughing, that she just called him way more audacious than he expected. But she won't let him slide. He still has to apologize for making her wait, and even though her tone is pure teasing, those sparkling eyes are giving away how genuinely happy she is. As she strides away, her whole attitude flips. She's not forgiven, not after being branded as a useless god, and he didn't just shrug it off. He handed her reason to lean on her power, and now she's about to use it. She stares at a picture of Masaru, and a warm, loving smile blooms on her face. But she's not the only one watching. Somewhere in a dark, unknown dimension, a monstrous figure clutches the exact same image, and his voice booms through the void like he's savoring this new name. Ventalia, so who is he, and what does he want? As the news of a brand new gnome settlement sparks across the village, Masaru's mind starts sprinting with 100 wild possibilities. But a cold, serious voice slices through the noise. It's Zack, fully packed and ready to bolt, and he demands a moment with Masaru. Zack leans in and tells you, "I'm heading straight for the capital." He's got to march in, tell the king what's going on with Stenson, and then formally give back the soldiers the king had loaned them. Masaru, the ever-craftsman, quips that he should have carved a goddess statue for the king as a gift, yet Zack's face stays cold and grim, and the whole departure hits like a weight, shutting down every joke in his mouth. Masaru clocks it instantly. Zack is just putting on a business smile, hiding the fact that he's secretly hurting. Zack grins through the moment, swearing they'll return in about a month, travel time included. But for Masaru, 1 month feels like an eternity. His eyes blaze with excitement as he starts rattling off every project he'll finish by then. The temple, the hot springs, and more, because for him, creating is the most thrilling part of the whole ride. Later inside, Zack swore to the commander that Lancelot would be handled, so there'd be nothing to worry about, and Masaru could finally focus on his work here. Masaru eavesdrops, and he's totally lost in it all. Lancelot notices, and Zack's face darkens as he admits that after their duel, Lancelot had warned him. The commander's eyes narrowed hard. Zack said Lancelot basically ordered him to keep a razor-sharp watch on Masaru. The commander goes straight for the jugular. Lancelot pushes Zack to spy on him, and then he spills the whole truth. Masaru's power, the siege weapons he forges, the bedrock he drops from the sky, that's not human at all, that's God level. He leans in with a low, serious voice, and admits he wouldn't even blink if Masaru turned out to be the real culprit behind Stenson's destruction, because if he wanted, he could wipe this whole land off the map. But he spits this truth: there's a world of difference between someone who can and someone who will . He trusts Masaru for what he's capable of, not what he might choose. Then the commander leans in and fires a terrifying question at Zack. If Masaru ever turns into the kind who will , what does that even look like? The commander's stare cuts like steel. Then he roars that he'll carry out his duty as Port Arium's commander and as a knight of this kingdom. That's it, no stalling, no second thoughts, just a promise that sends execution down like a death sentence. Masaru, frozen in the doorway, suddenly drenches in cold sweat. How does he say something this terrifying and still keep a straight face? Zack finally tracks him down and blurts out that he never meant to threaten him, he only came to warn him, because Masaru is a dear friend. With a hard handshake, he jabs Masaru in the chest and warns him not to mess this up while he's gone. Then he grins, itching to see how far things have come. Masaru grips that handshake, and boom, a sharp jolt of pain shoots up his arm, turning a terrifyingly serious talk into instant comedy. As the wagon rumbles off, Masaru stands there alone, crushed by every word the commander just dropped. His thoughts get cut off the second he spots the signpost he planted himself. There's a monster nest nearby, and he's got to get back, and fast. Deep in the woods, a band of cloaked refugees keeps dragging themselves forward, worn out and hanging on by a thread. Then boom, they get ambushed out of nowhere. Vicious birds crash from the trees, their wings cutting the air like blades. The leader spots them and dread hits hard, wind slicing through the air. Monsters from the Gratis Kingdom, why are they crawling all the way out here? They're boxed in from every side, there's not a single crack to slip through. The refugees hunker down like the world's about to snap shut, faces carved with pure despair, surviving their city's fall just to be struck down here. A sharp whistle slices through the chaos, every bird freezes mid-attack, and their rage evaporates in an instant. They swoop down on a lone figure who stands calm at the clearing's edge, Masaru. With just one sound, he tamed them like they were nothing. The refugees can only gawk, stunned out of their minds. He throws them a simple question, all laid back. Didn't you see the signpost warning that he's using this place to breed monsters? He scans them up and down, bruised, battered, and way too rough to be bandits. They saw that sign, he figures, and thought a monster-swarmed area might still hide something worth grabbing. Their leader nods and admits it. Back in Stenson, they were once full-on adventurers, until the whole city got erased when golden pillars of light rained down from the sky. They've been roaming nonstop ever since, supplies running dry, chasing whispers about a brand new prosperous town sitting just out of reach. The elf stares at Masaru, trembling like he's on the edge of collapse, and blurts out, "What happens to us now? Are we about to get punished for trespassing?" Mazer just grins, tells them this is a free land with nothing to fear, and swears their crew, Emeralda, Irina, and the others, will light up with joy the second they show up. The elf goes wide-eyed. How on earth does he know those names? Masaru grins, beckons them to follow, and promises to expose the real truth behind those rumors. With a dramatic flourish, he unveils it, his masterpiece, Ventalia. The refugees choke on their breath. This isn't some small town. It's a powerhouse city that rivals the royal capital, packed with humans, beastmen, and elves living side by side. They stagger down the streets, stunned by how spotless everything is: clean roads, towering buildings, and infrastructure so perfect it feels unreal. because the rumors never came close. One of them blurted, "Who in the world built a place like this?" Masaru jabs his finger at some random guy in the crowd. But he's only messing around. Then Adelina swoops in, snatches one of the elves, and shuts it down in seconds, and the culprit, it's the young guy standing right there, Masaru. And she explodes on him on the spot, furious that he just ushered in a whole new wave of migrants without even bothering to ask her. He tries to wave it off, but she shuts him down. Now they're scrambling to get ready for dozens of fresh faces, and he's like, "Who do you think you are?" Masaru grins nervously and admits he's just a regular guy who can't stop creating. And yep, he lives right in the temple perched on the hill. The refugees are left stunned because Masaru, who lives in a temple meant for a god, knows he can't exactly explain himself, living there to slip away for private talks with the goddess while he serves, and he flips the whole conversation on its head and tells them, "Just call me Masaru." He whips around to Emeralda and tells her Stenson's queen is staying here too. Then he makes them a promise, no more empty stomachs ever again. Adelina, always practical, snatches the lead and calls it. Tonight's communal dinner is happening, right from the start, so everyone can introduce themselves. Emeralda nods, but her voice shakes as she finally admits the truth. Dirt clings to them, and rags hang off their bodies. It's been 10 brutal days since any of them even got a real bath. Masaru's face explodes with excitement. This is it, the perfect moment. He tells Adelina they can crack open the hot spring earlier than planned, and seriously, right now. He orders the newcomers to climb the hill at sundown for the final exam, and that single sentence sends a nasty jolt of anxiety through the exhausted group. Of course, this exam is really just Masaru stepping into the brand new hot spring he built, taking its very first dip. He sinks into the water and exhales pure bliss, the calm Japanese-style atmosphere wrapping around him like a dream. Because he didn't hold back, he poured every last drop of skill into this moment. He can't stop picturing what's next as Ventalia rumors explode, more people pour in, and the town keeps surging forward so fast it feels unreal. With crowds this massive, it's not a town anymore, it's turning into a whole nation, and as he thinks it, a gentle voice chimes in, "Victima." He whips his head around and spots her lounging in the nearby water, and he can't help but marvel at how damn good it feels. Victinia's whole divine vibe relaxes, those warm waters work their magic, and she beams at Masaru, telling him just how grateful she is that he stumbled onto this place. He can barely squeeze out a stammered reply, his face blazing red as he tries to enjoy the hot spring too, but it's just impossible. You can't stay calm when a goddess is throwing down right in front of you. He lays out his plan to cage it in an enclosure, pointing out it's a man-made geyser, not a real natural one, and Victinia's lights up. What a great idea, especially with all these new migrants flooding into town. The talk spirals into who's showing up here, gnomes, dwarves, and the Lepis along the coast. Masaru can't help but wonder why every kind of creature keeps flocking to his town, and when Victini gives him a knowing look, he practically spells it out. This place feels safe. Sure, the beastmen found a safe haven here, but out there, countless others are still trapped, and they don't have that luxury. Masar's eyes sharpen with a brand new resolve, and he declares they must unite the area and carve out their own nation. He flashes back to how he was worn down and used, snaps that he had every right to be mad, then a tiny smile creeps in as he admits he still loved his job. And he's determined to keep doing that kind of good all over again in this world, cracking jokes that, as a god, she should notice his effort, and maybe even start paying him a salary. She looks him dead in the eye and says, "Of course," and it absolutely floors him. He's stuck there, staring in total disbelief, completely dumbfounded, of course. She tells him she can't meddle too hard or toss him money straight like Isla does, but his totally clueless surprise is so hilarious she can't help it. She tells him, "Watching you makes this world feel better every single day." Her voice turns low and intimate as she lays out everything he's done, helping Isla build the temple, even grinding to help name the town, and then she drops the real danger. So what is it that he truly wants? His mind spins out of control. He can't wrap his head around what kind of goddess would even say that, and he panics, telling himself she's nothing but a shameless goddess with no real meaning behind it. Then right when he's about to move, someone outside suddenly shouts his name, and he doesn't even get time to react. A geyser blasts up out of the ground like a fiery roar, and it erupts right before your eyes. A blast of scalding water hits him like a cannonball, and he gets launched flying. He yelps in agony, realizing his protection magic wasn't fast enough, so the back of his head smashes the rock. Her mind flashes Masaru straddling the naked Victinius, then pure rage detonates, and she screams at the pervert like she's about to explode. A flash of light and a violent burst of magic hurls Masaru through the air. Then Adelina fumes and snaps, asking if Lady Victinius is okay, confessing she'd trained a bit because she hated how he reacted last time. Later, a bruised, bandaged Masaru slumps at the table, fighting to get the whole story out. He swears it was an accident and begs for his innocence, but Adelina slams the brakes, snapping back, demanding to know why he was even discussing something this huge with the goddess. Amaralda jumps in and confirms they're talking about building a whole nation. And just like that, the meeting kicks off. Adelina's convinced this is the smart move, because forging a nation could pave the way for a friendly truce with Gratis and shut down any future invasions for good. The Dark Elf twins nod in agreement, realizing that if they stick together, they'll be far safer the next time disaster strikes, like when the golems came crashing in. Masaru admits he barely knows a thing about politics, but the moment they become a nation, he knows it'll be non-stop decisions after decisions. Emeralda tells everyone she's been soaking up politics from Adelina, mixing it with what the old kings taught in the past, but she doesn't believe she'll be much help herself. Adelina weighs her choices and realizes Stenzen isn't just strong, it's a master at logistics, so that nation becomes the blueprint she wants to study. She notes their taxes are shockingly low, just 2%. Then she points out that Gratis charges are 5%, too, still not too brutal, so it all becomes a solid starting point for them. Masaru jumps into the brainstorming frenzy for their key features: monster meat, goat milk, preserved food, and yeah, the big attractions too, the temple and that brand new hot spring. Emeralda flashes a grin and says, "With our numbers set to blow up, this won't be that hard." Adelina whips her gaze to Masaru and pushes him for an answer. Should they run some quick calculations on their trading future, and what does he think is their biggest roadblock? Masaru stares them all down, face stone cold, eyes locked, ready to pick the next king. The whole room explodes in shock. What could possibly make them react like that? Adelina snaps that this whole town was his baby. He founded it and carried the heavy lifting, so the plan was his idea from the start, and Masaru immediately shuts it down, flat out saying he's not built for a role like that. Yeah, he tells you his job drags him all over the map, east for materials, south for building, north to trade, and once he's on the move, nobody can pin him to just one spot. Everyone gets it, he's already standing at the center of the whole storm, but dragging him onto some throne would never work, so if it's not him, then who in the world is supposed to be king? He whips around to the rabbit beastman elder, but she shuts him down on the spot. She won't rule anyone but her own people, and she's not about to command an entire nation. Masaru, tell me, aren't there any real heroes out there? Someone with true justice, strong enough to command both beastmen and humans, and tough enough to back it up with pure muscle and an iron heart. As he starts firing off his qualifications, every single soul in the room, elves, beastmen, even Masaru himself, slowly turns their head toward him. 1 week later, the town square explodes with people, packed so tight it's overflowing, with a sea of confused, curious faces staring around in disbelief. Masaru stands there in front of everyone, grinning like he's fearless but shaking on the inside, telling his friends to brace themselves, because a surprise is coming. With one deep breath, he roars out his big announcement. He's united every surrounding land, and right now, starting today, he's forged a brand new nation. The crowd erupts into total confusion. A nation? What is he even saying? Masaru shoots his hands up for silence, swearing he'll explain everything. He breaks his plan down like a threat diagram, point by point, because this isn't about flexing power, it's about locking in real safety. With so many people crowding into this refuge, they've got to defend themselves, and building a nation gives them a real, official bond with their terrifying neighbor, Gratis, so no one can march in and invade. So nothing like that disaster that crushed the beastmen will ever strike again. This is our shield against the world's worst nightmares. But it's bigger than defense. Once they stand as their own country, they can build a real brand. Their products will be judged top tier and safe, shielding their workers from vicious price drops that try to undercut them. Their whole nation's honor now rides on their guild's backs, no longer just fighting to survive, but proving who they truly are. The spark of an idea catches fire, and the crowd's early confusion crumbles into a roaring buzz of excitement, until one man yanks his hand up, and his voice slices straight through the chaos. He blurts out the one question everyone's been dying to ask: if you're a nation, then who's your king? Masaru flashes a grin like it's the easiest thing in the world, and then he jabs his finger through the crowd, straight at one person, Ms. Adelina. He slams his decision down and declares she'll become Ventalia's very first king. The whole crowd erupts like a storm, thunderous cheers pounding the square. Adelina stands there, absolutely flawless, and you can feel it. They've got her back, 100%. Adelina gets totally blindsided, like, why her? Masaru leans in and hammers it home. Beastmen don't care about her race or her past. They trust her already. And yeah, they're right, beastmen all around nod in the crowd, trusting Masaru sure but calling it out. He's still just a kid and he can't always be steady. Adelina, though, she steps in like a real leader, no question. The weight of all their hopes crashes onto her shoulders. She stares at the faces looking up at her, then finally speaks out, and though she's grateful, she never planned to take it. Still, I've watched this town rise from the very start, so yeah, getting a front row view of what's coming next doesn't sound half bad. But she has one condition. She jabs a finger at the crowd, sparks of mischief in her eyes, and orders everyone to make this place as fun and stunning as possible, which means pushing Masaru to his very limit, because the second things start to drag, she's out. Now that their new queen is crowned, the real battle starts. Their leadership gets hit immediately. There's no breathing room, because money is demanding attention, and they've got new territories to absorb and communication networks to build from scratch. The guild elder nods and promises to bring her master artisans in to help set up the new systems. Adelina slammed her decision down. From now on, every guildmaster has to show up at these meetings, because they need more voices, more brains, and more know-how if this plan's going to actually work. Just then, bam, a letter drops from the sky, fluttering like it has a pulse, and it's from the goddess. So yeah, congrats on forging a brand new nation, but here's the catch. A coronation ceremony is about to spark a huge international crisis, and someone has to make it official before other countries start panicking. They're desperate for an inheritance ritual, plus a blessing straight from God himself. Masaru's face contorts with pure terror. A blessing from God? What does that even asterisk mean asterisk? So yeah, there's no way out for them. They've got to storm into the kingdom of grottos and settle this for good. Masaru snaps at the useless goddess for dumping this disaster in his lap, but there's no turning back. Now they've got to hit grottos, then ride straight to Port Arium, because Lancelot is going to blow a fuse the moment he finds out. To save time, they'll roll out with the Masaru special, his magical power-up tricycle. But Eider is already panicking about the trip. Those roads are wrecked, and the constant swaying makes it feel unbearable. Masaru snaps that this is a tech problem, then hits us with Roman concrete from his world, a technique older than 2,000 years that they're only just now beginning to copy here. But he had an instant fix. While scouting the island near Port Arium, he stumbled on something that totally rewired everything. A power sitting right there, ready to flip the whole world. He declares it with a triumphant grin, like he's already won. Nobody's ever heard of it. He leans in and tells you it's a stretchy, worm-skin-like material that shifts and adapts depending on how you use it. It's pulled straight from the liquid sap of certain trees, and when he uses that rubber to forge a tire, the shaking drops hard while their speed shoots way up. The guild elder's eyes flare. Elastic material like that could unlock a whole vault of other uses. Masaru nods hard and starts rattling off everything it powers in his world, everything from everyday tools to the stuff people need just to live day to day. The implications hit like a truck. This discovery could reshape everything from housing to accessories, and he's got to rush and tell the tree planters right now, because this isn't just about a smoother ride, it's way bigger. Manic energy surges through him. He slams his chair back and rockets for the door, because he has to reach the carpentry workshop right now. He shoves the paperwork onto the others and bolts ahead, his head spinning with wild new possibilities. He burst into the workshop with wild eyes blazing, and now that they've finally got a proper ruler, he's shouting that there's something they have to build. The carpenters are stunned when he spills his plan. This isn't just a house for the queen, they're shaping a whole castle. They're staring at him like he's gone insane. A castle, you're telling me that's the plan. They're already drowning in work, and now he's demanding they whip up some impossible symbol for the whole town. One of them jabs at the picture of the grand temple Masaru built, like they can't even wrap their heads around how it was made, and yeah, calling it a castle, that's a straight-up joke. They're just regular folk, not master architects. No way they can whip up something that complex without real plans and proper designs. Masaru just smirks, then tells them about a wild movement from his world called DIY. The carpenters looked totally lost. Then he snapped, in my world, everyone built their own stuff, and there were countless people doing it. And every single one of them was a total amateur, fresh out of the beginner ranks, clueless and untested. He says the real meaning of DIY is this. If you're not a pro, you learn the materials, roll up your sleeves, and build something from scratch solo. If I can pull it off on my own, then you can do it too, get it done yourself. He tells them about a man who rebuilt his city after the war, then slams the slogan in their faces. This is exactly what our town needs most. This is the proof this town isn't owned by anyone, it belongs to everyone. He's not doing it for Masaru's town, he's determined to keep teaching them brand new things, nonstop. But this whole town, everyone's. He locks eyes with them, voice blazing with passion. Please, build the Queen's house, the symbol of this town. Tell me that doesn't sound awesome, DIY. That fire in his eyes spreads fast, and their doubt crumbles. What's left is raw pride and pure determination as they agree to take the job, ready to prove what their DIY can do. All he has to do is grab the materials they need and make it happen. Masaru's face explodes into a blinding, radiant grin because yeah, he's from this town too, and you can bet he's going to throw everything he's got into the work. With a fist pump, the new era kicks off, so grab your tools and go DIY. Isla-sama lays down the rules of magic, showing how to steer raw energy through your body and then unleash it when the time is right. A spark bursts to life in Mei's hand and she jerks her head up, stunned speechless. She did asterisk it, even after convincing herself she'd failed, and Lasama's face just lights up with pure pride, doesn't it? She claps hard and boom, Mei is declared the very first one to finally pull it off. The other students explode into cheers the second Mei drops to the ground, totally wiped out. Then Isla-sama strides in, beams at her, and tells her she must have been grinding her studies like crazy. Mei shoots her gaze up, fire blazing in her eyes, and declares she'll learn everything she can to help Masaru. She tells him she tried to help him with his work today, but he snapped that it was too dangerous for a kid, then shoved her away. Her father says the same thing, but she refuses to stand still. She's begging Isla-sama to teach her how to build houses, anything at all, just to be useful. Isla-sama stared at the gigantic building rising from the ground, stunned that something this massive could get built without a drop of magic. From her point of view, Masaru's doing the real kind of magic, the kind that feels impossible until it's happening. Meanwhile, Masaru stands over everything and watches the progress roll in foundation done, and now the pillars can finally go up. He hammers out praise for the crew, straight up admitting he never expected they'd pull off this much in just 2 weeks. The Wolfman smirks and credits it all to the help they got during the planning stage, while Masaru vows to turn this into a historic monument for the town. Safety comes first, no exceptions. He cranes his neck at the towering crane, eyes locked with deep thought, and the building around him starts to stop looking like a school and more like a royal palace. The others are like, this is priceless, because there's no way they could have cooked up these techniques on their own. One guy just stared at the floor heating system, powered by the hot spring nearby, and it absolutely shattered his mind. Now they can crank up the heat in the reception hall and meeting rooms without any flames, and Masaru insists they fireproof the whole building too, teaching the technique to everyone. As the town crowds in and houses pop up side by side, fire-stopping frames become the difference between a small blaze and a full-on disaster. Suddenly, a worker bursts into the room on a sprint, screaming Masaru's name, gasping for air and wildly pointing like he's seen something terrible. What the hell, those stone stocks are gone. The man blurts out that they've run out of road supplies. Then Masaru lets out this heavy sigh, pinching the bridge of his nose like he can't believe it. Why didn't they warn him sooner? He tells them losing stones from the building isn't a big deal because his item box is packed with bedrock, but he refuses to risk another repeat of what blew up on him last time. Then he hits them with one simple question. Do they know why roads are built with stone, to spread the weight evenly from wagons and people? Then he yanks out this giant bag packed with dirt. Everyone freezes, staring like, dirt, seriously. Either he's playing 4D chess or he's about to crash and burn. They can't wrap their heads around it. Masaru wants to use dirt instead of stone, and before anyone jumps to conclusions, he snaps, just take a look. Because these things, they've got a ton of uses. He points them to the first step and spreads the bags out cleanly across the ground. Then he calls forth a huge tamping tool, and with a wicked grin, he starts smashing them, hard and nonstop. The tool slams down with a brutal thud. Then the wolfman reaches for the flattened bag and jerks back like it burned him with shock. It's solid, crazy solid, strong enough to turn it into a rock-steady base for the road. It's quick to make and they'll never run out of supplies. Then the wolfman starts processing what he's seeing, and his face lights up with pure awe as he trails off. He stares at Masaru, utterly stunned. How in the world does he pull ideas like that out of thin air so effortlessly? Even while they mastered brand new techniques, they never once expected something this wild to happen. Masaru just smirks, because the real gap between them is pure experience, and he's already spilled his secret to them. He just keeps throwing stuff at the wall, testing what actually clicks until it finally does. Turns out everything here is DIY. He just got lucky and picked up all those skills back in his homeland. Now that they've cracked how to use dirt, he grins and says they can cook up a whole pile of other uses, right? The wolfman bursts into laughter, reliving the moment Masaru actually carved a bow out of a monster worm, and the simple teasing hits like a wave of pure, electrifying memories. Masaru stands over his blueprints, eyes blazing, now that he's got these fresh materials, what insanely cool thing is he about to build next? The rush of making it all comes roaring back, and he remembers exactly why he loves this. He whips the crew into action, then promises to show them the whole process so they can smash out the rest on their own. Under Masaru's sharp guidance, everyone races to their job and packs the bags with dirt. The project is back on its feet, sprinting ahead faster than it ever has. A little while later, Masaru swings by to check how they're holding up. The wolfman steps up and greets him, jabbing a finger at the brand new road laid down, clean, solid, and shining, while the workers look like they've got everything under control without needing him at all. Because of Masaru, the workers are fired up like never before, but he can't shake the question: why did Masaru show up here just to check on this spot today? Masaru points to the cleared ground and tells them the whole day was bait. Every little moment was stitched into his plan. He had to figure out how they'd grab the materials without him, because this spot is reserved for his trip. So yeah, that construction was just a distraction, and now the real mission is about to kick off. The wolfman stares at his packed bags, and Masaru's leaving today. He nods and confirms it. Yeah, he's a bit late, but he had to handle everything first. Now they've got to hit the royal capital, gratis, so Adelina can finally be crowned queen. Right as he blurts her name, Adelina swoops in with her entire crew. Lord Masaru, you're here. She huffs and reminds him, you summoned me, then calls out that she's still arriving late. Then she leans in as the queen and threatens to punish him, but it's all playful charm, not real anger. Masaru jabs a hand toward their ride, the Masaru special model, now beefed up and better than ever, and he swears it's totally safe. He proudly shows off the brand new features like their trophies. He upgraded the bumper and suspension, then bolted on tires that soak up every hit from the road. But the second he starts rambling about grip and power loss, Adelina snaps him right in the middle. She's all smiles, loving every second. Then Masaru's whole vibe flips, serious as stone, asking if she's ready, because next thing she knows, she'll be standing before the king and the god. Adelina snorts at the question, like, why would she even need to prepare? Guards aren't exactly waiting around the corner for her. Masaru grins. He spots the proud, confident Lancelot shining through her, and then he tells the others, load up the bags. That's just who she is, he tells himself, watching the chaos unfold. But just as he tries to slip out, Adelina yanks his arm and stops him cold. Wait a minute. She demands to know if he spilled to the others that they're bailing. Didn't she hear him warn her about this before? Right before he can even answer, the whole town erupts in cheers. May and the others are there, waving them off and shouting for a safe trip. Adelina freezes in shock, and he wastes no time. He tells everyone right away. The whole town's packed in, waving goodbye and begging Irina to look after Lady Adelina. Then they fire one last request: come back with some sweet gifts. Adelina grabbed him by the arm and shoved the carriage door open. Hurry, get in. We're leaving right now. As they ride off, Masaru whips his head back toward the town he helped rise, a determined grin burning on his face, because when they come back, Adelina will be a queen. With one last, gut-wrenching farewell, they charge straight for the royal capital, straight for the destiny waiting for them. Zack trudges up to the gate with a tired grin, and Captain Fried welcomes him back like he never left. The captain pointed out that Zack was way late for the Stenson meeting, and that casual jab just sat there, heavy and ominous in the air. Zack tells everyone he was dragged in by Commander Lancelot, who shoved him into a brutal training session, and as another knight slumps in pure exhaustion, he growls that Lancelot only sparred with people he calls worthy, then asks if Masaru was the one Zack had been talking about. But that wasn't even the worst of it. Zack's face turns grim as he remembers the ride back, because the moment they set off, the earth began to tremble, and those unmistakable footsteps of a rare monster beast came pounding in. Captain Fried's face crumples with dread, and he admits it. Something feels horribly wrong. He slams the brakes on the discussion, snaps Zack to report to the king at once, and shuts the door before anyone can dig further. Zack strides up to the palace gates, and right when he announces himself, a thunderous voice inside barks, "Come in already." He pushes through the doors and stops cold. King Masaru and the girls are right in the middle of a crab party, so what on earth is going on? The sheer absurdity of that scene is straight up mind-blowing. Still frozen in bewilderment, Zack drops into his seat as Masaru reveals this feast isn't about food at all. It's a flashy public relations strike for his brand new nation, Ventalia. He'd apparently leaned into a bold claim with King Axion. Crab was the goddess's favorite food, and the king lapped it up like it was truth. The king snaps his attention to Zack and demands his take on Adelina taking the throne, and Zack, caught totally off guard, can only nod along, stunned that her talent for steering people makes her the perfect queen. Adelina clocks the hesitation in his eyes, but he only flashes a smile like nothing's wrong. As the silence hits, a heavy sadness crawls over him, because now she's going to be even harder to reach. He shoots her the key to the special training room, desperate to keep even a thread of their connection from snapping. Right when the aide tries to drag the chat back to official business, Masaru snaps in and shuts him down, brushing off Zack's worries about the upcoming meeting. Zack snaps a warning not to sneak up on the king, but Masaru just smirks, claiming King Axion won't be thrown off one bit. The king slams him down on the spot, blasting out a thunderous shout about founding a nation and proving him wrong in an instant. He hammers his fist onto the table, and the whole festive vibe shatters on the spot. He tries to play it cool, shooting back, "Is that really normal?" But the tension is already so heavy it feels like it could snap in half with a single cut. The king's voice flips to stone-cold, deadly serious. He snaps that Zack really was late, then whips his gaze to Masaru with narrowed eyes and demands answers to a few critical things. First up, Stenson gets completely, utterly wrecked. The king demands confirmation, and Zack grimly swallows hard, because that report is real. The city was erased in an explosion, and there's not a single survivor. The Kingsai then snaps Masaru right onto the hot seat, demanding to know how he proved there were no survivors, and even more, how he pulled off an explosion that massive. Masaru's stomach drops as panic surges, because he can't just blurt out the goddess, so he dodges the question and claims the magic is a secret invention of his own. Right as the aide tries to push further, the king steps in and hands Masaru his personal guarantee, because the king truly trusts him. He's convinced Masaru would never swing that kind of devastating power against the kingdom of grottos, yet the way he says it hits like a warning, not a comfort. The king finally admits it. Lancelot has been running around telling stories about Masaru's power already, and that's why he shows up so ready. The talk briefly dives into Stenson's old queen, and Ventalia shuts it down fast. She's got one mission right now, getting her own revival back on track. Once the grim business was finally wrapped up, the king points out just how much friendlier this meeting feels compared to the last. A predatory grin cracks across his face. All right, now we get to the fun part, the founding of a nation. He leans in and orders Masaru to spell out, step by step, how all of this went down. Masaru blurts that it almost happened by accident. They built a town, and then one person pitched the crazy idea, turn it into a nation. The king's smile dies instantly. He leans in, his eyes flashing like daggers, and he blurts that something's wrong, that territory belongs to Gratis. Masaru's jaw drops. He had zero clue, while the kings grin with hungry smiles as their traps snap shut. Masaru insists that a whole crowd of refugees has poured in there, all desperate for help. If that land belongs to Gratis, then the aid counter better click smoothly, because it's their duty to step up and protect the people living there. The king locks eyes with Masaru, daring him to stand there, because it'll be him who takes care of everything. That help snaps the last piece into place, because Gratis can't pull it off, so they hand the job to Masaru with a please, go on attitude, trying to turn him into a vassal and keep him trapped as their obedient underruler. Masaru grins, nodding like, I've got this, and chooses peace over a fight. Then his face turns icy and cruel. He leans in close and hisses a deadly threat. If they're even thinking about enslaving beastmen again, he'll show them the very hand that smashed the golems. Zack can't look away as Masaru shuts the whole thing down. He demands this bond stay equal, or the consequences will come crashing in. He tells Zack, stun me if you have to, but I'll protect everyone, and just like that, a whole new nation is born. The king just stares at him, eyes sharp with deep, heavy thought. Then he nods hard like everything clicks, and he finally gets it. He relents and admits that having an ally nation on the border would help everyone, but he makes it crystal clear that spotting and recognizing that specific nation is a whole different fight. His face twists under the crushing weight of his choice. Wait, should he really be the one to recognize this nation? He locks eyes with Masaru. This is it, the last challenge. Prove to me you're worthy, he demands. The king makes it crystal clear. Masaru, not Adelina, is going to be the backbone of this brand new country. Then show me, prove you're worthy of forging a nation from pure nothingness. His friends can only stare, their faces twisted with pure worry. Masaru's brain goes totally dead, blank, empty, nothing. How is he supposed to prove something like that? His whole plan crumbles, because this test isn't about Adelina at all. It's a trap aimed at him, the outsider. He can't stop thinking about his friends and all the people backing him, and their bright, smiling faces keep flashing through his head like a lifeline. His mind rockets back to his old life, back to the home center, scrambling in panic, begging for an answer. Then it slams into him. He yanks out a tiny card like it's the key to everything. This is my card, he declares, thrusting his Adventurer's Guild card right in front of me. A stunned silence crashes into the room. His friends just stare, totally lost, because that bizarre little move feels almost childish. So is this really what he had planned? But the moment the king snatches the card, Masaru swears it's over, like he's finally beaten the game. A massive grin cracks across the king's face. This is it. He bellows like thunder, and I finally get the answer I've been begging for. Masaru is completely stunned, thinking the king is just humoring his clumsy negotiating moves. But the king's mind is spinning. This is the exact moment he's been craving. Now this is getting wild. He can't stop thinking. Now his real goal is finally staring him in the face, uncover the secret behind Masaru's impossible strength. It was a tangled web of negotiation, threats, and political chess moves, everything aimed at one target, forcing Masaru to finally show his guild card. Gratitude slams through him. Now the truth finally clicks, and he drops his gaze to the card. And his whole world collapses. His job, his disciple status, level 54, stats so insane they drown even his top generals, and a brutal list of skills so long it feels impossible. The moment the truth hits, the king erupts into cold sweat, eyes bulging with stunned disbelief. The aide hisses in pure horror. This isn't human at all. He's a monster, and his stats are 2 to 3 times stronger than any hero. Masaru, clueless to the storm he just started, blurts out, "So, how do I look?" And the aide can only stammer, because he's never even heard of some job called disciple. With a massive strain, the king forces himself to stand tall and snaps into action. "All right," he declares, "you'll be the one I choose. I'll judge you worthy of a nation, and I swear it right now, I'll be your ally." Masaru cheers because the king's thinking is locked on survival, so going to war with this kid is absolutely out of the question. He yells at them to come in now, like the moment just snapped open. Lancelot barges into the room, slams his hands on the table, and roars at the king for daring to do that. Then the king just waves him off and orders his men to get ready for a ceremony. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts across the chamber, and a calm voice ripples through the hall, telling them this whole big fuss isn't necessary. The goddess Victinias drops from the sky in a blizzard of white feathers, and the whole stunned court reels as her arrival booms through the air. She flashes a confident wink, basically telling them, "Don't worry, everything's totally fine." But she isn't alone. Right beside her stands Lady Layla Saphira, another goddess, and the king finally snaps, his mind cracking as 2 divine beings appear in his throne room at the same time. The very next day, Grotto's public square is overflowing, buzzing with that electric, can't-wait energy. Masaru can't shake the feeling he's back in a school morning assembly, but King Axion is taking it dead seriously, demanding every step be done the right way so they can truly honor the goddess. In front of the packed crowd, the king's voice booms and declares today the birth of a brand new alliance. Hand in hand, he and Adelina lift a ceremonial goblet together, like sealing a promise, because their United Nations is coming to bring peace and harmony to everyone. With a thunderous cry, he declares Ventalia a real nation, and his decree booms across the square. The whole crowd explodes in cheers. Leaflets praising the new nation rain down on them like bright confetti in the air. Masaru leans in toward Adelina, and when she hears the king's speech, her face lights up. She nods and agrees, admiration sparking in her eyes. Ventalia has a lot to learn from someone like him. But her companions are on edge, whispering that she'll trip at the worst time or blurt something that'll wreck the whole vibe. Right then, a pillar of pure light crashes down from the heavens. Now it's time for God's blessing. Victinias and Isla materialize in the celestial glow. Then Victinias declares in her name that Isla gives the green light, and the founding of Ventalia can finally go forward. Isla leans in and smiles warmly at Adelina, and that quiet little look says, "I'm with you," without a single word. Victinia's divine voice booms through the air, and next she slams into Adelina, declaring her the very first ruler of Ventalia. Adelina drops into a bow, swallowing her pride as the crowd erupts with wild cheers. Then the goddess isn't done yet. There's one more thing. Her final order hits like thunder. Zack, the special envoy from Grotto's, is commanded to marry the new queen and become her prince consort. The whole world feels like it just shuts off. King, Zack, Adelina, all of them frozen, staring in total, breathless disbelief. A jolt tears through the crowd, cheers crash into a huge roar, and nobody can even agree what they just saw. Zack stumbles over his words, yelling that he's just a knight, no way he deserves a title like that, while Victinia shrugs it off and says she got a message. A message. Zack's heart slams as his mind screams one name. Only one person could send a note to a god. And there he is, Masaru posted off to the side, flashing that smug thumbs up with a Cheshire Cat grin that screams, "I knew it." Every gaze slammed onto him at once, because the king just ordered the ceremony halted and demanded he explain himself. Masaru plays it dumb, saying Zack must have had feelings for Adelina and he was only trying to help a friend. Then Zack snaps, furiously denying it with his face blazing red. The balcony erupts into chaos. King Axion is furious that a move this huge got made on a whim, while Victinia shrugs it off like it's nothing since the goddess herself said so. So what's the real problem? Then she whips the question around and fixes it on Adelina. Adelina reacts with zero drama like it's nothing. If it turns out like this, she shrugs, then I'm totally fine. Zack freezes in shock and can't even speak, then she pivots to him with a tiny smile. Yeah, I like you too, she admits, but you're gonna have to beef up that physique a bit. Then she drops the bomb that if things start getting boring, they can just split. Zack's head spins. Because this is the total opposite of what she said earlier, so what is she really up to? Masaru shoves Zack hard, yanks the fuse, and challenges him, so you gonna man up or not? A fierce blaze ignites in Zack's eyes as he locks onto Adelina, his voice trembling with emotion but still razor firm. He swears he'll train like crazy until she's the one begging him to stay, and he promises he'll flip the way she sees him from the ground up. Adelina's smile stretches wider and wider. That's what I love about him, she gushes, because this guy grinds hard every single day. Knocked flat by that wild twist, King Axion lets out a heavy sigh and throws in the towel. This ceremony is going to keep rolling. He formally crowned Zoltak as his soldier and the prince consort to Queen Adelina. Then boom, he announced a massive feast to celebrate. In front of the entire nation, Zack drops to his knees and swears himself to his brand new queen. They seal their bond by sharing the same goblet, but right as the party kicks off, Onrina's eyes snap. Someone's not there. Where the heck did Lord Masaru vanish to? He'd already slipped out the door, dodging through the building's exit before the party could corner him. He knew if he stayed, Zack and Adelina would have hounded him all night, so he bolted to get away from the awkward mess he'd created. He cranes his neck and spots a silhouette on the roof, Isla, calling out to ask if they're really married now. Shaken, he snaps, demanding to know why she's here, but she stays ice calm and fires back that he's the one talking to a god, so he'd better mind his manners. He asks if she ran away too, but she scoffs hard. No way she's some foolish god, she snaps, showing up for a mortal's celebration. Isla tells him that the Victinias vanished back into the world of the gods to handle the preparations. Then she unveils his message, confessing she never thought he'd pull off something like that for Zack. Masaru totally misreads her, assuming she's hinting at romance, so he shrugs it off, while Isla mutters under her breath like she can't believe his cluelessness. What's he really missing? She dodges the question and points down at the wild, lively festival burning below. Masaru's thoughts drift to a time he helped someone with a food cart, then a horrifying doubt snaps in. Did they use him? Isla snaps, calling him an idiot, but her voice stays gentle. Then she tells him he can set up festivals just like this one back in Ventalia, and his eyes flare with excitement. Of course. He's suddenly buzzing with energy, already mapping out a real wedding for the new couple, and you know what? Tomorrow he's going to be slammed, loading up on supplies, especially crabs. The two of them light up, grinning like crazy, because the future they're forging is finally right there in front of them. Victinia suddenly pops back in, snapping at her sister, while she whispers that Masaru got totally thrown off by what happened at the hot spring, and that's how this whole mess erupted. Isla tries to shush her, but Victinia's just bursts into laughter and declares she's going right back to work. Masaru, totally clueless about their talk, throws his big plan at the sky. He's going to cook up the absolute best crabs ever for Ventalia's founding. As the two goddesses drift off into the sky, he blurts out after them, demanding they stick around and hang out. Victimia says some things never change, then drops the thought that maybe, just maybe, the gods can twist fate enough to make even Isla's world feel different. A fresh resolve snaps into place on Isla's face, like maybe, just maybe she can do this. All right, time to prep the circle. Victinius's voice booms like the universe itself just spoke. No raw strength, only magic in full force. Let the ceremony rip. Magic gospel. An ethereal goddess projection blooms above the city, and with a voice that shakes the sky, she introduces herself, declaring that the land her light touches will now be called Ventalia. With a snap of her command, a magical map of the brand new nation erupts across the sky. The people of Grata stare, wide-eyed and stunned. She tells them the gods bless this union, then urges them to team up with Ventalia and its brand new queen. Masaru's back in the crowd, shouting with everyone, inviting every single person, no matter their race, to celebrate in Ventalia, and Isla stares down at those shining, hopeful faces, her heart swelling as she prays they'll all show up. With a final radiant blessing, she sends them off with a promise: we'll meet again in Ventalia. The king's praise for yesterday's ceremony sounds empty, like a sweet little smile that only covers the fact that the real game is about to start. He and Axion burst into laughter, sealing their promise to cooperate between nations, but the air crackles with secrets and hidden agendas nobody dares to say out loud. Adelina watches from the sidelines, her face a locked door, and something in this easy alliance feels seriously wrong. The king finally blurts out that he wants to confirm how Musaru cheated to win, but before the words even land, the whole conversation whips around. He leans in and tells Axion that negotiating with him is as effortless as reading a manga. Adelina cuts in like a blade, sensing conspiracies bubbling in the shadows, and she snaps, "Enough riddles, tell it straight, for the future." The king nods along, then shuts down the whole trading talk on the spot, calling it way too early. Masaru snatches the spotlight right away, insisting that sure, there's prep work, but if they roll out his patent system from day one, it could rake in massive profit immediately. The king's totally clueless. Patent, what in the world is that supposed to be? Masaru breaks it down. It's a shield made to protect inventions and techniques, so the creator gets a temporary monopoly. That means only the inventor gets to cash in on their idea for a limited time. He lays out the whole economic cycle. An inventor hatches a technique, buyers pay for the goods, and a slice of the profit rolls back to the creator, fueling even more innovation. By blasting these registered techniques into the public eye, anyone can learn them, stack ideas on top, and set off a brainstorming explosion that rockets civilization forward. The king leans in, hungry for answers, and grills Masaru about what kind of deadly techniques he's personally invented. Masaru's head erupts with memories from his old world, small stuff like a simple lid to control the temperature, and suddenly he realizes the possibilities are endless. He lays it out like a spark you can pass on. This system lets any person, man, woman, or kid pocket real savings and even reshape the world with just one brilliant idea. The king's face hardens in an instant. He sees the payoff, but his thoughts snap straight to the profits and panic hits him. Ventalia might just use them and walk away. Masaru tries to calm him down, but the king snaps him shut and pivots to his advisors. So tell me, what slice of the blame is fair for the developers? The king throws out a deal, a 10-year term, and a juicy 25% cut of the profits. Adelina pounces back with an even nastier deal, 30 years, but she only demands a 15% cut. Masaru just freezes. What the hell is she even thinking? At those terms, how is any craftsman supposed to survive? He lays out his scheme, 15% for the first 3 years, then it drops to 7%, and afterward it slumps to 5% for the next 10. Adelina scoffs at how pitifully low it is, but Masaru snaps back. This isn't just about profit. It's about sharing what they know to make everyone's lives better, and you can't do that when the inventors are starving. To speed that whole plan up, he throws out a wild new idea, a study abroad program. He spreads out a map, plotting technical management counters across the globe like the Adventurers Guild, where anyone can sign up to study right in his hometown. The king can't stop thinking about that moment. Masaru said they'd tap into human resources first. Masaru leans in and says, "Go to Ventalia and you'll be stunned by how hard life hits. Sure, Grotto's is huge, but it's terrifyingly stuck in the past. Even if their cultural levels look the same, the rich-poor gap is massive, and basic sanitation, it's basically non-existent." He drags the king along to witness their next national celebration firsthand, because the filthy squalor of Grotto's is something the king can barely even picture. Masaru drives the point home. His power isn't just military muscle, it's the hygiene know-how and customer-first mindset he carried over from his past life, the exact stuff Grotto's doesn't have. The king stays silent for a long, heavy breath, then he nods, saying he'll think about the magical Vitalia, but he demands proof. He's been hearing wild rumors about Masaru's techniques, but the two systems he's laid out sound totally unbelievable. The king shuts down the idea of profit sharing for non-transferable techniques. He only wants cuts from skills he can actually teach. Masaru's confidence rockets upward. Now all he has to do is win Axion over, and the whole situation will fall into place. But the king isn't done yet. This time he's got even more exacting demands. He slams Masaru with a brutal 1-week deadline. By then, he has to drill the craftsmen of Gratis in a technique they can actually use. The king's eyes squint shut, and a deep growl rips out of his chest. Now Masaru has to prove it's all real and possible. He's got to deliver the results straight to the king. Only then will Gratis hand over his authority to set up these new systems. The crushing weight of this challenge slams straight onto Masaru's shoulders. Can he really pull it off? And sure enough, he steps up. He promises he'll foot every single expense himself. The king looms over Axion, warning him not to look down on anyone, while Masaru is already drifting, totally lost in his own head. He rockets up to his feet and jabs a finger at the sky. This time, he's wiping out every last doubt the king has. Then it hits him like a wrecking ball. He's almost out of gold, and it's all because he's been dumping money into magic beasts and non-stop shopping. How did he burn through it this fast? Outside the Craftsman Guild workshop, Masaru launches into the whole situation, spilling every detail right there to anyone listening. One of the craftsmen is completely thrown off. King wants his trust, but this bargain feels brutally one-sided, and it just doesn't add up. But then another craftsman spots him right away. He's the guy who rebuilt the weapon shop in Port Lim, and they didn't just hear the rumors, they actually tracked down the water absorption principle and checked it for themselves. The vibe flips the moment it lands. Masaru-san is a hit at the guild, everyone trusts him, and they're all fired up to craft something that'll win over the king. With a crew of driven craftsmen backing him up, Masaru refuses to let Ventalia be brushed off, so what lesson is he about to drop on them? He decides to rebuild his life from the ground up by throwing himself into house building, and now all he needs is some empty land to start. They shove him straight to Grotto's outskirts, right into the slums. The whole place is a disaster zone. Buildings collapse into the streets like the world is falling apart. This is where the jobless and the country drifters end up, an entire settlement grown around a long-abandoned brick shop. Masaru doesn't see a wasteland. He sees a chance to strike big, because if they can fix this place, the payoff will be massive. He declares he's taking over the area, and then a voice slices through his plans. Masaru whips around, totally baffled. Who is this kid supposed to be? A little kid with a staff steps up right in front of him, eyes blazing with pure defiance, then says, "You don't get to save us, strangers. This is our town, and we're going to fix these slums ourselves." He glares up at Masaru, pride blazing in his voice. "I'm not a kid. I'm Raru." He glares right back, that kid's face set in pure defiance. So what's the problem? He snaps, voice sharp and commanding despite his small frame. "This town's built by craftsmen, and if you can't fix it up better than some random stranger, then what are you even here for?" The guild members sprint in to grab the boy. "Idiots, what are you doing? You swore he'd keep quiet," but the moment he slams them away, his eyes lock onto Masaru like he's about to explode. Masaru freezes, not because of the kid's attitude, but because a brutal thought hits him cold. This isn't some child. He's an engineer leading the Craftsmen's Guild, and he's been working in the shadows the whole time. So why does he look so tiny, with an adult's mind behind those eyes? The answer snaps into place. He's Ryuryu, a dwarf from a people forged on ironwork, and even with his age, his skill is so savage it makes grown men feel small. Radio U tears through the chatter, eyes locked in like a knife, because the slum renovation isn't just any job, it's one His Majesty himself demanded. He straight up calls it out. 5 slums in this town, and everyone has been remade, except this one. Then he leans in and asks, "Don't you feel uneasy?" Yeah, because he doesn't trust this project one bit. He snaps his intense gaze back onto Masaru. "Aren't we the ones who craft things right? So tell me, if we're looking at this from your angle, how are we supposed to renovate a slum like this? The truth is staring us in the face, and right there in the wreckage, someone's tossed down a gauntlet." Masaru's reply is pitch perfect. Clear the slums, build fresh houses, and the whole mess is done. Yet the other craftsmen just slump with tired sighs like, if they'd had the manpower and materials, they would have fixed it ages ago. Masaru senses the vibe snap, and his gut screams trouble. "Something wrong?" he asks, and the confidence on his face finally shows a first crack. He tells himself this project is only for study, but dread clenches his stomach, like something's off at the core, not just his motivation. So he throws himself into the basics, starting to peel back the slum piece by piece to truly understand it. He lays it all out like a bookworm teacher. Slums, he says, don't just happen with economic growth. They breed where discrimination festers, endangering public health and safety, and it's dead serious. But Rai Ryu just waves it off. If the root of the problem can't be fixed, then what's the use? Got an idea? Say it now. We've got to do something about the discrimination. Masaru lays out his wild plan. Wipe out the slum's roots by building fresh houses, then push in the infrastructure, and most of all, hand the people who live here real jobs. Ryuru's face tightens hard. That's only a theory, he says, like you'd read in books, but the truth hits harder. The people here don't want to stay. They're trapped in this life because there's nowhere else to go. And just like that, Masaru's whole plan collapses, because building a house with no solution is the worst move of all, like selling a broken product. It's not renovation, it's a flashy trap that steals the residents' home and pushes them out. The other craftsmen reluctantly throw their hands up, because this mess isn't theirs to fix. It's tangled with government agencies they can't touch, and the whole thing spirals out of their control. The truth smashes into Ryoryu like a gut punch. I can't believe this. He swore his craft could save people, yet now they're twisting it into a weapon to drive them off. How is this even possible? His bright idealism crumbled. Reru spun around and strode off, desperate to be alone, while Masaru stared after him and told the others to give him space, just for now. He spins back to the rest of the men and barks, "Split up for today. Think hard about how we're gonna handle this problem." They lock in the plan. Tomorrow morning, they'll meet at the guild and trade ideas like it's game-changing. Right as they step out of the guild master leans in and asks what Masaru plans to do next. Masaru grins and says he'll roam the slums to dig for more info, then waves like it's nothing. The guild documents are just paper. He has to stare reality in the face with his own eyes. As he trudges through the empty, lifeless streets, determination surges through him. He'll crack the answer his way. He can't stop replaying every warning he's read: infectious diseases, crime zones, the whole nightmare. And yet the slum feels strangely calm, like it's holding its breath, and his mind is already zooming past it all, craving something bigger. If everything's okay, he might convince King Axion to bring in that technique, until a faint sound snatches his plans away. It hammers away, but it keeps hesitating, like it can't land the clean, fearless strike of a real master. He chases the noise straight into a rotten, half-collapsed factory, and when he hears that sound coming from somewhere inside, he shoves the door open. The moment he steps inside, the place slams the brakes on him. Everywhere he looks, a workshop explodes with razor-detailed metalwork, dazzling jewelry, and ornate frames that just steal your breath. As he studies the chisel, his appraisal skill kicks in, because the owner isn't just a goldsmith, they're a master sculptor, blending Japanese and Western styles with every cut. He spots a stash of ultra-premium chariot ornaments, so lavish only the highest aristocrats could even dream of affording them. A spark of an idea hits him. Could he commission something for the National Day coming up? He yells into the workshop, "Hey, is anyone in there?" And just like that, the craftsman who flips the whole situation around is Ryoryu. Masaru froze in disbelief. He chased the sound, not the boy. Reru bristled like he was ready to fight, insisting he hadn't flipped on what happened. Masaru shot back fast, reassuring him he wasn't here for that. "He's totally hooked by what you've made, so tell me, did you shape that pattern yourself, carving it by hand?" Reru admits he taught himself. He drilled the basics till they stuck, then just kept practicing, and honestly, tracking down the materials was the easy part. He lays out his technique, a straight-up hammer and chisel method he used to forge countless things, a brutal, dangerous approach that terrified most craftsmen. He even carved those tiny, super-detailed accessories into the signs with a special handle chisel. Masaru's curiosity explodes. He blurts question after question. "How old are you?" 12. "When did you start carving? Did some master teach you?" Reru's eyes harden. "Hold up, aren't you being way too suspicious?" Roru flipped the whole situation on its head, his voice dripping with bitterness, like someone like me stuck all alone in a place like this. "You gonna feel sorry for me, right? Then hear this, my master is dead. Now would you still pity me? So what's he really trying to pull here?" But Masaru doesn't fall for it. He shrugs it off and says it's only natural to be curious about the master who taught techniques this insane. The tension snaps and Ryer's shoulders drop. "The master I call by that name. It's my own father, and his family has been carving metal the old, traditional way for generations." His face hardens as he relives it. On the road, a beast tore through them, and he's the only one who crawled out alive, so now he's been taking grim jobs from the guild just to scrape by. But when he thinks about creating, the tragedy slips away. What floods his mind is his father, always in his corner, always backing him up. The moves he learned aren't just skills, they're his final lifeline to his father, and they're the very thing that pulled him through, body and soul. And just like that, Masaru finally gets it. This is where Reru's passion is born, and why his faith never wavers. His words aren't just some catchy slogan. Good crafting really does save people's souls, a philosophy forged in the brutal heat of his own heartbreak. Ryoryu snapped his gaze up at me, eyes blazing like fire. "So yeah, I couldn't accept our argument from earlier that afternoon. How can something like that even happen? How does the very craft meant to save souls end up building houses that drive people out?" Masaru kicks off his explanation, making it crystal clear that everything hinges on the time and the situation. He spells it out in grim detail. If they don't watch their step, once that renovation is done, the nobles will buy the entire land and kick the current residents out with nowhere left to live. But he insists that living in a good house will flip their mindset for the better, giving them the grit to keep going and rebuild their lives into something brighter. He locks eyes with you, and his voice hits like an unbreakable promise. Our work starts soon, and he won't rest until every customer leaves 100% satisfied. And Ryoryu still isn't buying it, so you're telling me you can really renovate the slums? Ryu shot back, "I don't trust you," but Masaru fired right back, saying, "You've got insane skills, so stop wasting them stuck here." Then he leaned in and ordered, "If you're serious, come to the Craftsmen's Guild tomorrow." Listen to me, I'll lay out the upgrades and techniques I've got. As he talks, his hands fly, whipping a tiny metal disc into shape with insane speed and razor-sharp precision. Then he holds it up for everyone to see. Ryuru's jaw hits the floor. He was carving it while we talked, never once even glancing at the work. How in the world did he pull off a flawless, perfectly uniform pattern like that? He can do nothing but stare, muttering Masaru's name in disbelief, over and over. Masaru simply raises the masterpiece high in the air, letting it scream, pure proof of his monstrous talent, both a dare and an invitation in one. Next morning at the guild, Masaru stood before the gathered craftsmen and hit them with a hard truth. If the slums are going to change, they need three things: homes, jobs, and safety. The guildmaster gives a sharp nod. After yesterday's meeting, nobody raises a finger to object to the housing solution. Masara snaps out that he spotted a deadly flaw. Grottos' houses are sitting on weak foundations, and if you don't build that base with care, everyone will start fearing the whole thing might crumble. But the real problem hits hard: jobs. They've maxed out their order limit, even after talking with the other guilds, so how in the world are they supposed to squeeze more orders for all those people? A sharp voice slices through the chatter. Hold on, let's organize this so everyone can help. This is Ryoryu. He strides in, breathless, and tells Masaru he's running late for work. But there's not a single hint of anger in his voice. Don't misread me, okay? I'm just here to confirm something, Masaru. Let's make something new. Master's face lights up with a brilliant, relieved smile. All right then, let's keep this meeting going. Ryoryu and Masaru, two geniuses who used to clash, now stand shoulder to shoulder, and Ryoryu locks eyes with Masaru, calling out, "Use your ability and save the slums." The very next day, that construction site erupts in action. Those brand new joining techniques stand firm, holding steady as fresh lumber gets stacked on top. The lead craftsman can't stop staring. Masaru's methods blow his mind, because those joints actually get tougher when the pressure hits, like real magic. Meanwhile, Ryoryu just pouts and complains that it isn't fair. He bursts in saying he's back, but Masaru has to bolt right away, rushing to teach those exact same techniques to the other workshops. Right then, the guildmaster barges in and scans everything like a hawk. Then he snaps questions to Ryoryu. How's it going? And did he really deliver the message to the king? Ryoryu's eyes flare as he lifts the scroll. Turns out His Majesty bought Masaru's proposal, praising his hard work and safety steps, and agreeing to swap for those new techniques. The craftsman's brain snaps into gear. Then he leans in and demands, so where'd Masaru say he's going next? Ryoryu's eyes snap wide with a sudden realization. He has to be at the glass factory. He bolts into a sprint, mind flying. Wait, is Masaru really going to show them new techniques at the glass factory too? But what in the world was he even supposed to teach? Ryoryu already knows the usual tricks, like blowing glass straight into a rondelle shape. But if he's hunting sheet glass, that's a whole other beast, an arcane technique, tightly guarded and known only to the dwarves. They use a special ghost stone, dug up from their homeland, one no other tribe has ever been able to copy. And sure, Masaru's glass-blowing skills already feel off, but this is the part that breaks my brain, because it makes absolutely no sense. Then Ryoryu's mind races, snapping the clues together, the wild construction tricks, the one-of-a-kind metal carving that sent the guild leader into shock, and it all screams the same truth. This guy bends every rule that's ever existed. He tore through the streets, and his heart hammered like it wanted out. Could it be him? Masaru, is he here? He yanks the workshop doors wide and freezes, because the craftsmen just stand there in total, stunned silence. Hovering right above the pit, a colossal glowing cylinder of molten glass hangs in the air like a countdown to disaster. Ryoryu gapes, his breath snagging in his throat. What is that? And right there at the end of the blowpipe sits Masaru, totally calm and unfazed. The workshop owner lifts a hand and orders Ryoryu to hold up, admitting he's still doubtful. Then he swears on Masaru's words that this will turn into sheet glass. But the other workers just stood there, wide-eyed and frozen, struggling to wrap their heads around how that massive tube could ever flatten into a single, flat pane. Masaru just grins, like, "Yep, I know you've already got glass blowing down," and then he steps up to show them the cylinder method. He breaks it down. There are plenty of ways to make sheet glass, but teaching them all would drag forever, so he snaps to the simple method instead. Ryoryu's jaw drops at what he's hearing: multiple methods, and a massive sale on sheet glass. That's not just hard, it's supposed to be impossible. Masaru tells him, watch closely and learn, and since he's pulled this off before, he gets it, grabs the shears, then slices a perfect hole right into the molten bubble's end. Next, he grabs the massive cylinder and swings it like a pendulum, using its own weight to stretch and dilate the glass. Once the shape is locked in, he yanks out the finished tube, then names it the cylinder method. Then he says the next move is to slice a line down the inside of the glass, and Ruruyu just stares, totally thrown for a loop. Then the scored cylinder gets shoved straight into a special furnace and reheated on the spot. The craftsman can't look away as the heat starts doing its magic on the glass. Watch it melt, watch it finally lose its grip and uncurl. It kicks off and Reru goes completely speechless, because this simple little method is pulling off what artisans have chased for generations. At last, Masaru yanks a rectangular stone that's strapped to the end of a long handle. As the glass turns soft and spreads, he slams the stone down and grinds it back and forth, flattening the sheet with practiced ease. Roru's eyes pop wide in pure wonder. That's incredible. Masaru yanks the finished masterpiece from the furnace. Done. A flawless, shimmering slab of glass sits on the table, sparkling like it's got a secret. The workshop erupts into a loud wave of shock and adrenaline, because this method forges perfectly uniform glass, and today isn't just another shift. It's a full-blown revolution, and they're here to witness it firsthand. Masaru just smirks and admits he was acting a bit smug just to mess with them, but he stresses the real point. Was he the one who invented the technique? No, and the only question that matters is whether they can pull it off. A flicker of doubt hits Ruryu's face, then the big question crashes in. Could he really pull it off too? Masaru looks up at him and flashes a soft, knowing smile that feels like it's hiding the next move. The workshop owner practically lunges to volunteer first, but Masaru snaps his head side to side. Nope, it's Riri who's learning first. That sparks a chain reaction. Every single craftsman surges forward, yelling, "Pick me." Masaru just laughs, then promises to teach anyone who wants it, but only if they play nice and cooperate at the construction site. Later, with that fresh glass in hand, Masaru and Riryu march back to the site and start fitting the windows themselves, right there on the spot. The frames are set, ready to blow your mind. The local builders stare in amazement as Masaru slips that perfect pane right into place. Ryuru can't stop grinning with pure pride. That appointed day finally hits, and a royal carriage rumbles through the city streets, right to the king's seat. Inside, the king sits shoulder to shoulder with the guild master, but the guy looks like he's trapped in pure dread. And the king leans in and asks, point blank, if this so-called proof of Masaru's success is really what they've got. The guild master can barely speak. Masaru's achievement blew past every single expectation they ever had. Ryuru, sitting right there with them, speaks up with full confidence, declaring his master nailed it perfectly, so there's nothing to fear. The carriage screeches to a halt. Masaru's already waiting. Then the second Ryuru calls for a master. Masaru snaps, "Stop right now." He greets the king with a casual "yo," wood hanging over his shoulder, and you can practically see the king's annoyance boiling over at his total lack of decorum. The king fires a question about his disciple, and Masaru just freezes, totally lost, yelling that he has no disciples at all. He waves it off fast, saying the only thing that matters is the king getting a look at the craftsman's work and judging the results for himself. This is what he claims they pulled off in just 1 week after he taught them his techniques. Then the king tightens up, face going hard. He looks up and his face twists with total gut-punch shock. He put in the study, he copied the hustle, and after all that training, what the hell is this supposed to be? King Axion reels as his mind fights to make sense of the bright, clean streets ahead, because they're nothing like the filthy slum he'd braced himself for. Masaru just grins like he's unveiling a crown jewel, and he tells the monarch, still dumbstruck, to quit acting like it's impossible. This place is exactly what he promised. Or what it used to be, before it all changed. This isn't a simple cleanup, it's a total rebirth, like everything gets remade from the ground up. Masaru kicks off the tour, breaking down the simple techniques he invented that changed everything. He jabs a finger at a storefront, and there it is, one huge sheet of glass, a tech nobody around here has ever seen, replacing the tiny circular windows with a single clear wall that shows off every weapon and suit of armor inside like a spotlight, pulling people in and lighting up pure want. The king locks eyes on Masaru's finger, tracking every move like it's a secret about to explode. He unveils a freshly reborn city block, groceries, clothes, and weapons lined up neat as can be, and then he even teases a bakery, with a big window so people can watch the bread get made. He admits with a grim sigh, that time ran out and this is all he could pull off, so his plan kicks in next. Keep building new houses, push deeper and deeper inward, and make sure every last soul in the slums gets a job. The sheer size of this project is mind-blowing. But it's not just buildings. Masaru shows off how he put his skills to work, fixing roads, digging drainage ditches to swallow every drop of rain and waste, and even installing a well. Now that same cesspool is cleaner than the aristocrats' quarters, with a public laundry area right there for everyone. He locks eyes with the king and makes it crystal clear, control the water, and you save the whole city from turning filthy. King Axion can't even speak. He stares out at the brand new shopping street, the shining proof of urban renewal, and then it hits him. Masaru laid it all out in under 20 minutes, like a whole lifetime of problems got crushed and fixed in a single afternoon. He whips his gaze to the guild leader, and with a heavy voice he asks, can they pull this off without Masaru? The craftsman nods, basically saying, yeah, it'll take time to master, but Masaru has already handed you every skill you need. That's all the king needs. He barks the order on the spot and demands the Gratis Kingdom be rebuilt start to finish, right after the slums are wiped out. He slaps Masaru on the shoulder and cheers that the plan is pure genius. Then his smile dies off, his eyes lock in, sharp as the king's cold calculations. He shuts them down in an instant. Is it okay to stop right here? He snaps and ice crawls into his voice, then he repeats it slower, heavier, like a verdict. Masaru, what you've built here, it's worth more than 100 years of development. Masaru's calm confidence suddenly vanishes into thin air. Are you absolutely sure the king is gonna interrogate you about what you poured all that effort into? So what's your real motive? Are you really trying to rescue the slums and build a name for yourself? Or are you just running a test for your own nation-building playbook? And right now, what is he really trying to get at? Masaru, pinned under the king's crushing suspicion, fires back with the wildest excuse he can think of, manufacturing. Yeah, that's my hobby. He built way too much, then the king just stared, wide-eyed and stunned, until the pressure snapped and everything shattered. He bursts into wild laughter and calls Masaru an idiot because it's just too ridiculous. All that political scheming, all that suspicion, gets wiped out by one simple, honest obsession. With the air finally clearing, the king blares that he's coming back to the castle. Then Anis's smile collapses as she stammers out, barely audible, is your master leaving? Masra leans in and reassures her, swearing he's got more to supervise before he's allowed to finally go home. The guild leader cuts in and urges Masaru to go tell Adelina and Zack the good news face to face. But the king's face turns grim again, and he snaps at Masaru to watch his step. The second this brand new district finishes, it's going to explode into the most valuable land in the whole city, and then the powerful players will swarm in, desperate to grab it. To say thanks, the king hands over a piece of advice, straight up about the demon beast. Masaru's blood turns to ice, because that bare horse he battled the moment he first arrived is still living in his worst nightmares. The king confirms it and admits Masaru already saw them. Then he warns that these beasts don't show up often, popping back into the world only once every few years. They're spawned from the darkest feelings of humans and beasts, and with every birth they poison the land, twisting the world's magic into something monstrous. And that's exactly why the king is freaking out. The mysterious golem attack, the rash of new sightings, and Masaru running into not one, but two terrifying beasts at the same time. That's just too weird to ignore. No one knows why it happens, like unseen droplets smashing the piece, shaking everything up without a trace. But the ripples keep widening, and something way deadlier is about to crash in. Miles out from Puterium City, deep in the forest, danger slithers into the shadows. Knights in shining armor freeze with terror, their eyes locked in horror. It's a demon deer, an absolute nightmare, with blazing glowing eyes and antlers like razor blades. One knight can't believe his eyes. There's a beast this close to the city, and before he can even finish his next breath, he screams a warning, it's coming. A blinding bolt of lightning explodes from its antlers like a thunderclap. It's not just a shockwave, this is lightning magic unleashed by a high-rank monster, and the knights get blasted backward as their armor snaps and crackles with raw energy. Two more beasts burst out from the trees, their eyes blazing with pure malice. Suddenly a voice slices through the chaos. Commander Lancelot crashes into the fray, roaring at his men to snap out of it, because if they keep slacking, these things only grow stronger. He plants his feet and declares, loud and clear, that only he's got what it takes to handle this. He rallies his knights and blasts their worries away, saying this monster outbreak is the perfect training, just like those two colossal demon monkeys they crushed days ago. His soldiers whisper in pure awe, because since his duel with Masaru, the commander's strength has felt downright unreal, like he's become a whole different person. While they're busy yapping, one of them blurts a huge secret. He asks if the commander told anyone from the squad about the wedding. Lancelot instantly freezes. Wait, what did you just say? Another night and everyone's still clueless. Then he yells the news over the beasts' roar like it's business as usual. Your niece commander, Lady Adelina, is getting married. Right then, in a flash of pure terror, the demon monkey explodes forward in a savage lunge. The whole world grinds to a stop. Lancelot pivots in one smooth snap, His sword flashes silver and cuts the monster clean in half like it's nothing, and he doesn't even spare it a glance. So tell me, was what you said really true? His face twists into straight-up panic, not fear or fury, pure dread. He bellows, and his roar slams through the forest, scaring his own men even more than the monsters and this uncle. He refuses to let that happen. His knights just freeze, staring in shock as their legendary commander snaps out of character and demands, with zero composure, who his niece is marrying. Wait, does he really not know at all? 2 weeks later, Masaru and his crew finally roll back in, wheels crunching as they pull up to the familiar side of the Ventala farm. The chief offers them a tired grin, and the moment she sees Masaru, relief hits her like a wave. The road was brutal, she says, but he's back. Their carriage rumbles down the main street, and their friends light up, smiling faces, loud cheers, all shouting their congratulations for founding a nation. Mula practically bursts with excitement, telling the chief she saw God's gospel, and the whole city crackled with pure, unstoppable hype. But while the girls cheer and celebrate, one of them spots Masaru crouched behind the carriage wheel, so she snaps, "What are you doing there, Masaru?" His face turns into a screaming mask of terror, like something went horribly wrong on that trip, and the girls immediately huddle and whisper, baffled by the sudden change. He's never not full of energy, yet right now he looks straight up haunted. They swear they saw him glaring at a girl who looked just like her on the way here, but nah, that can't be right. Machen still hasn't shown up yet. Ula puffs up her chest and declares that as his self-proclaimed little sister, taking care of him is her sacred duty. Then her first disciple butts in, insisting she should stay right by his side while he studies. Her eyes slice narrow. Can't you see what you're feeling is called affection? She dares him, then smirks. All right, let's play a game and see who Masaru truly understands best. Masaru shoots out a fake laugh and swears he gets it, then scrambles to justify Ryu as just a student studying abroad, an excuse he never imagined would end up saving him. Inside the chief's house, the vibe flips fast. Now it's time to lock in every detail for the foundation ceremony. Right when it all starts, the king and Adelina drop a jaw-dropping bombshell. They want their wedding to happen at the exact same time. Masaru's stunned. What, a wedding? While he was out in greatest fighting for his life, they were planning a wedding, and this is the first he's hearing about it. The plan is a massive 3-day festival. Day 1 kicks off with an Eve's festival built for cultural exchange, and Day 2 explodes into the official foundation ceremony, where their nation finally gets recognized. And on the 3rd day, it all explodes into the grand finale, the Queen's wedding and a blessing ceremony back-to-back, pure celebration in full swing, and Adelina even says it feels just like the festival from her own country. The chief admits the schedule is razor-thin, but they're not backing down. Before anyone can even blink, Masaru steps in, shoulders forward, saying he's got it, and he'll line up every last material, resource, and anything else they'll need to pull it off. He'll step in and personally run the behind-schedule part of the project, grabbing the whole mess and shouldering it himself. Then it hits him. He whips around to the king and asks, "What do you need me to prepare? Anything special?" The king paces, thinking hard. He needs a symbol that screams, "I rule," something so unique you spot it in a heartbeat, maybe a scepter, too. The materials from Masaru's world would be perfect, but getting them is going to be a nightmare. A spark lights up in Masaru's head, and suddenly he's remembering an ancient Japanese myth, Amaterasu, the sun goddess, leaving behind 3 sacred treasures, a jewel, a mirror, and a sword. The king's eyes flare with pure excitement. This is it, perfect. A sacred symbol meant to be handed down through the generations, tied straight to the divine, and just like that, the decision is made. With his purpose reignited, Masaru steps up and declares he's going to pour everything into crafting the sacred treasures. Then he tells them, "Call me anytime if you need a thing." And just like that, he's a full-on blur, already promising he'll come sprinting the second they call, while the girls can only stand there and watch him vanish. He sprints through the city he built, turning his raw dynamism into a village that exploded into a nation. The chief peers out from her window and pride bursts across her face. Because of that boy, the beastmen finally have a home, and she won't miss a moment. She slips away from the ceremony, heads straight for Masaru, and calls the elders together. As he rolls through town, the folks cheer and greet him like a hero, but his mind is already sprinting way ahead to what comes next. How's he even supposed to forge the 3 sacred treasures? If he wants it done right, he'll have to stockpile mountains of materials. A chill shadow crawls over his thoughts. King Axion's warning about a demon beast he can't avoid still rings in his head, so he clenches up, stays on guard, and readies himself for what's coming. His road is wide open. Adelina is getting another partition thrown at her, and this time he'll strike from the shadows, shoring up the city like a hidden storm. For the city and every soul who bled and sweated to build it, he's about to forge these treasures, starting with one thing, the sword. It won't be a symbol of power, it'll be a shield, forged to protect, honoring every kindness humans showed the rabbit race when they were nothing but slaves. Then comes the mirror, like reality staring right back at you, a true masterpiece built to trap the calm, joyful smiles of everyone carving out their new nation. And at last his thoughts snap back to Japan, the jewel his mind can't stop chasing. It'll be a perfect, glowing orb, round as a dream and bright as a star, made as a tribute to the goddesses who watch over them. The designs are nailed down. Now comes the real battle. How do you actually bring them to life and fast? You might need a divine blessing or two. He halts on a towering balcony and stares down at the massive city sprawled beneath him, like he's daring the whole world to notice, because he built this and made it huge with his own hands. Back on Earth, he never would have dreamed of ending up here. Now he can see every single thing he's accomplished laid out in front of him. Gratitude crashes over him, and when the jewel is done in his hands, he vows to craft a present for the goddess who brought him into this world. The weight of it all slams into him in an instant, another job on his shoulders, and he's stuck getting tortured today and tomorrow. Someone, anyone, please help me. Hands are nowhere near enough, heads are missing too, so how is he supposed to grab the materials and forge those treasures? He grabs his head, panicking, and wishes he could use magic to transform himself. A creepy voice crawls out of the shadows. Don't worry, I'll help you. Masaru snaps still, spinning on his heel. Who's there? He glares into the dead dark room. No one's here. No one should answer, so who in the world just spoke? His gaze snaps onto a huge cloth-covered crate shoved in the corner. Out from the shadows, a figure rises. It's him, an exact copy, but its eyes burn with wicked light. Dark cracks crawl across its skin as it flashes a twisted, predatory grin, and Masaru, too, it whispers. Ice flood. Masaru's veins ignite with ice. His mind cracks open, and he just screams, another Masaru. That copy's grin hits like a nightmare, perfectly Masaru's smile, just warped into something cruel, and it taunts him to say, so what's with that reaction? Like he was supposed to see this coming. The words land hard. They're the same kind of monster. Cold dread spikes up Masaru's spine. What kind of self-loathing is this? The copy basically shrugs and says, yeah, this world is brutal, but it won't just steal everything. It picks and chooses on purpose, like it's hunting for something specific. Masaru's thoughts sprint as a fake, an exact copy of him, steps in, and if it can mirror his real intentions, then it's not just a trick anymore. It could be an illusion demon or something way, way worse. But the copy's mission is way more practical than it sounds. It hunts for the best possible labor power, then chases Masaru, determined to uncover what he really is. Then it tosses down a brutal challenge, a test to see if it can copy everything about him, down to the last detail. The copy flips the story in an instant, like it's pitching some grand architectural showdown or a furniture battle meant to test, taste, and design, and it even swears it's all tied to the ceremony. But Masaru clocks the trick immediately, because the copy isn't informing him at all. It's trying to shove him, pushing him to give in. He scoffs at the proposal, like of course he would, carefree to the bone, but turned up so high it's practically weapon grade, because that copy is nothing more than a selfish imitation. The fight explodes into a full-on screaming match, and the copy starts needling Masaru, mocking him for how he found out about its advanced strategy, then calling him a lazy otaku who wants a workhorse with zero complaints. It's a brutal mind game that weaponizes Masaru's insecurities against him. Then the copy's face twists into a snarl of pure malice, no friendly rivalry left, just a terrifying command. By the order of its absolute lord, it's come to kill him. Masaru's eyes blow wide with pure shock. The copy brandishes a brand new sword, and a heavy, ominous magic aura spills off it. It taunts Masaru, asking if this feeling doesn't ring a bell, because it's peering through his magic, and it already knows every piece of his past. In a blink, Masaru clocks the unease for what it is. The dark elf's power still lingers here, and the magic that's stirring those stone statues. This copy is one of them. The copy's got it smug as ever, because its lord wants something straight up, vengeance for his fallen comrades, and once this is over, Masaru is going to die. Without a word, he lunged in and swung the sword, aiming it at the huge cabinet nearby, not Masaru. Masaru can only freeze in place, jaw dropped, as the massive furniture topples straight toward him. He barely even gets a breath. He yanks his sword up in time to slam it into the crushing force. The copy's face flashes a creepy portrait of glee as it whips its blade through a final, deadly swing. Then it sneers, goodbye, Masaru. But the killing blow never connects. Masaru's blade snaps in and intercepts it clean, sparks screaming as steel grinds steel. A surprise hit slams into Masaru, and adrenaline sparks as he fights back. I can do that too. He jolts the copy off balance and then launches himself forward. He yanks the copy by the collar, teeth bared in a furious snarl. The copy strains for a split second, begging to be freed. Masaru shoves it away, carving out space between them, then slams out strengthening magic, his hand igniting with raw power. Two can play this game. But the copy is already one step ahead, and it's even got a potion locked and loaded. Then its own hand starts glowing, healing magic bursting out, and I'm like, wait, how the heck can it use healing magic too? They heckle him with a copy taunting, so you're cheating by just copying, and he just grins, yeah, that's why it's him. Sure, the only twist is that this power has way more magic than some junk noble with a brain turned to mush. It yanks Masaru's arm like a hook, a violent wave of dark energy blasting straight from its hand into him. Then it growls, my power is tied to my master. A wave of corrupting power crashes into Masaru, hurling him across the room, and the copy lunges in with fake apologies, asking if it was too stimulating. Masaru heaves himself upright, eyes locked on that black energy pouring out of the copy. What the heck is it? It's not just boosting him, it feels rotten, vile, and wrong. He stares at a nightmare vision, this same black power choking the whole world, darkness swallowing everything in its path, and he knows it has to be crushed. Outside, the copy stands in front of the guild hall and thrusts its hand toward the sky. Then a hulking dark sphere of rock and energy tears into existence, swallowing the sun in an instant. It sneers at the flashy show, laughing off Masaru as if he's a total idiot for trying to trample it with something that massive, because it doesn't even get why the Lord is so obsessed with him. Didn't I tell you? It slaps a mask of pure madness on its face, and honestly, I'm depressed because it's copied you. Masaru's face twists in horror as the giant mass starts to crash down, seriously, so he snaps his own skill on and stores it away in spatial storage. That giant thing disappears at the last second right before impact. The copy freezes in shock. Wait, what just happened? Masaru stares and finally realizes the truth. This skill didn't get taught, it was handed to him by the goddess herself. The copy's confusion snaps into rage. If it can use his skills like he does, then it'll be smarter than ever. It doesn't blast an attack, it pours that power into the building, slamming in reinforcement, cranking out more and more weapon production. And then boom, it's going to crush Masaru with his own creations. This is the end. Your life is screaming that you'll get one more shot, a third and final attempt, and after that, there's no second chance. The whole structure creaks and groans as unbearable magical pressure crushes it. Then the entire building detonates inward, smashing down on itself in a roaring avalanche of shattered stone and splintered wood. The copy stands triumphant in the wreckage, blasting cheers like a victory anthem. Woohoo, so this is what they mean by a painful blow. It glares over the city, smugly thinking it finally got rid of him, until that victory cuts off mid-breath. Far down the street, Masaru stands on top of another building, gripping a massive, brand-new cannon like it's about to blast his world apart. He sucks in a breath, a grim grin cutting across his face. You tossed me way too far, playing me like a fool. I nearly got wrecked by my own copycat. He spits, and pure fear hits like a punch. So yeah, fix that floor now. Oh. A violent, apoplectic scream erupts. Who are you? What are you? Masaru and his twisted doppelganger snap into each other's gaze above the wrecked skyline, and the real fight is about to explode. But they're cut off right in the middle of it. A fresh voice slices through the tension. Wait, I heard you were building a whole new city. With something this big, isn't this the royal capital of Gratis? Then a squad of knights crashes in, led by a blonde man. He admits he hunted for Masaru for ages, and now that he finally has him, he's here to make a request. He wants a city, a Delina. The prince smirks as he takes in the whole chaotic mess. He flicks his gaze from the real Masaru to the demonic copy, and sparks of ambition blaze in his eyes. Sensing the opening, the copy whips around to the prince, then smirks. Masaru, I can use him however I want, right? Because the enemy of his enemy, now he's a weapon waiting to be pulled. That casual greeting slices through the tension like a blade, but it's not friendly at all, it's an evaluation. Lancelot's eyes lock on Masaru, or the thing pretending to be him. He caught the report and bolted over, but now the real question slams into the silence. Does this copy hit as hard as the original? He smirks like a predator clocking its prey. Sure, he's insanely strong, built for the peak of humanity, but Lancelot already crushed the real Masaru twice. So yeah, this guy, just a snack. But then Lancelot's smile snaps into something sharper. He clocked it immediately. Hold up, I've got to ask, did you get stronger? He presses. Did you go and split a mountain in half or what? He can finally see it. Masaru didn't just level up. He rewired the way his skills work, and everything about them has been fundamentally transformed. Lancelot's hype practically crackles in the air. So yeah, the next duel is about to be legendary. But first, they've got to survive the monster, and that's when Masaru's head lights up with a wicked, brilliant idea. Before Lancelot even has time to blink, ropes clamp his arms to a huge wooden beam. What the hell is this madness? Masaru just flashes a grin and snatches the terrified clone like it's nothing, then leans in and says there are tons of things from his comic books he's been itching to try. And one thought keeps clawing at his mind, using a ballista to launch people into the air, because the clones are getting drained until they're nothing but blank, lifeless shadows. Lancelot can only stare in sheer horror as the clone gets strapped to the bolt, while Musaru's reinforcement magic flares up across the siege weapon. Masaru lets out a triumphant shout, and BLASDS the screaming clone skyward, have a nice trip. He watches his human missile slice over the city, tracing a flawless, perfect arc in the sky. It launched through the air like a miracle, an absolutely perfect human cannonball. Then it smacks him with panic. Wait, he never meant to use a real person for this experiment. If Lancelot thinks the clone is a threat, will he drop it instantly the moment it shows up? The clone lunges toward its target like a living missile, straight for the strongest man alive. The blast rips the world open, shattered earth, a crater carved into the ground. Then the dust churns and the clone surges up, fully intact and grinning like he's lost his mind. I'm finally free. He howls and the laugh hits harder as he realizes how pointless it was to ever try copying Masaru in the first place. Lancelot doesn't even blink, sword casually hooked over his shoulder. He's already braced for the fake to splatter onto the ground, but only Masaru would pull a stunt like this. You imposter, he sneers, you're painfully boring. Those clone eyes are blazing with pure fury. Tell me, do you really think you've got a chance against this body? He erupts with a flood of magical energy, warping the air around him, and swears this power blows past even the G-class. Lancelot doesn't even blink. He just says once that power gets converted into his reinforcement magic, his status will double, maybe even triple, and the clones will hit even harder. His ultimate power would blast past a 30 rating, pure force of nature, ruthless enough to erase a whole crowd, and somehow he can still craft anything in an instant. So the clone sneers, and the commander, bring it on. Just as Lancelot turns, a voice snaps from right behind him, no mercy in it. But I see you, it's the real Masaru, and his blade is already pressed to Lancelot's neck. A violent explosion of pure force detonates between them. The clone just freezes, stunned out of its mind. What the hell is this? The speed, the raw power, it's on a whole other level. This isn't some showdown, it's a full-on real fight. Masaru and Lancelot smash through the battlefield in a blur of steel, trading devastating hits so fast you can't even keep up. The clone lunges to jump into the fight, but Masaru slams his sword aside the moment it swings. No glance, no hesitation. Lancelot unleashes a brutal kick, and Masaru rockets backward through the air like he's been hit by a cannon. But the assault won't quit. Lancelot rockets in out of nowhere, driving his sword down so hard it cracks the ground right under them. The moment the attack lands, the earth rips open and shatters like glass. The clone just freezes, gripping that glowing orb like it's burning a hole through his palm. What the heck is happening? This power is wild, unchained, and pure, and it sure as hell wasn't anywhere in Masaru's memories. Lancelot loomed over Masaru, laying out the brutal truth. A duel is just a game, and a real battle is all about control, about shutting your opponent down before they get even one move. He smirks battle scars plus a brand new skill, and suddenly he's already 2 steps ahead. The clone's gone, so what's he even talking about when he says change? Lancelot kicks off the lecture, his voice dripping with condescension, and he smugly claims most people are stuck with only 2 or 3 skills no matter their talent. To get more, he says, you've got to face the truth. Your talent is missing something at its core. Dread snaps across the clone's face, and Lancelot keeps talking. He reveals that once his sword skills hit level 10, they didn't just grow, they vanished, replaced by something entirely new. He unlocked a brand new gift, Master Swordsman. The clone's mind whips around, level up, nah. Lancelot snaps it into focus. This isn't growth, it's a complete rewrite. Every old skill gets wiped out, and when you consume, you forge something far greater. This single moment flips the whole world. He grabs the orb, his last sliver of intel, and it instantly turns to trash. Lancelot brags that he already mastered that skill long before he ever met Masaru. Then he leans in with a chilling question. When do you think it'll shift again next? He rattles off his killer skills, laying out a brutal checklist of slaughter for every kind of enemy he can imagine. It's a power forged in non-stop, brutal fighting, over and over, until it becomes unstoppable. He stares down at his sword, eyes blazing with anticipation. Masaru's fight has lit the way for him, and with his next swing, he promises it'll only happen when he's truly desperate. Panic rips through the clone. No, he blurts out in a scream, instinctively firing Masaru's power, and then the castle wall hits. A brutal fortification rockets out of the earth, but it still isn't enough, so it slams down again, more shield. More. Lancelot's swing cuts through the air in a silent, perfect arc, and the walls crumble into dust. He steps in front of the clone, his voice ice calm. Then he whispers, "Let me tell you one last thing, a souvenir." The skills called asterisk, arbitrator asterisk. Lancelot lets out a shaky, heavy breath, barely holding it together, and the clone is already wiped out completely, annihilated with no trace left. Masaru strides up and gives a soft clap, just like you'd expect from Lancelot. He points at the massive chasm ripped into the land, and you don't even need to go that far, you battle freak. Lancelot just smirks, basically bragging that sowing chaos is his specialty to tear his enemy apart. Then he leans in and says, "And yeah, that could have been you." Masaru needles him about the change skill, but Lancelot shuts him down, refusing to ruin the thrill, then whips his attention to the remaining clone and activates appraisal. The results are downright chilling. This wasn't some cheap copy. It was the corpse of a demon, a golem forged by someone with real power. And its power was stolen from someone right next to Masaru. What the hell is that? The consequences are way uglier than anything he dug up in Stenson. Just when they try to wrap their heads around it, a brutal vortex of darkness tears the sky wide open. A shadow drops down from the portal, and a voice booms through the air. He's the culprit, the boss who attacked Stenson, and he's been dragged to this world. From the shadows, a regal, divine woman steps into the light, her face set in stone. When she speaks, she warns that the world is in serious, grave danger. She drifts down toward them, and this mystery goddess drops a terrifying prophecy they can't ignore. Inside the moonlit Ventalia temple, Masaru leans in and tells the goddess they can talk without fear. He's already paid for the room. Victinia nods like she's about to spill the truth, but Masaru's face hardens as he demands she lay out, step by step, how the world is slipping into danger, and why it all ties back to Lancelot. This whole disaster goes back to one reckless move. Zack, racked with guilt, finally confessed that he'd leaked Adelina's marriage partner info, swearing it was fate linking them all, that they'd meet again no matter what, but that flimsy excuse did nothing to stop the guilt crushing him over what he'd done to Lancelot. Victoria brushes the past off and insists this mess is just the payoff of all the prep she's been stacking up, because right now, she says the only thing that matters is figuring out where Lancelot stands and what his skills can really do. She kicks off her story, saying King Greatus Axion was the first to spot it. Something was horribly wrong. The monster Spike, the demon bear, the golem, none of it was random. It was all the same dark force, spreading negative energy, swallowing the world piece by piece. Masaru's blood turns to ice, something out there that could wipe the world just on instinct, and that can't be real, right? But Victinius swears it's a concept Masaru should have known forever, from the manga and novels of his old world. The name she whispers is straight-up nightmare fuel, the root of all evil, the Demon King. The air feels like it's turning to lead, and I can't breathe. The gods immediately clocked its arrival, the spark that kick-started the world's most horrifying transformation. A Demon King, and those words hit the silent temple like a death sentence, like the whole world is already doomed. Masaru can barely process it. This is straight-up insane, a world conquest nightmare ripped from fiction, but Victinius makes it worse. For the gods, this isn't strategy, it's the collapse of civilization, the end of everything. A chilling thought snaps into place for Masaru, so that's why the fake Masaru's magic came out twisted and brutally strong. Then the real question hits, why won't the gods just handle the Demon King themselves? She answers with hard finality, no matter what, gods can't step in directly and meddle in the world. When the Demon King finally shows up, it doesn't feel like war, it hits like a natural disaster ripping through the world. It's a wild rebirth born out of pure negative energy, and most of them get wiped out before they ever fully mature, but once it does, it can tear through anything. Masaru's mind is sprinting as he thinks. If there's a Demon King, then there has to be a hero. He scoffs, jabbed a finger at his own chest. Like, really, is she about to crown him now? Then he laughs, saying maybe his totally useless power could still throw a punch against the Demon King. Victini blasts him out of the sky the moment he starts to drift off, because out here, there's no hero in the spotlight. He's the spark that kicks this whole civilization into motion, and his production skills, he's already crushing it. But she snaps, that's the problem right there. The Demon King has his sights set on him. Why him? What does this ultimate evil even want with Masaru? He tells himself it's just a threat against a key figure, but a gut-churning dread screams that it's bigger than that. Then panic sparks. Run. But he knows running won't save him. He snaps to a new plan, pushing for a subjugation squad led by someone who has Lancelot's hero-class strength, but Victinius smashes that hope to dust, because there aren't even 10 people on Earth with power like that. She lets out a heavy sigh, and you can see the whole weight crushing her face. This has turned into a total disaster, and in Stenson, in this world, there are things that must be protected. Then Masaru unleashes the scariest truth. Demon King can summon a fake demon me, strong enough to mimic a reincarnator, a creature packed with a god's power, and once it starts searching for its real identity, figuring out who it truly is becomes nearly impossible. No one has the faintest idea who the Demon King really is. Victini stares him straight in the eyes, then tells him, "This isn't done, our bond has to be stronger than ever." With Masaru locked in as the main target, Ventalia, the most advanced country of them all, gets thrown into the blast zone too, and he tries to shake off the suffocating tension by bringing up the founding ceremony in the city, asking if she's excited. But when she stares at the city lights, she finally whispers that she is. Right as she starts to walk away, he stops her and tells her, "Don't worry." He takes her arm with a steady grip, his voice like steel as he vows the founding ceremony will happen, and this town will be defended, no matter what. He knows the role he's stuck with is the hardest, but he has no choice. He just keeps pushing ahead, shaking with fear of the Demon King, yet promising with all his heart that he'll do everything he possibly can to stop it. Then his mood flips instantly. He pokes her cheeks and teases her for her slipping faith in that useless goddess. She swats his hands away, but then boom, a tiny smile blooms on her lips. She confesses that his teasing really steadies her when nerves hit, and he fires back that if she's a god, then she should carry herself like one. Then he yanks up his skill display and shows her a brand new job quest that popped up the second the founding ceremony got approved, straight from Victinius herself. He leans in and demands to know what it is. Then the quest text flips the script, showing a place the gospel of God can't touch, and straight up orders him to investigate. Iren's on a holy mission, handed a direct command from a god. Then he groans, complaining like crazy about being forced to sprint around a city he never asked to be stuck in. And with Victinia's promise hanging in the air, he won't regret stepping in. She basically taunts him that something insanely useful is waiting there for the ceremony, maybe even a dress. His interest finally sparks, so he leans in and asks for a fair reward. If it's a yes, he wastes no time and accepts. Right then, as an offering, she hands him a breathtakingly pure magic stone, one of the legendary 3 sacred treasures, radiating soft, mesmerizing magic in the air. She demands a one-of-a-kind reward. She wants the goddess to lend her divine power to cast a blessing straight onto the jewel. He locks eyes on the jewel, then whips back to her flushed face and blurts out, "So, do you like girly stuff?" She stammers through it, swearing up and down that everyone loves pretty things. He presses on, hinting at earrings, necklaces, or even a ring, and she only gives a soft, honest nod like, "Yeah, I'd be thrilled to get something like that." But he flashes a smirk and tells her to just say what she wants, but then he snaps out of it, "Nope, that's not how this is supposed to be done." But he can't dodge this one. He has to handle it himself. He rushes to apologize for being too pushy, then formally accepts her request. He tells her he's going to check on Zach, and to text him if she needs anything, then he strides off, leaving Victinia's frozen in shock, whispering, "A present." She squeezes that glowing jewel to her chest, heartbeat roaring. Wait, did he really say that? He asks what she wants. She blushes and admits she's not good at this, but it's obvious Masaru's worried about her too. A tiny hopeful smile blooms on her lips as she can't help but wonder, what's he about to hand her? Victinia hears Masaru's voice roaring from behind her, and she jerks like she got struck by lightning. He's not finished. He points out that he accepted the quest, but she never once told him where he was supposed to go. A blazing map of the whole region snaps into existence right between them. Masaru tells her he synced her skill map to his, and now it spans all of Ventalia. Then those red flags light up, pointing straight to her destination. Deep underground, this dead zone cuts the planet's magic off at the roots, and right in the middle of a massive subterranean lake, a whole thriving city still beats. In Thread City, where only legends know the name, what kind of wild destiny is waiting for him in this secret metropolis? Zach's voice explodes across the courtyard, snarling for more from the battered soldier in front of him, because to be a warrior is to live like steel, to be a fortress made of pure muscle. But the soldier can barely budge, his legs refusing to cooperate, while the girls stand off to the side with worry gnawing at their guts. He's been at this for ages, forcing himself way past every sane limit, and for what? Just because Zach told him to. They march up to the hulking instructor and beg him to back off, because they love that soldier just the way he is, and they swear, please don't beat him up too badly. Zach scoffs them off, insisting he's training the man the right way, and sure, he swears he doesn't get the fuss. He only trains the ones he thinks are worthy, like it's respect. The same kind he showed Captain Eldam, but now his brutal methods are turning the poor guy's limbs to jelly. Right then, Masaru strides over with a warm smile, and you can tell he's relieved. Seeing the girls finally get along like this makes his heart light. They blush and admit that at first they had no clue what to do with each other, until Zack's training partner threw them for a loop, especially when they kept thinking he was a boy. They clicked fast, locked in by one shared purpose, helping their master. And yeah, that simple truth hits hard, because it's what forges their bond. Now they're charging toward the coast to help their brother crush a demon beast infestation. Zack's coming too, insisting it's special training, and he's hyping the kids like, "You'll be legendary warriors someday." But his eyes give him away. He's locked onto the horizon, a wild hunger roaring inside his chest. He wants to duel Masaru again, and he won't let a single chance slip by. So what is this obsession driving him? The talk abruptly flips, then worry crashes over the group's faces. Masaru's gone, not just missing in town, he isn't in town at all. Days ago, a god handed him a quest straight to his doorstep, and he vanished for the western mountains. When they hear it, the truth lands on them like a punch to the gut. And he didn't go alone, he had someone with him. He grabbed Alina and headed out with her, an expert guide who knows every treacherous path in the West. Their brand new adventure doesn't kick off on some cheerful path, it erupts in the world's darkest depths. Step into the earth, mess up one turn, and you'll be trapped underground forever, with the sun never reaching you again. Masaru freezes in awe at the brutal cliff wall. This is the valley hiding the underground entrance. He admits it straight up. Without Alina, he'd still be wandering for days and getting nowhere. She says the thick green canopy blends everything so perfectly that even with his map skill, the height and clear sightlines make it almost impossible to spot from above, like the forest would swallow you whole. He's gotta ask, has she ever been here before? She answers, of course, coolly, because she's been here plenty of times for diplomatic trade with the Dark Elves of Stenson, so Lady Emeralda pointed him her way, with one last warning, watch every step. Then she grabs him and leads him straight into the dark. They step into a gigantic underground cavern, and the sheer size hits like a punch. This hidden world is living right under their feet. Alina's staff ignites with a fierce glow, blasting a circle of light around them as they push deeper into that suffocating dark. The air turns icy fast, and the tight path makes Masaru's spine shudder. Thank goodness Alina told him to ditch his usual armor and wear warm clothes, or he'd be straight up freezing. As they head out, Elena lays the whole plan on the line. First, she's delivering a message straight from the goddess, and second, they've got one job: snag those fine silks so Adelina and Zack can be dressed for their wedding. But Masaru's focus is already slipping, and he rockets off the path after a faint glow, so distracted he barely hears Alina call his name. When she asks what he's doing, he grins, yanks up a glowing mushroom, and announces they're adding item collection to the new map. He calls it a flash mushroom, this rare fungus that lights up when magic hits, and then he brings a magic stone close, and the mushroom explodes into a blinding flare of light. In the blink of an eye, he slaps together a junky lantern, and it burns way brighter than Alina's staff. He's practically vibrating with pride, already dreaming up how he'll sell the things, while Alina just gives him a tired, quiet thank you. She tries to yank him back toward the mission, but he's already locked onto some shiny thing off in the distance. Like, really now? He just cracks up, says he gets what May asked for, but he can't help himself. He thinks these wild detours are the best kind of fun. While he escorts Lady Emeralda and kicks back near the stalls, he leans in and asks her if she's ever tried anything like this before. Alina admits she's seen moments like that before, but she insists this time is totally different. She's clearly flustered, insisting they need to get back to Lady Emeralda ASAP. He just tells her he wants to explore and keep things in check, and she relents, but he's already sweeping the cavern with his eyes, hunting for the next hidden treasure. He spots this eerie, ethereal fish that feeds on mana, and next to it, a shard of crystal-clear pure purple magic stone, a rare treasure that only shows up in sealed, underground layers. He painstakingly chisels out each stone, and his collection keeps ballooning with every single step. Then his fingers sweep across something that isn't rock and isn't a mushroom, it's elastic. He snaps still, stunned, and a question claws its way up his lips. Alina's face goes bone-white. Pure dread crashes over her when she realizes what he's just grabbed, and she lunges into a terrified warning, screaming that if he touches it, disaster is coming. But it's already too late. Out of the shadows above, a monstrous thing drops down, and a thick, sticky strand lashes to what Masaru touched. Don't tell me this is. He throws himself out of the way at the last second, and a hulking, many-legged beast crashes down where he was standing. His blood turns to ice, because it's a gigantic, horrifying spider crawling in, and he hates spiders with a burning, absolute fury. Dread crashes over him as he realizes the black magic they've been sensing is mutating everything into demon beasts, and he begs Alina to stop it right now. But before she can even blink, a thick strand of webbing rockets out and clamps around her torso. A crushing force slams into her, pinning her in an instant. An awful mistake, she realizes too late. her voice cracking as she yells for Masaru to help her. For one brutal split second, his mind cracks in two, half of him panics in terror, the other fixates on the ridiculous detail that the webbing just popped a button off her shirt. He shakes it off and Alina blurts out that she's helpless, trapped by their attack, and yeah, she hates spiders too. Then he steels himself and snaps, "Leave it to me." But his face turns into a mask of pure terror as more spiders pour down the webs around them. A silver blur rockets through the air, slashes the web clean in half, and frees Alina in one smooth, unstoppable move. A swordsman drops right into the middle of them, facing away from the horde, and calmly asks if they're safe. He yells for them to run. Those spiders are deadly, but Masaru's boiling with rage, because this stranger just wrecked his perfect shot at being the hero. Danger can stay. Right now, he only cares about one thing: who the heck this guy really is. The swordsman lets out a furious grunt, his blades tangled up, and that thread won't slice a thing. A brutal tug yanks his sword hard. He's convinced he cut clean through it, yet something's still hauling it away. With a stomach-churning jerk, he gets ripped off his feet and hauled through the air, straight for the giant spider's open, gaping maw. That rescue plan lasts about 2 seconds. Alina and Masaru can only watch, horrified, as the traveler gets lifted into the air, and you just know it's over for him. In seconds, he's trapped in a silk cocoon, and his muffled screams for help crash through the cavern. They stare up at the helpless man, then snap their eyes back to the swarm of monsters, because that scary question hits hard. Are they about to save him, or are they the ones about to be saved? The girl tangled in the web shrieks for them to save her, and her voice shakes with guilt as she swears the whole disaster is her fault. She's on her knees begging, "Anything, please just save me." Masaru knows he can move, but they're unarmed, staring down these monsters. Then Alina strides forward, hand outstretched like she's got the answer, and she's offering it to him. With a flick of her palm, she summons a massive sword out of pure nothingness. So where's the item box, huh? Masaru's brain goes haywire. Who the hell is this woman? The man shackled to the stalactite, Gasaru, spots the blade in a blink and snaps, "I made this." He says it was just a warm-up for forging a sacred sword, untested and rough, but what's the point of waiting when you can find out what it's really got right now? With weapons blazing in their hands, all three of them sprint straight into the swarm of skittering horrors. Masaru drives himself to the edge, every bone in his body shouting that he's done. Then he watches Alina glide forward with lethal grace, and he can't stop hoping he'll ever reach that level. Then the cavern goes dead silent. Giant spider carapaces are shattered across the floor, and against every impossible chance, they actually survived. Dasaru says, "I only dropped one, but they were so huge it made them ridiculously easy to hit." Then that relief curdles instantly, because deep down he absolutely can't stand spiders. Masaru stared down at his sword, his first real win, then tested it again, and boy, was it ruthless. It didn't just slice, it yanked people apart like the blade had a grudge, and the only thing that mattered was that it survived a real fight. Lina tells Masaru the sword's weird power isn't random, it's a forest watcher skill, and to master that change, he has to level up his swordsmanship, appraisal, and mind-eye skills all the way to level 5. Everything's changing, new skills keep popping up, and Masaru is completely thrown off. He glances at Gazaru, still tied up, and can't believe the guy can even fall asleep through all this chaos. They call a break right now because Masaru needs answers, no more waiting. Gazaru is stunned when he learns a skill that can completely change what a weapon can do. He's never even heard of a production skill changing after it's already been made, but then, bam, his thoughts get hijacked by a mouthwatering smell drifting through the cave. Everyone snaps their heads around. What hits their noses right then? That mouthwatering, rich, savory scent of food. Masaru proudly slides out a piping hot pizza packed with local goat cheese and seafood, and the adventurer girl freezes, stunned, because this has to be the underground city she's been hearing rumors about. Gasaru, still tangled up, yells that he needs answers right now. He swears he was on watch, dozed off, and then an intruder hit him, and the next second he was scrambling to survive, fighting for his life against spiders. The adventurer girl slams him down mid-sentence and sets the record straight. He didn't get attacked. He tried to steal their luggage, and when panic hit, he rattled the spiders that stormed in and ambushed them all. Gasaru's face drops, and he lowers his eyes in shame, then blurt out an apology, admitting that if those spiders were his ally, then he's just committed something unforgivable. His ally, what is he even saying? Before Masaru can wrap his head around it, Gazaru grabs the pizza, chomps it down like a machine, and instantly pleads for another slice. Alana drops a combat-crushing bombshell. The spiders aren't enemies at all, they're allies of everyone living in the underground city. Gasaru studies Masaru, watching ideas ignite in his head. Then he digs up a shady underground clan custom and straight up asks, "So, are you an insect tamer?" The accusation hits like a thunderclap, and Masaru freezes, completely speechless. He breaks free, straightens up, and introduces himself right, Futa Gazaru, a member of the insect tamer clan, then tells them his people live in a hidden underground city, sharing the darkness with spiders and moth demons, with the surface world kept totally out of reach. It all snaps into focus for Masaru. This city's famed special product is just textile at all, it's silk thread spun from these very creatures. Dread crashes over him as the truth hits. He slaughtered their allies. Then he jabs a trembling finger at the fallen spiders, stammering out an apology. Futa blows it off, saying he was going to handle it all anyway, because for days, those insects have been going berserk, crashing into people for no reason, and he had no choice but to put them down. He dips his head toward his fallen comrades, silently asking for forgiveness, then whips his gaze to Masaru and Alina, eyes locked on that dark elf, and with the recent demon talk hanging in the air, he demands to know why they're here. Futa senses the Demon King's grip tightening, driving the insects into pure madness, so he offers to sell them thread, this weird little pitch that somehow mixes business with mourning. Masaru finally blurts out the truth. He and Alina aren't just traveling, they're messengers on a mission to reach the underground city. A messenger, Futa's jaw drops. He says a brand new nation is about to take control of the wild land above, and Greta's school is already digging into the area. So, is the underground finally ready to strike back? Or is this request something bigger? Futa slams the paper down and fires off. Who set you on this simple quest? Masaru stammers, blushing hard, and finally blurts out it was the goddess of creation, Victinia's. The name hits Futa like a switch flipping, and she bursts into unstoppable, helpless laughter. He refuses to take it seriously. What, a messenger of God, and the goddess herself bowing to their little kingdom. He scoffs and calls it a ridiculous fairy tale, betting that not a soul in the city will ever buy it. No matter what, Masaru pushes forward, and when he locks eyes with Futa's grinning resolve, Futa nods and agrees to lead the way. He insists it's the bare minimum for the people who dragged him back to life, and with a sly glance at Alina, he smirks, because one of them is a dark elf. He shoots Alina a confident thumbs up and promises that he'll take on whatever request she brings him for his people. Futa leans in and spills it. His clan and the dark elves share the same bloody past, the kind that scares surface folk and forces them to cling to each other just to survive, and Masaru can't help it, because this dude is acting like he's basically flirting for a living. He just keeps gushing over Alina's beauty, insisting she's the most exceptional dark elf he's ever laid eyes on. Just as Futa crowds her way too close and blurts out a cheeky compliment about her figure, Masaru goes blind from a sudden flash blasting out of his menu screen. Right out of nowhere, a private message from Victinius herself flashes on screen. One brutal question cuts through the air. Do you like dark elves? Is she serious right now? Masaru Seath is freaking out inside, convinced the goddess is clocking his every move 24/7, while Futa and Alina just stand there, staring at him like, what was that? Trying to play it cool, Masaru mutters that he just got the message straight from the goddess Victinius. Futa's jaw hits the floor, because the joke was real, and Masaru is suddenly drowning in panic way over his head, just as another message pops up. Victinia's smugly smug types that they're not trying to be outdone. I don't think I lose on the pretty side, they tease. And like her vanity called her into existence, a jaw-dropping beauty appears right beside them, and Futa can't take his eyes off her. She's got a presence so overwhelming it feels even beyond anything demon-like. Masaru finally snaps. He jabs an accusing finger at the goddess and screams that she ruined things, yelling at her for barging in while he's trying to finish her own damn quest. He snaps at her to drop the petty distractions and focus on the Demon King investigation, then rants while calmly gesturing to where he wants her to look. They've arrived, slashed into the colossal cavern like a city carved out of pure impossible dreams. A massive sea of old-school rooftops and stone streets sprawls out ahead of them, like a secret city roaring to life underground. The sheer scale is mind-blowing, proof that this people were so bold, they literally turned their backs on the sun and made it work. Futa herds them along the stone path, and the moment they step into the underground city, their journey explodes into a brand new chapter. The goddess glares at the screen, her calm shattering. What kind of work is this? Masaru is getting way too close to that elf. She shoots back fast, trying to save her pride. It's not that I don't trust him, she insists, then orders herself to keep a sharp eye just in case. Her subordinate cuts in, saying the obvious. And sure enough, Masaru won't budge. He's glued to Alina. All right, she snaps. If his obsession cranks up even more, she'll message Ara. The goddess leans in close to Ara, eyes glinting with a sly smile, and whispers that Ara is such a good girl, so she should totally know what's on her mind, right? Yeah, the gossip keeps flying, everyone saw it. Masaru's green with jealousy, torn up and hesitating, then he just keeps poking his nose where he definitely shouldn't. But their chatter gets snatched away by a chilling announcement. Her world made by their superior has finally arrived, and Hera and Zeus themselves have called them in to talk about it face to face. So we're talking about the unusual Demon King. Then one goddess spots Masaru already at his destination and basically goes, "Wait, he's actually doing a shockingly good job," and suddenly the big question hits. What does that mean for the people like them? The story plunges into Kakuraha, a hidden underground city where breathtaking old school buildings are carved into the earth like they were pulled straight out of a legend. Masaru is left gasping, and as that wave of harmony rolls in, it feels exactly like Japan, like he's finally come home, and it sinks deep into his bones. Fuda asks if Masaru knows the culture around here, and Masaru can only guess. This place has to be some city from the western continent, especially with that light pillar and those mushroom-like structures he saw earlier. Fuda breaks down how the city was born. Long ago, Western immigrants poured in, mixed their culture with the locals, and forged the very place you see today. As a craftsman, Masaru's mind fires on all cylinders. He's always dreamed of building a ship, and this place could hide woodworking tech nobody even knows about yet. But something smells off. He blurts out why anyone would build with wood inside a sealed underground space, because that humidity would rot it all from the inside out with mold. Fuda tries to shrug it off, claiming it's just a small area, but Masaru won't let it go. Carrying all that wood from the surface would have been brutal, so why would anyone go through all that trouble? The solution isn't practical at all, it's pure emotion. They carve with wood so they can't lose the earth, and even after they're gone, they still feel the world's warmth in every breath. Fuda's gaze softens as he whispers that he can feel the life in the trees, like nature's pulse runs in their blood too, just the way it does for the dark elves. Living in a cave forced them to change fast, and with every craving and emotion that hit, the city transformed too, like it was breathing right alongside them. This isn't just some city, he grins, like it's got style dripping from every street. Masaru suddenly gets hit with a shocking realization. Since landing in this world, he's learned that convenience isn't the only thing that truly matters. This city, just like Lulu, is alive with a soul, an emotion that supercharges its tech, so he's itching to go exploring, but Fuda snaps him back, reminding him he's still stuck in the middle of his mission. Fuda shoots out an excuse, says he's got tons of questions left, but duty hits first. He's got to rush in and report that the spiders are finally crushed to his superiors. He swears the whole incident never got out, so they're free to roam without fear, just keep it locked down as a secret. With a grin and a quick wave, Fuda gestures them toward the sights in the sightseeing district. He tells them there's nothing fun ahead, basically trying to shove them the wrong way from his destination. Fuda bursts into the massive pagoda and tells the guards, loud and clear, that his district duties are finished. The danger is gone, and he's just secured it all. Now the guards are rushing in to thank him for the fight they couldn't finish alone. They promise they'll throw him a party once the case wraps up, but Fuda politely turns it down. Just then Masaru and his crew barreled past them, snapped their focus on the restricted building, and charged straight through, guards be damned, while Fuda could only gape, stunned by their reckless courage. He sprints after them, barking, "What are you doing?" and steam shoots out of his frustration. What business could they possibly have here? Masaru wouldn't back down. He kept shouting that he already told him everything, even if it meant reminding him he's only here as a messenger to meet someone important. The words slammed into Fuda like a punch, and total seriousness settled in his eyes. The whole place erupts, and the loud chaos immediately pulls in unwanted eyes. Then a sharp voice slices through it, demanding to know what's going on. A young woman storms out of the tower, her face blazing with annoyance, and snaps at Fuda, reminding him this is the patriarchal conference tower. Flustered and panicking, Fuda blurts an apology for the mess and rushes to explain himself. He points at Masaru and tells everyone, "That's the guy who helped me subjugate the demon spider." Her eyes narrow instantly. There's no mistaking that dark elf face from Stenzen, but she won't buy Masaru's story for a heartbeat. What's his deal, acting like this? Fuda relays Masaru's wild claim. He's a messenger from God, and he's here to deliver a message straight to their leaders. The woman doesn't buy it for a second. Fuda admits Masaru really saved his life, and he's got a rare spatial storage power, but the details sound shaky. Still, maybe it's true, if Masaru is from another country. She scoffs like, "Yeah, right, if that were true, we'd have gotten a letter before all this." Then she shuts it down fast. She's got no time for any of it. She shoves them away like they don't matter, then orders them to leave, and desperate Masaru blurts, "I'm not lying," because he can't afford to lose their trust now, not when he's got proof to show. and with one wild move, he yanks out a giant cooking pot like it's about to change everything. He warns them that even tiny slips in advanced ritual magic can kill, so stop panicking. Wait, is he seriously cooking this up right now? With a wild scream, he shouts pot time and yanks a gigantic crab from a spinning vortex straight into the pot. A blinding pillar of light blasts up from the pot, and out of it she drops down. Yeah, that's her, right on the scene. A blinding light splits open, and a goddess glides out, hovering gracefully above the steaming crab hot pot. She tells everyone her name, Gratas, because she's here for the giant crab Masarucat, and she doesn't show up empty-handed. She brings her own seaweed, mushrooms, and not one but two kinds of sauce. With a slow lick of her lips, she digs in like nothing's happening, totally ignoring the stunned silence hanging over everyone. The chief's jaw drops because she recognizes the scene from the inauguration ceremony. A goddess has truly descended onto their land. As the goddess devours the crab in a messy burst, divine light spills out around her. This isn't just some starving girl from a struggling place. Musaru smirks like he just won the argument. So now, do they finally believe he's God's messenger? The woman can only nod, accepting it with a shaky agreement. Even with a goddess feasting on seafood in her own courtyard, she still orders him out, because she and everyone else are too busy battling the berserk insects. The spider's first victims were only the start. Mad insects are now flooding the underground caves, and they're attacking anyone they spot. She blurts that they can't hold the threat back for much longer. The insects are brutal, and every second it takes them to smash through their blockade is way past too long. Masaru spots his opening and goes for broke. He promises to wipe out every last berserk insect for them, but they've gotta hear him out. He leans in and says, "Don't worry, I'm not just a delivery boy." Then he shrugs it off like it's nothing. 100 spiders. I'll knock it out fast to earn your trust. And the moment it lands, her eyes snap wide with pure shock. One guard snaps in a burst of rage, spits out that he's a bastard who's begging to die. And after all the comrades they've already lost to those monsters, nobody's holding back. Fuda cuts in fast, defending Masaru's power. He watched him take down 6 spiders with zero panic, and now he's sure Masaru's strength is like 20 soldiers, maybe even 30. The chief turns that info over and over in his head, because if his power is really that monstrous, he'll be ranked among the 5th seat of Kakureha's elite warriors. It's a full-on race against the clock. She calls his arrival a gift from the heavens and snaps to it, agreeing to his terms. As she swears her solemn vow, the goddess in the back grumbles that the crab tastes wrong and orders more sesame sauce, and the chief can only let out a helpless sigh. Of course, heaven. The plan is locked in. Masaru steps in to take command of Fuda's unit and drive the attack against the berserk insects. But the chief finally drops the real target. This isn't some random bug extermination. They're hunting down a rare silkworm moth monster, and right when the stakes get insane, Masaru's just been drafted into the operation. Once the tower entry was finally cleared, Inori blared, "Welcome," and kicked off the guided tour. Then she froze, staring at the blazing red handprint on Masaru's face. What the hell happened? Flashback rips the truth wide open. Once she finished her meal, the goddess of Genesis, after seeing his little crab stunt, casually smote him with a deity's power. Then sweet as sugar, she leaned in and asked, "So you dared to bait me with a crab, Masaru?" Inside the ancient tower, Masaru shuts down Fuda's power play fast. He refuses to work under him, but he'll team up if they lay out what's really going on, because they're sprinting to the top floor where the clan leaders' council is already meeting. Their guide points to a city ruled by 2 raging rival clans, the Fuga and the Iba, where the council room is the battleground, and every meeting brims with deadly power and tension. They get stopped on the stairs by a stern old man, his expression pure contempt. Oka, the Iba family's head, steps in at last, and the chairman sneers, mocking how nice it must be to stroll in at your own pace while everything's falling apart. Fuda opens his mouth to apologize, but Yuka snaps right over him. He's been down here for a while, he says, and turns out his worries were nothing. The condescension practically pours off every word. Masaru steps up, trying to crack the tension, and blurts out that he's a surface dweller, an emissary the goddess sent to help. Yet as the words spill from his mouth, even he starts to doubt himself, like he can't believe what he's hearing. Oka erupts, "Reckless fool. Don't you understand how bad this is? Now this mess lands on us underground dwellers, and he can't wrap his head around why Fuda would let outsiders in." The air turns so sharp you could slice it with a blade. Our guide hisses that these 2 clans hate each other with everything they've got, and Oka glares at Fuda, warning him he'll own it all if anything goes wrong. Masaru maps out the city's razor-thin power balance. The Fuga clan farms spiders, the Aba clan raises silkworm moths, and both churn out prized specialty silks, so the competition turns sharp, direct, and downright brutal. Their never-ending rivalry twisted everything into a dual clan setup. Every year, the chairman's seat flips to the other clan, just to keep a full-on war from breaking out. Nori turns to Masaru and asks what he thinks. He just shrugs it off and says petty fights pop up everywhere, even back in Japan, and he used to spar with his boss all the time, convinced that sometimes conflict is the fuel that pushes things forward. He's suddenly yanked back to his days at a home improvement store, where his manager, an old man who'd already retired from another life, ran the place like it was powered by wild, baffling ideas. When Masaru asked the old man how they were supposed to figure out what to stock, the old man cooked up a brilliant idea: hit the streets and knock on every door, grilling every single person in the area for their orders, while Masaru just stood there, stunned at how unbelievably mind-numbingly inefficient it was. But he realized that's just how things get done out in the countryside, relationships first, always. Before he knew it, he got dragged into helping with local business licenses, forging connections he never even signed up for. And as the guide points, the memory slips. Right behind them, a massive silkworm moth looms into view. Futa's expression hardens as he lays out the crisis. 3 days ago, those mad bugs burst from their breeding facility, and they barely held the line until 2 slipped out, and by yesterday they'd morphed into that terrifying silkworm moth. Yuka scoffs, so this is the big plan. You really trying to show off. He snaps for every new detail, and a caretaker starts trembling as they step up to recount the instant the bugs went completely mad. And he swore that from that egg, a hand burst out, fingers first, then a black goo poured free and swallowed the bug whole. The whole scene instantly blew apart into full-blown chaos. Oka blurts, "What kind of curse is this?" And the caretaker snaps back. The silkworm moth was the very first thing to get corrupted. It didn't just change, it got twisted into a mindless nightmare. He even tried his bug whisper skill to reach it, but there was no talking anymore, nothing left to understand. Futa snaps the truth into place. Those black feelings, that raw madness, it was the bug's rage he'd been feeling. He whips around to Masaru, and the timing hits him like a gut punch too perfect. "So, are you behind this?" Masaru refuses to back down and demands to see it with his own eyes, but then the warning drops. A brutal shortage of warriors is coming. They stumble into a makeshift infirmary, and the air hits them hard with the sharp smell of herbs mixed with raw pain. The room reeks of pain. Wounded men huddle under bandages, and every corner is filled with loud, helpless groans. The price was brutal. Food admitted that 40 of their warriors were down for the count, including their top-ranking seats. The truth hits like a wrecking ball. When Futa said they trapped the silk moth, it wasn't some clever win, it was their final desperate move before the enemy wiped them out completely. One of the wounded warriors clenches his teeth and snaps that if it escapes. This city is moments from getting wiped out. Right now, they get one shot to lock in a strategy and crush it before everything slips away. But Oka's got clan politics in his blindfold. He shuts Futa down, brushing off his worries like they don't matter, insisting that this moth is special and he'll use whatever brutal method it takes to catch it. "Futa, what's your problem? Don't forget, we're still running your plan." Masaru glares at the old man, disgust curling in his gut. He doesn't fear for his people. He frets about his name, his clan's honor, and it's maddening how selfish he is when lives are hanging in the balance. But Futa gets it. Oka's carrying the Iba clan's whole legacy on her shoulders, and those warriors she wiped out. They weren't rookies, they were battle-hardened veterans, rocking strength from level 20 to 30. Masaru steps up like he owns the moment, cool as can be. "Magical beasts, right? I've got this." Then Aquawhirls lunges in and rage twists his face into something feral. What the hell do you even know about those psycho creatures?" He snarls. Then Masaru tells him to just trust him, not like it's a spider, which he admits he's terrible with. "So tell me, does he sound confident, or is he totally out of his mind?" "Wait, listen," a voice slices through the chaos. A heavily bandaged man jerks, fighting to sit up, and Oka's eyes widen. "No way, you're that coastal city freak, the one who's completely obsessed with Lancelot." Futa tries to do a proper introduction, but Masaru just stares, completely lost. Who is this random guy anyway? The man hauls himself upright, voice cracking, but holding steady. "I'm Zanji, the first seat of the Kokutihau Warrior Command Division." Masaru checks his wounds, his skin's swollen, red patches everywhere, then he spots it, a discharged silk moth. Zanji calls it a crazed bug that wields lightning magic, and even with the pain, Zanji swears he can still push through and move. Yuka lunges to his side, pride and fear battling on his face. "Zangi, you're the Ibai clan's pride, don't let this crush you. Without you, we never would have driven those bugs into that cave." Zanji straight up ignores him, staring Masaru down as he barks. "Talk to me, foreigner. You really fought Lancelot one-on-one?" Masaru just nods. "Yeah, twice." Zangi flings his head back and erupts in a laugh, raw and brutal, like it could split his wounds wide open. "So you beat him, huh? You're telling me you actually won." Masaru tells him to crawl back into bed and says his earth skill blessing will supercharge his healing. Then Zanji stares at him, eyes flickering with something new. So, are you and Lancelot actually friends? For 10 straight years I've battled in the Coastal Cities tournament, but every time Zanji's voice turns grim, I remember the truth. I've lost to Lancelot for all 10 years. It wasn't the losses that shattered him. It was Lancelot's icy eyes in different moments, like the world had already decided. He never treated Zanji like a rival, just another soldier in the crowd, and that's the real wound. He respects the man, but he can't call him a friend. Then his sharp gaze snaps back to Masaru, and he demands, "So tell me, why are you even here?" The silence hits like a hammer. "Tell me, can you protect this underground city for us?" Ra's police goons shove Oka into silence, and the only thing he can do is rasp out Zanji's name, while his subordinate steadies the warrior, getting him to lean on his shoulder. Zanji's not done yet. He locks eyes with his clan leader. "Old man Oka, tell me you get it. In a moment like this, what really counts? The stories from the past, or the people who are alive and breathing right here, right now?" That simple, obvious truth slams into Oka like a sucker punch. He goes speechless, muttering that Zanji is a fool, a damn fool, who's somehow 100% right. Masaru grins like he just got the truth. Maybe Fuda was right, and Oka is only a stubborn old man with a heart of gold. Then everything snaps apart as a messenger bursts in, breathless and shaking. "Chairman, urgent report." The news hits hard. This crazed insect is smashing into the boulder that's sealing it in, and black lightning blasts from its wings, way more brutal and wild than anything we've seen yet. Panic slams into the room. At this pace, the seal is about to crack. What are they even supposed to do now? Their final line of defense is seconds from shattering. Silence snaps into place as Ori's voice slices through the chaos, sharp, commanding, and impossible to ignore. She snaps into action and barks. "Fuda, grab the rest of the soldiers and hit back. Masaru, you're up next. I need you to shut this crisis down." Then she turns and starts pushing for the citizens' evacuation herself, locking eyes with him as she says, "Don't lie, can you really do this?" Masaru's face snaps into a grin so confident it practically hums, like of course. Oka just stares stunned, while Inori snaps out orders to Tilia and Sarah, "Start churning out potions now. Old rivalries can't even make it into the conversation." Masaru senses the mood shift in an instant, and he's not buying it, whether it's a chairman's plea or a straight-up command. He's fully in, no questions. "All right, time to rise up and hit the hunt," he shouts, voice crackling with pure hype. "Let's do this." The cave was sealed shut, like a crude tomb of stone and hardened silk, built to keep the monsters trapped inside. But now someone hacked a tiny gap in the barricade, just wide enough for one person to squeeze through. Fuda hesitated, wanting them to scout first, but the others were already in place, because they weren't here to chase time, they were here to capture the beast, and the moment was here. In a suffocating darkness, a giant silk moth lurked, warped into a grotesque joke of what it used to be. Masaru froze, breath snagging in his throat. He knew the gods had reshaped it into a monster, but this shattered every thought he'd ever had. It wasn't just huge, it was a living disaster. He didn't say a thing. He snatched a rock and slammed it into the darkness, and that sharp crack echoed through the cavern like a warning. Then he shot both hands up and demanded a timeout, time for a strategy session. Fudo erupted, yelling that barging in like this was straight-up suicide, that they'd get turned into target practice. Masaru stood his ground. He'd fight, just not blind. And after all that fire he'd been throwing around, was he really starting to doubt himself? The creature they uncovered was a wild anomaly, a silkworm that could snap backward from its adult moth body into a larva again, repeating that same cycle for hundreds of years. Masaru's eyes narrowed, so he wasn't truly immortal at all, just a monster cursed with an unnaturally long life, and finally, a monster you can kill. His mind was already sprinting ahead. He demanded, "Do you have a map of this cave?" Like he was already weighing a tactical retreat. They did, and the cave system turned out to be a former silk moth breeding factory, a huge maze of gigantic connected chambers, so massive it dwarfed even the underground city. As Masaru stared at the map, a dangerous plan ignited in his head, a deadly dust explosion trick he'd learned from the Dark Elves. He laid out his wild plan, a huge controlled blast, and swore he'd use air manipulation magic to trap the explosion, wrap it in a barrier, and stop the whole cave from collapsing. It was a total high-wire act, the kind of move that could spiral out of control a dozen different ways. But the city's defenders didn't hesitate for a second. If there was even a spark of a chance to save their home, they'd hand him whatever he asked for. No shaking, no fear, not even a flinch. Masaru stared them down as the weight of it all slammed onto his shoulders. This dust explosion was their biggest shot yet, and it demanded time, exact timing, and everyone on deck. Right as the meeting kicked off, the message slammed into the chairman's council tower. A messenger burst in, breathless and apologizing for the interruption, and then he dropped the message. Masaru had something to say. All the preparations were finally locked in right then and there. The operation to capture the silk moth was about to kick off. The leader of the Isoklan gave a grim nod, and his decision was already sealed. But Lord Feudo, the Fusa clan's head, wasn't buying it, not for a second. He scoffed at the thought of trusting some outsider, grumbling that if they'd worked with them sooner, this wouldn't be happening. Then Chairwoman Foucault snapped, barking a sharp command for him to shut his mouth. In a crisis this brutal, his pride was a straight-up weakness, and the time for debate was done. Fuku snapped the order, blast an evacuation warning across the whole city. She'd personally take charge of the shelter supplies, and whether Masaru and his team would be hailed as saviors, that fate was totally out of their hands now. With a fierce look of resolve, she and Masaru snapped their heads toward their own battles. Now it was time to move, time to race in and save the underground city. At the mouth of the cavern, the whole operation kicked off. The massive silk moth twitched awake, while its spider lackey skittered all over it, legs clacking, fangs bared, like a whole buzzing swarm was coming alive. Alina and Fuda stood poised at the edge of disaster, faces set in grim focus. Then the fight erupted, right on cue. Masaru stormed in first, and his voice blared with pure confidence. The beast towered over them, and its shadow swallowed every last bit of light. Everything was falling perfectly into place. Then Masaru roared, eyes locked on his allies, and his whole fate rode on every single one of them. The spiders surged forward like a living tsunami, black carapaces flashing, glowing eyes burning bright, yet. But when the warriors finally clashed with them head-on, they swore no single one would ever break through. Alina turned into a blur, swinging her blade into a silver strike that carved a path through the swarm. She barked orders to her troops, hold the spiders back, then charged forward and forged a wall right behind her. The dark elf warriors surged forward in perfect sync, one disciplined wall of steel crushing the monstrous horde. Their mission was crystal clear: carve a path for Masaru and shut down every spider that dared to mess with the dust explosion, because the real target was lurking even deeper inside. Elena had it figured out. If that silk moth really turned into a beast of destruction, it wouldn't just sit there, it would be clawing its way toward the city. Masaru sprinted past the battle line, his thoughts crashing like thunder, because if that beast skipped the city and went straight for him, they'd have to slam into Plan B. Right on cue, the silk moth tore loose with its power. Dark energy orbs crackled into existence around it, and Phase 2 of the plan kicked into gear. Frontline soldiers were told to guard the entrance no matter the cost, eyes wide open, hearts locked on Masaru, and they refused to let fear win. Lightning tore out of the orbs and slammed into the ground with a terrifying roar, until the soldiers braced for impact, and then those strange towers started humming, swallowing the electricity like it never existed. They did it. They gaped in disbelief. Masaru's magic gizmo had wiped out the blast, but their relief lasted about half a heartbeat, because the next bolt was already starting to form. Masaru crafted every one of them himself, lightning rods built from prototype lightning element horn tech, channeling raw energy straight into the ground like it was born to be controlled. But that power came with a nasty catch. Each blast guzzled an insane amount of mana, leaving the user wide open right as the team sprinted to swap the drained rod for a fresh one. They worked like a storm had a deadline. One more blinding flash tore across the sky as lightning struck the moment they locked in the replacement. To patch that weakness, a Dereki clan unit cracked out earth magic, then shoved the empty spots full of gear forged from worm material, clunky as a jury rig, but an absolute shield. Masaru sprinted forward, grinning because even if a stray bolt punched through, the wormhide armor would shield the frontliners, and his production skills were flipping the whole battle in their favor. He finally burst into the main cavern, ready to lure the silk moth deeper, but then he stopped dead in his tracks. A horrifying question slammed into the silence. How on earth were they even supposed to move that monster? Panic detonated through the troops because nobody warned them what came next. Masaru had just breezed through the strategy meeting, flashed, "All right, good to go," and then charged in like it was nothing. So tell me, did he really forget the one part of the plan that mattered most? With its lightning knocked out, the silk moth ditched the magic and went straight for brute force, punching its huge body into the rockfall blocking the entrance. The soldiers stared in terror as the beast rammed straight into the barricade head first. Its eyes blazed with one terrifying, all-consuming fury. Why couldn't they understand why it was so obsessed, like they were missing the whole point? Why would it turn on its own kind? Why did it claw at their city like it was the last thing on Earth? Panic hit like a tidal wave. Everyone had to retreat. The boulder blocking the entrance groaned as the attack smashed into it, cracks spidered across its surface, then it started to crumble apart. Then right through the swirling dust and collapsing rock, a brand new figure burst into view. The moment the giant lumbered into view, the soldiers froze, staring so hard their brains couldn't even register what their eyes were seeing. The giant crashed straight into the silk moth, and its rampage died instantly. One of the soldiers clocked the magic in a heartbeat, because in the whole city, there was only one person who could pull off giantification. It was Zanji sitting first seat. Zanji flashed a grin, and a thin line of blood slid down his chin, and he muttered, "That outsider really knows how to mess with a guy." Zanji's subordinate screamed that he was bleeding out, but Zanji just burst into laughter, because Masaru Fellow had slapped a healing spell on him and yanked him awake anyway. The kid bowed low and said there was only one move Zanji could make, shove that silk moth back into the cavern. Then he snapped, "Get to work," and bolted. With a thunderous roar, giant Zanji lunged and seized the monster in his deadly grip. He poured every last ounce of strength into his push, shoving that colossal beast back deeper and deeper into the black. "This is all I'm good for," he thought, body screaming in protest as he hurled himself straight into the line of fire. "This is as far as I can go." His gaze locked onto the smaller silk moth he already knew, perched right on the monster's head, and then he grinned like, "The rest, that's all on you." "This is it, Fuda, your time to shine." Fuda stood there, blade drawn, his silk moth poised right beside him. "Roy, please don't you hear me?" he shouted, packed with sheer desperation, clutching the silkworm blade as he promised, "We'll fight together." From the shadows, Masaru grinned. This was the real play. The first seed himself had issued a straight-up challenge. "All right, Fuda, show us what you've got." The plan was already collapsing fast. Then a giant silkworm moth, lured straight in by the light, loomed over them like a warning sign, and the worst part was Fuda, the one they sent to deal with it. Everyone was on edge. Honestly, who wouldn't be? They'd never even seen food fight get this serious. Masaru swore he was a special case, but that only did so little to calm their nerves. The planning session still felt brand new in Masaru's head, right after he finished healing Fuda, barely enough magic to drag him back onto his feet. He demanded a few of the strongest seat holders as bait, but Fuda stepped up and swore he could take the job himself. The mission sounded simple, until you realized it was a death wish. Lure the moth into a giant cavern miles from everyone, bait it to spark a dust explosion, and pray you had just the right guide and lure to make it happen. Masaru had the perfect ignition source for his lure lamp, but it needed a runner, someone quick, someone who could keep moving even when that paralyzing dust tried to freeze everything in its tracks. The others had blown up in protest. Fuda was their fifth seat, one of the elite, but that spider monster just shut him down, hit after hit, and now everyone feared they'd have to sprint in and save him. Masaru calmly laid it out. Fuda hadn't been holding back by choice. His emotions wrecked him, especially around women, and it froze him solid. So that's why he never once busted out his signature move, Yukuru, because most people didn't even know it existed, and they definitely hadn't ever seen it hit the real world. That power shook everything around him so hard that they shoved him into solo missions almost every time. The skill's name was *speed, sustain *. It wasn't just speed, it was a one-of-a-kind power that let him stay at his absolute peak forever without slowing down. The real genius of the skill was that it drained mana, not stamina, so he could burn through a brutal, never-ending chase. Then relentless training pushed food to evolve itself, changing it down to the core. He didn't need to ramp up anymore. He could explode from a dead stop to 10 times his max speed in a blink, a velocity so unstoppable nothing could slow him down. And as he ripped through the caverns, he turned into nothing but a phantom, just a streak of light, yanking a monster in his wake. His skill hit like lightning and wouldn't let up, pure, unstoppable force of nature. He burst into the designated corridor, and the great hollow yawned just ahead, because the final phase of the operation was seconds from igniting. Cold determination seized him as he swore this was the end for the silkworm moth. No escape, no mercy, trapped forever inside the great cave. From a distance, Masaru stared in disbelief. Fuda actually pulled it off. For the first time, hope cracked open in his chest, and Plan B suddenly didn't feel doomed. But seriously, how does one guy take down that monster? Doubt clawed at the others, yet Masaru snapped them back to it. He'd already told Fuda to widen the reach of his skill, so what the heck did that even mean? Fuda locked eyes with the beast, guilt burning hot in his chest, because this time he couldn't spare it, not after the mercy he gave that spider. Gritting his teeth, he swore he'd rip its wings to pieces. He yanked his blade free, dug his heels into the cavern floor, and locked his stance like a storm about to strike. Everyone stared, totally baffled. Why was he launching swings from that far out? Even with that insane acceleration, there had to be a hard limit. But Masaru saw it. Fuda had cranked his body to the limit, and blasted forward at a speed no one in their history had ever witnessed. and he poured that impossible momentum straight into the swing of his sword. 1 second that moth was right there, then the next it vanished, swallowed by a violent storm of steel. The air tore open and out of nowhere, countless slashes erupted everywhere. This was his secret blade technique. He turned his own speed into a weapon, and in the blink of an eye, he unleashed 1,000 slashes at once. The 99 times twisted return. The blow finally hit, and Fuda didn't flinch. He stood there, like the job was finished for good. The monster's wings got obliterated, torn into ribbons as it slammed into the ground. The cavern floor was strewn with the broken remains of his escape. The moth screamed a gut-wrenching shriek of pure agony. His body screamed for breath, every muscle straining under the weight of that fight. This thing was even tougher than he'd guessed. He only managed to tear out one of its wings, and that was enough. His mission was done. Then he roared at Masaru that his sacrifice wouldn't be for nothing. With the target frozen in place, Masaru sprang his trap and crushed it with everything he had. He spun up air magic into a tight membrane around the moth, trapping every last speck of dust. Then one flicker of mana lit it off, and the whole thing exploded into a catastrophic chain reaction. Dust inside the bubble started to blaze, like a whole sun was igniting in the cave's dead dark. The whole team stared at each other, their faces glowing under the shadow of that coming blast. A deafening blast tore through the entire cavern, shaking everything in its wake. The force hit way harder than Masaru ever expected, and keeping that membrane up siphoned his mana so fast it felt like his life was draining drop by drop. His power sputtered like it couldn't hold on, and his vision started to smear at the edges. And just like the Shoot Henson fight, his reserves crumpled to zero. He was totally wiped out. A sudden secondary blast ripped out of the inferno, catching every single one of them completely off guard. Even from far away, the blast's heat and brutal shockwave slammed into them. Fuda flinched, threw his hand up to shield his eyes, and screamed Masaru's name. Masaru crumpled to the ground, coughing hard, his throat blazing like it was burning from the inside out, his lungs clawing for air, while his clothes vanished and his skin erupted in savage, furious burns. Food can wait, he's still breathing, and that's all that matters. Somehow they made it this far, thanks to Masaru's wild plans and that heaven-sent save skill that rescued them at the perfect moment. He let himself savor the win, city saved, but now he had to pray his underwear made it through the blast too, because the real question was whether catching the moth was still on the table. He glanced at the smoldering crater, and respect for Masaru surged through him like fire. But a voice rose out of the smoke and ordered him to look behind him. It was Masaru, chilling and waving like nothing happened, totally unharmed, and the moment they made it back to town, he was already talking about grabbing something to eat. Food could only gawk, totally stunned and lost for words. Then out of nowhere, tendrils of pure darkness burst from the smoke and drove straight into the other members of their party, before anyone even got a single scream out. Masaru's eyes went wide with pure terror, because no, this couldn't be happening. The silkworm moth burst out of the flames, its wings ruined, only to be encased in crackling spheres of dark energy. It was blasting through the sky with air manipulation magic, turning that fine dust into a weapon. So tell me, how were they even supposed to fight back now? The moth snapped forward again, pure rage and raw power in one furious blur. But Masaru clocked it fast. The attack wasn't hitting as hard. Just like him, that moth must have burned through its mana in the last blast, and the ground suddenly felt level again. If it came down to it, he clenched his fist, surged forward, and vowed to end it all with one final punch. He decided one clean right hook would be all it took to end it, permanently. He lunged forward, but the creature slipped right past him like he was nothing, and its eyes locked on the tunnel that led straight to the underground city. It kept rolling on, no stopping now, straight for its target. No way they wouldn't just drop it. If that thing ever made it to the city, all their hard work would have been crushed to nothing. Fuda lay there, battered and unable to move, while Masaru's mana had vanished, so his instant tool creation fizzled out, and all he had left was helpless powerlessness. Desperate Masaru hurled his whole spatial inventory onto the ground and clawed through it for anything that could save him, anything at all. If he'd only had 10 more minutes of mana, he could have crushed the ceiling down on it. Swords, shields, even the shattered wagon frame, none of it mattered, just useless wreckage. Then it hit him right there in the moth's wing, embedded deep, was the tricycle axle Fuda had slashed, still so iron-hard it practically glared at him, and all at once he remembered the animated statues he'd reinforced. So did he do that to this one too? A wicked grin crawled onto his face as the moth's electric strikes crackled. Then he yanked off its metal wings, piece by piece, and that terrible, brilliant idea finally locked into place. A dark echo of himself hissed in his ear, laughing at the Demon King for forgetting the basics of science. Now it was time to hit him with a ruthless chemistry lesson. He snatched 2 chunks of metal from the pile and raised them high, flashing them in front of the monster like bait. With a final triumphant roar, he declared the silkworm moth was done for. The shock slams into him like a punch to the chest. If those wings hadn't held onto their electrical magic, his entire plan would have collapsed. Fuda locks eyes on the pinned beast and blurts, "What the heck did Gwendofer just do? How could he pull off something like that?" But Masaru's face flips from victory to raw panic. Then he screams at Fuda, "Wait, hold on." Food is left totally stunned by the sudden shift, blinking as he blurts, "What's wrong now?" Masaru's intense stare says everything and answers nothing. A low, guttural growl rolls through the cavern as the pinned wings start to spark, not with electricity, but with a foul, dark energy. It still had that much power left because the monster isn't dead. It twitches, scrapes together its strength, and Masaru just knows, ice cold and certain, that this is his only chance. It's coming. The beast rockets ahead in a blur, so fast it doesn't even look real. Fuda can't believe what he's seeing. At that speed, it's basically as fast as he is, maybe even faster. The space between them collapses in the blink of an eye. Fuda clocks it instantly, the icy calculation blazing in Masaru's eyes. He didn't mess up once. He was hunting this exact moment, setting the whole trap like it was guaranteed. But this Masaru calls it the last, final strike. He flicks out a shimmering sphere of enhancement magic, and the monster's giant eye snaps wide with pure shock. So what in the world is he trying to do now? The creature barrels straight into the barrier head first, its chitinous face splintering as it jerks back like it's actually feeling every ounce of pain. Masaru's voice stayed calm as he said the lightning bolt was just a side effect, because the real target of his boost was something completely different. He cranked up his magnetic field, and with that monster packed with iron, the thing was basically already finished. Back in his world, this is kid-level science. You shove a current through a wire wrapped around a cylinder, and boom, your magnetic field lights up in the air, and now he can *C** it, the whole principle suddenly laid bare. Electric magic crackled through the monster's body like a live wire, pulling it straight toward the iron stakes he'd hammered into its wings. Now that he finally got the real rule behind it, he pushed his magic into the magnetism itself, cranking its pull-up 1,000 times over. And that's exactly how it all goes down. Those iron stakes don't just pin the monster, they rip out of the earth and rocket back toward it with bone-shaking, terrifying force. And yeah, there's more. Masaru's eyes flare with wild, manic fire, and even the bedrock, even the cave walls are packed with iron-like ore. Every cavern wall starts to scream as boulders and jagged rock rip free from the ceiling and floor, getting dragged straight toward the monster by an unstoppable magnetic pull, while Futa can only freeze in horror as the beast itself looks up, trembling with pure terror. Masaru scoffs, saying it might sound like bragging, but he's just a modern guy, standing tall on the shoulders of the legends who came before him. It's not just his power that's the real problem. He clenches his fist and lifts his gaze upward, like he's punching right through that mountain and staring straight into the heavens. He roars that message straight to the demon lord, "Study up now." A raging avalanche of stone and steel slams down like the end of the world. The world caves in like a crushing fist, sealing the great beast alive. It's getting crushed under the heavy weight of the earth it once called home. A final, defiant rock fist hammers down with a thunderclap, sealing the tomb shut forever. The rest of the party barrels in, yelling Masaru's name at the top of their lungs. Their eyes bulged with pure, stomach-dropping horror at the sight of total devastation. All that's left is a brutal mountain of rubble, and the whole place feels like it got crushed to dust. They tear through the halls in a panic, but Masaru and Fuda are nowhere. Then a cold dread sinks into their bones. Right when despair starts to crush them, one of the guys yells, "Wait," and he hears voices roaring from deep inside the pile. Suddenly, Fuda tore out of the rubble, slinging a complaining Masaru over his shoulder, while Masaru kept muttering that Fuda should have been more careful during the rescue. The whole crew explodes into cheers, screaming each name like it's salvation. Relief hits so hard you can't even breathe because you're safe. They crowd around their friends, buzzing with joy, and one of them squints at Masaru like, "Wait, you don't look too healthy," while another cracks up, saying, "Yeah, but compared to that magic bear fight, these injuries are basically nothing." The elf healer shakes her head in disbelief, because that second blast of enhancement magic shoved him past his breaking point, and the wild part is he's still on his feet, somehow. The kids lay it all out. Masaru pumped the magnetic field so hard he got pinned in place, trapped just as his own rock slide was about to catch him. Fuda shrugged off his own injuries and lunged in to save him, but Masaru snapped at him for being too slow. Then he had the nerve to swear it all went exactly as planned. Can you believe the audacity of that guy? As the two keep bickering, Masaru suddenly snaps at them to shut it and actually look around. He tells them that no matter how things played out, everyone's relief is because they pushed together. No way this win happens without. The whole mood flips into celebration, and when the elders hear the news, they can finally exhale like a huge weight just lifted off their chests. Masaru stares at his own hands and admits the truth. If this were Lancelot, it would have ended with one brutal swing of that greatsword, but he doesn't swing weapons. He forges tools to battle monsters, like he's built for the silkworm moth. But those tools are useless unless someone actually swings them, and he admits that's his biggest weakness. The dark elf leader smirks. Don't miss why it's terrifying. That weakness is exactly what lets him forge power and hand it to everyone around him. She vows that whatever the world throws at him, it's his unbreakable drive that forged a city where every race can live, and that same force is what carried him all the way to this victory. Masaru's cheeks flare, his mouth goes dry, and he can't get a word out as that heartfelt praise leaves him totally rattled. The Beastman leader bellows at the top of his lungs, ordering everyone to gear up for a legendary ride back home. But Masaru shoots a hand up. Wait, he can still feel that faint magic signature from the silkworm moth. It's alive. Then Masaru smirks like, wait, how are we supposed to finish it off now? He lines in, grinning because he's already got the perfect move. The story snaps to the divine realm inside a glittering celestial meeting hall, where goddess Victinia gets called out for her size. Then she bursts out that she's been ignoring notifications, and it's all Masaru's fault. Just like that, a fresh message pops up. Her eyes snap wide. The underground mess is already fixed. No way how. She clocks that Masaru synced his inventory to her space, then lets a materials-based playback of the fight drop in so she can take a fast peek. The second she summons that mangled, colossal silkworm moth corpse right in the middle of the room, her mouth drops. What the heck? It slams down with apocalyptic fury, blasting the ancient conference table into splinters. What crazy thing did you send, you dumb masaru? Her fellow goddess just cackles at her misery, while Victinius rips into the chaos, screaming that for once, it truly wasn't her fault. A man's voice slices through the chaos, and a powerful god stares at the wreckage with pure intrigue. Nice work, Victinius. Then his eyes narrow as he realizes the beast was twisted straight up by the demon king himself. A dangerous grin crawls across his face, because if they can rip out and study that poisoned magic, they might finally crack the truth behind this mystery demon king. The real story behind the one who hunts the summit of the gods, no matter what it costs. The analysis is done, and they finally pull the beast's special magical energy out, clean and deadly. The goddess thrusts the data in front of Zeus and demands his verdict. Then the results hit like a shock, or maybe Zeus already saw it coming. She leans in and asks, so this is what you saw coming the whole time? Zeus's face hardens, and when he confirms her hunch, the truth hits like lightning. The chief god of Alstra is the one pulling the strings behind it all. Even with everything stacked against her, the goddess refuses to back down. She's already got her own plan moving, and in just a few days she'll reach Masadu to ask for his cooperation. Zeus wonders if this is the right moment, because the enemy's final manifestation won't arrive for another month, and her defensive barriers must hold strong until then. For now, she insists the city's safety comes first. She's not about to ruin their victory celebration. Down below, the crowd is blissfully clueless, throwing a celebration for the peace they fought tooth and nail to win. They cheer wildly, hoisting their heroes up high, and their laughter ricochets through the night. 3 days later, the word finally spreads. Something's gone wrong in the dairy village, and God's messenger, Masaru, is rushing over to investigate. As Fuda cut through the city streets, he caught snippets of gossip. Everyone was talking about Masaru, bragging that just that morning, he was chatting about carrots and preservatives. Everywhere he goes, he can't stop chuckling at stories about Masaru. He heard the guy was bunkering at an inn in the residential district, but the place was empty and he couldn't find a trace, until, right when he was ready to quit, someone yelled his name. Fuda barges into the room and freezes at the weirdest sight. Masaru's crew is sprawled out under a blanket-covered table, and bright daylight is blasting in like nothing's wrong. They wave him over to the katatsu, the table wrapped in blankets that feels suspiciously warm, but Fuda's already in a hurry, because he can't afford to cozy up. He has to hunt down Masaru. The girls tell everyone the contraption runs on a magic stone that blasts out heat, and they swear it's a lifesaver down in the underground, where the cold bites hard. Fuda can't stop staring at the heat source. He realizes they're raking in real power and tools from the underworld. But then he spots the blanket's design, how it flips up, and the second his eyes catch it, he realizes exactly what Masaru is up to, and his perverted intentions hit him like a punch. That jerk is always strolling through life like his inventions were magic. One of the girls slides over and tickles the other as payback for some old prank, and just as the chaos hits, Fuda barges in again, snapping, "So where the hell did Masaru go?" One of them remembers that morning, when he was sealing the trade talks, and she can't help thinking if it's a negotiation, then only one place could pull him in, the council tower. Fute shoots out a quick excuse and sprints straight for his destination. He bursts into the room, and Masaru's party instantly pivots. Everyone turns to greet him. The councilwoman snaps at Fuda for his lack of manners, but he shoots back with a sincere apology, then admits he's been hunting for Masaru all morning for the warrior corps. Masaru shrugs and says he's fine with it, but the big decision's already locked in. If they can just hold out a bit longer, he's ready to go. Fuda's totally lost. He thought the big deal was already done, but this isn't the trade agreement he pictured. It's way bigger. The gods and elders have officially marked this whole area, even the underground city, as a brand new nation, and Masaru is here to deliver the proclamation. Brand new nation. Masaru decides to build his own country out of sheer audacity, but Fuda snatches him up on the spot and demands, "No, bullies, answers right now, because how could he not tell him something this massive immediately?" The dark elf leaned in and declared the elders had signed off on it. Masaru's letter was the real deal, their way of settling the debt, but this wasn't the whole story. There was something else locked to it. Masaru explains that when Tyria wanted to kick off trade and promised festivals were coming, they asked the city for its precious silk thread to stitch costumes for the lead performers. Fuda scrutinized the fabric like a hawk, top-notch, perfect for dresses, but then he snapped his fingers, revealing the real bombshell. Their artisans are already swamped with orders for the next 2 years, so any new fabric order would be impossible to pull off. Masaru flashes a grin and says, "That's why we caved. If the fabric's too much, we'll just ship the thread instead." But it's only until the festival. After that, they'll start importing fabric, right? Masaru's eyes light up fast. He used to be a handyman, and his old job dealt with exactly this kind of work. He blurts it out to himself, and the truth hits hard. Silk gear is probably scarce here, because to make just 1 kilogram of raw silk, you'd burn through 5 times the resources. And even if they start production, it won't happen for another 1 or 2 years, and when it finally does, it'll be a tiny, limited run. This isn't a problem, it's his golden shot. He tells them he negotiated for a factory asset as part of the deal, seeing it as a smart investment to beef up their production system, then he pushes for a tour. They burst into the underground fabric factory. Masaru freezes in shock. He thought this was all handwork, but right here, they've got real looms running. A young artisan leans in and breaks down how a loom really works, weaving horizontal and vertical threads into something real. She shows off the whole simple trick, then she yanks the centerboard by hand and fires the weft thread straight through the gap. It's a clever idea, but Masaru instantly spots the flaws. The thread pushing part is way trickier than it seems, and one wrong move could blow the whole thing apart. Fuda's clearly blown away. He doesn't just see a warrior, he sees a full-on jack-of-all-trades, the guy who jumps in and tackles all kinds of work. Masaru grins, daring you to think Fuda's just some dumb samurai. Nah, he's got moves, too, and he uses his work as cover to flirt with girls at the factories. The councilwoman points out that his food versatility makes him a real asset. Heck, he's even useful as a sparring partner for Lance. But Mauser's mind is already sprinting. These looms will make everything move at lightning speed. He whips around to the crew, grinning like he's already won, and says, "All right, let's tackle that production bottleneck. How about we more than double our capacity?" He slams the doors open and reveals the massive wooden complex he built with his own hands. Everyone else just stares, stunned. What in the world is this dumb little wooden box thing? The second the food hits, his eyes blow wide, and he lets out a stunned gasp. Masaru tells them, "I built this loom from one I saw ages ago, pulled straight from my memory. It's hand-driven, but it turns weaving into something that practically runs itself, so watch it closely." He drops into a seat on that weird contraption. With one hard press of his foot, the machine clacks, roars to life, and wakes up. A thread snaps across the loom and threads itself into the fabric, without him so much as lifting a finger. How the heck is that even possible? He breaks down the whole setup. Same as before, you yank the warp threads up and down, but this time you do it with a foot pedal, and when you kick back the reed, the weft thread rockets sideways. He whips out the key component, a flying shuttle, and lets them see it with their own eyes. That clever mechanism kicks the reed rack, and the sidesticks slam the shuttle left and right, driving in the weft. A foot pedal kicks the warp threads into motion, and then the reed snaps forward to cinch the weft tight, over and over, until the loom churns out fabric at a speed that feels straight up impossible. Fuda's gasping like she can't catch her breath, and Masaru's the kind of once-in-a-generation inventor that only shows up rarely. But then he shakes his head and insists he's nothing special, just someone who studied hard and now feels a responsibility to hand that knowledge to the craftsmen of today. The councilwoman spots the huge potential in this, and she can already feel how brutal the fight is going to be, because this meeting demand is going to hit hard. Masaru's grin cuts sharp, almost predatory, and he tells her she's probably right, but his class isn't finished yet. This time he's all in, declaring we'll shove the era forward one more step, straight into a future that's bigger than the Industrial Revolution. Human history is stitched straight into fabric itself, starting with hand sewing, then bursting into automated looms. Also, society could crank out goods at mass scale. But in that underground city, where on Earth were they supposed to find the resources to even power a revolution this big? 3 days later, Masaru stands there, ready for the answer. With a blazing grin, he throws open the reveal, his masterpiece at last. He steps up and declares they'll tap the river's raw power, using the water's own force to blast their machines to life. The Karakuri people stand there, stunned and silent, as the looms start to move on their own, stitching cloth with zero hands in sight. Masaru breaks it down. Right outside, a water wheel spins an axle that turns the belt, and suddenly the looms inside the factory roar to life. He admits it was a grind, since he only had theoretical know-how, but the locals already had water wheels, so he tore his skills apart and rebuilt them into something far more powerful. Fuda's jaw drops. Hydropower could flip their whole lives, not just their jobs. Then he quizzes Masaru, wondering if he learned some crazy tech from another civilization, and Masaru only grins, shrugging it off like, "Nah, I just got the idea from the water wheels in this world." But his thoughts spiral back to the truth of this world, the real power source, magic stones. These crystals are packed with unstoppable elemental power, and he's already hacked them into simple tools. But they're a limited treasure, just like fossil fuels back on Earth, so he can't stand the thought of teaching people to use them, knowing one day they'll run dry and send their whole world into chaos. He leans in and fires off a question to Foucault. Can this new mass production level really keep Beaskin City stocked? She lets out a worried sigh, fretting over their existing orders. But the second she realizes they can meet their current contracts, her eyes blaze, because that surplus means they can ship it out and cash in for export. The elder is hit with pure shock. He's staring at a future where Karakuri silk doesn't just belong to their allies, but sweeps the whole continent, and Masaru's inventions are absolutely mind-blowing. He locks eyes with Arya, and they share a proud, brimming glance. The Karakuri elder snaps that exports alone won't cut it to settle this debt. She tells him she'll help with anything he needs, like, if he hasn't tied the knot yet, she and the others would be honored to back his wedding. Then Masaru totally short-circuits and blurts out that there's no one. As he denies it, a vivid flash of a certain elf queen storms into his mind. He stumbles over his words, trying to insist he's got nobody like that, different species, different views, and the whole explanation turns into a total disaster. He flips the topic and pitches his fresh import plan, an anti-humidity preservative plus spider silk liquid that turns into a brutal, high-strength epoxy resin. He's already plotting to test it the second he rolls back into the city. Meanwhile, the younger Karakuri stare at the spinning gears, brains sparking. One of them blurts out that this machine could do way more than just power looms. They realize they could bolt a rod onto it and use that insane power to lift and slam things up and down, or even crush materials to dust. Then it hits him, boom, an idea. He's got it, and he drags Foucault aside. He leans in and whispers his new plan to her, and the second she hears it, her face lights up like a firework, while Fuda hangs back, staring from afar, utterly baffled. 2 days later, the crew hits the ground running and gears up to escape the underground city. They trade tearful goodbyes with Masaru, and he vows he'll be back soon for the silkworms. Her grandfather tells her that he and Old Man Oka will both show up for her at the ceremony, and if anything goes sideways, she should contact them right away. Masaru lets out a wave, soaking in the moment, because the underground city is finally safe. As they stride away, his food freezes mid-chew, and he snaps to it. Everyone's waving him off too, so he blurts, "Wait, why are you all sending me away?" Masaru keeps his cool and tells everyone. Fuda's coming with them to Bishkin City, Freitas is in, and they're doing a full trial run, sending engineers overseas to study abroad and see how it all works. Fuda's willing himself apart with every ounce of strength, because Masaru cracks a devilish grin and says he's chosen Fuda as an engineer, a berserker, and a worthy rival, turning Fuda's life into pure nightmare fuel. He blows a fuse about his life being decided for him, then fires off, "Masaru, have you met Fuku's mom, the chairwoman?" and smugly decides she's probably some cranky old crone. Fuka calmly blurts that the chairwoman is her mom, and the shocking part hits fast. Fuka is staring like, wait, she looks way too young to be her. He blurts out her age just to satisfy his curiosity, and Fuku grins and says she turned 19 last month, while her mom, sitting right there, is 39. Fuda blares that they're both age fraudsters, but the woman cuts in his beard, makes him look like he's already in his late 20s. He shoots back that if that's the rule, then Masaru has to be the same age too. Masaru snaps his eyes to the status screen, double-checking everything. He was 36 before, but now he's down to 27. Lancelot's sitting at 30, and Iria is 23 in human years, and the conversation just spirals out of control. Right then, the dark elf woman slices into the conversation with a grave look, reminding them they're hiding dark elves inside their own city. She snaps at Fuda and tells him he's got to know by now Stenzen, the dark elves' capital, got wiped out, and those unmatched beauties are now down on their knees, begging for help in their ruined city. Masaru spots his opening the second it shows up, then he fires off to Fuda, like, I'm your comrade, I'm a warrior, I'm a man, and it's my job to help you. Still, that got him played so brutally, didn't it? Fuda, still the easygoing guy, snaps to attention the moment he hears it. Then he straight up agrees to tell Masaru not to change his mind. With that, they launched toward the brand new land, Venturelia. The trio bolts for the exit, and Masaru shoots a quick look over his shoulder with a satisfied grin. Fuda is totally locked in. He proclaims that for the sake of his beautiful fellow countrywomen, nothing, not even hardship, will ever stop his blade. Her parents stand there as they watch from the sidelines, and her dad leans in, asking if she's okay. Then she just gives a small smile and tells him she'll be fine, even if she has to miss him. She breaks down the old saying, send your beloved child out into the world. But that's not what she's really trying to say. She's convinced the truly gifted have to get out there, because if Masaru stays underground, his skills will wither, and it's that raw challenge, that bite of danger, that keeps a heart razor sharp. The old man lets out a chuckle. If it's going down like this, then so be it. And the truth is, he's not worried at all. He's buzzing to see what hits next. 2 days later, they finally burst into Venturelia. The city's booming in a quiet valley, sheltered under the massive roots of an ancient tree. The beast flinches, but the kids blow out the door to greet him, grinning like crazy because their big brother is finally back. The dark elves wave back too, beaming like, thank the stars, you're home safe. But when Masaru nears his house, he freezes, right on the spot. On his balcony, Victinia sits like royalty, calmly serving tea. The kids lock eyes with his unsettling frozen stare, and the room goes cold. His mind spins Isla S here, and she's his teacher, so why in the world is the elf queen tagging along too? Victinia locks eyes with him, a soft smile tugging at her lips, and she straight up asks why he's freaking out, like, doesn't he realize it's obvious? She's made up her mind. She's staying in this city for a while. Master's whole world spins out of sync. An elf queen is here. No, she's not just visiting, she's staying. And that means one thing for him, total life or death chaos. 1 week later, the early morning sun blasted the sky and stretched razor-long shadows across the temple in Venturelia. Deep inside, May charged into Masaru's room, tearing through the mess with laser focus, hunting for build materials, but every single thing she grabbed felt off, like it didn't belong, until her eyes caught something else, and recognition hit her face like a spark. That wasn't even what she came for. Ryoryu snaps her name out loud and finds her curled up on the floor, buried in books. She chews May out for barging into Masaru's room like that, but May shrugs it off and says, I stayed the night at the temple, that's all. Ryoru straight up admits she can't say no if Masaru asks her to come, but that's not the real issue. She's meant to be scolding her. May, though, doesn't even flinch. Her eyes stay locked on whatever she's just discovered. Ryoryu grips the book and reveals it's called Advanced Shipbuilding Techniques ***, a rare gem Masaru smuggled from his homeland, and the craziest part, he translated it himself. Shipbuilding has May's curiosity running wild. She can't stop wondering if it's all leading up to the boat race at the festival ceremony. She rushes to Ryoryu for answers, even promising to bring her sheep's milk from the hot springs later. Ryoryu agrees on the spot, but May's already halfway mentally sprinting towards something else. Her gaze slides across Masaru's workbench, every tool perfectly laid out, until her attention snaps to something unexpected, a tiny ornate object, a ring. That outfit is gorgeous and way too fancy for Masaru to wear himself. The moment they see it, their minds start racing. Is he about to pass it to someone else? That weird, one-of-a-kind design feels familiar, like someone's seen it before. Ryoryu shrugs off the whole ceremony idea. This design is too wild and intricate for mass production, and May insists it's a tribute meant for a god. Then Masaru starts muttering about what offerings to bring, and with a triumphant snap, May declares there's only one choice. Mei's decided she's going to become a god and rake in offerings from her big bro, and Reiyuru can't even process it as she blurts that gods are supposed to be dignified. But Mei just grins and tells her, "You're my friend, so cheer for me, don't shut me down." The door blasts open and an enraged Masaru barges in, roaring that he wants to know where the Victinias is. Then he claims they sneaked into cold storage last night and swiped the prepped crab meant for the hot pot. Mei and Reiyuri go completely still, caught red-handed. Masaru throws his hands up, furious they couldn't even hold it together for a few seconds. Mei tries to spin it like her hunger was brief brilliance, but Masaru shuts that down fast. He'll keep challenging them again and again until they get it. Reiyuri, though, grins and insists the wild, lively vibe is exactly what they need. She can't help but grin. Man, it feels amazing when everything's buzzing with energy. Ryuru tells him this energy is pure forward momentum, like the story itself is growing, unfolding, and pushing ahead, and even she can feel it. This is life, this is progress, and it's all good. And right now, more than ever, this city is roaring with energy. Blacksmiths are hammering sparks, merchants are grabbing quick breaks, and construction is blasting forward everywhere you look. Every street in Venturalia is buzzing with life, pulsing with pure energy. Farmers, adventurers, everyone pitching in, driving the city's breakneck growth forward. Masaru stands at the west gate, grinning like he owns the place. Everything feels electric, the whole crowd's hyped, and he's absolutely loving the vibe. But the smile crumbles when one of his men reminds him they've got tour to run, and Masaru mumbles an apology, like his heart is already someplace else. A full week has passed since they crawled back up from the underground city, and now Venturalia is marching toward its nation-founding ceremony, dignitaries flooding in from every corner of the continent, while giving Masaru one job above all: show them around. He's buried in work, way too buried, but the city's heartbeat keeps pushing him forward, and still, there's one thing he can't figure out no matter how hard he tries. The carriage rattles past, and the whole crowd explodes into cheers for Victinias. She's perched there, waving like she owns the world, soaking up every drop of that adoration. She looks exactly like the leader they've all been waiting for, a living symbol of their brand new home. Masaru just stares, brow furrowed with pure unease, because that crab thief ripped the people's hearts away, and even now it gnaws at him, while Victinius has them completely locked under her spell. She pops in to greet the visitors on purpose, watching their reactions like it's the best part of the whole show. The dignitaries roll in, nobles rubbing shoulders with merchants, eyes sharp, smiles thin, all of them skeptical. They've heard the wild rumors about superhumans, but now they have to see this place with their own eyes. First stop, public baths, and the sheer size of the place slams them speechless, like some entire foreign world tucked right inside the city. This is the jaw-dropping rise of Venturalia. Next up, Guest Manor. Its architecture is so refined and elegant, it looks nothing like anything they've ever seen across the continent. One of them ends up utterly stunned by the toilet. It flushes with actual water, like it's magic. He instantly swears he'll haul that technology back to his hometown, but wait, because there's more. Right outside the manor, a bustling shopping street teems with life and noise. Masaru pulls them in, telling them to drop their worries and just enjoy the moment. The dignitaries are left speechless at the giant, roofed shopping arcade. Wait, a glass ceiling above them. How on earth did they pull off a build this massive? One of them blurts out if everything here is made locally, and Masaru shoots back that it all is. Then, even though the big attraction isn't open yet, their attention snaps to this stunning table that's painted like the night sky, turning something simple into pure art. Masaru leans in and explains that the river table is made from special resin, straight from thread taken from magical spiders, all dissolved in the underground city. Spider resin is the hottest trend in Venturalia. Pour the bubbling liquid between wooden planks, sprinkle in ornaments, then blast it with heat until it hardens, and boom, breathtaking custom designs on demand. Then he whips out his masterpiece with a grand flourish, a divine doll of Victinia's, crafted so perfectly it feels made for prayers, and one of the men blurts out, "So how much?" With his heart fully caught, the man blurts out he's in love with the doll, and Masaru leans in close, a wicked sparkle dancing in his eyes. He leans in and whispers that for special customers, they run a secret service, and if you tell him exactly what undergarments you want, he'll personally dress the doll for a cheeky surprise reveal. His companions cut him off on the spot, hard. Masaru showed up for a meeting, not to dive into a business like this. Masaru argues it's just a craftsman's instinct to chase demand, but the guy shuts that down too, swearing this isn't demand at all. Even now, I can't believe how far this has all come. This dignitary is practically bursting to watch this brand new civilization rise from the ground up, and the future of this divine city is going to blow your mind. Suddenly, Masaru's man yells for him to come back. this tour is still going, but Masaru only nods, and the smile drops as Sirius hits his face. From here on out, yeah. As the sun sinks over the outskirts of Venturelia, the roaring city fades into the distance, and Masaru's voice turns cold and grim, because from this point on, that's when the real trouble starts. Victinia sits there and quizzes him, asking if he's really serious about covering up the doll mess. Then he shoots back that he isn't. She stares him down and reminds him that the divine descent was allowed, because something bigger is about to hit. That's right, this whole time they've been whispering their way through the project, forcing it forward until it's finally ready to hit real deployment. And now, the moment he asks, has it finally arrived? He stares out at the massive cannons lined up ahead, arcane railguns, all ready to fire, because they're saving everything for the one their underground trackers finally nailed, the culprit behind the moth incident. But it's not a demon king, both of them know the truth, and it's way worse. When the falling god lands in the air, the sky overhead starts to split, right before their eyes. Time's running out, and the final hour is creeping right up. 2 weeks whip by in a frenzy of non-stop prep, but up in the divine realm, the gods are only just now scrambling to catch up. Hera and Zeus lean over the world, and the mess below is way crazier than they ever expected. Lady Hera looks oddly calm, but Zeus, he's clearly not ready for what's coming. Rage twists his face as the demon king reveals he's a fallen god from another world. Then he vows to grant the gods permission to step in themselves. Hera wastes no time and calls him out. Isn't this reckless? You're the one who always warns the gods to stop messing with the lower world. But Zeus doesn't budge. If the enemy is a god, they'll have to settle it on equal ground, and he wants a real, no excuses response. But Hera digs in and flat out blocks him, refusing to let him touch the Demon King's final outcome. Still, they've got to do their jobs as gods, so tell me, what kind of twisted logic is that? She swivels toward Victinia, a sly spark in her eyes. I can handle this, she says like it's nothing, like an accident, and Victinia immediately understands. Down below, Masaru gets hit with a debrief from Victinia's, and he can't wrap his head around the fact they called a whole meeting over the silkworm incident, while she just shrugs and laughs, insisting Zeus is rock solid, except when it comes to women. Masaru demands the full details, and that's when the gods get cut out of the final battle, so Victinia's can't be the one to take down the Demon King. She confirms it with a heavy heart, and now the truth hits hard. This mess has to be fixed by the people of this world. Her job is pure support. She slides in buffs, mends wounds, and slams down barriers when things get ugly, but she doesn't do much else. She's a divine safety net, and that's her whole legend. Masaru's frustration finally erupts. How are they meant to fight a god-level threat all by themselves? But Victinia only smiles, tells him not to panic, and keeps leveling him up, pouring her divine power into him as her apostle. Then she orders him to check his guild card. His eyes pop, his jaw hits the floor. Those numbers are straight up astronomical. Somehow his job title is now apostle, and his stats are downright inhuman. He shrieks in disbelief. No human body should stretch this far. Victinia's just smirks like, I figured you leveled up after you totally drained your mana in the last fight. She's blown away. His skills have shot through the roof, and his mana is nearly maxed out, all because Lord Zeus set him up with that special reincarnated body. The realization slams into Masaru like lightning. If he's got this much magic and his insane mana recovery, he can basically toss out almost any spell out there. This should be easy until Victinia snaps him out of it and warns him it's not that simple. What if they run into an enemy that drinks magic dry, like the Dark Elves did? He never even thought of that. Plus, they're strapped so badly for manpower that it's getting ridiculous. Right on time, a voice slices through the air. Lancelot. Masaru freezes, shocked he's actually here, but Victinia's confesses she's the one who summoned him. The last piece of the puzzle finally clicks into place. Masaru still remembers the chatter in every corner of town. This world never had an official hero. But if it did, everyone knew that. Against any normal demon king, the only name that mattered was Lancelot. Masaru practically pleads for help, and Lancelot flashes a grin, accepting on the spot like it's destiny, because being tasked by a god has him buzzing, and the promise of a real fight lights him up. Then he proudly declares he's officially one of the top 10 heroes. His eyes burn with pure fanatic fire. This is a direct order from the king himself, and he'll chase the greatest glory with everything he's got. Masaru calls for reinforcements, and Lancelot points at the hardened soldiers beside him, his proud comrades, the only ones who survived the monsters at the defensive line. Then he snaps a warning at Masaru, don't get cocky. Then he bursts the tension with a laugh, teasing that Masaru still protects him, just like his father always used to say, but his face snaps into deadly seriousness. There's no way he's going to make a fool of himself fighting in Masaru's shadow, because this is going to be his first real battlefield as a warrior. A warrior, he says, is someone who swings their sword to shield what matters, yet for him, it's mostly been all about chasing the rush of battle. But this time, it's different. He'll risk his life to shield everyone, and he can't stop thanking Masaru and the gods for giving his sword a real purpose. With the team finally gathered, Victinius slams down the plan. By the end of the month, a rift is going to rip open the sky, and the Demon King will come crashing down, starting with the most advanced cities first. She spreads the whole war plan across the map. Lancelot leads the front lines, Musaru plays the decoy and backs the striker, and the gods unleash their troops straight for the coastal cities to smash into the enemy head-on. Their determination is unbreakable. This world's future is on the line, and they're going to win. They stand shoulder to shoulder, ready to weather the storm that's about to hit. A reincarnated kid who starts out at a home improvement store and turns into the great hero. And with a god in their corner, they feel straight up invincible. Back in Winteria, Lancelot admits it feels downright weird. Masaru, the apostle of a god, keeps calling him by his first name. Masaru's still stuck on titles and formalities, even now, but his brain is sprinting through bigger questions. Lancelot's impossible skills, the real truth behind the Demon King, and none of it adds up. Victinius admits he's worried. Demon beasts are supposed to be born from ugly emotions, so why are they wrecking a whole world that has nothing to do with it? Their source should have been wiped out ages ago, so what's really pulling the strings? She darts back to the divine realm to dig deeper, urging Lancelot to not stir up too much chaos. Then he just scoffs, calling her a crazy berserker as she leaves, and Masaru turns to Lancelot like, "Okay, there's something I've got to ask you." He lays out the plan to plug the defensive line with coastal city warriors, but the headcount is way too small, so he leans in and asks if they can borrow troops from Winteria. Lancelot hesitates. Breaking through Winteria's defenses is a massive gamble, even with those retired adventurers still packing serious skill. Then it hits him, an idea sparks fast. He knows a solid rookie among Tsar's subordinates, straight from the underground district. Right when he's about to finish, chaos suddenly erupts from the front gate. A bunch of smug-looking men shove at the guards, and their leader, sneer glued to his face, struts in like he owns the place, swearing they're the god's own voice here to deliver a sacred judgment. He bursts in and declares, "We're the honored envoys of the mighty kingdom of Stadat." He shoves the guard out of the way and barks, full of contempt, that they're letting them through. Zars stands at the gate, and his subordinate blurts out, "Do you recognize them?" And the moment Zars sees who they are, his face darkens with dread, as if it's the worst place imaginable. He lays it out, this lot's a nation of thugs who have been plundering like clockwork during greatness, rule, but the envoy snaps back, swears they won't strike this time, and pushes for the doors to be opened. Then he yanks his sword free, eyes blazing with wild fury, and screams that divine punishment is coming. His grin turns razor-sharp and predatory. Then, with a smug smirk, he makes it clear that whatever happens after this is none of your business. He surges towards Zars with a brutal lunge, and Zars barely gets the parry up in time. Zars gets swamped, crushed by power that the envoy hides until it's too late, while Masaru screams his name, powerless to stop it. Then boom, a fresh challenger streaks into the clash, snapping the envoy's weapon away with one pinpoint strike. The envoy's blade gets yanked clean out of his hands. Before he even gets the chance to react, a fist smashes into his jaw and launches him flying backward through the air. Masaru could barely breathe. Lancelot, the legendary skilled warrior he'd just been hearing about, was standing right in front of him, and he arrived at exactly the perfect moment. Zars nods and confirms it. Feuda's the one, a brand new recruit pulled straight from the underground. Feuda looms over the fallen envoy, a crate of fruit shoved onto his shoulder. Then he exhales. Grim truth hits him. The surface world is a death trap. He'd barely finished a delivery when he came back to this mess. The Tsar beams with pride, and Masaru just stares in shock. He actually pulled off finding another absolute monster. Lancelot strides up to Feuda, praising his solid build, and Feuda's face burns red as he gets completely flustered. Then Lancelot yanks his face close and studies him like he's a piece of livestock. Then he swings in with a brutal punch. Feuda vanishes with impossible speed, and Masaru's thoughts spin out of control. What on earth is going on, and why is Lancelot swinging at their new ally? Because the envoy wasn't the real danger at all. Lancelot's eyes widened with real shock. Feuda slid into that cramped space like it was nothing. He grins wide, pure respect blazing across his face. He never thought Feuda would sync with his strike that perfectly. It was just a test, he says, and Feuda absolutely smashes it with flying colors. Lancelot's grin is downright unsettling. Then, like he's testing the waters, he smirks. Feuda is pretty interesting, and you realize he's a minion of that dumb Zenoi. Feuda is totally thrown off. He's staring at the guy he calls a muscle-packed sword fossil, and the tension at the gate hasn't vanished at all. It's just twisted into something even more confusing. Masaru slams into the armored brute, blurting out that he's a musclehead and ripping into him with one question: what the hell is he doing? Lancelot scoffs and snaps at Masaru for panicking, claiming he's only testing the kid's usefulness. Then another ally catches it and notices Masaru moves way better than anyone expected. He wiped out an entire squad of level 30 fighters in one go, no sword in sight, and when their surprise attack hit, he crushed it like it meant nothing. Lancelot's eyes burn with a predator's hunger as he needles Masaru, demanding he prove he wasn't holding back. But Masaru's thoughts slam past that petty challenge because he finally clocks the real threat. These intruders aren't just causing trouble, they're aiming at the whole city. Bratis tries to steady the storm, shouting that stopping this situation is the only priority that matters. But she can't shake the question: should they really let these invaders wreak havoc? They've got top-tier fighters, yet they've been dodging a full-on confrontation the whole time. Lancelot grins. Patience is gone. He'll warm up first, then hit the real battle, and when he's done, he'll crush everything like it's nothing. That's the way he'll end this. And just like that, the two of them bolted across the castle ramparts, sprinting full tilt. Masaru glares at Lancelot's brutal logic, crushes it in his head, and yeah, he hates how simple the violence is, but he can't deny the truth. They don't know when the next attack will hit, and for this city's future, they can't afford to wait. Lancelot yanks one of the captured intruders by the collar, coldly realizing they can't pinpoint the base, so he'll pull the truth straight out of him. The man trembles and sweats in pure terror, and Lancelot doesn't flinch. He slams his fist into the stone floor an inch from the man's face. Boom, the ground explodes with shrapnel, then snarls, "Tell me where your base is." The man wails, begging him to stop, and swears he'll spill everything, every secret right now. Lancelot doesn't even flinch. He snarls for the location, cold as steel, and then his hand drifts just enough to make the truth matter. So tell me, what is Lancelot, a hero or a monster? After they shook the truth out of him, Lancelot snaps into action. He's going to storm the place they named and kick up a huge commotion, betting the enemy will panic and call reinforcements from their other bases, because he'll be back in just 3 or 4 days. Then, no warning, Lancelot snatches Masaru and yanks him along like he's on a mission, leaving Masaru wide-eyed, stammering, "What are you doing?" Lancelot only flashes a grin, and in that moment Masaru realizes this is his shot to show his real power. He whips around to Masaru, serious as a blade for the first time, right before a fight. There's nothing better than giving it your all before the first punch even lands. Leave no stone unturned. He doesn't sugarcoat it that Masaru isn't a warrior, but he still hammers home that this matters, every single detail. Masaru shoves him aside, snarling for him to shut up and hand the sword back. Then Lancelot bolts, and Masaru is left alone, drowning in the weight of what he just said. He finally got what Lancelot was trying to say. On the battlefield, death hangs right in your face, so don't you dare leave this world with regrets. He'd beaten death before, at least that's what he told himself, because goblins, monsters, and assassins had always been brushed off by his reincarnation powers, and somehow, he never really died. This time, facing the so-called Demon King, dread claws into him like never before, something cold, unfamiliar, and for the first time, he's truly afraid. Right now, if death snatched him, what would he still have left undone? His thoughts tore straight to the city he's building, and the promises he's sworn to the rabbit folk. And his vow to Princess Victoria's. He clenches his fist hard. Victoria's can wait, because right now he's locked in on what he can do immediately. He stands over the land he's claimed, eyes locked in, and a plan ignites in his mind. First, he'll gather resources, and he knows the whole city can jump in to help. He rockets off the roof, his mission blazing in his eyes. A few days later, right in the loud, bustling streets of Winteria, Ryorio, the young artisan, pushes through the night, racing home. Mei slams into her path and blurts out an apology for the sudden summons. Mei tells Reiyuru that Master Masaru was dying to see her, and Reiyuru just groans, because her master always kicks off some weird plan right before dinner. Mei leads the way to a giant stretch of land reserved at Masaru's request. Reiru's jaw just drops as she stares at a massive, ultra-modern construction site blasting up from the ground. Nothing in this world has ever looked like what she's seeing right now. Mei gestures at a makeshift building and blurts that Masaru's waiting inside, while Ruryu can only gawk, stuck wondering what he's building this time. She tiptoed toward the structure, whispering, "Master," like she was afraid he might vanish. She barges in and spots Masaru at his desk, sunglasses on, posing so intensely it's almost a joke. Then he instantly docks her points for not bowing and not announcing herself. She sputters that he's the weird one, then he slaps on even more points for skipping the small talk first. So what's he cooking now? This isn't just some harmless workshop build. He launches a stiff, official interview and demands her name, her age, and her technical background. With her on-site training finally done, he turns to her and demands her take on what the city feels like right now. She smiles and says this city is perfect, a blueprint meant to crush the slums' problems for good. She lays it all out, those high-level skills, a steady distribution, and jobs for everyone are the real keys to building a place like this. Masaru leans in and asks if she's got any complaints. She shakes her head hard like there's nothing to say. How could there be? She's got food, a home, and a safe place to work. The craftsman treats her like a true equal, and she soaks up everything like a sponge, until boom, she's making real friends too, and every single day feels like pure fun. Masaru leans in, sunglasses flashing, and he instantly knows something's off, because he watched it vanish with his own eyes in that other country. He paints for her and builds a whole workshop near the slums, stacked with every tool she could ever need, right within arm's reach. Her own secret workshop. Those words punch straight into her soul. He's basically talking about that wild, no-holds-barred craving to create, to make whatever she wants the moment inspiration strikes. She finally admits it's true. She's never been able to experiment and use her skills the way she really wants, and that secret itch of frustration is impossible to hide. Her eyes blaze with a real creator's fire, so what if it's intense? That's what it means to love making things. Masaru slams his hand on the desk, and a huge grin bursts across his face. Good. That's why he dragged her here. He's about to hand her a full-on workshop. He whips his arm out and points at the towering structure outside, like he's unveiling the next big thing. This spot is about to explode into a massive logistics terminal, and a whole slice of it is getting claimed as hers. He blasts out the news that a brand new kid manager is being born, and Ryoryu just freezes, staring at the word like his brain can't even catch up. Manager. Masaru's grin stretches wider, and a little madness sparks in his eyes, like he's seconds away from making her wish come true. Ryoryu can only freeze, stunned beyond words, while her whole world tilts off its axis. Ryoryu freezes, her thoughts spinning me a manager. She can't take it in at all, so she snaps at her master, demanding to know what he means. He blurts it out fast, no, not some workshop manager, way bigger than that, and then admits he's never even heard of logistics before, which makes it feel downright unreal that a kid like him would be a manager at all. Masaru points at his big dream, a massive, multi-purpose trade gateway, his busy hub for every import and export, where traded goods land and flow straight to the shopping street. Inside those shipments, you'll find materials and all the everyday things people use every single day. They're going to load up a massive variety of stuff, especially everything you need for everyday life, plus furniture, wagon parts, and DIY tools, and honestly the list goes on and on. Ryoryu's puzzle pieces snap together. Boom, it's Master's old workplace, right down to the last detail, and he grins as he nods, confirming it. He's about to build a full-on home improvement center, right here in this other world. A home center in a fantasy world. What on earth is he about to cook up? The sheer size of it hits you like a wave, absolutely breathtaking. Ridu is absolutely stunned. She's standing in a store like nothing she's ever seen, one that's about to change people's lives for real. His trust makes her glow with happiness, but with her running a place like that, the pressure crashes down on her like a tidal wave. Masaru smashes the silence with a bright grin, then he laughs off the tension and goes, "Nope, I don't trust you." Wait, after that speech, he yanks the rug out from under her, and those words hit like a blade. Then he drops to one knee, saying it's not about trust right now, it's about who she's going to become. He's banking on her talent, swears she can make anything real, and tells her this is her shot to earn that trust for herself. By working at the home center, she'll finally learn how to spot what this town truly needs, and why supply and demand can tip the whole balance like a knife edge. She's going to sharpen her instincts for running people and handling supplies, and once the center's done, it's basically her own personal workshop. Not bad, huh? This isn't just work, it's a brutal trial, a real-life test meant to see if you'll break or rise. Blazing fire sparks in Ryoryu's eyes. This is it, this is the road. If she works here the way he did, she'll sharpen her craft fast and climb right up until she's standing at her master's level. That's right, he grins, snaps his fingers, and the whole room feels his confidence. She's fully in. All right, I'll do it. Hand me the papers and I'll start right now. Watch how I master this, she says, confident as ever. I'm gonna make one hell of a manager. The very next day, Ryoryu strides into the royal palace, chin up, and lays out every detail on the logistics terminal, then announces her own promotion to manager like it's her victory speech. Statet flips through the papers and declares she's officially one of the city's big shots now, while May grumbles that the distance between them is widening. He's blown away. Masaru's building is already nearly done, ready to be used. Then his eyes snag a strange detail in Ryuru's employment papers, and his frown deepens as he hands the document to Adelina. Adelina's eyes tear across the page, then her face snaps into shock as she blurts out, Ryu, what is this? She bursts out that Masaru tricked you, then Ryuru's world suddenly stops spinning. Tricked? Wait, what do you mean? Adelina snaps, demanding to know if Ryu actually read the document she signed so eagerly, and Ryu finally admits she only skimmed it. Adelina finally rips the mask off and lays it bare. This contract isn't just about running the store. It drags her into random duties and makes her help manage the whole trade center, cutting off all time for her own projects. Panic rips at her throat, and she'll be trapped there for the whole contract. Adelina jabs a finger at one brutal number on the page. 5 years, right. At just 5 years old, he signed her life away, quietly, without her even realizing, seething at Masaru's brutal methods. He steps up and offers to track down some people to help her at the home center, trying to ease the hit before it lands too hard. Adelina jumps in and says she'll go straight to her father, get craftsmen even from the Dark Elves. But Ryu is already spiraling out of control, yelling that she's got to pay for all those people, snapping that her master must be some kind of weirdo for pulling stunts like this, and honestly, that's exactly why he can't ever land a girlfriend. She bursts out of the room, yelling that there's a meeting tonight, and leaves the royals staring in total confusion. Stadet snapped his head side to side, because Masaru really topped himself this time, dragging some poor kid straight into something seriously shady. But when he leans in and reads the report again, there it is, Masaru's handwritten note tucked in the margins. Help Rary, out for me. And then boom, it all finally clicks into place. This wasn't just malice. Masaru's pushiness was his twisted kind of care, shoving her forward until she could survive it, until she had to grow, and Adelina finally clicks. He's not just training her, he's forging his successor. But somehow a chill crawls over him. This feels way too rushed, right? He links it straight to Masaru's fresh report about the Demon King, and it doesn't feel right at all. He still remembers Masaru's creepy good smile as he told them, "Don't worry, I'll take the fight far from the city." Adelina forces a grin and swears that once Sir Lancelot's squad steps in, nothing, absolutely nothing, can go wrong. Still, Stead can't shake that dread crawling up his spine. I can't shake this unease, he admits. Even worse, Masaru, the one who reports everything, went out of his way to tell them not to worry, and that's exactly what chills him to the bone. Yeah, he's right when the calmest guy in the room tells you to stay cool. That's your cue to freak out. Then he snaps into action and says they've gotta get ready, just in case. Adelina presses close, soothing him and warning him that all his worrying changes nothing. Be yourself, she says, pushing him to lead from the front. That's more than enough. And he immediately panics, blushing, then blurts out thanks for the meal just to dodge the awkward moment. Stetet snaps his attention to war, ready to talk battlefield changes with Sir Lancelot. But Lancelot is already gone. He fled town claiming he smashed that thing, and it screams the same reckless streak Masaru has. They figure he's gotta be tearing toward the biggest spot in town by now. Stetet gives a grim little smile, because knowing him, he's probably already wiped out whatever threat was lurking there. The story snaps to a barren, rocky wasteland, rubble everywhere, and a lone figure stands among the ruins, demanding to know what kind of monster would drive someone to this. A violent memory jolts him. He gets slammed through a building, and for once, he has zero power to stop it. That hit lands like a wrecking ball. He groans through the pain, no doubt about it. We're back in the present, standing in the rubble of that ruined static base, right in the biggest region. Lancelot takes one look and snaps, calling the whole thing a total letdown. He looms over the wreckage of his men's broken bodies. You agree too, don't you, Feuda? He lines in and demands an answer from his subordinate. Feuda drops to his knees, shaking uncontrollably and stammers, "No way, I'm at my limit, can you feel it? That thing's a monster." Zaji just scoffs at the wreckage, doesn't flinch at all, because once it's done, it's done. Feuda can barely even process what he's seeing. He never imagined Zaji was on Commander Lancelot's level, let alone wrecking an entire base by himself, and that final blow came from some mysterious skill he'd never seen before. One brutal, jaw-dropping strike that cut straight through the cage and screamed, freedom. With one sway, the entire entrance got obliterated, and Feuda Stairs just stood there, completely dumbfounded, because he'd never seen power this massive in his life. Zaji snaps his tongue with irritation, saying it's no shock Zaji-sama couldn't land a win, because he underestimated how many there were, and he missed one right in front of him. Then he smirks and makes it clear. He's not talking about the enemy at all, he's talking about food, and that's the real power. Feuda's only level 40, going up against a high-ranking warrior is basically suicide. After Zaji wiped out the two officers, he charged straight for Fuda with that mediator skill, so what the heck is it, and how does Masaru pull it off? Lancelot fights his way back onto his feet, one hand gripping a subordinate for dear life, and he glares at Fuda like pure hatred could split the air. He snarls the second he hears the name, because Fuda isn't just any guy, he's the Lancelot with the giant sword, and he's even stronger than the rumors promised. Zaji grins like he's in on a secret, but Fuda's jaw drops. After all that, how is someone still standing? Lancelot is practically shaking with rage. He heard Commander Lancelot was already around level 60 half a year ago, and that first strike that reshaped his sword has to be a real skill. If only he knew what move type Lancelot was packing, he'd go after Fuda first. But Sasagi just grins, tells Fuda his spirit is exactly what he loves in an enemy, then bam. Come on, Lancelot-sama, finish him for us. Fuda's blood turns to ice. Zaji snaps his head toward him, a sadistic grin twisting his face. You're the one who's going to fight him. Zaji shoves himself back, ready to witness the chaos, because in his eyes, this survivor isn't just talking. He even thinks Lancelot might have clawed his way up to level 70. Come on, he says with a grin. Show me what you can do against him, Fuda. Lancelot doesn't pause for a second. His eyes flash with a wild, crackling fury as he fires off a special move, barking at the little fry to back off. He slams down the Tiger Fang Crusher and unleashes pure chaos. A storm of razor-sharp slashes blasts straight at Fuda. Fuda raises his blade, bracing for a strike he's sure will break him in an instant. That punch tears through the air, and a shockwave rips across the whole battlefield. Zaji just stares, half lost in it, then mutters that it's all too much for him after all. But then the impossible happens. Fuda digs in and holds his ground, snapping back against every single one of Lancelot's furious strikes. Sparks burst as their blades slam together, turning the air into a wild storm of steel. Lancelot's head is spinning. There's no way this weakling should have survived his first strike, so how the heck is he trading blows with him now? Then it hits him, horror crashing in as he realizes he's the one falling behind. Teeth clenched, Fuda snaps, I can't do this anymore, and surges forward. Gotcha. Just as Fuda's blade is about to land its hit, a third sword rockets in. Sasagi steps right into the clash, grinning like it's nothing, and effortlessly slams it away. Lancelot reels in shock. His claws never even reached him. Zaji bursts into laughter, telling Fuda he's the most fun he's had since Masaru. He knew Fuda could weaponize sword speed into movement, but he didn't see the twist coming. Fuda could boost his own speed too. And now he's thinking, if your opponent is faster, you don't scramble, you block and deflect until your pace matches theirs. Lancelot's baffled. He blurts that Underwellers pack serious magic power, so what about the strain pounding Fuda's body? But Zyuzaji just talks right past him and turns to Fuda like Lancelot isn't even there. With a sharp flick of his wrist, he whips the Fuda backward like a bullet. Zaji stands there by himself, and raw power rolls off him in fierce, pulsing waves. Lancelot is gasping, utterly wrecked. He can only puppeteer the mediator for about 5 minutes, and he has to decide what to slash away, but his defense, his special attack that coats him in a protective field, still isn't ready, and he has to perfect it before he goes up against the Demon King. Fuda just stands there, frozen in awe, because seriously, this guy is unreal. Zaji stands tall like a real hero of the great nation. All right, he shouts. Let's smash through this cleanup fast and get back to training Fuda. Fuda's totally lost. Wait, what? Since when did they decide that? Zaji only grins like it's obvious, and Fuda's just standing there thinking, I literally just said that, right? And somehow it sounds like Fuda's coming with him. Zaji tells them, train together and you'll both level up faster. Just know I've got endurance issues I've got to grind through first. Fuda glances aside and asks if Masaru's going through this intense training too, but Zaji just shakes his head, because this is the kind of enemy that demands you throw hands for real, no shortcuts, and if Fuda has any regrets, he better bury them fast. Lose to the Demon King, and all that womanizer talk goes straight out the window. Zaji bluntly tells Masaru that his training is a headlong sprint against the clock. He's coaching the town's craftsmen and juggling his own production grind at the same time, and Zaji can say one thing for sure. Masaru isn't just different, he's straight up an out-of-the-box kind of guy. Meanwhile, at the home center construction site, Masaru is losing his mind, and I'm regretting every second. His new employees are staring at him like, tell us, master, what's the move? Come on, hurry up. So you're gonna sign that employment contract, right now, okay. The girls swarm him, and you're telling me this is Victimius's plan. He played Rayoreu for a fool, now Karma's marching back to slam him for it, like divine punishment. He's on his knees begging for mercy, swearing he'll fix anything so the home center finally runs, because they promised him help, and they want Ruryu as manager. Now the whole town is talking, and he's got nobody in his corner, because how dare he insult a goddess? She's ready to unleash rumors and beat him into pulp, and to make it worse, he's the former home center guy anyway. The thought of clocking back in at the home center again sends a jolt through me. It drags him back to that countryside nightmare, the brutal grind of the black company. He snaps that this isn't a store, it's just a manager flexing his power, but his protest gets ignored because she's too busy training, and honestly, does she even get what's happening? Ryoryu pops up with those wide, innocent eyes like, is this the manager? And Masaru's face breaks into tears instantly, sobbing so hard it's straight up terrifying. He's sobbing so hard, he looks completely shattered. With a trembling hand, he signs, Masaru Narumi, got him. Ryoryu throws his arms up, cheering that yet another believer is saved, while the goddess lets out a heavy sigh. Masaru, you really know how to make the worst choices. Even if this is supposed to be a lesson for him, she can't help but feel awful about it. A week later, she leans in and tells him the test opening is about to kick off. The place is nearly done. She leans in and asks, want to see inside, because the stocking's already underway. Inside, everything hits like a wow. Glowing lights spill in from the underground ruins, and she's never, ever seen this many tools packed in one place. She asks if that's everything they need for the day, and he grins, yeah, of course. They've got food, clothes, and a place to stay, plus DIY supplies and all the materials to build whatever comes next. She can't stop asking where it all began, and he finally explains it. Home centers started by tossing together leftover scraps people didn't need, selling them off, and now those same leftovers are morphing into something this entire new world is about to desperately need. But something about it feels off. Why would they push products nobody wants, unless those desperate people truly need them? The goddess stares at him, and that strange look on her face says it all. Nothing in this world is ever truly unnecessary. Even if it's meant for just one person, someone else will still need it, so this store that keeps answering that need gets rebuilt and reborn into something brand new. I'm sure of it. But he forced a gentle smile anyway, like that's just how things had to be. He never in his wildest dreams expected a home center to drop something this profound in his lap, until the goddess clocks him staring. Like, you can see it on her face. She's waiting for him to speak. You want to say something. His heart drops, he snaps his eyes away, totally flustered. Nothing, just a messy little yeah. He turns and walks off, telling her, never mind. She shadows him, totally lost. What's going on, Masaru? Weren't you about to say something like praising me? Huh, why are you suddenly acting so shy? He whips his head around, heat rising in his cheeks, and refuses to meet her eyes. He mutters that it'd be smarter to say it right when he hands over what he's making, since that's exactly what everyone else is doing. Everyone is furiously getting Zajian Fuda ready for the kind of brutal training that breaks spirits. And when Masaru's party gears up for the final battle, she's determined to go in with zero regrets. 1 week later, at the grand opening, Ryoryu steps up in front of the crowd, and her voice cuts through the noise as she beams, welcoming everyone into the store she's been building for ages. Everyone's losing their minds with excitement. This huge construction is finally finished, and the buzz is nonstop. Everyone knows it's the store Masaru works at, run by the one and only Rurui. It's called a home center. Masaru's world uses that name, and once you hear it, you know you're in for something big. Wagons sit in a tight row, engines rumbling, while the crowd floods in, wild curiosity sparking as everyone's ready to ship the goods. Inside, the sheer size of the place hits you like a punch. It's absolutely enormous. The customers are losing their minds, yelling in amazement at the wild mountain of stuff, seeds and flowers from the great nations and brand new treasures they've never even seen before. It's a crushing maze of goods and smoky mystery, monster meat and strange cloth, all buried underground with puddles that are said to cut through grease. Like one wrong turn, and you could vanish in there forever. But for the craftsman, it's pure paradise. Those trendy magic spider silk materials turn into desks, and even doll-making supplies, and it's basically a treasure chest of everything they could want. A worried customer frets over the size of the materials, and her friend fires back that Masaru's brilliant special tools are already there for her to use. Ruru Beams explains that this workshop can slice any material clean down to the millimeter, while Masaru personally steps in to handle every tough request. Somebody else worries about how they'll haul everything home, but Ryoryu's already got that part handled. The home center's own wagon will haul whatever you build or buy straight to your door, and the service is flawless. Tell me, did Masaru just flip this whole world's economy overnight? From way out there, Masaru can't stop himself. He's grinning. Yeah, he shoved today's setup onto the staff, but it's a home run. This store, where you can always grab exactly what you need, is about to steal hearts. He puts it on Rai or on you to deal with it, because this store is something literally everyone needs. Just as he finally gets a breath of peace, customers crash in on him, bombarding him with questions about tools, materials, and everything under the sun. By early evening, he's stumbling into the Winter Rui Temple, utterly wiped out. He's taking it all back, piece by piece, and now panic hits hard. Why the hell is a part-timer like him doing this solo? He can't wait any longer. Everyone needs to learn their jobs, starting now. The queen tells him they'll all be totally fine, and she thanks him for saving them today. Ira nods along like, yeah, now we can finally wrap up the rest of our project. Before him, Tyria's 3 sacred national treasures finally click into place. It's a living tribute to Japanese culture, one sword with a dull blade to stand for peace, a mirror that throws back harmony, and a blessed jewel meant to protect the world, and he finally admits he never could have pulled it off without Ira's help. The queen throws his whole past in his face, from helping raise the town, to teaching magic classes, to processing magic stones so tools can be made. He just laughs it off, bragging that he's a proud member of this town now, and with the treasures secured and the store finally open, satisfaction settles in, no regrets, except one last thing he left behind. Ira smirks and calls him out. She knows all about the secret accessory he's been crafting late at night. Masaru panics and stammers, trying to deny it's some kind of gift for the queen, like that's not exactly what it looks like, because he just dug his own grave. Ira just won't let up. He keeps teasing like he's secretly romance-brained, and honestly, the signs were there long before that hot spring trip ever happened. He shoots back that she's a goddess and he's just human. Our values don't match. That's the whole problem. Long-lived elves and humans never get a happy ending, and he refuses to waste his time on something doomed from the start. But Eris clocks him instantly. She calls out how he moves the second he feels anything, from saving her to even building this town. She leans in close and dares him to do it for once, just be selfish with the queen. Her words slammed into him, and he can still see every moment she's been by his side, her smiles, her strength, all of it burning in his memory. He gets reincarnated as the prize in a bet, because sure, a little selfishness never hurt. With fresh determination, he thanks Era and bolts. He bursts through the doors, yelling for the Victinias, "We've got to talk." She yelps in shock, snapping that he needs to knock first, and when he finally looks in, he spots it, an enormous crab on her plate. He didn't come to badger her dinner, but damn, seeing her shovel it down after he skipped lunch to prep the kitchen. That hits harder than the crab. All that romantic heat drains out of him, fast, so what the heck was he even chasing with this useless goddess in the first place? She snaps, telling him to thank her, because it's all thanks to her. He lets out a heavy sigh and begs her to pass the dipping sauce, while he casually admits he boiled that crab himself. As they dig in, he can't stop thinking that this cozy distance might be exactly the perfect amount. Later on the balcony, Victinias eyes him and asks what he's really here for, teasing him like, "You always manage to scare me half to death." He dodges the question, swears he had something important to say, but blanks on it the second it matters, then leans in and asks if she's got another guest, remembering she's been skipping meals just to make work happen. She says she's been prepping the whole city and the battlefield for the Demon King's countermeasures, and the second that name hits the air, everything turns dead serious. For Masaru, though, this isn't some grand fate, it's just a job, a request he has to see through. He whips around and fires a question. "So what about the reward? If I ask for something, will you hand it over?" She doesn't even blink. "Anything you want." He's totally thrown off. She confirms it, and now she's staring like, "Why are you freaking out?" When he's the one who brought it up in the first place, her kindness feels almost scary. Victinia reads his hesitation like it's written on the wind. This is that RPG moment where the final boss drops in for a solo quest, and the prize is massive, but the manager has to take the call. She swears she won't back out. She steels herself and asks if he's about to demand the whole world or some crazy deal. Then he snaps back instantly. No. He's got a request that's way simpler. "So tell me, how about we take a trip?" She's frozen in shock. She blurts out that he's never even left the continent. He stammers out an explanation. Yeah, she could probably go on her own someday, but he can't bring himself to say that's the real point. He locks eyes with her, and his voice hits with a kind of certainty she's never heard before. Then he straight up asks to take a trip with her, pointing to the exact place he's dying to go. It's not about liking her or not. It's about knowing that if he ever takes a trip with her, boredom won't even stand a chance. Victinia's goes totally silent, and a shy blush creeps up her cheeks. He knows she gets quiet when nerves hit. This jittery energy fills the air between them. She finally blurts out the truth, all flustered. "You want to travel with a goddess." And he, yeah, that takes real nerve, because the moment he tries to snatch it back, it's already too late. She slams the words back into his mouth. "Don't be ridiculous." And that blush crawling over your face, it lights up mine right back. She shoots out her hand, sparks in her eyes, and declares, "No way we're doing this, absolutely." On the moonlit balcony, they silently share a whole world of understanding, no words needed. She nods calm and ready, then she whispers, "Let's go." Right when Masaru starts saying her name, a deafening roar tears through the air. The sky suddenly looks like it's cracking to pieces, like glass giving way. A gigantic beam of light bursts from the earth, ripping straight through the clouds like it has a target. The sky just tore open, right in front of us, and that magical power signature hit like a punch. There's no way. Across the land, everyone can feel it. The heroes, the king, all staring toward the source, faces carved with dread like it can't be real. Within the blazing light, a monstrous silhouette snaps into shape, a horned beast of overwhelming power, dripping with pure malice. The demon king bursts into reality, and the air turns into pure nightmare. In the divine realm, the gods glare down at the world below, grim as stone, because the demon king is finally on his way. Hera's voice trembles with worry, but Zeus stays stone calm and tells her not to panic, because every move they've made has been marching toward this exact moment, and the fate of that world now lives or dies based on whether the heroes on the ground win or crash. Hera can only nod as Zeus stares down at the shattered sky, a silent prayer burning on his lips. Asterisk, do your best, all of you. At the Anti-Demon King forward base, the air turns heavy with dread, and a commander rushes up to report to Lancelot. Meanwhile, the crack in the sky stays ominously quiet, no movement at all, just that nerve-wracking silence, like the whole world is holding its breath before the scream. Lancelot barks orders for his men to stay locked in with the other units and never stop watching, because every single eye is trained on that scar hanging in the sky. Out of nowhere, Masaru and Victinius burst onto the scene, sprinting in and rushing out apologies for making everyone wait. Lancelot meets them with a grim grin and tells them they're damn lucky. The Demon King's side hasn't shifted yet, but then he leans in and hits them with the truth. They got away with a slick move from the very first moment. He admits his own predictions, said the Demon King would need at least another week or two to smash through the dimensional barrier. Yet here it is, a gaping tear in the sky, quivering like it's about to explode open any second. Victinia's wonders could trigger if someone lent a hand to the Demon King, or if the outside world reached in, so Lancelot's eyes snapped to Masaru, suspicion buzzing in his voice as he asked if Masaru got ahead of himself and mucked with something. But then he shoved the doubt aside fast and said he had a whole new plan. Masaru snaps them off, eyes locked on the sky. Then, with his enhanced vision, he growls that they should look right under the crack, because he can see something they absolutely can't. Following his lead, they spot it, two colossal magic beasts looming under the rift like demonic sentinels, absolutely silent, their snarls cutting through the air even from here. Masaru's breath catches. Wait, are those all asterisk magic beasts? There are way too many. He blurts that he reported them the moment he spotted them, but something about it felt horribly off, so he refuses to strike and waits for Victinius to weigh in. Victinius's face twists into dread. She confirms everything he feared. That once rare magic beast started multiplying the second Masaru showed up here, and it all screams the Demon King's doing. His raging negative energy ripped across dimensions, twisting the creatures of this world into something else, and Masaru's left speechless. He thought they were just followers flocking to their king. He never saw the truth coming. They weren't gathered at all. They were crafted on purpose for this exact moment. Victinia drops her voice low and grim, and you realize there's a real reason they forged all those magic beasts, a razor-specific purpose, and it's about to hit hard. As the beast starts to dissolve before their eyes, their bodies melt too, turning into a hideous, bubbling black sludge that joins together into one writhing mass, climbing upward like a nightmare tower. What is happening to them? Their rampage was never the real mission. When McTinney saw it, her eyes went wide with horror, because she realized their job was to blast this world's coordinates to the other dimension and serve as a living bridge for him to cross. That horrifying truth slams into them like a punch. No allies, no minions, just sacrifices. A pillar of flesh and shadow slams into the crack in the sky. And right from that cursed portal, a figure bursts into the world. Locked in night-black armor, he radiated sheer absolute power like a living storm. He's perched on the wreckage of his own creations, like a king who's finally claimed a throne made out of death. The Demon King is here, right now. On the fortress wall, a soldier shrieks, and his face turns into pure terror, because the Demon King is here, the king of beasts, the destroyer of civilization. Panic explodes. There's no winning this, not a chance. We've got to bolt right now, because the whole army's morale crumbles in the blink of an eye. But Masaru's jaw loosens with pure relief. He stares at the humanoid figure and blurts out that this might actually be doable. Everyone gapes at him, totally stunned, and he's like, "Yeah, I know this is scary." He flashes a grin anyway because that's exactly how it works. Now they can lock in and stick to the plan, and at minimum, they've got a shot to fight back. Lancelot throws his head back and laughs. Fear gets ripped out of him and replaced with battle-hungry confidence. Yeah, all that hype was right after all. He's humanoid. Picking this world to fight them is his first and last mistake, because their anti-human combat tricks will shred him here. Victinia gives a determined nod. Her resolve locks in tight. She can feel his dark, crushing power pressing down on everything, but none of it matters because they're ready for this all the way. Lancelot's voice crashes across the courtyard. All right, everyone, we're starting the assault on the Demon King. Their final mission is simple: protect the heart of their civilization, no matter what it costs. He orders Masaru and his crew to stay locked down at the base while he leads the first charge himself. And Victinia lifts her hand and calls for the god's blessing, praying over the brave warriors marching into danger. A thunderous roar erupts from the soldiers. Fear gets seared out of them, crushed by a desperate, defiant hope. They yank their swords up, determined to carve victory into this world. The base detonates into chaos. Aim those cannons. Final check now. Every unit lock in and hit your marks. In a quiet corner, Victoria scribbles that Masaru's freaking out, way more nervous than he should be, while she's somehow holding it together like a goddess about to crash straight into the apocalypse. He doesn't just brush it off as nerves, he admits it's pure, electric excitement. After this fight ends, he grins wide and drops, "I'm off on a trip with a goddess." Victinius flushes, sputtering that anyone who quotes something like that is basically calling death on himself. But then a tiny hopeful smile flickers across her lips, and she confesses she's excited too, so come on, hurry up and finish this. "You got it," he leans in and swears it with everything he's got. His smile slips away the moment his face turns serious again, and he admits, yeah, he's probably more than half terrified. Then he leans in and asks her to spell out exactly what a demon king is. She leans in and explains it like a curse, when negative energy rings a creature until it's flooded with one brutal urge: destroy everything it ever loved or belonged to. Stack that kind of rage with corrupted mana, and the distortion goes so far that they don't call it a monster anymore, they call it a demon king. Masaru just stood there, staring at the nightmare ahead, because this demon king used to be a god. So what kind of power could shatter that god's soul and twist it into invading another world? Victinia admits that's exactly what gnaws at her too. She tore through the divine realm, but found nothing, because there's zero proof a god has ever been twisted by dark power. That means diplomacy is dead on arrival. She stares down the demon king with ice-cold certainty, because something this terrifying can't be reasoned with. It has to be handled like a natural disaster. For the sake of this world, she's going all in, every ounce of power she's got. Masaru nods, jaw tight and eyes burning with resolve. Their allies roar that they're ready to fight, and just like that, talk is finished. Masaru sinks into a sprinter's stance. All right, we're going and swinging. Lancelot hoists his colossal blade, flashing a savage grin. All right, we're going in. Come on, Ara, Masaru screams, and they launch forward like a rocket. Mika plants her hands against the walls and starts her incantation, weaving mind-bending patterns through the air, unleashing the seal-type barrier formation. Massive rings of light explode from the ground, snapping into a divine energy cage that traps the demon king in place. Masaru screams at Lancelot, begging him to rip him apart. Lancelot's eyes blaze with savage intent as he tightens his grip on the sword, dumping every last bit of power into his opening strike. Victinia thrusts her hands forward, and a raging wave of holy light crashes down. Masaru shoots off a preemptive strike, wild grin plastered across his face, because from the very first second, he's playing for keeps, all or nothing. All right, Lancelot grins, then says the first hit landed exactly as planned. As the grand magic was unleashed, Musaru kicked off his plan. Lancelot shoved his way into the Demon King's attention as a pincer attack, while Victinia's team drove their arrow forward. From where he stands, Masaru can't stop staring right through the magic. Same mana pool and still that power. His mind races. Once this is over, does Victinia's have any pointers for him? For now, though, his eyes are glued to the target. The Demon King's move is coming. How will he answer? A sickening crack rips across the sky, shattering the air in one brutal split. The magical barrier explodes into shards, and the searing energy scatters across a battlefield torn to pieces. Lancelot reels as the ground itself shudders under his feet, like a direct hit just landed, yet that's when he senses it, something's off. Through the choking dust and blazing smoke, the Demon King stands rock steady, unshaken, like that cataclysmic spell was nothing but a harmless little breeze. A slow, predatory grin crawls across Lancelot's face, then his eyes light up with pure thrill. Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to see. Anything less just won't cut it. He hoists his massive blade, points it straight at the silent figure, and snaps, "If you're really the Demon King, then show me everything you've got." The Demon King stands completely still, like a living void carved into the shape of a man. Lancelot doesn't even wait. He rockets forward with a crushing strike that hammers the ground into dust. He unleashes a full storm of steel, and every slash hits like a thunderclap of pure, brutal power. But the Demon King parries every single strike like it's nothing, impossible, effortless, and Lancelot can feel the brutal friction against his blade. It's not slicing through at all, it's just dragging him to a crawl. They're a blur of violence, just a spinning storm of destruction, ripping the canyon apart. Lancelot's frustration explodes. He roars and switches plans on the spot. "I'm going to snap it clean off first, then I'll arm it." His sword grinds to a complete stop. The Demon King caught Lancelot's full-powered swing with one gauntleted hand. Boom. Lancelot's mind spins out of control. So wait, is this thing even stronger than Masaru? A warped, hollow voice booms from behind the helmet. "Masaru Winteria." A blast of raw energy explodes from the Demon King, and Lancelot gets hurled backward like a cannon shot. From the fortress walls, Teria watches in pure horror as the creature moves with no thoughts, no will, just one relentless goal, and she can't stop herself from asking, is this what that evil power does to everything it touches? The Demon King lifts its own blade, a twisted dark reflection of Lancelot's, and the thing sneers through a chilling imitation. "Now I can finally go all out." Lancelot's eyes narrowed as his patience finally disappeared. A blinding blast tears out of his body, so brutal it wipes the whole battlefield clean. Tyria slams her hands over her eyes as she finally gets it, and the moment the truth hits, he goes all in. A nearby soldier loses it at the overwhelming pressure. Then Tyria snaps the truth into place. Lancelot has been throttling his mediator skill this whole time, and once it finally kicks in, it turbocharges his special attacks to something straight-up ridiculous. And from the blinding light, the Demon King's voice cuts back in cold, razor-sharp, like he's dissecting everything. "That ability has already blown past the limits I built for it. Wait, hold up, he just said I designed it." Lancelot brushes off the impossible claim, rage blazing through him, then his next strike comes flying. He lunges for the Demon King and swings, detonating a pillar of pure, unstoppable destruction. The beam crashes down and swallows the Demon King whole, no doubt, a perfect hit. The creature's helmet splinters under the pressure, and Lancelot catches it, then grim satisfaction twists across his face. Then the helmet finally caves in and shatters, pulling back the nightmare underneath. Not a face, but a writhing storm of countless eyes and one mouth that screams nonstop. The whole sight seizes up and freezes everyone mid-step. Then Tyria, Lancelot, and Masaru stand there paralyzed, hit so hard by the sheer wrongness of what they're seeing that they can't move. The monster's voice turns into a sickening chorus of pained whispers, and it keeps chanting their names: Masaru, Win, Tyria. It clutches its own arm like pure agony, flesh bubbling, twisting, and tearing apart. A deformed hand lunges forward, its fingers twisting as it gurgles out one nightmare word: Lancelot. It lets out a razor-sharp shriek, then a brutal wave of psychic terror tears through the canyon like lightning. Lancelot plants his feet and shrugs off the attack like it's nothing, yet when he tells Masaru it's fine, his grim face gives him away. Masaru's mind is sprinting, scrambling to make sense of the horror in front of him, a god twisted into a monster, and cold dread sinks into his stomach like ice. They've got to end this, and they've got to do it right now. Lancelot nods, yeah, he agrees, and we surge in exactly like we planned. He roars, Mosero, don't fall behind, keep up with me. They rush in, and the creature's maw swings open. Dark energy bolts erupt in a brutal volley. Lancelot snaps every blast aside while Masaru darts through the chaos, his eyes locked on something beyond the fight. They hammer the opening, unleashing a perfectly timed dance of death. The redirected energy detonates in a flash, blasting harmlessly into the canyon walls. Lancelot charges in, sword lifted high, ready to end this. The Demon King's arm rips off its body, then bursts into writhing black tendrils, each one ending in a snapping jaw. The tendrils totally ignore Lancelot, streaking right past him and snapping straight toward Masaru's position in the back. They crash into the ground at Masaru's feet, and a brutal explosion rips the air apart. You fool, Lancelot sneers as he spots the opening, and while you're staring at the enemy right in front of you, you look away and leave your chance wide open. But when the Demon King whips around, Lancelot is already gone. From a brand new angle, Masaru flashes a thumbs up and grins, good job, straight into his communicator now. Now the camera yanks back, and Masaru's gripping the controls of this gigantic cannon. He roars the order, aim it, because we're already in range of that magic railgun. He snaps that building the thing gave him a full-blown headache. But yeah, as a total nerd, he cracked the science like it was a cheat code, then rebuilt the railgun, swapping electricity for magic circuits and bolting a speed boost charm onto the muzzle to blast supersonic rounds. A wild grin erupts across his face, science and magic fused into pure chaos. Now fly, Demon King. A screaming volley rips through the sky, blasting brutal trenches into the earth as it barrels forward. The Demon King snaps its countless eyes wide as it finally spots the attack racing straight toward it. The shell slammed into its body with a brutal, bone-jarring impact. Masaru yells, pumps his fist, and shouts direct hit, like he just pulled off the impossible. But he lays it out. Those custom shells are basically mana grenades, made to detonate the second they kiss a strong mana source. And now that the Demon King is pinned down, it's time to pull the trigger and end this. Lancelot, this is your execution, and you're doing it. Right out of thin air, Lancelot drops above the stunned monster and swings his glowing blade for the final hit. Get clear, Masaru. The whole world seems to pause, like it's holding its breath. But when Lancelot swings his sword down, it slices through empty air, because the Demon King has already vanished, and all that's left are those twisted severed tendrils. Masaru's expression crumpled in disbelief, so close, he spun aside and just barely dodged it. No way, they've got him. Our one perfect chance is slipping out of reach. Up in the sky, a triumphant, cackling laugh booms. Then Malice unleashed, a brand new voice roars out its proclamation. One of the Demon King's generals hovers above the battlefield, and we've torn straight through the front lines. Then he roars down at the terrified heroes. By our master's command, we start the annihilation of Wenteria. The monster is nothing but a decoy, pure bait. Lancelot's eyes lock in, realization crashing down, and he realizes they've been played. He mutters a curse under his breath and snaps. No way, this maniac is not storming into the city. Then he grabs Masaru and shouts, get on now. Masaru is totally lost, and Lancelot yanks him onto a flying slash to chase the target down. Then Masaru snaps back, calling Lancelot a muscle-headed idiot just for even thinking that would work. Lancelot just smirks. This is payback for that arrow stunt earlier. No time for words. Masaru doesn't even get a second to think before Lancelot roars. And just like that, Masaru gets blasted through the air like a human cannonball, screaming his lungs out as he rockets straight toward the fake. He despises every second of this, he truly does, but he can't deny it's working. He clamps his teeth, already imagining forgiving Lancelot later after one brutal punch. Yeah, he's got him. The fake snapped into a turn, eyes bulging with pure shock. What? How did you get here this fast? Right before Masaru can make contact, a blinding burst of light explodes straight out of the ground. A massive shimmering barrier erupts from the ground, blocks his way, and knocks him flying, tumbling head over heels as the fake smirks from the other side, while the Demon King shows zero intention of letting them even get the chance to chase. Behind him, the subordinate let out a breath of relief, stunned by just how unstoppable their master really was. But the fake doesn't get to celebrate. First, he has to smash through this ridiculous barrier, and a cold, gleaming rage flashes in his eyes. He's going to smash it to pieces. No mercy, total destruction. He channels his power, and his leg crackles with dark energy. He slams a devastating kick straight into the barrier's surface. What on earth just happened? But the barrier doesn't even twitch, no crack, no shake, nothing. He realizes his final charge was supercharged with the Demon King's magic, and it still bounced off like a joke. Grim, cold truth creeps into his mind. This isn't just a barrier. Even if that meathead Masaru can't see it, he understands. He's got the same knowledge as the Demon King. This is a gods-made trial, an elite magical barrier with just one real escape route, and it's set up to shove the enemy through the front gate, like a scripted test meant to fool a fake foe. He tilts his head up and sees her, the goddess, grinning down at him like she owns the sky. His face twists with pure rage, and honestly, I'm all for it. He snarls and vows he'll smash that crab-obsessed Goofy look right off her face. He flips his hand open and admits it. He's the one who forged the Masaru clone, but no matter what he does, he can't replicate a railgun. But he grins, and under the Demon King's power, he's got something else in mind. Those dark vortexes aren't for storing anything, not even for a second. He flings his arms wide and lets the parade of walking statues finally start. Out of the twisting darkness, an army of stone monsters crawls into view, rhinos, wolves, and bears, all carved from rock and driven by pure, venomous malice. He jabs a finger at the gate, laughing through his mockery. I'll remind the dark elves of their village, and we'll smash into them head-on, just like they've been begging for. This is a full-on death march. The ground shakes as his stone army surges ahead, crashing like an unstoppable wave of total destruction. He bursts into a cackle, laughing like pure joy has taken over his whole soul. All right, gates swing wide, they surge forward, then blam. march them down, smash them to pieces, and crush them all. His wild laughter ricochets across the battlefield as his creations surge into the city and tear through everything. The moment the gates fly open, stone beasts surge in, roaring with one mission: destroy everything. Fake watches gleamed as slaughter loomed, swallowing everything in sight. But that laughter chokes in his throat. Wait, what? Just inside the gate isn't panic-struck civilians, it's a disciplined army. His mind goes totally blank. What the hell is this? The stone army slams into their shield wall, but the charge gets slammed to a dead stop as the phalanx holds like a wall of iron. The goddess shines down from her wall-top throne, declaring an unstoppable defense formation is now in place. She lifts her hand, and golden light smothers her soldiers as she fires off her ultimate support magic, Chant of Glory. She gazes down at him with that soft, pitying smile and goes, "Sweetheart, did you honestly think a couple of walking rocks could overpower my soldiers?" Fake's blood turns icy. Chant of Glory kicks in with a battlefield-wide rally, pushing every allied soldier up to around level 50. And that's just the beginning, because it gets way worse. Lancelot's personal guards are now acting like skirmishers, and they're pushing 60 years old, walking around like they're hero-class legends, so how on earth are his statues supposed to break a line like that? A creepy grin crawls across the Fake's face, and if she wants this game, he's not going to pull his punches. The orders stay the same: march on. He cracks his power open again, and this time the portals spill out something way worse than stone. Demonic dragons and hulking beasts of pure nightmare storm the battlefield, their thunderous roars smashing the clash of steel into silence. In the blink of an eye, the whole fight flips. His fresh monstrosities crash into the front lines, smashing soldiers and siege gear to pieces. The battlefield erupts into breathtaking chaos, pure and unstoppable. The Fake just stares back, his eyes blazing. All right, this is exactly the wild chaos he craves. He leaned in and told the goddess, "Don't hold back, this Fake title isn't just for show, it's a warning." The moment on the walls turns grim, and a heart starts to race. The defenders tilt their heads toward monsters ripped straight from legend, and their hearts hammer with raw animal fear. One soldier whispers that if that dragon breathes fire, they're all getting wiped out. The goddess Victima grins anyway, her voice cutting through the fear with iron certainty, telling her men, "Don't panic, because whatever they see out there, it's nothing more than lifeless chunks of stone." An elf beside her snaps his incantation shut, a glowing magic circle igniting like a brand new star as he blasts an enchantment spell, Radiant Judgment, crashing forward. A wave of pure energy crashes over the archers. Suddenly their weapons blaze with holy power, while the soldier's breath catches in his throat, because this strength is something he's never felt before, a power that could even match Commander Lancelot's might as they raise their bows and unleash arrows of light. The elf commander's voice slices through the awe. He stares them down, says they're holding this ground, and makes it clear everything hinges on them. Then he roars the order: "Prepare to intercept them now." Enchanted arrows streak through the air, striking true and punching clean through the stone giants, blasting them apart in a roaring explosion. The archers snap their aim, unleashing a blazing volley of light that slams into the huge dragon hanging over them. On the ground, a whole phalanx of summoned rhinos slams into the horde like a living battering ram, and the commander snaps that the spell hits hard, but the energy drain is brutal. They'll need to trade units fast. Confidence rockets through the ranks. One soldier even cackles that he feels like Commander Lancelot himself. Sure, they'll steamroll this with 0 casualties. Then another soldier snaps the joke in half, eyes bulging as terror hits, screaming, "Get ready, something's charging in from far away." A blinding bolt of lightning tears across the sky and slams into the wall, only to shatter on a glowing divine barrier that suddenly flares up like it owns the place. The soldiers freeze in shock. Did that thing just save us? And then it hits them. That lightning didn't come from any moving statue. The victim's eyes snap narrow. She recognizes it instantly. The thing that shot the bolt rips off its rocky hide, and oh no, it reveals a brutal new shape. But is it some kind of fake? The chimera, this nightmarish mashup of deer and dragon, looms over the fortress, and now its terrifying power is finally breaking loose. More statues lurch ahead while the chimera blasts a triumphant roar. Victima clamps her teeth shut as she realizes the enemy has stitched together the best parts of its old beasts, then even learned their powers, so her lightning shield completely fails. The commander blurts that his trick caught them off guard, but Victima just smirks and tells him they've got countermeasures ready for known enemies. She lifts her hand, golden light surging into her palm, and with a sharp command, the archers snap into formation like they've done it 100 times. She taunts the beast to its face, sneering that wearing a disguise only turned it into a dead-perfect target. She snaps her hands into a sign, and boom, an enormous magic circle erupts behind her, perfectly copying Belle's Heracles' bow. With a sharp final cry, she commands it to take this. A gigantic arrow made of pure energy rips across the battlefield and smashes the chimera right in the dead center. The blast flings soldiers flying off their feet, while the shockwave hammers the fortress foundations like they're made of glass. The beast gets wiped off the map in a blinding eruption of holy light. The soldiers explode into cheers, stunned they just blasted that monster with one single shot. Then they lift their goddess, their savior, like she's right there in front of them. Victima bursts out laughing, her voice dripping pure arrogance, then tells them, if you're going to copy someone, at least do it right. She's talking about that same joke she once snuck into Lord Zeus's vault to see, and yeah, back then it still got deleted with one hit. Watching her subordinate's sweat drip, she calls her out as blunt, then flashes a smile, because she genuinely thinks her own personality is downright charming. But the joy gets ripped apart by a scream that sounds like pure terror. No way. The goddess glares at the smoking corpse and sparks of anger flare fast. Didn't she warn it to stay back? But her gut twists because the beast's remains don't just sit there. They twitch and throb like something is waking up, and even she can tell this isn't going to end well. The chimera's carcass explodes open, blasting everything apart. A non-stop wave of massive spider-like monsters floods out, smashing through the shield wall as mandibles snap and skittering legs churn like a living tide. Damn it, some of them slipped into the base already. The soldiers scramble, yelling for cover as the spiders tear through their defenses. The one-eyed soldier locks onto the chaos, and a brutal truth hits him mid-stare. Wait, this. Another soldier backs him up. His worst fear is real. These spiders can twist statues like puppets. They're not unbeatable by themselves, but their numbers hit like a tidal wave. The victim's eyes blew wide with terror, because the whole trap hinged on that beast crashing through the gate. It wasn't an attack at all. It was a Trojan horse meant to drag them right inside. Out of nowhere, a deadly projectile rips through the air from the battlements. It drives straight into the spider, holding it down, locking it to the stone. A shadow drops onto the wall and erupts in wild, maniacal laughter. It's the Demon King. He cackles like he's already won, saying this time is an easy sweep, and they're finally breaking into the base for good because one of those. A brutal strike rockets for his neck from behind. He twists away with inhuman speed. Woe so close, he blurted, eyes blazing like a predator who just spotted prey, and if he hadn't scanned Masaru's abilities, he'd be dead by the blade right now. A razor-bright blade whistles through the air right where his head used to be. His attacker takes a fighting stance, just one lone swordsman facing the King of Demons. Then the Demon King's grin flips into a grimace, and you're telling me it's serious. The man doesn't waste a second. He smiles and introduces himself. I'm the Starved Guardian, that's what they call me. He let out a bitter sigh, grumbling that Lancelot had yanked him into training for weeks. Just muscle, muscle, and more muscle, like some cruel, non-stop nightmare, and he was starving for women. So he flat out declares it. I'll cut the Demon King down one strike and this whole battle ends, then he'll stroll back to the elf tea house in peace. The Demon King just stands there, stunned, thinking Masaru's friends are a bunch of total weirdos, but he can't deny it. This guy is terrifying strong, right on Lancelot's level. From her perch, Victima takes in the wreckage. This battlefield is locked in a stalemate, and it's exactly why tossing him into the rear lines was the smart move for now. But she knows this won't last. No matter how hard she fights alongside them, their soldiers won't hold out in a war of attrition against the Demon King's army. If they want to win, they have one shot. Bring the Demon King down and end him for good. A determined, almost wicked grin bursts across her face. The Demon King looms amid his horrifying creations, glaring down the heroes who dare to challenge him. A sharp voice slices through the chaos, yelling, Masaru, go get him, and in his hands, Masaru clenches the chainsaw's roaring engine. The Demon King's arm lashes through the air like a living weapon, flesh and fury in one blur, cracking the ground beneath their feet. His attacks don't let up. Nightmare appendages whip out from his body like living weapons, each strike a guaranteed death aimed straight at Kyusuk and Leo. They scramble through the splintered forest, Cusk's chainsaw ripping the air with a roar, while the Demon King's tendrils shred the trees around them like they're nothing but paper. That monster's grin never dies, just pure sadistic delight, while he watches them scramble, duck, and weave, barely staying ahead of his crushing assault. Killer rage surges as his arm mutates into a giant sharpened slab. He crashes it down so hard it feels like bedrock should split, and Kyusuk only barely escapes by inches. Then the limb collapses and melts away into a swirling black vortex, like a liquid shot fired from nightmare fuel, defying every rule in existence. It rips apart in midair, twisting into two wild, untraceable strikes that lock onto its targets like they're the only thing that matters. Leo roared as he swung his own chainsaw in a desperate wide arc, trying to cut off the bizarre attack before it could land. Kyusuk crashes into yet another blowhead. Metal shrieks as it tears into demonic flesh, and the sound screams through the woods while they drive him back. Kyusuk's strike hits like a hurricane, pure force. His feet bite into the dirt, and he digs in with everything he's got just to stop from getting swept away. He twists just in time, narrowly dodging a razor-sharp tentacle, and his eyes snap to Leo as they desperately try to line up a counterattack that feels totally, hopelessly out of reach. Kyusuk bursts forward, swings his saw straight for the Demon King's torso, and the blade screeches as it grinds uselessly across the creature's armored hide. The Demon King doesn't even blink. He just flicks up an arm and swats the spinning teeth away like they're nothing, with pure contempt. Leo clocked the opening, burst in from the side with a massive greatsword swing, and set up a brutal pincer attack to crush their opponent. He chops the blade down from above with a thunderous overhead cleave, pouring every ounce of strength into that single, crushing strike. But the Demon King just lifts one hand, and the sword freezes mid-swing, helplessly stopped with zero effort. A confident smirk bursts onto Leo's face, pure defiance flashing there, wildly insane, considering everything that's going on. Kyusuk snaps his eyes over, shock sparking across his face. Wait, what is Leo up to? The Demon King's body starts to twist and jerk, and out erupts a sickening crowd of mouths, hands, and screaming faces, boiling under his skin like something alive is fighting to escape. Kyusuk's blood turns to ice, because this isn't even the worst of it, it's only a terrifying taste of what's coming. A brutal shockwave blasts out from the Demon King like a thunderclap. The whole clearing erupts in a violent blast, blasting trees, dirt, and rocks flying everywhere. Kyusuk and Leo get hurled backward by the blast, and Leo slams his fist into the ground, raging that he'd been this close. The Demon King stands frozen in the crater, tendrils of darkness wrapping him like a throne, while Leo clenches his teeth, because he finally sees it. The monster isn't fighting at all. It's toying with them, poking at their anger for its own sick amusement, never once taking them seriously. Leo whips around to Kyusuk, a grim plan snapping into place. If he's underestimating us, then that's our one shot. Kyusuk, though, is trembling, admitting he can't hold on much longer. The pressure is crushing him, right in front of our eyes. Leo admits Kyusuk's attacks barely scratch him, but then he leans in. What about that mediator skill of yours? And boom, he's got a crazy long shot. He yanks a small metal cylinder from his pouch and thrusts it out. Kyusuk just freezes, staring like, what the heck is that? Kyusuk leans in and tells Leo, in a low, urgent voice, exactly what he needs him to do with it. Leo studies the object, his face twisted between total confusion and sharp, unshakable doubt. He can't even wrap his head around it. This tiny little thing is the key to winning. Kyusuk swears he cracked it when he tinkered with the saw, then shouts at Leo to hand the next move to him. But first, Leo has to smash in one solid, heavy hit. Kyusuk's eyes blaze with pure desperation. I'm counting on you, he pleads, throwing every last ounce of faith into this final do-or-die shot. Across the clearing, the Demon King just sits there, bored out of his mind, while Kyusuk's thoughts are on fire. Get me close, no matter what it takes. Can this absolutely insane plan really pull off? The Demon King's general rips out his plan, create the opening, and if that's the goal, he swears he'll pour every last drop of strength into it. Lancelot and Masaru tense up. No way can they let the Demon King get any stronger. This has to be the end of the fight, right now, before it's too late. Lancelot explodes forward, his sword flashing a silver streak as it slams the general in the dark forest, sparks bursting everywhere. The impact slams through the clearing, then the general snarls through clenched teeth, utterly stunned. He snapped out of my strike like it was nothing. This isn't some dumb brute, no. Lancelot surges forward and turns the fight up to max, gliding through his moves with smooth, lethal precision. The general gets shoved back with a snarl, smacking his tongue in irritation as he drags up a swarm of shadowy tendrils from the ground to stop him cold. But Lancelot tore through them like a blade through paper, his eyes pinned to his target, and he didn't slow for a second. Without a single warning, the ground under him explodes. An enormous, eyeless monster mouth rips up from the earth, and its teeth gleam like daggers. It slams shut, gulping the dark night whole. Masaru yells his name, and his voice shatters with pure terror, Lancelot. The creature slips straight back into the ground like it was never there, and all that's left is dead silence and the soft rustle of leaves. Masaru is frozen in place, his mind spinning from the brutal shock of losing everything. But there's zero time to mourn. More monstrous mouths start crawling up around him, their shadowy shapes twisting through the air. They surge in, teeth bared, tongues thrashing like a living trap. Wait, what is even happening? With one savage lunge, it finally closes the distance. then it suddenly erupts from the inside before it can even hit him. Lancelot bursts out of the gore, soaked to the bone but completely unscathed, wearing a wild grin like he's almost happy to be there. He drops to the ground, eyes locked on the stunned general, and a low chuckle rattles up from his chest. It didn't click for him until yesterday, then he finally got it. Once he explains it, his mediator skill supercharges everything, and that anti-enemy power spreads through his whole body. His eyes burn with pure, unhinged madness, and now this body feels like the next part of the nightmare. Forget the old title, I'm done being just a warrior, I'm a colossal blade now. He turns into a one-man wrecking ball, fists and feet slamming down like forged steel, each punch exploding with raw, volatile power. The general can't match Lancelot at all. He's stuck parrying in a panic, while Lancelot's non-stop assault shoves him back, step by step. Every block slams a shockwave straight through the general's body, and the pressure hits so hard it feels unbearable. Lancelot is pure unstoppable chaos, an unleashed living weapon that won't be stopped. Masaru locks in on Lancelot and adrenaline slams through him. You're incredible. Once this is over, he vows he'll spar with him anytime, then commits to this one shot with everything he's got. He starts ripping supplies out of storage, but Lancelot's voice slices through the noise. Nope, this won't work. It'll take way too long. Masaru snaps to it. He's been leaving his storage space wide open the whole time, and that's why he can build on instinct now, almost like it happens without him even thinking. A flash of memory hits him, electric pot in hand, turned into a weed cutter, and for one breath, everything clicks with crystal clear certainty. He can't even imagine using his powers to kill, like the railgun is just screaming, destruction, and nothing else, and that feels wrong to his bones. Magic is all about the picture you carry in your head, so what he needs to do is pull out what his tools can truly do. In a flash of inspiration, he erupts into a shout, then rushes to create it and fires a water cannon. A wild, intricate machine rips out of thin air, and its nozzle snaps straight onto the swarming slime horde. Lancelot shoots a skeptical look. Water. Seriously, do you think that'll even do anything? Masaru just smiles because he knows the point isn't to cause harm. It's a heavy-duty riot weapon. He pulls the trigger, and a high-pressure blast of water crashes into the slimes, blasting them through the air like nothing. Not a chance, I'm not letting you slip away. The season opener in Russia, featuring Masaru as the spotlight burns. But Masaru is already in motion, his thoughts snapping into place, instant creation. A brand new weapon snaps into place around his arm, like a portable, high-powered hose firing up for battle. Quickly, you fire up the portable water cannon, then unleash another roaring torrent that soaks the general and blankets the entire area. The battlefield is drenched, the enemy's eyes are spinning, but that was only the warm-up. Next, he yanks out a set of specialized nails, then promises to forge a brand new weapon with them, jamming Lancelot's mediator power straight into every one. A brand new, brutally menacing weapon starts forming in his hands, pure over-the-top chaos, a nail gun. He pushes it to the absolute max, eyes locked in, wide and razor-sharp. This'll end it. He whips his arm up and takes aim at the halo above his head, blazing brighter than ever. He yanks the trigger, and one glowing nail, fueled by stolen power, rockets across the clearing. It lands dead center, and the guy lets out a guttural scream as the anti-enemy energy crashes through his system. Masaru locks eyes on the general and watches that triumphant, crazed grin claw across his face as his body writhes in pure agony. The dark armor explodes into shards, crumbling like scorched paper, and a pale woman lies unconscious inside. Masaru's smile crumples off his face, and pure shock hits him like a punch. Wait, hold up, is that really the former god? He knew she'd been taken, but this. Lancelot freezes in place, and icy dread slams into his chest. This isn't right. The cracked armor shards twitch and slam back together, twisting into a warped, grin-filled monstrosity, and it locks its sickening stare on Masaru as it growls out of a rasping throat. Masaru stuttered back a step, and his heart started slamming against his ribs. The creature's grin stretches bigger and meaner. No escape this time. It knows it too, because you're the very first one. The beast's arm, this grotesque spear of flesh, lifts Masaru high over the ruined ground, and from its master comes a victorious cackle that rattles the whole wasteland. But even as blood gushes from his chest and agony claws at him, Masaru throws his head back and laughs, wild, defiant, and loud enough to tear through the air. He hangs there, skewered and shattered, but his spirit won't break. On the ground, Lancelot's eyes squeeze, shut with rage, as his whole body tightens like a spring. A colossal magic circle detonates behind him, blazing with power that could erase the world. He jabs one sharp, condemning finger straight at the demon. He roars, demanding to know what the hell this thing thinks it's doing to his apostle. A blinding surge of pure energy rips across the sky, and a beam of light locks onto the heart of the darkness like a deadly verdict. From up above, Victinia screams Mizaru's name, her face frozen in pure terror. She drops out of the sky like a blazing falling star, clawing for a way to reach him. The monster that skewered Masaru is gone. Now a brutal, writhing pile of multi-headed flesh has taken its place, and its victory has instantly rotted into ruin. The battlefield is a crater now, strewn with the defeated creatures' chattering, floating mouths, cut loose from their bodies. Relief hit Victoria hard the moment she spotted Masaru standing beside Lancelot's lands. Lancelot snaps his attention away from her at once, eyes locked on the boy as he presses for answers and demands to know what's wrong with him. Masaru grins wide, throws up a thumbs up, and yells that he's totally fine, then Victini dashes out. Lancelot snaps that even a god's meddling has limits, and that she never should have shown up. Masaru brushes off their worry, grinning through the pain. Yeah, he's got a hole in his stomach, but his healing magic is mending him up. He insists he's fine, just wiped out, and he needs to get back in the fight. But the second he puts his foot down, his body simply collapses. His face crumples as he collapses with a strange look. He tried to laugh it off like always, but something is seriously wrong. His body won't budge, not even his mouth. Every muscle just locks up, and he's frozen solid with pure paralysis. Victinia snaps to it. This isn't a normal wound at all. A curse is getting poured straight into the cut, and a torrent of dark energy is blazing out from a reincarnated soul. Lancelot snaps his head up, eyes bulging with pure dread at the horizon. Wait, what are you two talking about? He blurts, voice shaking. What is that? Out on the horizon, a brand new Titan monster crushes the battlefield in its shadow, and around it, an army of demon kings surges into place. They brace themselves, and an unstoppable flood of pure, crushing power surges forward. So an army of them, every single one of them. How in the world is that even possible? Lancelot spits out a look of pure disgust, then surges forward like he's charging at a nightmare. The other warriors burst into motion, hacking through the weaker demons as they swarm in like a tide. But the demon kings are already on their backs. An unstoppable wave of pure destruction surges toward them. Lancelot crashed straight into his target, their attacks slamming together with a deafening clash. Then dread hit him hard when he realized their power matched the very foe they'd just barely beaten. Damn it, he snarls as Victinius rips into a scream, hammering into him that he has to protect Masaru. She yells right back, clenches her hands together, and slams out her ultimate defense, Advanced Barrier Magic, the anti-demon sacred barrier. The first demon king crashes straight into the holy light, and just for a heartbeat, it actually holds. Then cracks tear through its surface like spiderwebs, and the crushing dark energy batters her magic nonstop, shattering her final line of defense. No way, she mutters, panic twisting her face as tears threaten to spill. She refuses to live with this ending, and she swears she'll protect Masaru no matter what. A shadowy black figure rips through the air at a speed, so insane it outruns your eyes. That's a railgun shell, Masaru's world, ripped from its place, forged to bring annihilation. A weapon rips out of nowhere, proof that his insanity is pure genius. Then he blasts it point-blank into the demonic horde. Victinia whips her head around and sees Masaru's eyes open. He's awake, wearing that gentle, half-tired smile like he never fully fell asleep. Seriously, he hisses as he whispers it. That's my line. In his mind, it's twisted that a god would drop dead just to save one human. 3 little lights flare up in his palms as he confesses, and you can almost tell he's been into her the whole time. Suddenly, shining bands of light snap around Victinia and trap her. She gasps, "Wait, why are you tying me up?" He doesn't answer at all. He just slams the railgun platform forward, turning it into a rugged shield against the demonic wave. An idiot, she howls, tears ripping down her cheeks. You can't be serious, Masaru, please no. He rockets off the platform, his parachute snaps open behind him, and with a broken but determined stare, he abandons her to the wind. And she can only stand there, helpless, screaming his name back into the chaos. He drops straight into the chaos, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of demonic spears slam into his body from every single angle. The demon kings surged in, their shadowy bodies swallowing up his final moments. Victinia squeezes out one last desperate cry for the boy she couldn't protect. Promises crumble fast. By the end, a ring sits trapped in its box, a silent dare that swears a future will never come. Victini can only scream his name, his voice snapping with despair as she watches Masaru get skewered and hoisted into the air by the monster he was just battling. Up in the sky, a monstrous face tears open and stretches into a grotesque, triumphant grin, and its roaring laughter crashes across the blood-soaked heavens. Up on the castle walls, the soldiers freeze, staring skyward in pure confusion. What is that black sphere, that writhing snake-like shape, dissolving the world in the clouds? Nia's face froze into pure terror, like her mind couldn't even process it. No way, Masaru-sama. Even the prince goes stiff, staring as the rampaging statues suddenly stop dead cold, and he snaps, demanding answers, screaming, "What the heck is happening?" The god behind everything drifts along like he's in a daydream, a sick grin plastered across his face. Then he announces that it looks like they've just hit one of their goals. He hits the ground chest bare, blood splattered everywhere, towering over what's left of his foe as it fades away. Yeah, we just wiped out a divine servant. Now he's roaring like a man gone feral, eyes blazing with pure ecstatic madness. His companion watches in grim satisfaction, like, yeah, total annihilation is coming fast. A scream slices through the silence. Masaru snaps back to his senses, gasping and crying out as phantom pain claws at him. Wait, what just happened? But then bam, he's standing alone inside a giant, empty white void. He stares at his hands like they're not his anymore, his armor's gone, and he's suddenly in his old earthwork clothes, panicking as the question bursts out, what happened to me? He recognizes the place, and a cold, creeping familiarity slams into him. Yeah, this is the exact spot where he first crossed paths with Victinius. A cold truth hits his gut like a rock. This is the divine realm, and yeah, he really did die. He lets out a long breath, hunting for a sliver of peace in the noise, because honestly it can't all be bad, right? He gave it everything he had, living a long, fulfilling, reincarnated life. He can't stop thinking about the world he left behind, how the craftsmen he trained will keep the work going, and he grins, because that beastfolk town is thriving. In Victinia, she's built different, strong enough to take down the demon king without him. He can only pray that one day she'll forgive him for firing that arrow at her. But the brave mask snaps, and everything inside crumbles. Then the forced acceptance collapses into crushing regret, like it hits him all at once. Tears pour down his face as his voice cracks. He whispers, I'm sorry, to everyone he left behind. A brutal jolt of pain rips through him, and then a sorrow that feels totally crashes in like a wave. He wipes his eyes, totally lost. What's going on? Why does it look like someone else is crying too? A white void shimmers around him, then snaps into a cold, futuristic space, buzzing with holographic screens everywhere. Right in the middle of everything, a girl drops to her knees and sobs like her heart's breaking. She looks just like Victinia's, so tell me, who is she really? The screens around her scream with pure chaos, one planet blazing, a whole civilization crumbling, and a digital counter keeps ticking down the last scrap of humanity as everything races toward zero. He strides through the holographic wreckage, eyes catching the death and ruin playing out on a whole planet's scale. His eyes snap to the main display, what's left of humanity, and those point-blank emergency alerts start flashing right across the screen. It's the moment when everything is wiped out for good, true, final extinction. She slumps, hands over her face, her whole body trembling with grief as she sobs, it's over, and the question tears out of her, why did it have to end like this? She leans in and whispers, everyone just wanted happiness. Then the weight hits, after all that brutal fighting, it still amounted to nothing. Masaru tries to wrap his head around it, this isn't Earth, and it's not Arstia either, so where the hell is he? But the girl is drowning in her own despair, gripping a tiny orb of light like it's her last lifeline, refusing to give up. A brilliant burst of light explodes from her hands, lighting up everything in its path. She rises up, power blasting off her like a storm, and she braces to unleash whatever terrifying force is coming next. She turns toward Masaru, but her gaze pierces past him like it's hunting something deeper, and she tells him, it's fine, nothing here can hurt you. Let's chase happiness again, she whispers with a soft, radiant smile, and we do it together. That smile is a mask, because behind it the air tears open and a swarm of monstrous moths pours out, like a whole legion of hunger and despair. The light in her hands spirals into a brutal vortex of pure darkness, crawling with countless tormented eyes. Her sweet voice turns into a brutal chorus of screams in his skull. Asterisk, this is your fault, curse you, why couldn't you save us? Masaru stumbles back, screaming at it to stop, but the dead's voices rake through his soul, cold, brutal pain, like the gods just dropped the world and walked away. A blinding lightning spear slams down from the sky, shattering the cursed vision into nothing. The whole space lights up in one massive burst of pure, unstoppable energy. Calm, unstoppable voice slices right through the ringing in his head, telling him, clear as day, that he's the only one who can stop Masaru, because the voice just watched him steal a cursed glimpse of memories from when that girl was a god. Touching that curse could have killed him, so the voice rips on because that spear of lightning wasn't lightning at all. It was something far worse, and he leans into Masaru like, welcome back once again to the divine realm. Masaru jolts his head up, and there he is, the battle god lounging on a throne like he owns the sky. With a smug grin, the god leans in and says, "Oh, Masaru, you really thought you'd die." Masaru can only freeze and stare, his thoughts crash and spin like, wait, what's happening right now? Masaru finds himself trapped on an endless staircase, and a voice booms from the throne above. Ah, Masaru, so you really died. What on earth happened to you? At the very top stands a man bursting with raw power, Zeus, the supreme god ruling this divine realm, and Masaru's brain just freezes. Zeus, the Zeus from the myths. The exact same guy, married 3 times, cheating hundreds of times, and stuffing his every craving like it's the only rule that matters. Zeus brushes off Masaru's silent judgment like it's just a warm-up comment, then smirks and insists, surely Masaru has a lot more to say to him than that. He leans in with a razor-sharp glint in his eye and points at you, then he growls, that reincarnated form, I personally set it up for you. And get this, Masaru only got chosen for reincarnation because of his own advice, his recommendation, the push that sent it all into motion. But because of that special design, a chilling leftover piece of the Demon King's mind latched onto him deep in the abyss. The pieces snapped together with sick, perfect clarity, because that woman he glimpsed was his final memory, and behind it all, the Demon King was real. Zeus tells her heartbreaking origin. She was a god who refused to let her world slip away, so she drained every last ounce of life force to rebuild it herself, and that reckless act was pure taboo. But that vessel couldn't hold billions of mortal souls worth of hatred, so it swallowed her whole, cursed her, and ripped her apart until she became the Beast King. So when he heard the wailing, despair crushed an entire planet. Masaru chalks it up to pure horrific luck, until Zeus flashes a chilling smile and shuts him down cold. The words slice through the air, cold and vicious. While you watch, Masaru can barely even think as you plan the disaster. Zeus's grin stretches wider, ice-cold and merciless. I told you, he confesses. I guided her and that former god to Alstacia. Rage detonates inside Masaru's shock. He rockets up the stairs, yelling, don't you dare mess with me. He did what? So this god set the whole tragedy in motion. Masaru went off, roaring, begging, what the hell were you thinking? While that fiend twisted Victini's love for her people and turned it into a weapon. Zeus just lifts one finger, and Masaru freezes in midair, totally paralyzed. In the blink of an eye, a blast of light from below erupts and rockets him tumbling back down the stairs. Just as everything shifted, a woman burst onto the scene, Goddess Hera, and the attack slammed down. She blasts Zeus, calling out his sick habit of poking people just to watch their real feelings spill out. Then she whirls to Masaru, throws him a sincere apology, and admits the god is just wired that way. But Masaru isn't backing down. No way is he letting this slide just because she said so. Hera's face hardens. Enough, Masaru. I told you to stop. She swears Zeus is telling the truth and that he never lied. She insists every single thing we've done was to save Victinia's world. She lays it out in plain, brutal truth. The world is doomed, civilization stalled, stuck in place, and powerless to move forward. Worse yet, the Demon King's curse kept surging outward, and there was no way it wouldn't swallow their entire world. When word spread that a rampaging Demon King was all they had left, it hit like a lifeline, so she ran straight to her husband. Hera was itching to step in herself, but Zeus slammed the door shut and warned her that divine meddling was taboo, so they cooked up a scheme and used the fallen god as a smokescreen. And that whole plan hinged on one name, Masaru. Hera fessed up she'd made a wager with Victinia's on purpose and threw the outcome, so it would look like the queen herself had picked that path. Then they blasted a notice to the other gods, announcing that a reincarnated hero was coming to save the world, and they made sure the old god got the message too. And just like that, the Demon King clocked Alstacia and locked onto Masaru as her #1 target. Masaru's still lost in the civilization part, but it finally clicks. He understands why they hunted him from the very beginning. Zeus explains it all. His reincarnated body was forged to match a god's power, giving him the edge he needs to stand toe-to-toe with the Demon King. That's why his strength looked unreal. Zeus smirks and admits it was a brutal task to keep that much power hidden from the other gods, but his foresight pulled it off. The whole weight of the world slams into Masaru's chest. He had the power, but he couldn't move, couldn't fight, couldn't save her, and that crushing truth hits hardest. It was all his fault. Panic grips his throat. He can barely speak as his voice trembles. I was able to save Victinia's right, she's okay. Zeus flicks his hand, and a dazzling screen blooms in midair. Are you really telling me you believe that? The scene screams pure devastation. Our frontline base is crushed, overrun, and shattered beyond recognition. Black mud surges in like a tidal wave, swallowing the whole fortress. Wait, that can't be real. Masaru can only shriek, while destruction tears through everything, everyone. The wave slams down like a wrecking god, erasing everything from existence in an instant. Back on the battlefield, Lancelot flashes a maniacal grin, caked in grime and sweat. He laughs like it's perfect, saying battle is where he thrives, because every swing makes his skills surge even harder against this nasty black mud. He slashes through yet another enemy, shouting at Fuda, asking if he's missed a single piece. Without wasting a second, Fuda snaps into action. His blade streaks through the air as he chops down the monster at his side. He glides with a fresh, deadly elegance that could get anyone killed. Lancelot leans in and boasts that if it weren't for his training, Fuda would be stuck in that mud, drowning right now. Fuda grinned and admitted his training shot his endurance up 10 times, but his stomach still sank, because he knew he was nowhere near Lancelot, and it still wasn't enough. Regret crashes over Lancelot's face. If only he'd reached this power sooner, Masaru might still be alive. But no time for what-ifs. They're the rear guard now, tearing up seconds for the rest of the troops to race back to Ontario. Up on his high perch, the other hero watches Lancelot go on a full rampage, grinning like a maniac, because yeah, he honestly can't believe Lancelot is tearing through his master's clones like that. He smirks and tells them they've got all the time in the world, no rush. Especially since the capital's barrier is teetering on the edge of a total collapse. A grotesque mass of eyes and slime slams against their glowing shield, laughing in their faces. Sure enough, one of these seconds, it's going to close in from every side and swallow them whole. Inside the capital, a mage screams in pure panic. The core balance of the barrier is cracking apart. Isama, please stay strong. Victinius clenched her teeth and fought to squeeze more magic into that barrier. She mumbled, I know, I have to. But I get why Masaru's just burst right through her focus, and then the tears start pouring down. Tears choke her up, and the sobs break free. His name bursts from her throat in a broken, choking gasp, Masaru. In the divine realm, Masaru is sprawled on his knees, shattered, furious, and broken, and all I can think is, damn it, if I hadn't failed, if I'd only pushed harder. But Zeus just stares down at his despair, ice calm and unsettling. What are you even talking about? He demands. Everything is going exactly as planned. Just look at this level of destruction. How on earth could anyone call it part of the plan? Zeus finally admits he never saw how hard Victinius would panic, but yeah, the bigger scheme still played out exactly how it was supposed to. His playful side drops instantly, and a vicious predator stare takes over. This is where the real showdown finally kicks off. Hera strides forward. This is it, the moment their biggest gamble finally cashes in. Right now, your body's already matured and you've cleared all 11 qualifications. The prophecy has spoken. You're the chosen reincarnated hero. Zeus's thunderous voice cracks the sky. Get ready, because your rebirth is about to begin. Rebirth, what does that even mean? Masaru just gapes, torn between drowning despair and total, mind-blowing confusion as a brand new fate slams down on him. The Demon Lord's general throws his head back and bursts into a wild, manic laugh that screams across the ruins of the gate. Then he flat-out declares it almost praiseworthy, like this job well done is exactly what he wanted. His grin widens into a predatory slash, and then he sneers. This is the moment it all ends. Lancelot and Fuda can only freeze in terror as the protective barrier crumbles into nothing. Then the shield is gone, and Fuda gasps, his voice shaking hard. Dark energy explodes right where the gate used to stand. The general croons with fake pity, you've suffered enough. Then he smiles, now I'll make it easy for you. He towers over his grotesque army, writhing flesh and endless eyes rolling in every direction, and vows they'll get a quick, merciless death. Lancelot's thoughts thunder as he gauges the disaster. Yeah, this is really asterisk bad. Holding the front is one thing, he could probably cling to it alone for a day, but with enemies flooding in from every direction, there's no way he can stop them by himself, so where the hell are the gods? Then it hits him another massive barrier, still blazing over Winteria itself. They rebuilt it, or something even stranger happened, but either way, this is their only shot, one shot that might actually save them. He doesn't hesitate for a second. He shouts at Fuda to fall back and regroup the troops, because he's marching straight to the front line to back them up. He barrels ahead only to step into pure nightmare, while shadowy creatures swarm his men, turning every second into a frantic fight against odds that don't even make sense. The general watches the slaughter like it's entertainment, a cold, cruel smirk curling on his lips, damn it all. A dying soldier gives his master one last goodbye as his life slips away, while the battlefield turns into a graveyard, and all that's left of the once mighty warriors is summer grass. The general's monster gulps down the fallen, and their bodies sink into its black, viscous mass like it's swallowing the life out of them. So this is how it all ends, he thinks, staring out over the chaos as the final soldiers get swallowed. Rage, sorrow, and death. When it's all over, the only thing left is regret. He can't stop wondering if his lord's satisfied, but he already knows the truth. Probably not, because once this world gets swallowed, his master will just pack up and move on to the next. A creature of pure, unstoppable hunger. If his lord couldn't devour, he'd lose his mind. That's why this has to happen. He whips his gaze back to the last few humans, and his face contorts into a sickeningly joyful grin. He swears he'll put them down with a smile, beautiful, glorious, and downright gruesome. He lifts his hand and gathers a terrifying storm of energy, ready to erase them from existence in one strike. Then WHOOM, a colossal projectile roars out of the sky and smashes into the ground right before his monster. The general just freezes on top of his own creation, completely stunned. Tell me, how does he not get it? A cannon shot, he scoffs at the thought. What are these clueless idiots even thinking? It's like throwing water on a roaring blaze. It'll just evaporate and disappear. But the shell slams into contact, and that blast hits like something straight out of a nightmare. Nothing about it is ordinary. The blast hit him like a punch. He couldn't move because it wasn't a bomb. The shell detonated the second it kissed the mud. A direct hit impossible. His eyes bulge with pure disbelief as the order blasts from the city walls. Open all gun ports. The general gets slammed backward by the brutal force of their perfectly coordinated attack. Arcane shells slam out of the sky, pounding the area until it's drenched in brutal explosions. So what insane weapon is this? On the walls, the defenders scramble to reload, one snarling that the whole thing is a busted nightmare, wishing they had Masaru's lightning magic pumping out at full force, while someone else snaps back. Yeah, it wasn't built for rapid fire, unlike Masaru's railgun. A grizzled old man snarls at them to shut it and get moving, then hauls those anti-demon lord explosive shells like it's no big deal, firing back that they're a fighting force, not some helpless walking storage rack. The general jolts, realizing the special rounds Masaru used for his railgun are still tucked away, right in their back pocket. In the city, a young girl screams for everyone to hurry and channel their magic. This plan might not hold. Maybe what they've set up won't be enough. The city thrummed like a war drum. Lady Era Saphira barked orders to the Dark Elves to brace the barrier, while medics rushed to save the wounded, and this was their moment to strike. But the general doesn't even flinch for long. He snarls that it still won't be enough, not even close, and orders every unit to snap into ranks. At the east gate, the king's shield unit of Gratus is standing there, locked and loaded, ready to strike. At the south gate, savage beastmen warriors brace themselves, weapons ready, as battle closes in. At the west gate, Kakuraha, commander of the underground city's warrior unit, throws his crew into formation. And at the north gate, the Winteria allied forces stand shoulder to shoulder, ready to defend. Alliance leaders stare on as their armies gear up for the fight that will decide everything. The reports in now every nation's top unit steps up to lead the assault, and the north gate is lining up straight across from the demon lord himself, and it all starts right there. That's why the king stamps his order. He's handing the command of every single troop to Queen Adelina of Winteria, and you can feel the weight of that impossible burden crushing down on her. Adelina nods and accepts. She knows exactly what this order costs. They barely pulled it off, and the reinforcements finally arrived just in time, but is it really going to be enough? They can't afford to lose, not here, not in this city Masaru built. He passed down everything, every lesson, every strength, every piece of who they are, because it all traces back to him, and her voice cuts through the air with pure conviction. They can't forget the way he never stopped working, and how his genius just kept finding new ways to win. That's why they refuse to quit. They'll swing back and keep fighting all the way to the very end. Her declaration ricochets through the city, an all-in promise to strike back with everything they've got, while the demon lord's general stares on, stunned for a beat before rage hardens into cold fury. The final showdown for Winteria is about to explode, right now. Apelna unveils the new command structure, and with one clean promotion, Zarg's rise detonates through the ranks. By raising the military seal, he supercharges every one of his subordinates, an all-or-nothing gamble he makes at the very last second to flip the tide. But out on the streets, the battle tactics feel like a forgotten dream. The third unit gets shoved forward into a meat grinder, the city's last line of defense. Soldiers roar out their defiance, swearing their lives to guard their home, their families, and every single thing they've built with their own hands. Orders scream to pull back to the gates, scrambling to save the wounded, while the able-bodied lock in, becoming a wall of flesh and steel. Zarg and the prince are smack in the middle of the chaos, yelling at the men to hold the line no matter what, yet Zarg's eyes betray him, terror chewing him up from the inside. No way, this can't be real. His brain refuses to accept what he's seeing. The city's barrier is splitting open, demon mud is gulping the earth alive, and his forces are getting wiped out one after another. This isn't a battle at all, it's an execution. Then the horrifying truth snaps into focus, and it's clear this isn't about crushing them. Zarg lets out a raw, panic scream. He shouts at them to curse and hate each other. Then it hits him. The curse isn't a weapon at all, it's a parasite that feasts on their despair. So this wasn't about brute strength at all, it was a full-on war for the very souls. A blinding flash rips across the battlefield, and a wave of raw power detonates everything in its path, turning it to nothing. Lancelot stands alone, blade flashing as he hacks a canyon straight through the enemy horde. With a single strike, his attack rips the earth wide open, like the ground can't even handle one man's monstrous power. He smirks and a faint glow still leaks from his hand, like a monster wearing a human face. Zarg can only freeze in place, snarling curses under his breath at that bastard, because he just single-handedly tore the mud's whole ring apart. The shockwave crashes into the front lines like a massive, physical punch. The soldiers freeze in shock. Commander Lancelot is alive, and as the dust finally clears, they spot something crawling through the path he cut. Feuda lurches through the gap, battered and bleeding, but still fighting to breathe. Allies immediately swarm him, stunned that Lancelot cut a straight lane straight into the city. Then, even with his injuries, Feuda yanks his weapon back up, ready to dive into the fight again. A sudden nosebleed snaps his focus in half as his friends start heckling him. Yeah, he brushed against her chest by accident, but the shame doesn't break his will. He's determined to protect them all, because backing down would be flat-out rude. From the command post, Zarg glares at the weird spectacle, irritation spiking in his chest. Why are they screaming about nonsense right now, when everything is at stake? Apollina lets out a shaky sigh, staring at the truth like it's hitting her in the chest. Are they really aware they're only moments away from total annihilation? Zarg snarls at the prince, calling him a reckless musclehead and yelling that he needs to evacuate the queen. Then the prince snaps back that Zarg isn't any better. But Apollina slices right through the bickering, because this city is something they all built with their own hands, and she's ready to battle for it clear to the very end. With a sad smile, she adds, if I sprinted right now, Masaru would still be up there cracking up at me from the afterlife. Her words landed like a punch, and with fresh fire in their hearts, they surged right back into the chaos. A thunderous explosion slams into the city's barrier, shaking everything to the core. A woman straightens out of the raging mud below, her whole body forming from the sludge like a nightmare. Then her face twists in pure agony as she shrieks one single word that rattles your bones. But what the hell is she screaming for? A blazing pillar of light crashes down from the heavens, smashing into the far-off water below. The whole world feels like it's trembling. Zarg hears her voice in his head, echoing with a pain that feels endless. All across the city, people hear it, this eerie ghostly wail sound that sends chills straight to the bone. What's that sound? It isn't some monster's roar, it's the raw, undiluted scream of despair. A voice rips through the air, blasting out from the heart of the crushing dark vortex. Zarg's blood turns to ice. Some terrifying piece of the demon lord's consciousness has just awakened. The elven mage panics as cursed mud tightens into one deadly point, because if it fully breaks free, that's it for everyone, they're all done. She can only freeze, eyes wide, with sheer terror crushing her from the inside. Leaning over that high balcony, Era bursts toward her sister, and the moment she locks eyes, she realizes it's that same pulse, that same aura, the one that belongs to the fallen god. Victini stares into the swirling abyss, her face set in pure dread. She can't make sense of it all. Masaru has fallen, so why won't this fight end? And why are they still resisting the curse? She spots them down there, still clawing forward, still refusing to bend, even as everything around them turns more hopeless by the second. Then it hits her. Thousands of hearts line up at once, desperate prayers surging to shield the city they built, crashing straight into the core of a god. It's their raw, unshakable wish to guard their home. No doubts, no fear, just pure protection. Masaru, she says, planted the seeds of creation, the pure joy of building something and seeing it grow, and that kind of love makes you want to guard what you've made with your life. But her world hit a hard stop a long time ago, same fate for the fallen gods, so that's exactly why this is happening. The vortex howls again, taunting the shattered thing inside, one that's forgotten how to make anything at all. Ara blurts, so what happens now? And Victinia whips around to face her, eyes blazing with divine resolve, because this is no moment for tears. With life bursting everywhere, Masaru tore himself away. Now they've gotta step up and protect it all. She stands against the darkness, and power swirls around her, sweeping across this city, this world. She launched her hands forward, like she was pushing fate itself out of the way. A wave of holy light blasts out of her, and a divine spear rockets straight for the abyss's heart. Every fighter on the battlefield snaps their heads up to see the goddess step forward, because I'm the one who's about to make this happen. Their faces light up with pure awe, and hope starts burning bright. The god of Alstasia, I'm Victinia's, then a brand new voice slices through the sky. Well said, and you could see it hit hard in Victinia's eyes as that lone figure floated above the world, effortlessly hanging in the sky. The voice keeps going, almost casually, and tells them they can drop the whole crab-obsessed useless goddess title for now. Zarg's eyes bulge in total disbelief. No way, absolutely no way. In the middle of the swirling apocalypse, he stands in a blazing silhouette, yet somehow, the one person who should be dead is still alive. Masaru drops back onto the rooftop with a quiet thud, escaping the abyss. A blinding beam tears across the sky, and for one heartbeat the whole battlefield goes dead quiet. Everyone snaps their heads up, eyes wide with confusion and hope. A voice slices through the chaos, dripping pure disbelief. No way, he actually came back. Another guy yells, furious, asking what the hell kept him so long. And there he is, Masaru, hanging in the sky like he's claiming it, even while the world burns around him. His eyes stay steady, and a faint, knowing smile curls at the edge of his lips. He looks totally untouched, like he's been reborn from the ashes. Victinia, the Starbearer, can't process what she's seeing, because her stats that used to be limitless are now forced to shrink down and match her apostle, Masaru. Tears spill down her cheeks as she sprints toward him, her voice shaking with pure relief and steaming frustration. Stupid Masaru, if you were gonna save us, you should have shown up sooner, you dummy. He flashes her a calm, relaxed smile and apologizes for being late, like, sorry, I had to deal with Zeus and a bunch of chaos. But hey, this timing is way too perfect, right? His friends are yelling at him to hang back, too dangerous, don't you dare, but their fear gets swallowed by the sheer rush of his joy. Even the toughest warriors crack with relief, because they know this is their final shot. Ira's just happy he made it back safe, and he flashes a confident thumbs up, because yeah, he's got a plan, so trust him and hang in there. Then he strolls right into a twisting black portal like it's nothing. Well, I'm heading out for a bit. He's gone, just like that. Did he really dimension hop past something no human should ever be able to do? Victimias and eras finally clock it. Does this mean the realization that hits them right now is the end of everything? The fake Masaru is spiraling in panic. He can't process what he's seeing. His body's twisted all over like it got thrown around, and his mind screams, what the hell is happening? There's only one explanation. His voice shakes as that chilling truth lands. Masaru, you got reborn as a god, didn't you? Right now, the real Masaru leans straight into his copy's head and confirms it. Old man Zeus calls this ascension, and Masaru's got one big problem. Nobody ever bothered to explain it to him either. The fake's minds crack wide open, so it was all planned from the very start. Masaru's voice booms like destiny itself. Then it all kicks off with the skill lottery, where Hera twists the Victinias into flipping it to an 11-draw gacha. The number 11, start to finish in one brutal symbol, was a prophecy, and you didn't earn the title of God until you mastered skills 1 through 10. His sickly genius reincarnated body was built to forge his soul for world-shaping power, and his old middle-aged form was rebuilt from scratch into a vessel fit for godhood. The fake clamps a hand to his head, so if that's the truth, did the demon lord get played too? Was all of this just a move the gods set up like a game? Masaru's worst fears come true. He spots the truth in the divine realm, and it turns out the demon lord isn't trying to destroy everything. He's trying to save the former god. He's left staring, clueless about what crushed her all the way to the very edge of her ending. But he looked at her like she was just pitiful, and then he went, is that fake? Didn't you feel the same? That's why the former god handed all her power and knowledge to her one true believer, while the fake one is her apostle, just like Masaru is an apostle to Victinias. The fake snaps and starts screaming that none of it matters to him, he just did the obvious move. A monstrous shadow of him looms in the back, and as he rides forward, his real feelings spill out like a flood. When that girl started sobbing, I didn't freeze. I stood up and jumped in for her. Dark energy erupts from his body as he lashes out like a raging storm. Masaru jukes out of the way, admiration flashing in his eyes, those fake scoffs calling him a badass. Like, dude, screw good and evil, what the hell is that even supposed to mean? But hey, Masaru's still saying it. Too many manga and novels have fried your sense of reality. He sidesteps the next strike like it's nothing, and he snaps at his copy. Normal people can't go this far. It's your crazy brain's fault. The crowd can only gape in pure awe like, what's with being a god? And then he shrugs. Work clothes are cool, you know. Those fake sneers. The demon lord's army isn't backing down. It's still got the upper hand. He'll keep Masaru trapped here until the finish, then that useless goddess gets dealt with for real, and it's game over for them. Masaru just stares back, totally unimpressed, like, yeah, sure, while he's watching him pull all this off dressed like that. A wicked grin flickers across his face, and then he leans in like, all right, maybe I'll show you what real persuasion looks like. His gaze goes blank, copy complete. He stole that divine energy, cackling like a madman, and for a copy beast like him, there's no winning or losing, just stealing the next power, even a god's pure force. He flexes his fresh divinity, and it's like he's finally found the weight of a god's body, so he yanks up his status screen to see what he just became. And his stats went through the roof, like something snapped and unleashed a whole new level. He suddenly erupts into hysterical laughter, and he's floating in the air while it all happens. He mocks Masaru, admitting that near 100 jumps across every stat are absolutely wild, but then he sneers, asking how a brand new god could ever keep up with that. Masaru just shrugs like it's nothing, so you want to hit master, then go for it, swing away until you're fully satisfied. That fake smile snaps into something predatory, and yeah, honestly, that disguise was our biggest problem. But Masaru snaps in, cutting him off, because from what I can see, you can't copy my memories or steal my items from the divine realm after my rebirth. Yep, that's why I'm saying it. Masaru barrels forward, a raging vortex tearing open behind him as he plunges his arm in, and he's not holding back for a second. Do whatever you want, seriously, go for it. The fake freezes, total silence, that spear. Because I'm about to do the same, Masaru roars and rips an ornate, crackling weapon straight out of the portal. Right before he came back, Masaru's ascension finished in the divine realm, and Zeus looked him in the eyes like, now you can wield god-level power. But Masaru's so cocky with this divine power, Zeus snaps back fast, warning him he's totally underestimating the fact that his opponents got divine power too, and an insane amount of curse energy. Zeus didn't sugarcoat it, he told him, you're the one we picked because we knew you could pull this off. Then he flings Masaru a weapon, and he blurts, yo, old man Zeus, tell me this ain't that legendary lightning spear. Zeus nods and then the spear ignites, snapping with flash, roaring with lightning, and cracking with thunder. Kurano's the Thunderbolt, hear that name crackle, because power like this doesn't play around. Masaru asks Zeus, since I'm a god now, do I finally get a symbol or a sacred weapon? And Zeus snaps, you're a fool. A sacred weapon, Zeus says, isn't handed out, it's earned through divine deeds, and Masaru hasn't done a thing yet. Masaru smirks, and imagine this, if he keeps hammering the demon lord with it, just like that. Zeus's eyes spark with deadly promise, one strike, and everything turns to dust. Masaru's grin keeps spreading wider, like he just figured it out. Oh, I see. Back on the battlefield, Masaru hoists the legendary spear high in the air, and crackling lightning dances around him. Its raw, earth-shaking power blasts the ground so hard it cracks open. Victonia snaps to it right away, because that's Lord Zeus's sacred weapon. In the divine realm, Zeus is staring, totally stunned. No way this is real. Why is my beloved spear on earth? That fake Masaru is just as lost. Why is the thunder god's spear showing up now? And just like that, in the divine realm, Zeus tightens his grip on his spear. He erupts into laughter. Are you seriously telling me he even tricked a god's watchful eyes? It hits him in a split second. Masaru, right in the middle of their chat, slips the spear into storage and then carves out a flawless replica, a perfect copy. But right now, it's just a magical tool. This sacred weapon only shows its true power when its master commands it. Hera steps forward like it's nothing, so Zeus decides to confront her, slamming her for borderline divine interference, the moment she might just issue the command. She flips the script and plays innocent. You've got it wrong. Then she leans in and says she's only trying to confirm whether that spear is real or just a myth. Zeus's eyes narrow. Wait, so you just let Masaru slip away? From the very beginning, when did you start plotting this? He bursts into a hearty laugh, because the only one who can truly outplay him is you, Hera. All right, he clenches the real Kuronos with all his might. Let's test if that spear is the real deal. Does it unleash its power the way it's supposed to? On the battlefield, Masaru hoists the replica spear, and it erupts in an impossible glow. Right then in the divine realm, Zeus thunders the world's name, Zeus, supreme god, demanding everyone reveal their true worth. So the fake Masaru can only stand there, gaping in terror. Are you serious? This is pure straight-up hacks. Masaru's friends stare in disbelief, hope blazing in their eyes as the light finally surges forward. Release the blazing light that reveals everything right now. The sacred spear of light bursts free, then the whole world starts to glow. He lunged and drove the spear straight ahead. A cataclysmic beam of raw energy detonates from the sky, swallowing everything it touches. The demon lord unleashes his last, desperate strike, and a blinding flash swallows everything whole. A roaring wave of wrecking power tears across the battlefield. Plunging through the chaos, Masaru can only brace himself and taste a bitter curse as it spills from his lips. Is this really it? Are we done here? That scary thought hits, and somehow it feels weirdly calm. He accepts it, and when it's all said and done, he's nothing but a counterfeit, a flash-in-the-pan monster propped up by power that was never really his. But his last thought isn't about himself at all. It's about his lord, and if his sacrifice could buy even one tiny breath of peace, that would be more than enough. The demon lord's power detonates, an ugly storm of flesh and blazing eyes, roaring defiance straight up at the heavens. Light beams tore down like a storm, not just over the battlefield, but across the entire world, one brutal cataclysm racing to wipe every trace of existence clean. Then bam, a screen snaps into view and Masaru's status flips instantly. Title: God of Creation * affiliation. Alstasha ***, and a cold system message that hits like a punch *** Zeus has abandoned him. They ripped away the 11 divine skills that were once given, handed them off to someone else, and smashed his divine skill precision right out of him. Wait, Zeus left him to rot, so where did his precision skill go? Masaru lifts off, floating above the wrecked streets, light orbs swirling in his hands as the world below looks battered but still standing. He lands with a soft thud, and pure relief crashes through him. It's over. A sharp voice slices the silence and yells his name. He snaps his gaze upward, his eyes go wide with shock. It's everyone, every single one alive, charging toward him, waving like crazy, shouting his name at the top of their lungs. He stumbles up, and a huge grin tears across his face as he bolts toward them to meet up. They huddle together as a tiny squad of heroes face a shattered world, and at last, they smash the battle wide open, winning it. But the moment they show their victory smiles, they freeze solid. That town, it's just gone, completely wiped out, no trace left behind. Musaru's heart drops through the floor. He starts rambling, voice razor frantic. It's gotta be that beam from Victinius, he spits, like the barrier finally crumpled. And that useless goddess, the hot springs, the ranch, the Silk Road, all wiped out. Does anyone realize how much work it took? His friends just freeze and stare. What is he even saying? He snaps back to reality like, yeah, he just wiped out the demon lord, and this should have been the moment they cheer, hug, and celebrate. So why are they acting like that? They tell him to put the people first. He snaps back with an instant, you're right, saying he's just relieved everyone's alive, but still. He stares out at the ruins, at a town they built with their own hands, now haunting him like a ghost. He knew this could happen, sure, but watching it crumble feels like someone ripped their memories to pieces with the buildings. But Alstasha rips him out of that despair. This is it, time for DI right. Masara gapes at her, completely knocked off her feet. The kids latch onto the idea instantly, like, we can just build it again right. Everyone steps in, their courage surging. Protecting those people is the mission, and they pull it off. A town can rise again, and this home won't vanish. Allies from Winteria and way beyond step up, their voices swelling into a roaring wave of hope, and Masaru's eyes start to brim with tears. I'll stay with Grin, yanking him out of his spiral. No more gloomy faces. We're picking up exactly where we left off and celebrating, because we didn't just survive, we defeated the demon lord. A real smile finally lights up Masaru's face. Yeah, you're right, he blurts, like it's been waiting to come out. He hurls his fist up to the sky, and his voice booms with pure victory. Demon Lord's subjugation formation is finally complete. We did it, everyone, can you believe it? A thunderous cheer explodes from the soldiers and their allies. As the sun crests the horizon and paints everything in gold, Alstasha reaches out her hand to him. A brand new sunrise, fresh start, no limits. He reaches out and grabs her hand, like the universe finally holds its breath after all that chaos. But just like that, her gentle hold vanished, and icy metal clamped down on his wrist. Masaru snaps his head up in pure shock. Athena, his trusted ally, is gripping the other end of the chain. Alstasha stands there, completely stunned, her hand stuck in midair like time stopped. Soldiers explode out of nowhere and slam into a tight circle around them as Athena rises to make her formal declaration. Turns out the wanted criminal is already captured. He gets yanked forward, and the world starts to blur like it can't keep up. Before he can even blink, he's dropped to his knees in this massive grand hall. Then a voice booms, praising Athena like she just saved the day. What's happening? The next second, someone grabs him. A woman strides up, her voice cutting through the room like steel. Now, we'll announce the verdict for the accused Narumi Masaru. Zeus, behind a smug, triumphant grin, seized the divine relic in a daring theft and then sat himself on the throne. The god bellows roared, and his voice slammed through the whole hall like thunder. The woman lands the last, crushing blow, and for his crimes, they sentence him to 100 years of sealing. The shock hits like a meteor. What was supposed to be a glorious victory celebration turns into a full-blown nightmare, packed with betrayal and cosmic injustice. The brutal 100-year sentence crashes into the grand hall, and the sound wipes Masaru's mind clean, leaving him totally blank. He can only scream in disbelief, his voice cracking as they yank him away from the throne of the gods. "No way, you've got to be kidding me." Athena the guard slams him into a holding area, snarling for him to stay silent and not pull anything stupid. She'll be back the moment those transfer papers get processed. His punishment got slapped on him, and then boom, his transfer hit just like that. He pleads as she strides away, his voice cracking with desperation, because this isn't right, they didn't even give him a chance to tell his side. The heavy doors slam shut, and he crumples to the floor, drained to the bone. After everything it took to beat the demon lord, this is how the story cuts off. They slam him into a cell, and the cold bars hit him like a punch. This is his new reality. They find him guilty of stealing the sacred artifact, and Karanos can't stop himself from trying to talk his way out of it, muttering that he only borrowed it. It was an emergency, he insists, eyes wild, like he truly had no choice. But that self-pity snaps into panic. He left everyone in Winteria behind in the dust. Then the real questions hit hard. What happened after the fight, and what about all the people who didn't make it? He starts picturing Victinius telling him, it's all fine, that this divine insurance will pay for the damage and bring the victims back. Then, right in his chest, a spark of hope suddenly flares. But it's all just fantasy. He crumples against the wall, cursing like it's his fault. "I should have never been so stingy and grabbed that cheap plan," he snaps, then rips into his own goddess as a useless DIY brain. Just then a familiar voice slices through his despair. Why is Victinius here of all places? She's stuck outside his cell, just as lost as he is, and she tells him she was yanked to court right after he got dragged away. She's under arrest too, stuck there and waiting for her own punishment, and with a grim breath she says, "It's over." The worst part, the only person who could have helped is locked up right beside her. Masaru leans in and stares through the bars, eyes sharp, thoughts sprinting. He tells her that beating the demon lord cracked something open in him, and now he knows he's got even more to finish. Victinius whips around and fires a bizarre question at him. What even is human happiness? Then she leans in and warns that when bad feelings swell too big, they can shatter whole worlds. Her answer is shockingly simple. Work hard, eat well, sleep well, and that's the whole foundation of the perfect life, she swears. Masaru is stunned. He always figured it'd be way more complicated, but he can't deny she's right. At the heart of everything is one simple truth: living. He starts mapping it all in his head. Everything clicks together. Daily life, his work, even the quality of life. Fix those pieces, and that's the real path to happiness. Up to this point, his DIY skills were only upgrading his own little world. But now it all clicks. He finally sees the bigger picture, the real purpose, and the roadmap to his next masterpiece. He wants to forge a better world for his friends, where people don't claw each other over technology, and he's determined to blast the things he's built way beyond Winteria. Victinia's eyes flare bright, and she declares it a wonderful mindset, the exact kind of thing she'd expect from her apostle. But that brutal sentence drags his time back by a full 100 years, so how's he supposed to live at all, trapped in this place for a century? Then she fishes a ring out of her dress, raises it like a tease, and flashes that sly smile. "You were gonna give this to me," she says, "so tell me you like me, right?" Right when it's the worst time, she brings it up, and Masaru freezes, totally stunned. Where did she even pull that from? He remembers it popping out from the demon lord's remains. She tells her she spotted a box in his pocket before the fight, and she thought it was just a thank you gift, until Masaru panics and blurts out that she's mixing up gratitude with love. He swears it was pure coincidence. He had zero clue what giving a ring meant in this world, because if he'd known, he would have handed her crab-flavored candy instead. Her smile drops like a curtain, and tears spill into her eyes as she whispers, "Do you hate me?" The question slams into him like a punch. He stumbles, stammers, and blurts, "Of course not." But he blurts out fast, swearing he never once said he hated her. Her gaze sharpens into a blade, snapping straight onto him. She grips the ring to her chest like it's her last lifeline, trembling all the way through, but she stands her ground. "So, do you like me?" The question hangs right there behind the prison bars, Masaru's face burning red as he finally blurts out a shaky, "Maybe." The second it's out, he snaps into defense mode and demands to know why she's taking it so seriously. They're both gasping like the emotional roller coaster, just yanked the air right out of their lungs. Masaru finally snaps, admitting it out loud. He's terrible at this. Even back on Earth, the only way he could get his feelings across was with awkward, clumsy gestures. Victinia smirks and brings up his cringeworthy poems, roasting him for that useless goddess show, but he snaps back that it's way more complicated, because the whole species is different, you see. He sucks in a deep breath, locks eyes with her, and says, "Let me make the reservation." He asks her to hold the seat right next to her until he can untangle his feelings, then admits, straight up, that he'd hate seeing her start dating someone new while he's still trying to get his head together. Her face lights up in a radiant grin, and she nods, swearing she'll hand him the ring as long as he keeps his word. All right, he finally breaks, a real smile lighting up his face at last, and it hits like a promise. A violent cough rips through the silence, shattering the moment like glass. Athena stood there with zero impressed on her face, then declared, loud and official, that a serious summons had called them both back. She fires off her first words to Victinia. Because she kept meddling where she shouldn't in the mortal world, she's getting let go. Plus, with a demon lord from another dimension involved, all it takes is a simple apology letter. But her way too frequent visits got flagged, and now she's getting called into a meeting with Lord Zeus. Then she whips around to Masaru and demands answers about the sacred relic theft. Lady Hera stormed in with a petition about the birth of a brand new god, and now they're forced to call for a retrial. A retrial, but what does that do to his sentence? For now, he's walking free, until he has to report to Zeus with Victinia. Masaru can barely process it. He flashes Victinia a grin. Told you so, this is good news, and things are already starting to turn around. Athena cuts in with a sharp, dry voice, saying she doesn't think that little jailhouse exchange was appropriate, but she straightens her glasses, a sly little smirk curling on her lips, then she nods and says, "About your engagement, congratulations." The two of them explode into frantic denials, cheeks blazing red as they both scream at once, insisting, "No way, that it's nothing like that."